Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Another graduation season had arrived in Konoha. At the foot of the towering Hokage rock, the Ninja Academy was bustling with excitement and tension. Today marked the final hurdle for aspiring shinobi, the graduation exam. For these hopeful children, becoming a ninja wasn't just a goal, it was a dream. A calling. Those who passed would receive their forehead protectors and officially begin the path of a shinobi. Those who failed? They'd return for another year of study and try again next time. In the academy's courtyard, the students gathered in orderly rows, hanging on to every word spoken by the man addressing them. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood solemnly at the podium, his wise eyes sweeping over the crowd. Where the leaves dance, so does the fire. The fire's shadow will continue to illuminate the village, and nurture new leaves to grow. Today is your graduation assessment. I hope each of you becomes a towering tree that shelters Konoha, a flame that lights its path forward. Students and instructors alike listened with reverence. After all, Hiruzen wasn't just a leader, he was the hero who guided them through the flames of the Second Ninja War. Well, almost everyone listened. Not Hanyu Simu. In the back row, a boy leaned lazily in his chair, arms tucked casually into his white robe. His posture screamed boredom. A stalk of grass dangled from the corner of his lips. His dark sunglasses reflected the bright sun overhead, hiding the spark that flickered in his eyes. Bold black letters emblazoned across his back read, "Justice." At just 12 years old, his lanky frame didn't quite suit the dramatic outfit. But Simu didn't care. He wasn't here to impress anyone. Not when he already knew how this world would unfold. Simu was a reincarnator. A traveler from another world. And with that knowledge came the burden, and blessing, of foresight. To others, the third Hokage was a living legend. But to Simu? A kindly mask hiding indecision, he thought. A puppet dancing to Danzo's strings. He remembered what the future held, how Hiruzen let Orochimaru slip away, how political stagnation rotted the heart of Konoha. Knowing that, how could he sit here and pretend to be inspired? No, Simu wasn't like the others. He had a system. Beneath his sunglasses, a flicker of golden light pulsed in his pupils. Character simulation system activated. Current simulated character, Borsellino, Kizaru. Imitation level, 19%. Acquired ability, Marine 6 styles. That's right. Simu's cheat allowed him to simulate the power of Admiral Kizaru from the world of One Piece. He'd even tried to rename himself Pagliacellino, if not for the orphanage director firmly shutting that down. Only 1% more, and I get another ability. He had to stay in character. He slouched deeper into his chair, hands still in his robe pockets, giving off the air of a man who'd seen too much of life. Simu, a soft voice called from beside him. Can you at least try to look interested? The third Hokage's speech is kind of important. Simu turned lazily toward the speaker, a blonde-haired, bright-eyed boy with a gentle smile. Namake's Minato. The prodigy of the academy. Konoha's golden child. And the boy who would one day become the fourth Hokage. But right now, he was just Simu's classmate, and surprisingly his closest friend. Simu yawned. Ah, it's fine. Just speeches. They're all the same. His tone was dry, disinterested. He looked like a washed-up salaryman who'd long given up on life. Minato chuckled, used to his friend's attitude. You really are hopeless. Oi Simu. A fiery voice snapped nearby. A red blur approached. Kushina Uzumaki, with hair like a flame and a personality to match, stomped over and jabbed a finger at him. We're going to be Hokage. Quit lazing around and act like it. Simu glanced at the sky and sighed dramatically. That's your dream, not mine. Don't play dumb, she snapped, grabbing him by the collar. I know how strong you are. Stop pretending to be a loser and take this seriously. He blinked at her calmly. It's just not my style. Kushina growled in frustration. Among all the students, only Simu and Minato could truly challenge her, and one of them was acting like a washed-out uncle. She found it infuriating. Minato intervened with a smile. All right, Kushina, let him be. I'm sure Simu has his own plans. Kushina huffed but backed off. Minato, as always, was the peacemaker. Simu gave him a nod of thanks. Stay in character, he reminded himself.
1% more.
Just one more, and I'm that much closer to light speed. The academy courtyard buzzed as the graduation exam prepared to begin. And among them, a boy in a white robe leaned back with his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly under mirrored glasses. The world thought he was lazy. Only he knew how brightly his star would one day shine. The third Hokage's grand speech finally reached its long-winded end, drawing polite applause from the assembled students and teachers of the Ninja Academy. As Hiruzen stepped down, a middle-aged instructor from Springfield No. 1 Middle School took the stage, clearing his throat to address the nervous crowd.
Listen up.
Today's assessment is not only your final exam, it will determine your graduation eligibility and affect your future team placements. Additionally, to inspire your best performance, Lord Hokage will personally evaluate your battles. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. The stakes were already high, but the next announcement turned quiet whispers into a low roar. And the top performer today will receive a village reward of 200,000 ryo.
Heh.
I'll make sure Lord Hokage remembers my name. Kushina declared with blazing confidence, clenching her fists as her red hair flared with her spirit. Minato stood quietly, his calm expression unchanged. He never chased glory, yet somehow always stood in its light. His serene aura made others feel safe, even competitors. Simu, however, had a very different reaction.
He blinked. Slowly.
Then straightened up, eyes flickering behind his dark sunglasses. 200,000 ryo. That was A-rank mission money. Enough to coast for months without lifting a kunai. A fire, one not seen in a long time, ignited in Simu's chest. If I land first place, I won't have to do anything for months.
The lazy slouch vanished. He sat up. Alert.
Minato raised an eyebrow, surprised at the sudden change in his friend's energy. Kushina noticed too and snorted.
Oh?
Finally taking this seriously because Hokage-sama's watching. Simu shook his head deadpan. I'm here for the money. Minato's expression softened with quiet understanding. He hadn't forgotten Simu's upbringing in the orphanage.
He gave a small nod. I get it.
Even Kushina looked a bit sheepish, scratching her head. Ah well, just don't lose, alright? Simu didn't bother correcting their assumptions. Let them think what they wanted. He had a reward to claim. The first match was Kushina's. Despite her short stature, she charged into battle like a crimson whirlwind. With Uzumaki blood in her veins, her chakra reserves were impressive, even at her age.
And her fists?
Tsunade would have been proud. Her poor opponent, a boy who once teased her for her red hair, shook like a leaf as the match began. He barely had time to breathe before Kushina's punch flattened him. Next match, Namake's Minato versus Hyuga Tenichi. Simu pushed up his sunglasses slightly, finally interested. This was the man who'd one day earned the title Konoha's Yellow Flash.
Today, he was just a kid. A very talented one.
Minato stepped onto the platform with graceful composure. His opponent, a young genius of the Hyuga clan, had already awakened his Byakugan, white eyes shimmering with chakra. To ordinary students, a Hyuga's visual prowess was unbeatable. They could see chakra flow, predict movements, and disrupt with precision. Yet even with that power, Tenichi couldn't land a clean blow. Minato's taijutsu was flawless.
His footwork, seamless. His speed, blinding. Simu watched with interest, his chin in his palm. No special bloodline.
No family prestige. Just raw ability. This guy's the real deal. As the fight reached its peak, Tenichi struck with a powerful palm thrust, only for Minato to flip backward, plant his hands, and launch a double-footed counter straight into the Hyuga's chest.
Thud.
Tenichi flew backward, crashing to the ground. The referee rushed in. Winner, Namake's Minato. Cheers erupted.
Girls swooned.
Boys clapped in admiration. Minato's amazing.
He's so fast.
As the crowd chattered excitedly, Simu's name was finally called. Next match, Hanyu Simu versus Uchiha Hanabi. Kushina's excitement faded instantly.
Simu, be careful.
That Uchiha kid's no joke. But she trailed off as Simu was already rising to his feet, white robe fluttering slightly behind him, the bold word justice etched across his back. Minato offered him a calm smile as they passed.
Good luck.
Simu gave a casual nod, hands still stuffed in his pockets. On the arena platform, Simu sized up his opponent, a boy with the trademark black hair and sharp gaze of the Uchiha clan.
Good.
If I'm going to win the top prize, I need to make an impression. And what better opponent than a prodigy of the Sharingan bloodline? He stopped at center stage, sunglasses glinting. The crowd watched in anticipation. The slacker had finally stepped into the ring. And this time, he was here to win.
Simu walked to the stage while spreading his thoughts casually. Seeing such a contemptuous opponent, Uchiha Hanabi was also angry from the heart. So its classmate Simu, hurry up and laugh now, you won't be able to laugh later. Uchiha Spark said coldly. Although he has not activated Sharingan at this time, he has already mastered a lot of ninjutsu under the cultivation of his family. You must know that the ninja school teaches only how to manipulate chakra and the basic 3-body technique. They are transformation technique, clone technique, and body replacement technique. And I have already mastered fire-style ninjutsu. Playing this kind of low-end game is like abusive food. Watching Uchiha Sparks sunder a look, Simu restrained his smile, opened his mouth and said with a little exaggeration, "It's a classmate of the Uchiha clan, how scary, hateful." Hearing Simu's answer, with that sleazy tone, it just makes people furious. Uchiha Hanabi is exactly in his teens. He is also the proud son of the Uchiha clan, how can he stand this kind of provocation? Not to mention Uchiha's Sparks, even the audience next to him couldn't help but want to beat Simu up when they saw this scene. "Don't stop me, I'm going to beat him up." Kushina roared and was about to rush onto the stage, but was caught by Minato. This guy is really... Minato didn't know what to say either. Although he is a good friend, Simu is really too capable of pulling hatred. "BD, I want you to see how powerful the Uchiha clan is." Uchiha Sparks yelled and rushed towards Simu. The latter stretched out a hand and scratched his head, seeming distressed. The basic skills of Sparks trained in the Uchiha family since childhood are very solid. He rushed in front of Simu in one breath, and punched straight at Simu's face. Simu faces such attacks. The first thing to do is to put the palm of your head back into your trouser pocket. Then leaned back slightly like a drunk, just in time to avoid a punch from Uchiha Sparks. But Uchiha's attack is not so simple. It's been tricked. Uchiha Hanabi withdrew his fist. It turned out that this move was a false move. The real offensive is on the feet. He turned around and kicked Simu in the air. Because Twota didn't retreat just now, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Simu to react. Pity. Simu is no ordinary student. With the powerful reflexes he inherited from Kizaru, it's more than enough for him to deal with such attacks. Just a quick step sideways, directly let Uchiha Hanabi's attack miss. Not only that, but Simu reached out and grabbed Uchiha Hanabi's ankle. Spin a circle in the air, and then throw it back to the original place. You Uchihas are as strong as monsters, it's really scary. Simu put his pockets in his pockets again, and said meanly, "You deceive people too much." This tone doesn't really make Uchiha feel strong at all. Just think he's humiliating Uchiha? Even the faces of several Uchiha clansmen off the court were obviously unhappy. It's just that Simu doesn't care. As long as you can improve your imitation value, you can invite Uchiha Madara Fugaku to come over. Uchiha Hanabi couldn't take the provocation anymore. Throwing a large piece of shuriken with both hands. In order to ensure safety, these are wooden shurikens, but as long as they are strong enough, they can still split skin and bones. Simu finally moves. Facing the dense attacks, he kept saying, "This is too scary." A cold light flashed through the sunglasses. Marine 6 Styles paper arts. His body was floating in the air as if he had lost weight. 8 or 9 shurikens arrived one after another. They were all dodged by him dangerously. He looked like a piece of paper, and the airflow generated by the shuriken could easily blow it away. But it is life and death cannot hit him. What kind of agility is this? The audience below did not understand how Simu escaped these attacks. It looked as if he hadn't done anything. Instead, third generation's eyes lit up. This seems to be a brilliant physical skill. Danzo at the side was hidden in the darkness in the corner, and said hoarsely. Third generation nodded slightly and said nothing. It's really dangerous. Simu, who easily dodged the attack, patted his chest. It was almost tied into a hornet's nest. Uchiha Sparks was already flushed. How could a child who grew up with the idea that Uchiha is the strongest endure others mocking his family like this? 2 kunai slipped out of the cuffs and landed on his palm. With his feet on the ground, he rushed to Simu at his fastest speed. Filled with endless shame and anger, kunai stabs at Simu's face. Simu easily dodges sideways. And another kunai has struck from the left. Simu finally took a step back. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha sparks a successful seal. Shadow clone technique. 2 sparks attack from both sides. For a while, Simu was no match for 4 hands. It's almost over. He held out a finger. Finger pistol, boom. An identity instantly turned into white smoke, while the other was kicked by Simu and flew into the air. Although Simu kicked in the abdomen, but for the glory of Uchiha, Uchiha Hanabi obviously does not intend to stop there. Flying in the air, his hands struggled to seal. It worked. Unexpectedly, it is difficult to successfully form seals on weekdays, but it was successfully formed under such conditions. And it's so smooth. A hole, I'll show you, Uchiha's true power. Fire-style great fireball technique. What? The audience next to them all stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect that a student who hadn't graduated had already mastered fire-style ninjutsu. Kushina even grabbed the corner of Minato's clothes. Eyes full of concern for Simu. The light of the fire shone on everyone's face. Don't worry, this offensive won't do much to Simu. Namikaze Minato has plenty of confidence in Simu. The Uchiha next to him gave a dismissive smile. The great fireball technique can be blocked by a lot of that brat. Just a pompous guy. The faces of the two elders of Uchiha were full of complacency. That's it. Vigorously prove that we Uchiha are the strongest in this village? Third generation watched the battle with equal seriousness. A huge fireball was condensed. The scorching flames distorted the air slightly. Carrying terrifying energy, it descends toward the arena like a comet. Directly below it is the motionless Simu. The teacher of Chuntian No. 1 middle school next to him was ready for immediate rescue. As long as Simu signaled himself to give up the game, he would immediately take Simu away. But the red flames frantically danced on Simu's face, and he was indifferent. This guy won't be scared, stupid. Someone below said mockingly. It wasn't until the fireball fell that Simu said, it's like a monster. Flaming fireballs fell from the sky, and strong explosions and flames instantly filled the entire arena. The airflow generated by the explosion surged towards the auditorium, but it was blocked by the enchantment cast by the surrounding ninjas responsible for maintaining the order of the game. How Simu? Kushina anxiously watched the situation in the venue. Although she doesn't deal with Simu on weekdays, she still doesn't want to see something happen to Simu. In midair, Uchiha, who thought everything was over, wiped the corner of his mouth, slowly falling under the gravity of the earth. Just when he was about to meet the applause, a joking voice sounded in his ear. It's terrible, you little devil of the Uchiha clan. In everyone's shocked eyes, Simu actually appeared behind Uchiha Spark. How can that be? The elders of the Uchiha clan were stunned. They are also ninjas who have studied the battlefield. Although they are only Chunin, they did not see any trace of Simu's movement just now. Uchiha Sparks paled. Simu volleyed in his ear and said, did you know that speed is power? The long legs fell heavily from the air, sweeping Uchiha Sparks into the pit just blasted out by the fireball. There was a cloud of smoke and dust in the arena, and there was silence all around. Who would have thought that the sloppy student before had hidden such terrifying strength? Facing the Uchiha Spark of the proud son of heaven, it turned out to be as easy as playing a game to solve it. The battle is over. Hanyu Simu wins. Chuntian No. 1 middle school hastily stopped the fight and took Uchiha Sparks down for treatment. Simu, when did he become so strong? Kushina said incredulously. Although she knew that Simu was very powerful, she didn't expect it to be so strong. The whole battle was completely smooth, and his moves even make people completely unable to understand how to do it. As expected of you, Simu. Namikaze Minato stared at Simu on the field with burning eyes. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Although he has a peaceful personality, seeing Simu's talent, he still can't help but want to compete with him. Especially the speed displayed by the last blow. This makes him, who is also good at speed, a little ashamed. Boy, those physical techniques are interesting. In the darkness, Shimura Danzo, known as the darkness of the ninja, said hoarsely. It was like seeing some prey. Third generation retracted the corners of its mouth, and gave a serious warning. Without my permission, you are not allowed to think about this child. Danzo didn't mean to disobey the Lord Hokage, but just said, there will be a chance. After a long silence, warm cheers erupted from the scene. But that's pure cheer. There are not many people like Minato who want to give birth to Naruto for him. After all, the image of Simu is really hard to describe. But Simu didn't think it was a big deal. He stood there with his hands in his pockets and asked loudly, Master Hokage, am I number 1 today? If not, I can continue to fight. Since Simu is already the last group to fight, third generation can indeed give its own judgment. In fact, there is nothing to judge. The overwhelming power displayed by Simu is even inferior to Minato. So third generation has successfully announced that Simu is today's number 1. Son, you are number 1. Third generation showed his gentle and kind smile. But Simu didn't care about it. He just asked, when will the 200,000 taels be distributed? Third generation was at a loss for words. It was the assistant on the side who made a solution. She took out a silver note of 200,000 taels and stuffed it into Simu's hand, which made the latter smile. Thank you, Lord Third Generation. Simu returned to the auditorium with satisfaction, and the word justice behind him swaggered. At the same time, the notification sound in the ear made Simu smile even more. The imitation value reaches 20%. Extracting ability. Ability extraction is successful. Congratulations on getting sparkling fruit. Simu almost jumped up. Sparkling fruit? Finally got myself a sparkling fruit? He felt a huge change in his whole body. With just one thought, he can turn into a flash and appear anywhere within sight. If it wasn't for the third generation staring behind him, Simu would probably have turned into a flash and disappeared. But this matter is of great importance. Simu is going to see the situation first. In any case, what Simu showed today was enough to put the other students in the dark. Even if there are future fourth generation projects among this class of students. Simu, you made 200,000 taels today, so you can't justify not treating us to a meal. Just after school, Kushina hugged Simu's neck tightly. Namikaze Minato was also on the sidelines, clearly agreeing with Kushina's proposal. Although Simu wanted to go home immediately and try his abilities, but in the face of the kind invitation from the two of them, and because he was in a really good mood right now, he readily agreed. It's so troublesome, I'll treat you to a meal. I want to eat barbecue. Kushina immediately let go of Simu and happily rushed towards the barbecue shop. Namikaze Minato patted him on the shoulder. With Kushina's appetite, you're probably going to bleed a lot this time. Simu pouted, just this once. Ha 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 ha. After the dinner party, Simu couldn't wait to return home. Because he was an orphan, he lived in an orphanage since he was a child. The dean is a member of the Yamanaka family, named Yamanaka Ota, is a kind old man. Knowing that Simu has achieved such excellent results in the graduation assessment, I am also sincerely happy for Simu. Simu, I hope you can become a good ninja. He told the truth. Ah, this kind of thing, let it take its course. Simu still looks like a salted fish. On his body, he could not see the appearance of being a successor of the Will of Fire at all. Go back to your room. Simu cautiously tested his abilities. As for why be careful? The reason is obvious. That is Umbu. With the physical skills he showed today, it was enough to attract the attention of third generation. Even Danzo's idea. So whether it is for the safety of Simu or the safety of Konoha, surveillance these days is probably indispensable. But surveillance is surveillance. Through the walls and windows, as long as you pay attention, those Umbu must not find anything. After all, what I use is not the power of this world. Generally, reconnaissance ninjutsu is aimed at ninjas who also use chakra for combat. For example, the eyes of the Hyuga clan. But for a power from another world like Simu, they probably can't do anything about it. After making sure that the windows and portals are closed, Simu begins its own testing. He raised his arms. Sitsaize. A faint laser sound sounded, and a golden flash of light condensed in his body, ready to go. Although Simu was excited, he did not choose to launch it. All he has inherited is the ability to sparkling fruit. This means that all moves need to be developed gradually by themselves, rather than being able to use Kizaru's moves directly. Of course, even that is already strong. Next comes elementalization. Simu stood in place, his body gradually lit up, disintegrating into countless light spots and disappearing. In an instant, it appeared on the other side of the room. Can do? The corners of Simu's mouth curled up. In this world without armament haki, mastering the elemental self will greatly increase the survival rate. Of course, Simu is not to be taken completely lightly. Although there is no armament haki in this world, White Gate's illusion and sealing techniques may kill him. It's better to be steady. After testing his ability for a while, Simu finally sat down on the bed contentedly. Alright, let's move on. In Hokage's office, Danzo is talking to third generation about something. Hiruzen, those body arts are very important, I think it is necessary to talk to Simu. The eyes of Danzo and Hiruzen are not comparable to those of ordinary ninjas. At a glance, it can be seen how important the shaved end finger pistol used by Simu in battle are. If it is easy to practice, it is likely to raise the average combat effectiveness of Konoha shinobi to a higher level. Third generation biting a pipe and puffing. After a while, he said, I will let people find out. Upon seeing this, Danzo didn't say much. He knew that his old friend already had a plan in mind. In that case, I will retire. After Danzo disappeared, third generation turned slightly to look out the window. Come in now, Jiraiya. Hey hey. Jiraiya laughed sheepishly outside the window. Silver white hair hangs from the window, followed by Jiraiya's obscene head. Didn't I see you chatting with that guy Danzo? Teacher, I'm sorry to disturb you. At this time, Jiraiya was still very young, and the red tears in the corners of her eyes were not so long. Third generation looked helplessly at his proud disciple. I'm already a big man known as Konoha-sunin, but I'm still so frizzy no matter how I do things. Third generation criticized in dissatisfaction. But Jiraiya naturally doesn't take it to heart. He didn't know how many times he has been criticized by third generation since he was a child. He quickly changed the subject and said, Teacher, is there any S-level mission for you to call me this time? Ninjas of this level like Orochimaru, Jiraiya. If it's just a general task, it's impossible for them to make a move. Only S-level missions need to use them. Third generation shook his head and pushed a document in front of him. I called you back this time to prepare for you to take the students. With students. Jiraiya scratched her nose. I said teacher, you know my character, no matter how you look at it, it's not suitable for leading students, right? It's okay if Jiraiya didn't say it, but when he said third generation, his face changed instantly. He snorted coldly, you can teach students in the country of rain, but now you can't go back to Konoha. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, scratching his head in embarrassment. The students mentioned by third generation are Nagato, Yahiko, and Zionin from the Land of Rain. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade killed countless enemies in the Land of Rain during World War II. In the final battle, Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod, dubbed Konoha-sunin. But Jiraiya, I don't know if it's because of guilt towards the people of the Land of Rain or something. It even took in the 3 children from the Land of Rain that they met on the way. He even became their teacher and taught them for several years. You know, this is just the end of World War II, and Konoha is in need of manpower. In the end, this guy stayed in the Land of Rain for a few years. It's also unavoidable that third generation is dissatisfied with him. In his opinion, Jiraiya, an apprentice, has excellent fighting ability and has the same hobbies as himself. But the shortcomings are still too obvious. That is, it is easy to be trapped by emotions. Rich emotions have always been mutually exclusive with the ninja profession. If you want to be an excellent ninja, you must treat yourself as a weapon and get rid of unnecessary emotions. Otherwise, it is very likely that because of his mercy, he will cause more harm to his country. If Simu were here, he would definitely applaud. Sir, third generation, you are absolutely right. If it weren't for Jiraiya, Konoha would not have been almost wiped out decades later. Jiraiya was rarely speechless. Since the teacher's words are good enough, I can only reluctantly become their teacher. Jiraiya took the file and carefully checked the student information on it. I have to say that although Jiraiya seems to be doing nothing on weekdays, but as long as he agrees to this matter, he will get serious. Knowing the information about one's future students is what a responsible teacher must do. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, and Hanyu Simu. Jiraiya frowned, scratching her head vigorously. Teacher, if I remember correctly, this Kushina should be Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Third generation nodded slightly, and added. The other Hanyu Simu and Namikaze Minato are the two most outstanding students in this assessment battle. Jiraiya felt instantly overwhelmed. Why do you arrange it this way? Third generation tapped the pipe in his hand. Jiraiya's meaning is obvious. Since all three are geniuses, and one of them is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, shouldn't they be separated to avoid being taken over by the enemy? Why arrange them together? If something goes wrong, the price will be too high. I want to form a team with a more terrifying role than Heitake Mozako. If successful, they will become Konoha's super sharp blades, piercing the enemy's chest. If it fails, a young leaf can't always be in the shadow of a giant tree, can it? When Jiraiya returned home, she looked at the document in her hand and felt dizzy. A Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a super genius of two Konohas. In case something goes wrong. Ugh. Sarutobi-sensei seems to be really trying to squeeze me dry. His eyes flicked over the photos of the three of them. This is the document provided by Umbu, which has detailed records of all their information from childhood to adulthood. Each one is rooted and seedling red. Nine Tails Jinchuriki certainly goes without saying. This is the strategic weapon of every ninja village. Utilizing it well is a great power, but if it is not utilized well, it may turn into a huge disaster. Therefore, this weapon must not be taken away by the enemy. Originally, Jiraiya thought that Kushina should be under house arrest and protected by Konoha. I didn't expect third generation to have such boldness this time. He did not hesitate to let Jinchuriki go to the battlefield to practice. Eventually he set his sights on a strange boy named Simu. Umbu's evaluation of him is, he has no fighting spirit, is extremely salty, and has a bad mouth. I only go to and from the school and the orphanage every day. Except for the tasks assigned by the teacher, I will never practice even a second, and I will go home on time after school. If it weren't for the sudden display of terrifying strength in this assessment, no one would have noticed him at all. And also liked to wear a yellow sunglasses, and wearing a coat with the word justice. He was such an unremarkable, even a little annoying guy. Unexpectedly, he won the first place in this assessment in a crushing manner. And it is also the number one handpicked by third generation. Third generation also asked Jiraiya to pay attention to Simu's special physical skills. If he wants, he can include it in Konoha's scroll. Jiraiya smelled something unusual from this information. That is how a guy who seems to be mediocre in talent, doesn't work too hard, and has no sense of presence suddenly masters such a powerful force? Does this guy really have any unique talent in physical arts? The next day, in the classroom of the ninja school, Simu's teacher, Sawada Wood, had a serious face. He is a very serious teacher. Was a special jonin in his youth. It's a pity that he was injured in a mission and lost an arm, so he retreated to the second line to cultivate talents for Konoha, and shine in another place. Because of this, he is very demanding on the students. He is also extremely serious. Even at this moment of separation, there was no smile on his face. There are also many students in the school complaining about Sawada's strictness. But the more mature Simu knows. It is precisely because Sawada knows the cruelty of the battlefield that he maintains such a strict style. What it does is make the students remember the mistakes they made. The most mistakes you make now are just being reprimanded, but if you make mistakes on the battlefield, you may lose your life. From today onwards, you are all ninjas. Sawada's voice was like a sharp blade. He raised his head and put down the document in his hand. This is the class schedule, and there are your instructors listed on it. After the end, just contact their instructors according to the above method. After explaining the matter clearly, Zaishin Kijo walked out of the classroom without looking back. Just before leaving, Simu's sleepy eyes seemed to see his mouth move a few times. If I'm not mistaken, it should be. Guys, don't die so easily. Graduated students will be divided into groups of 3. A jonin from Konoha will lead the team to carry out the mission, trying to ensure their safety in the rookie period. Therefore, the leading teacher of the genins can be said to directly determine their survival rate. Of course, teammates are also a very important factor. As soon as Sawada left, other students rushed to the podium to check their group status. Only Simu stayed where he was, yawning. In fact, there are quite a lot of strong players in Simu this year. The well-known previous generation Ino, Shuka, Cho, Akamaiki Choza, Yamanaka Hiki, and Narasha Keiju are all Simu's classmates. In addition, there are Hyaga Hizashi of the Hyaga clan, the younger brother of the future patriarch of Uchiha, Might Dai, and so on. Unfortunately, their light at this time is firmly covered by Simu, especially Might Dai. This guy has been stalking Simu since he showed off his terrifying physical skills yesterday. Student Simu, I wish I could be in a group with you, we can burn our youth together. Might Dai was wearing a green tights, and said loudly beside Simu. Simu put his face in one hand and said seriously, I can teach you finger pistol if you shut up. Really, Mr. Simu? Might wore a shocked expression. Simu glanced at him and said helplessly, really? Thank you, Mr. Simu. Finally sent Might Dai away. Simu thought he could finally have a good sleep, but Namikaze Minato walked over. Might Dai is really energetic, and you are completely two extremes. Minato looked at Might Dai's back and said with a smile. Simu waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter what kind of vitality it is. The ninja world is so scary, I just want to earn some money and come back to Konoha to live a good life. Minato had his hands in his pockets, and he always had a faint smile on his face. It's like something you can say. He looked at the podium, and many students had already seen his name. For example, Might Dai, who was yelling and complaining about not being able to share with Simu-kun. Simu's face darkened. This guy called himself very much like those sad women. It made him feel a chill. Minato laughed when he saw it. Speaking of which, don't you care who your teammates will be? Minato asked seriously. After all, reliable teammates and reliable team leaders are the capital for rookies like them to survive on the battlefield. Simu shook his head, saying it didn't matter. If it was him before, he might be worried, but the light fruit he drew last night has given him the confidence to face danger. The big deal is to leave your teammates and run away when you are in danger. But presumably third generation would not have undertaken such a dangerous task from the very beginning. With 6 forms and guang guang fruit by his side, safety is still guaranteed. You are so relaxed. Minato said. Hearing this, Simu just wanted to say something when he saw Kushina rushing towards them in a hurry. Pressing heavily on the table with both hands, the huge force almost overturned the entire table. Minato, Simu, we are teammates. Minato was overwhelmed by Kushina's aura and didn't know what to say for a moment. I had to stammer and say, yes, really? That's great. Kushina's eyes instantly became dangerous. Looking at Minato coldly, what's the matter? Did you wrong you with my team? No. Minato hastily denied it. Simu on the side raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that I would be assigned to Minato and Kushina. One is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the other is the future 4th Hokage. He sighed faintly. I'll continue with salted fish. But with these two guys, there is a little guarantee in terms of safety. After all, as a Jinchuriki, even if he goes out to perform tasks, he should be accompanied by Umbu. Anyway, Minato is still here. As for myself, I can only clean up some small characters, like playing the first hand. In order to change the subject, Minato hurriedly asked. Who is that Kushina, our guide Jonin? Hearing this question, Kushina finally let Minato go. He snorted coldly and said, it's Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Minato's eyes lit up instantly. Since the Second Ninja World War, the name of Konoha Sunin has been known to everyone. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade are regarded as idols by countless students. Minato is certainly no exception. So Minato was very excited to hear that Jiraiya would be their mentor for Jonin. Not only Minato, but also other students around showed expressions of envy and hatred. Becoming a student of Jiraiya, isn't that the disciple of 3rd Hokage? Rounding off, it will be my turn to be Hokage in a few years. Only Kushina seemed a bit torn. What's the matter? Isn't it good to let Jiraiya-sama be the teacher? Minato asked suspiciously. This should be something that everyone dreams of. Kushina hesitated, then whispered. I heard that Jiraiya-sama often goes to the women's bathhouse to peek at other people taking a bath. Cough cough cough. Minato hastily interrupted Kushina's words. Don't talk nonsense. Kushina pouted, a little disdainful. Simu grinned from ear to ear. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya's lustful reputation has spread since then. After chatting for a while, Minato checked the time. It's almost time, shall we gather together? Of course Simu had no problem, he followed the two of them slowly with his hands on his pillow. Simu, you look so unmotivated, no girl will like you. Kushina complained. Simu glanced at her through his dark glasses. Girls are horrible creatures. What did you say? Kushina, who was yin and yang, got angry instantly and punched Simu with a punch. Fortunately, the latter had been prepared for a long time, and a shaved flashed away. I just said, girls are scary. Stop. Minato patted his forehead helplessly. These two guys are really. The location written on the envelope is a small forest located on the outskirts of the Death Forest. The Forest of Death was created by Master Hokage of the 1st generation with his own ability. It is one of the major attractions in Konoha village. What's the matter? Why hasn't Jiraiya come yet? Kushina looked at the dense forest around and complained very dissatisfied. It's not Kushina's fault. Because at this time, it should be an hour past the agreed time. Simu had already fallen asleep lying on the grass next to him. Minato comforted Kushina's emotions. Maybe there is something delaying it. After all, Master Jiraiya should be very busy. What are you busy with? Are you busy peeking at the women's bathhouse? Kushina's words made Minato speechless. Ahem. A heavy cough sounded. Jiraiya, with long silver hair, appeared with a flushed face. After all, anyone who hears their 8 trigrams when they first come here will blush. What's more, he just came from the bathhouse. Well, I met a bathhouse on the way here just now. No, I encountered a very difficult matter and delayed it for a while. I'm sorry. Jiraiya snorted. Then he picked up the photo in his hand and looked at it. You should be Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, right? He looked around. Where is Hanyu Simu? Call. A grunt caught Jiraiya's eye. Simu was in a deep sleep, snoring loudly. Kushina's head was full of black lines, and a fist knocked Simu awake. What happened? Simu rubbed his sleepy eyes and finally saw Jiraiya with silver hair. Jiraiya. Jiraiya also has black lines all over her head. What kind of students are these? I heard Kushina himself in 8 trigrams when he first came here, and now this Simu calls himself by his own name? It seems that Minato-san is more obedient. But after being late for so long, Jiraiya couldn't say anything, so he could only wave his hands and say, well, let's introduce ourselves first. Introducing yourself and telling your dream has always been one of Konoha's traditional reservations. Simu wasn't surprised either. My name is Uzumaki Shinkuna, my favorite food is ramen, I hate tomatoes and peppers, my future dream. Kushina paused, then raised his fist and shouted loudly, I'm going to be Konoha's first female Hokage. Simu curled his lips, the crown prince's yellow hair may be inherited from Minato, but this character definitely comes from Kushina. The mother and child are almost alike. Jiraiya didn't laugh because of Kushina's dream like other grown-ups. Instead, he looked at her appreciatively, and even applauded lightly. Don't you feel like laughing, Mr. Jiraiya? Kushina asked Jiraiya a question. The latter said with a serious face, everyone's dream, no matter how absurd, is worthy of respect. I didn't expect you, a pervert, to have a good side. Kushina muttered under her breath, feeling better about Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya, she completely pretended that she didn't hear Kushina's muttering. Namikaze Minato generously introduced, my hobby is to study ninjutsu, and my dream is to become a great ninja like Master Hokage. Jiraiya nodded slightly. I have to say that although Minato is young, he has a calm and careful personality, making him a good ninja. Next up is Simu. He flicked the thing picked out of his nose at random, and then said distressedly, dreams like this. If you have to say it, you can get money without working. Everyone's face darkened. Nanas. The dreams of those in front are so great. Either become a Hokage or protect the village and become a great ninja. You just come and get rich without working? What salted fish? Simu scratched his head. What's the matter, teacher? Didn't you just say that you can't discriminate against anyone's dreams? Jiraiya pressed his forehead and squeezed out, it's a good dream. Then he hooked the corner of his mouth. Since we already understand each other, let's start this assessment. Assessment. Both Minato and Kushina became cautious. Team assessment is the best way for a teacher to understand the combat effectiveness and cohesion of the entire team. As Simu expected, Jiraiya took a bell out of his pocket. The ancestral assessment method of the third generation belongs to Yes. I'm afraid even third generation didn't expect that the assessment method he created on a whim would be passed down to Konoha village decades later. He picked up the bell and looked at the three of them. The assessment task this time is, no matter what method you use, snatch this bell from my hand before sunset. Remember, no matter what method you use. The assessment starts now. As soon as the voice fell, Minato and Kushina disappeared instantly. One of the key points of ninja school guidance is to find a safe hiding place when facing enemies stronger than yourself. Using clone technique, body replacement technique and other blindfold methods. Cooperate with teammates to achieve the result of defeating the strong with the weak. After the two disappeared, Jiraiya slowly opened his pants, and then did something that no one could have imagined. He dropped the bell into his crotch. Watching this scene, the corner of Simu's mouth twitched violently. I thought I was perverted enough, but I didn't expect you to be more perverted than me. Kushina, who was hiding in the woods, also complained, what an old pervert. It's more convenient this way. Jiraiya didn't seem to care at all, but instead asked, aren't you hiding? Simu scratched his head, pushed his sunglasses, and said slowly, hiding it? The teacher seems to have taught it that way. Jiraiya smiled, and quickly made a mudra with both hands in front of Simu. Since you have so much confidence in yourself, then I will not be polite. Simu tapped his feet, and the whole person appeared tens of meters away. Excuse me, please let me take off my clothes first. He gently placed the coat of justice on the chair next to him, and then returned to the battlefield in a flash. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and saw the hair on his head growing wildly. It looks like a majestic lion. Ninja lion hair Ranbu technique. As he roared, his frantic hair instantly became as hard as steel. All flew out in the blink of an eye, sweeping towards the retreating Simu like a storm. As expected of the legendary Sunin, this is too scary. Even in this critical situation, Simu has worked hard to maintain his persona. Kushina and Minato, who were hiding in the woods, turned black. This guy is really courting death. Although she said so, she broke through the grass and rushed out the moment Simu was attacked. On the contrary, Minato is still observing in secret, standing still. Although Simu seems to be doing nothing, he can't be motivated about anything. But Minato knew he was more cautious than anyone else. If there is not enough confidence, Simu will never be so impulsive. All over the sky, the strands of hair fell down like steel wires, easily piercing the ground into deep pits one after another. Simu watched the attacks coming from all directions. Instead of being afraid in his heart, he was wondering how much of his strength was used to attack Jiraiya. 10%? Or 20%? Dense piercing sounds sounded from the ears. He folded his hands in front of his face. 6 styles iron body. The muscles of the whole body tensed instantly to meet the hundreds of intensive attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp silver hair falling on Simu's body is like a steel needle falling from a high altitude hitting an iron plate, making a piercing friction sound. This made Kushina, who was rushing to support, froze in place. Because Simu didn't show any injuries except his clothes were scratched. Instead, Jiraiya's needle-like hair buckled at the impact. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and she started to get serious. My hair has reached the level of steel, and being able to block my hair means Simu's physical strength has reached the level of steel. Simu was not surprised by this result. Because what I inherited is not the usual 6 styles. It is the 6 forms practiced by Marine Admiral Kizaru. Although his own fruit ability is very strong, he can take the throne of Admiral, and his basic physical skills are absolutely outstanding in Marine. It is not surprising that it can block the attack of Jiraiya's water version. Even Simu felt that Jiraiya might not be able to penetrate his iron body even if he went all out. After all, this is just an ordinary blow. Simu patted his chest. As expected of Sunin, he almost got hurt. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Keep silently saying, "This is my student, this is my student. Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. If that's the case, then I'm going to get serious." Jiraiya made madras with both hands, mouth puffed up like a toad, and tried to spit out fire-style flame bomb. The scorching flames condensed into a fireball with a diameter as long as 2 simus. The surrounding air is scorched and twisted. Jiraiya's flame bomb is not comparable to that guy Uchiha Hanabi in terms of scale or power. It can only be said that Simu's beating tone really made Jiraiya a little upset. Tisk tisk, is this the strength of Sunin? Simu's face reflected this joyful red light. Even so, he couldn't stop talking. The fireball flew past, leaving a scorched trail on the grass. Simu didn't dare to neglect, and slowly raised one foot. Tempest kick. The violent kick pushed the air out, forming a crescent-shaped vacuum slash. The fireball just hit the head, and the stalemate was easily cut by the crescent-shaped tempest kick for a moment. It's like cutting a mooncake with a knife. Is this wind-style ninjutsu? Jiraiya's face was full of doubts. This move looks a bit like wind-style ninjutsu. But Simu obviously didn't seal, and he released it with his feet. Could it be his own Muji jutsu? Let alone Jiraiya, both Kushina and Minato were stunned. The two of them who have been around Simu don't know when he has mastered so many strange ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hearing Jiraiya's question, Simu replied bluntly, "Teacher, this is not a ninjutsu, but a physical technique. Gymnastics." Jiraiya nodded slightly. No wonder teacher 3rd generation draws his attention to Simu's physical skills. But because Might Dai is still not well known. At this time, Konoha didn't understand this special physical technique that could release long-range attacks at all. "I'm going to attack." Simu's voice fell, and his body appeared behind Jiraiya. "Use your voice to get my attention and launch a surprise attack." Jiraiya, who has experienced many battles, reacted instantly, and blocked Simu's leg with his arm sideways. Simu said with a wretched smile on his face, "You are a teacher, it's normal for me to be a little clever." Jiraiya grabbed Simu's calf with his backhand, took a step back, and threw Simu high into the air with all his might. Immediately afterwards, the imprint was formed quickly, and a large piece of white hair grew wildly like a branch, stabbing at Simu who was in midair. Sensing that Simu's situation is not good, Kushina hastily threw a few shurikens. It's a pity that it was easily bounced away by Jiraiya's steely long hair. As expected of Sunin, "Do you want to use the gap I can't move in midair to attack?" Simu has no awareness of being in danger at all, and even has the mood to observe the situation. In a world where aerial capabilities are scarce, this tactic is a good choice. Alas, Simu's abilities are not of this world. At the moment when the long hair is about to completely surround it, he volleyed and stumped on the air. As if an invisible ladder appeared in the air, Simu jumped directly into the sky, one kick after another. How can that be? Rao is well informed, and Jiraiya, who has traveled all over the ninja world, can't figure out where Simu's strange abilities come from. This is also part of taijutsu, Jiraiya-sensei. Simu flew high in the air. Jiraiya's long hair at this height is already unattainable. Kushina reacted quickly after a moment of stupefaction. Now is not the time to be shocked. What she needs most is to create opportunities for Simu. While Jiraiya was focusing on Simu, she rushed forward, and the ground under her feet suddenly sank due to her energy accumulation. Terrible force blasted out from her fist, striking heavily on the steel-like long hair. Boom! The ground quickly cracked under Jiraiya's feet. The silver hair quickly changed from hard to soft, from a copper wall to a soft swamp, and Kushina, who made a full blow, fell into it. Jiraiya manipulated the white hair to wrap Kushina into a mummy. Simu, who was high above the sky, saw the timing and pointed 10 fingers firmly at Jiraiya. Finger pistol 10-finger jade. The air from the 10 fingertips was condensed into 10 air bullets, which hit Jiraiya's white-haired defense at the fastest speed. Jiraiya stiffened his hair just in time to stop the air bullets, but one still flew in front of him. In desperation, he had no choice but to resist with kunai. The swift air bullets sparked dazzling sparks on kunai. Simu stumped in the air. The whole person disappeared instantly. Moonwalk plus shave advanced application. Simu spun, kicking the opening that had been opened with an air bullet just now. Boom! With the blessing of speed, Simu's kick brought infinite power. It actually directly blasted a big hole in Jiraiya's silver hair. A kunai came out of his hand and stabbed straight at Jiraiya's face. At this time, it was too late for him to resist, so he could only dodge sideways. The moment Kunai brushed past him, a puff of smoke bloomed like a flower. A head of blonde hair as bright as the sun appeared in front of him. It's Namikaze Minato? The Kunai just now was actually disguised by Namikaze Minato using the transformation technique. The moment Minato appeared, he held Kunai towards Jiraiya. It looked like Jiraiya was in a doomsday situation, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised at this moment. Minato's heart skipped a beat. I saw Jiraiya taking a step back, and the silver hair that was scattered by Simu just now wrapped it like an ocean. In fact, Jiraiya has already seen through his cooperation with Simu. Just now I was just inviting you into the urn? Jiraiya discarded her silver hair and walked away. As for the result, both Kushina and Namikaze Minato were bound inside. As a result, the three rookies were able to force Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, to the point by cooperating. That's enough to be proud of. Boy, you are the only one left, what are you going to do? Jiraiya looked at Simu who had just landed. Simu scratched his head, ready to throw up his hands in surrender. Anyway, there is no benefit in winning Jiraiya, just surrender. There is no need to use knives and guns. The moment he was about to speak, Kushina finally poked his head out from the sea of hair. Simu, if you win this old pervert, I will give you 50,000 taels. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then, he saw a light. Like a comet hitting the earth. An extremely dazzling golden flash instantly filled all of Jiraiya's field of vision. Simu turned into a golden flash and appeared in front of Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. In order to prevent possible accidents, Simu didn't even have time to say that classic line. Just kick Jiraiya hard in the stomach? The golden light was dazzling, and the huge force blasted Jiraiya into smoke and shattered. Then the golden flash continued to fly through the smoke, and finally landed in the death forest in the distance. Watching the flash of light come flying by, Jiraiya's real body, hidden in the forest of death, felt a strong pressure. His instinct from years of fighting told him that if he didn't take this blow seriously, something might happen to him. He bit his finger without hesitation, summoning the huge toad's stomach wall, blocking the blow with the strong toad's body. The golden flash instantly turned into a terrifying explosion, engulfing countless trees. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the flames engulfed the trees, startling an unknown number of cursing crows. At the same time, the giant toad on Mount Mayaboko suddenly let out a scream. The largest toad on Mount Mayaboko rarely opened his eyes. He cursed and said, "What kind of opponent did that kid Jiraiya provoke?" Just now Jiraiya was summoning a part of its body to block Simu's flash. Its body is as huge as a mountain, and even Jiraiya can only summon a small part. "I'm sorry, Inso Big Toad." Jiraiya patted its stomach wall and released the summoning technique. Not far away, Simu still maintains a kicking posture. Jiraiya's clone is gone, and all that remains is the half-melted bell due to the heat. At this time, Simu with his hands in his pockets slowly added his lines. Speed is power. The hair behind him loosens as Jiraiya disappears. Kushina and Minato, who were freed from the restraints, have not yet recovered from the shock just now. They looked at Simu in shock. "What kind of monster are you?" Jiraiya came out of the death forest with a slight headache, looking at Simu like looking at a monster. He glanced at Kushina again. It seems to be saying, "Is she the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, or are you the Nine Tails Jinchuriki?" Thinking of the attack just now, Jiraiya is still terrified now. Even the Jonin in the village, if he was unprepared for this blow, at least they all end up with a serious injury. Simu withdrew his feet, and there was a rustling sound from the surrounding woods. If there is no accident, his performance has already been passed to the ears of third Hokage through Umbu. But it doesn't matter. The most important is, Mr. Jiraiya, should this count as our victory? Simu picked up the half-melted bell with one finger. Jiraiya spread her hands. My assessment task is to get the bell. Now that Simu not only got the bell, but even kicked his avatar to pieces, what reason does he have to criticize? He nodded helplessly and said, "The assessment was successful, and it was very successful. Although I didn't give these guys a big blow and pour a pot of chicken soup with feathers as I expected. But Simu's performance made him feel that Konoha's future is bright. Just salt the fish a little bit. That's good." Simu put his hands in his pockets, with a satisfied smile on his face. Turning to Kushina, he said, "Well, 50,000 taels." Kushina rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't owe you anything." She was actually a little distressed. After all, she came to Konoha village alone, and 50,000 taels was her living expenses for a month. Simu pouted. "Forget it, wait until you get paid for doing the task before paying me back." Simu put on the coat of justice again, still in the same sloppy manner. It is completely impossible to see that this guy was able to kick such a terrifying kick just now. After patting his clothes, Simu raised his hand and glanced at his watch. He raised his hand and said, "Mr. Jiraiya, it's already 5 o'clock, shouldn't we get off work?" Jiraiya sighed heavily. This guy is really too salty. It's only 5 o'clock. But thinking of the performance of him kicking his avatar just now, Jiraiya couldn't give any reason for her refusal. Get off work, get off work." Simu turned and left. Kushina and Minato looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Well, it's the first time we meet today, why don't I treat you to barbecue?" Simu turned back slowly and touched his chin. "Hey, that's a good suggestion." Xian Junei hugged Simu's shoulder with a dark face. "Damn Simu, I advise you to put away your beating expression and talk to me." It was getting dark. Third generation sat in the office, the pipe in his hand flickering on and off. A figure emerged, wearing a fox mask with red patterns on its face. He got down on one knee and said, "Lord Hokage. What happened?" Third generation glanced in the direction of the death forest. Of course he also noticed the huge movement made by Simu just now. The people in Umbu were silent for a while, as if they were thinking about how to say this matter. Master Jiraiya fought his student Simu just now. Third generation raised his eyebrows. That little guy is so powerful. How could he force Jiraiya to take such a big fight? As a teacher, he knows Jiraiya's abilities best. Whether it is taijutsu, ninjutsu or sealing technique, it is a top existence in the ninja world. If not, it would not be called Konoha Sunin by Hanzo of the Salamander. It must be that Simu's unimaginable strength broke out, which made Jiraiya make such a big noise. Third generation can understand it. Umbu froze for a moment. He didn't want to slap the leader in the face. But as Umbu, he has to tell the truth. The explosion just now was caused by Hanyu Simu. Okay. The eyes of third generation were filled with surprise. Although he recognized Simu's potential and strength very much. If you polish it well, you may not be able to grow into the second Heitake Mashuo in the future. But if you say that he can perform such terrible ninjutsu just after graduating from ninja school, third generation will not believe it. What happened? Umbu reported to third generation the details of Jiraiya and Simu Sunin's fight. The latter took a deep drag on his cigarette. He has only one thought in mind now. This child is terrifying. But he made up his mind quickly. Since he is a genius, he must fight for it. Continue to protect Simu, and lock up what happened today, and don't let anyone know about Simu. No. Umbu disappeared, and only third generation was left thinking about it in the office. Although he is Hokage, the nominal supreme leader of Konoha, but Konoha is not entirely up to him. He is just a symbol pushed to the stage by many forces. The forces in the village are intricate. For example, Danzo who has mastered the roots, and consultants such as Yuditen Kohara who has the support of many veteran jonin. Not to mention there are major ninja clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, these are forces that cannot be ignored. Even in the capital of the Kingdom of Fire, the daimyo has inserted its forces in Muyen. It affects Konoha's political situation all the time. During the war, these forces can still be tightly combined due to external forces. But as soon as the war ended, facing the new division of interests, the entire Konoha began to undercurrent. Therefore, as Hokage, I must draw together the forces that can be drawn together. For example, using one's own identity to plant a small seed in the hearts of those fresh graduates. Draw them into your camp. What did you say was your last resort? In the box of the barbecue restaurant, Jiraiya asked curiously. Light escape? Now that it has been used, Simu didn't intend to hide it, and made up a new term casually. Light escape. Jiraiya touched his chin, as if doubting the ninjutsu knowledge he had learned for so many years. Is there such a blood succession limit in the ninja world? Minato and Kushina also looked confused. They don't know what Jiraiya doesn't know. Simu was full. Yu lay on the chair, and said nonsense solemnly. This may be my newly created evasion technique. It is probably fire attribute plus thunder attribute plus wind attribute. Jiraiya gave Simu a suspicious look. Although I don't really believe this kid's nonsense, there seems to be no good explanation other than that. It was Minato who was thoughtful. So, what are you talking about? Kushina asked blindly. Why do the three of them seem to understand everything, but I am the only one who is confused here? Seeing this, Minato explained. The ninja's chakra will have certain attributes. The most common attributes are fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth. In addition to this, there are two attributes of yin and yang, such as the expansion jutsu of the Akamike family and the shadow imitation technique of the Nara family. But there are also some ninjas who have special attributes because of bloodlines or other reasons. These attributes are often composed of two basic attributes. For example, Shode's wood style is composed of two attributes, water and soil. This situation is called the boundary of blood succession. In addition, the alienation of some organs also belongs to the boundary of blood succession, such as the Sharinan of the Uchiha family and the white eyes of the Hyuga family. Having said that, Kushina has a new doubt. Didn't Simu say that he is composed of three attributes? Minato looked at Simu, nodded with a smile. That's right. Apart from the two-attribute combination, there is an even more terrifying three-attribute combination. This newly born attribute escape technique is called blood succession elimination. It's a more terrifying existence than blood successor boundary. Simu sat there carelessly, with his hands in his pockets, as if he had nothing to do with himself. Minato looked at Jiraiya and humbly begged. Ms. Jiraiya, am I right? Jiraiya hesitated to speak. Shouldn't this kind of knowledge be said by oneself? Of the three students, one was too strong, and he casually blew up his avatar. He even awakened the new ninjutsu light escape eliminated by Sweji, which ruined his beating plan. Minato is modest and humble. Although he is still a student, he has already demonstrated a knowledge and talent that are difficult for ordinary ninjas to match. There is also Jinchuriki, a wild and unrestrained tail beast. The strongest tail beast 9 tails is sealed in his body, and he calls himself an old hooligan if he disagrees with him. Jiraiya's gaze flicked over and over to the three of them. In the end it fell to Minato. Forget it, it seems that Minato is better. His mouth twitched slightly. Yes, yes. Xian Junei curled her lips in disgust. Tisk, Who would have known that such a powerful little genius is actually a cheapskate? Hearing this, Simu immediately took off his sunglasses, his eyes full of seriousness. Kushina, don't you want to renege on your debt? Kushina turned her head away. Don't worry, I will return the money to you when I have money. After receiving Kushina's assurance, Simu patted his chest in relief. That's good. You can pay it back later, but you have to pay it back. This is the principle of Simu's life. Simu looked at the plate piled high on the table, glanced at the time, yawned and said, Okay, it's getting late, it's time to go back and rest. Minato and Xianjuna nodded. Only Jiraiya was left staring at the bill in a daze. Master Jiraiya, the total consumption tonight is 50,000 taels. The waiter hands Jiraiya the bill. It's not that the consumption level of this store is high, but that Simu and others eat too much. They ordered 50 people for the barbecue alone. This bill is already discounted. No way, as Simu's imitation value increased day by day, his physical development began to accelerate. If you want to develop quickly, the best way is of course to take in a lot of nutrients. Just happened to meet Jiraiya's treat today, and Simu opened his stomach and ate wildly. On weekdays, he is reluctant to spend so much money on meat. Back home, Simu lay comfortably on the bed and patted his stomach. Because the ability of sparkling fruit was exposed today, his imitation value has increased again, from 20% to 23%. When I start to perform the task, the imitation value will continue to rise. Tonight is destined to be a not-so-peaceful night. Be stimulated by Simu's display of terrifying prowess. Minato and Kushina went home and secretly turned on the extra training mode. After hesitating again and again, Jiraiya took out a jar of toad oil from the cabinet. Then apply it evenly on your body. This is a product from Mount Myaboku. It can help humans better feel the free natural energy in the air, thereby assisting humans to comprehend the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. It's a pity that Jiraiya has never been particularly talented in this area. Even with the blessing of toad oil, his body still has some characteristics of toad. If it wasn't stimulated by Simu's terrifying talent today, Jiraiya would be ready to give up the practice of sage transformation. Today's flash of light reminded him all the time, if you don't improve, you will soon lose the students. Early the next morning, Jiraiya came to the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. Why did you arrive so early today? It doesn't suit your style. Jiraiya smiled wryly. Master, you should know what happened yesterday. Third generation nodded, indicating that he understood. Whether it is Simu, or Minato and Kushina, they are all very talented children, so I hope to lead them to perform tasks as soon as possible. Jiraiya said seriously. Since third generation handed over 3 talented children to him, he must be responsible for it. He is full of confidence in the future of the Simu trio. As long as there are no accidents, they will definitely become the mainstay of Konoha. Become a towering giant tree that protects the sprouts of the leaves and inherits the will of fire. Third generation crossed his arms and smiled. The wrinkles on his face became deeper with this movement. He smiled and said, Jiraiya, it's really rare for you to look so eager. The third generation couldn't understand this disciple very well. He has always been able to procrastinate on tasks. It is really rare to take the initiative to come to pick up the task like today. To be on the safe side, third generation still asks, do you think the 3 of them need no extra training? Generally speaking, these newly graduated students need to go through about a week of running in training. But Jiraiya was about to skip this part. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. To be honest, the excellence of these 3 students is a bit beyond my expectation. Ordinary training is nothing but a waste of time for them. Maybe in a few days I will lose the qualification to guide them. Although Jiraiya's tone was bitter, third generation could still see a bit of himself from the corner of his raised mouth. I think that when I coached Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, I was like this in front of Danzo. Desperate expression. What if the disciple's talent is too high? Why is teacher Jiraiya late again? Kushina looked left and right, but still couldn't find Jiraiya. Obviously he was the one who said to gather here at 10 o'clock today, but the person actually disappeared. Not only Jiraiya, but even Simu is late today. This made Kushina, who had been waiting here for half an hour in vain, itch. This Simu, I will definitely fix him when he comes later. Namikaze Minato sat aside, looking intently at his palm. 5 flame-like chakra danced in the air. Oh, I'm really sorry, I was called away by teacher Sarutobi just now. Jiraiya's voice sounded. A body flicker technique appeared in front of Kushina. The latter was furious, and complained with his hands on his hips, what's the matter with you? Why are you late every time? Jiraiya scratched her head in embarrassment and held up the scroll in her hand. Didn't I go to the third generation project to get the task? Both Minato and Kushina's attention was attracted by the quest scroll in Jiraiya's hand. You must know that it has only been a day since their team was formed. This is about to start the mission? Okay, you can perform the task. Kushina let out a cry of excitement. For Kushina, becoming a ninja, performing missions, and becoming famous in the ninja world, and becoming Hokage is her ultimate goal. Carrying out tasks earlier is equivalent to fulfilling one's dreams earlier. Unlike the heartless Kushina, Minato thinks a little more. Could it be a little too fast, teacher Jiraiya? Our team was just formed yesterday, and there is no tacit understanding. He offered his opinion. Although he and Kushina, Simu must be very familiar with this. But there is a big difference between fighting and everyday life. You must have a good understanding of your teammates' combat habits and practice tactics proficiently in order to complete the mission to the greatest extent and ensure the safety of each other's lives. Jiraiya gave Minato an approving look. Many new ninjas are hot-headed and want to perform tasks quickly. Little do they know that in the case of incomplete running in, blindly stepping onto the battlefield will only lose their lives in vain. Minato's advice was steady and reasonable. It's just that their team is different from ordinary teams. This is what I have planned for a long time. I will take you through the training during the mission. Yes. Now that Jiraiya has said so, Minato will not continue to question. After all, Jiraiya, as a trio, far exceeds himself in terms of experience. After speaking, Jiraiya looked around again and found a problem. Simu. Kushina raised her eyebrows. That guy Simu hid somewhere and went to sleep. After all, a golden flash came from a distance. Converge into Simu's figure. La la la, I just don't want to wait too long. Simu yawned lazily, rubbed his eyes, and took the sunglasses out of the coat again to put them on. Jiraiya didn't say anything, after all his own was late too. He opened the mission scroll, spread it on the grass and began to introduce the mission this time. Let me introduce the mission this time. Go to the border of the Nation of Fire and wipe out a gang of bandits. Kill the bandits. In other words, this time the task will involve killing people. The expressions of Simu and Minato became serious in an instant. Only Kushina didn't realize the cruelty of the matter, and was happily immersed in the joy of finally being able to perform the task. We'll talk about the specific situation on the way. Now go prepare your weapon bag and gather at the gate of the village in an hour. Scatter. The three disappeared instantly. Jiraiya recalled what the third generation had just said to herself. Genius is forged in blood. In times of non-war. If it is an ordinary genin, the first task is nothing more than helping the villagers find cats, helping farmers drive wild boars and so on. But the Simu 3 are different. I want to make them into the sharpest knives in Konoha. Let them adapt to the blood as soon as possible. This is a problem that every ninja cannot escape. Especially on the battlefield, if you don't kill others, others will kill you. 50 minutes later, the three of Simu had already appeared at the Konoha gate. Jiraiya looked them over. Both Minato and Kushina changed into Konoha shinobi uniforms with predominantly green hues. Only Simu is accidental. It was still the white coat of justice, and he didn't even bring a ninja bag. It's not at all different from your usual outfit. It's not that Simu is playing tricks, but that he doesn't need to rely on other things at all because of his martial arts. Whether it's six style or sparkling fruit, there is no need to use knives. Jiraiya was hesitant to say anything, but thinking about the horrible golden flash yesterday, he finally said nothing. Let's go when you're ready. Kill the bandits. This is a task entrusted by a border village. The destination is about 300 kilometers away from Konoha village, and the village is full of ordinary people. Originally, because it was within the territory of the Fire Country, it was not easy to be attacked under normal circumstances, especially ninja attacks, unless other countries choose to go to war against the Nation of Fire and Konoha. But for some reason, a group of bandits suddenly appeared on the mountain near the village. Every once in a while, they go to several surrounding villages to plunder wantonly. It seems that the people in the village are raised as livestock. They endured it for a full month, finally couldn't take it anymore, and sent a young man to Konoha to release the entrusted task. Although he didn't see the young man, Simu thought it was a close call. There is no way, the land of fire is like this. Residence infrastructure is extremely weak. Although the daimyo is the leader of the entire country in name, the part that can actually be controlled is the capital and several larger towns. Some small villages on the edge have been left unattended for a long time without any armed forces. Once attacked by foreign forces, the only ones who can turn to them are the ninjas of Konoha village. From Simu's point of view, this is a very strange system. But what did it matter to him? He's nothing more than a little unknown ninja in Konoha village. Jiraiya held up his palm, making a ninja gesture. Everyone stopped and looked at Jiraiya. Just rest here tonight. Yes. After tidying up briefly, Minato wrapped a thin wire nearby and connected small bells one by one. In this way, once an enemy approaches, they will be discovered immediately. Simu took out a ration pill and swallowed it, complaining. This kind of meatball is much worse than barbecue. It's good to eat some, but you still hate this and that. Xian Junei sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly eating Bingliang pills to replenish her strength. Jiraiya checked the map. According to this progress, we should be able to reach our destination in the early morning. Simu glanced at the map and finally asked the question he cared about. Well, how much is the mission reward this time? Jiraiya pouted speechlessly. Generally, novices will have two extremes when facing tasks. One is to turn pale with fear, for fear of being injured or even die during the battle. The other category is as excited as Kushina, eager to complete tasks to prove that he has become a real ninja. After all, for most people in Ninja Village, becoming a ninja is an extremely honorable thing. Only Simu. This guy was not excited about being a ninja, nor was he intimidated by the danger during his first mission. All he cares about is the pay. Fortunately, Jiraiya is very receptive. In just a few days, he has accepted Simu's different thinking from ordinary people. He took out the mission scroll and glanced at it. This time it's a sea-level task, and the reward is 60,000 taels. Half of the 60,000 taels needs to be handed over to the village, and then the teacher who leads the team will take half, and the rest will be divided equally among you. That is to say, the Simu you can get is about 5,000 taels. Simu gasped when he heard that. It turns out that Konoha is the capitalist. The ninjas were going through life and death to perform the task, and half of the commission was taken away by the village. He picked his nostrils in disdain, and flew a booger bomb out. Konoha is too ruthless, and why do you get half of the reward? Jiraiya spread her hands. This is the village's regulation, and it has nothing to do with me. To be honest, if Simu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't even care how much he paid for this mission. Simu wanted to continue complaining, but immediately felt a chill beside him. He turned his head and saw that Kushina's red hair had burned like a flame at some point. I don't know when a black spot appeared on the innocent face. Well, when did you get moles, Kushina? Kushina's fists were clenched and his eyes were about to burst into flames. Hanyu Simu, you die for me. The rock-like fist slammed down on Simu mercilessly. The moment Simu sensed the killing intent, Simu turned on elementalization. Xian Junei's terrifying power directly blasted Simu's head into countless light spots. Fist through the dot of light, smashing the giant tree on Simu's back in two. It's terrible, this terrifying power. Simu's body recondenses on the nearby tree. With lingering fear, he inserted his fingers into his nostrils. The veins on Kushina's face burst out and he roared, Hanyu Simu, if you dare to flick your boogers, I'll tear you in half. Simu hastily pulled his finger out. Girls or something, it's really scary. During the few days to the village, the Simu team isn't always on the move. Jiraiya would guide Minato and Kushina on their practice during their daily breaks. For example, Kushina's strange power was learned in the past few days, and her talent in this ability seems to be pretty good. Jiraiya's eyes twitched as he looked at the giant tree split from the middle to both sides. He seemed to see the shadow of a certain woman in Kushina. Minato also played a smooth game in embarrassment. Kushina, your weird power is really well cultivated. Simu saw that Kushina lost his temper a little and landed on the ground again, but he was still ready to turn into an element at any time. No way, I don't know if it is because of 9 tails in the body. The power of Xian Junei's strange power is extremely terrifying, and she doesn't look like a newcomer at all. Even a solid rock would be destroyed by her full blow. After all, strange power is different from ordinary ninjutsu. Others need to spend a lot of energy to control chakra in order to enhance the power of ninjutsu and reduce the loss of chakra. But these problems are completely absent for Kushina. She herself has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, plus the existence of 9 tails in her body. There is no need to control chakra at all, just release your own chakra as you like. Massive chakra is the ultimate mystery of the ninjutsu strange power. Unlike Kushina, Minato is concentrating on improving the control of chakra. From time to time, you can see him tossing and turning his open palm, controlling the chakra in his hand. This is also related to Minato's physique. Compared to Kushina, his amount of chakra is not much. So if you want to give full play to your own advantages, you must start with chakra's control. As for Simu, you can't see how he is cultivating. Every day besides sleeping is eating. Sometimes I even go fishing by the river. Jiraiya once thought that he was not out on a mission, but out for a spring outing. But thanks to him, they didn't have to eat military food pills all at once. After a brief rest, they finally arrived at the mission location in the middle of the night. Simu glanced at the sky. There is a cliff in front of you, and the base of the bandits is built on the cliff. The icy cold wind slapped everyone's faces. It's really cold. In this weather, it would be great if I could make hot pot at home. Simu pulled his clothes and hid his palms deep in his trouser pockets. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Stop talking nonsense, and get rid of these gangsters quickly. Attention, I won't make a move this time. Jiraiya warns that this is just a gang of ordinary gangsters, there are no ninjas. For the 3 of them, the biggest problem is not that they can't beat them. It's a psychological issue. As novices, whether they can make up their minds to kill is an important criterion for whether they can become an excellent ninja. No. Simu replied casually. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. These 10-meter high cliffs may be a natural barrier to ordinary people, but it can only be said to be a piece of cake in front of ninjas. Minato and Kushina followed closely behind. Use chakra to attach your feet to the cliff, and sneak into the camp as if walking on the ground. 5-6. You lost, drink quickly. A large group of bandits were sitting around the bonfire at this moment, wantonly shaking the dice in their hands. The pungent smell of alcohol permeates the entire camp. On the one hand, they looped ropes randomly around the necks of several children and tied them to a wooden stake. Just like cattle, sheep, and livestock. A man accidentally dropped the dice. A bunch of people immediately booed. 3 cups fine. 3 cups fine. Just drink it? Laozi goes to the bathroom first. Immediately there was a burst of laughter around the campfire. The man got up, took off his pants, and urinated on the cliff. Suddenly he heard something moving at the bottom of the cliff, and he stuck his head out to have a look. A figure rushed out from the shadows beside him. The blonde hair flashed away in the dark night, and the kunai in his hand slashed across the gangster's throat neatly. Enemy. He only had time to utter a single word before dying. The unpleasant smell of blood permeated the air, which made Minato, who had never killed anyone, look a little ugly. Even though Minato has been careful to control the movement, the camp is too small. The other gangsters quickly noticed something was wrong and stood up hastily. Who is it? They hastily took up arms. Looking up, a strong golden light has filled the entire sky. Originally, Simu didn't have much hatred for these gangsters, but he changed his mind the moment he saw those children who were tied up like cattle and sheep and dressed in rags. As if the sun was suddenly born from the night, countless light spots fell from the sky like a rainstorm. Simu spoke slowly. Excuse me, have you seen the light? The sunglasses on Simu's face reflected a golden light. It illuminated him as a god. The open hands waved down gently, and the golden torrential rain poured down in an instant. Each point of light is as powerful as a bullet. What is this? Is it a ninja? It's Konoha's ninja. The huge pressure between life and death made these gangsters sober up from their drunken state in an instant. Facing the golden light rain falling wantonly, all they can do is brandish their weapons, trying to resist the fate of death. It's a pity that this flash of light cannot be resisted by these ordinary weapons at all. The light spots hit brilliant sparks on the weapons like bullets, then shatter them, and finally penetrate the gangster's body. Blood spattered and wailed everywhere. These 8 words could not be more appropriate to describe this scene. Even the ground and the nearby tents were blown to pieces under this terrible attack. Only a few children, huddled aside in fear, survived. The torrential rain mixed with the blooming scarlet blood flowers interweaved into a shocking but terrifying picture scroll in their pupils. They hugged each other and buried their heads firmly on the ground, not daring to face this terrifying scene. I am afraid that I will be killed on the spot because of the discomfort caused by one breath. Damn. A gangster was pierced with 4 or 5 wounds. While resisting with difficulty, he threw himself at the children. Since you are going to hell, you should die together. With a hoarse voice, he threw away the long knife in his hand, and flew straight towards the children. I'm really sorry. A lazy voice sounded. A golden flash fell from the sky, and the condensed Simu tilted his head and stepped on the flying long knife under his feet. He pointed a finger at the gangster and asked politely, "Excuse me, can't you die well?" The gangster's pupils dilated instantly, and a laser beam condensed from Simu's fingertips, stretched into a long line and penetrated the gangster's abdomen. Then another, and another. Dozens of flashes of light pierced different parts of the bandit, but they still left him breathless, howling in pain on the ground. Simu, Minato and Kushina are still sprinting. Just about to rush up, it turned out that Simu was 1 step ahead of them. Then the gangsters were wiped out in an instant. To be honest, I haven't seen Simu look so serious. Kushina looked at Simu, who was constantly shining, and his eyes were full of disbelief. In their impression, Simu has always been a fool. Even if he became a ninja, he would be careless along the way. Who would have thought that such a salted fish would kill dozens of gangsters in one go? It's because of those kids. Minato holds kunai tightly in his palm. Like Simu, he hates this kind of human traffickers extremely. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the shadows, touched his chin. This kid is finally serious, Guangdan. In the battlefield, when those children raised their heads, they only saw a white coat with the word justice written on it. The man in the coat of justice stood in front of them, just blocking the bloody battlefield. It's like a dividing line. The world in front is full of war, and the world behind is peaceful. Guys, you are safe. Simu took off his clothes and gently covered them, blocking the battlefield. The following things are not suitable for children. He walked slowly into the battlefield, stomping on their heads one by one, until the last 3 remain. I'm really sorry. Simu gently wiped the bloodline off the gangster's face. Excuse me, where will you send those children before? The gangster panted heavily and smiled at Simu. Hey, it seems that you don't want to talk about it. What a pity. He picked up the bandit and threw it into the air. Raise your hand. Golden flashes flashed across the night sky. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the raging flames instantly burned it into coke. Simu crouched down and looked at the only 2 people left. How about you 2 gentlemen? Even after a battle, Simu's clothes are spotless. In the eyes of the 2 survivors, this appearance was completely demonic. It's Satan? Simu. Minato walked over to Simu's side with some concern. A gangster finally couldn't bear the terrible psychological pressure and collapsed. I said. You dare. The other gangster got excited, but in the next second, Simu stepped on his head and couldn't move. Please shut up first. Simu flicked his palm, and made a pistol gesture to aim at the gangster who opened his mouth. Please tell me everything you know, sir. Black market? It's a black market. The gangster said in a panic, afraid that if he spoke slowly, Simu would stumble him. Black market? It sounds like something out of the ordinary. Simu touched his chin, his eyes were full of murderous intent. That's right, it's the black market. The gangster hurriedly said, just about 10 kilometers away in that direction, underground, there is a black market. The children we capture will all be sent to that black market in exchange for money. Simu pushed his sunglasses slightly. It's really a good business. It seems that those people should make a lot of money. He picked the gangster up with his toes. If that's the case, please sir, please accompany me for a walk. Simu picked up the gangster with one hand and kicked another gangster under his feet towards Kushina. Kushina, please kill him. Kushina froze for a moment. He thought Simu would do it himself, but he didn't expect to hand the final blow to himself. She looked at Minato for help. The latter took out a handful of kunai and handed it to Kushina. Go ahead, come on. Minato patted her on the shoulder. Obviously, he agrees with Simu's idea. After all, the main purpose of this mission is to let their team see blood. I have personally killed an enemy. Not to mention Simu, a set of outbreaks directly took away a large wave. Now only Kushina is left. Kushina swallowed and took kunai from Minato. Clenching her hands tightly, she closed her eyes tightly, and swung a knife at the twisted gangster in front of her. Stabbed. The sharp kunai cut through the fragile skin easily. Bright red and warm blood spewed from the throat and splashed on Kushina's white face. The smell of burning, blood, and excrement mixed together. Kushina tightly held the blood-stained kunai in her hand, and the corpse at her feet was losing temperature little by little, and gradually became cold. There was a sudden tumbling in her stomach. She gritted her teeth tightly and forcibly suppressed the discomfort in her body with willpower. Call. Looking at kunai with blood on his hands, he glanced at the children next to him covered by the coat of justice. Her eyes gradually became firmer. It was as if something in my mind suddenly shattered. At this moment she has transformed. She's no longer the discriminated redhead who spends her days at ninja school chanting she's going to be Hokage. Instead, he became a real ninja. Under the witness of blood and fire. Simu nodded slightly. For a girl who has never seen blood before, being able to do this is pretty good. Minato seemed to see what Simu wanted to do, and hurriedly dissuaded him. Simu, we don't know the information about the black market exchange. Shouldn't we find out before we act? You must know that there are many mercenaries in the black market exchange. The most famous representative role is Kakuzu, who will join the Akatsuki organization in the future. That was the man who fought against first Hokage and managed to survive. When everything is investigated, those children may be gone. Simu said something lightly, then waved his hands. Don't worry, I'll be fine. In the next second, he carried the gangster, turned into a flash of light and flew into the forest. After a few bounces, he disappeared from the sight of Minato and others. All that was left was the gangster's panicked screams. Simu. Minato's arm stopped in midair. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned and finally appeared. What a mess. Although Simu's strength is quite good, the mercenaries of the black market exchange are ruthless characters who lick blood on the tip of their knives all the year round. Among them are some with Jonin strength. If Simu runs into it, I'm afraid it will be more or less auspicious. You send these children back to the village, and I will chase that kid back. Yes. Although Minato really wanted to go with Jiraiya to support Simu, but considering that Kushina might be in danger when she is alone, she decided to stay. Simu was running fast, and the gangsters in his hands were miserable. Not everyone has the terrifying physique of Simu to withstand such a high-speed dash. The consequence of this is that when Simu put the gangster down, he can only lie on the ground and vomit continuously. Where is the exchange? Hearing Simu's cold question, the gangster dared not delay anymore. Swallowing back the bitter water that was about to be spit out, he pointed to a big dry tree in front of him and said, "Just under that tree hole. Can you let me go, please?" The gangster raised his head, and what greeted him was endless light. With this kind of scum, there shouldn't be any need for benevolence and morality. Simu comforted himself, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the tree hole above the dead tree. It's really hidden, and I noticed a terrible breath. Hehe, your perception is pretty good. A dark shadow slowly walked out from behind the dead tree. The visitor was wrapped in a black windbreaker, with curly dark green hair, and a Kirigakure forehead protector on his forehead. The difference is that there is a deep cut mark on the forehead protector. It just divides the four flow curves of Kirigakure into two. This is a sign of rebellion. In this way, he expressed his complete break with the original village. Generally speaking, rebels will be violently chased and killed by the original village. Only those who are strong enough can survive. Simu put his hands in his trouser pockets, raised his mouth, and exaggeratedly said, "It's so scary, it's Kirigakure's traitorous ninja." Seeing Simu like this, instead of feeling angry, the visitor grinned and laughed out loud. "Boy, I have to say, you are very brave. You dare to come to the underground gold exchange all by yourself. It's a pity that you met me today, underground hunter wild scythe Weijin Mero." He lifted off the windbreaker, and the arm underneath was already covered with bandages. A huge red scythe as tall as Simu gleamed bloodthirsty in the moonlight. His eyes glowed scarlet, and he smiled strangely at Simu. "Ha ha ha, boy, are you so frightened that you PS? Weijin Mero, is an A-rank rebel who is wanted by Kirigakure. Everyone in the underground world knows about it." Simu twitched the corners of his mouth, and pulled out his palm, which was so hard to keep warm, from his pocket. He scratched his short hair. "It's really scary, it's Kirigakure's traitor Jinmero-sama. Ha 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 ha, it's good that you know how to be afraid." Weijin Mero showed a crazy smile. It wasn't until this time that Simu realized that the corner of this guy's mouth was torn open, and then wrapped with a thin black thread. "It looks like a clown in a cartoon. It's really pervert, it's scary." Simu said that he has not seen such a pervert guy for a long time. Weijin Mero burst into another strange laugh, as if he was very happy about Simu saying that he was pervert. "Ha ha ha, yes, pervert. I am pervert." With a flick of his wrist, the slender sickle fell to the ground in an instant, bringing a trace of chill. "Pervert is going to chop you up." Simu scratched his head in distress. "It's terrible, it even rhymes. You're not an underground rapper, are you?" Simu said something that made people wonder. Although Weijin Mero didn't know what he meant. But he finds Simu, which calls itself pervert, to his liking. "So, I must eat you." Hidden under the windbreaker, I stepped on the ground with both feet. In an instant, the scarlet scythe appeared behind Simu. Gobajin Mero's tiny pupils were moving around on Simu's neck, as if considering where to start. In his eyes, this little guy who didn't know where he came from was just a prey for his own fun. The only value is to provide a little fun to your boring life. It's a terrible speed, have you chosen it? Simu turned his head, his calm eyes met Uchiha. Hey, go to hell. He leaned back the long sickle, and with the strength of his waist, he drove the sickle to slash down, drawing a beautiful arc in midair. Hey, it's hit. Uchiha screamed excitedly. The sharp sickle cut Simu down the middle, but how did so many light spots emerge from the wound? Uchiha was puzzled, and Simu turned around with his broken body in two. It was a terrible blow. It almost killed me. Simu held up 10 fingers to point at Uchiha. Are you ready? Finger pistol Jade. The air blurred for a while, and 10 finger pistols were released from Simu's hand at the same time, turning into 10 air bullets and hitting Uchiha, who was almost close to the body. How is this possible? After all, the latter is also a seasoned killer in the black market. Although he is crazy, his strength is online, and his reaction speed between life and death is not slow. The moment he realized something was wrong, he suddenly adjusted his position. Therefore, Simu's 10 shots of finger pistol only hit 5 shots, which pierced his shoulders, abdomen, and other places. Bright red blood spewed out from the hole between the flesh and blood in an instant. Uchiha grinned, put his feet a little above the branches, and hurriedly distanced himself from Simu. The two parts of Simu's severed body have already healed together quickly. He patted his chest with lingering fear. It's terrible, I almost died. Uchiha put away his weird smile and became serious. His beastly intuition told him that this opponent was definitely not easy. Since physical attacks can't work against him, then use ninjutsu. He made mudras with his hands, and the chakra in his body surged rapidly, finally converging on the sickle. Wind-style gale sickle. The scarlet sickle slashed horizontally towards the front, and the surrounding air gathered together under the effect of ninjutsu, forming a huge wind blade. Along with Uchiha's slashing attack, he slashed and flew away. The strong air current made the surrounding trees tremble. The leaves hit each other frantically, making an extremely loud noise. The strong wind hit Simu's face, and the trees in front of him were easily cut in half by the huge wind blade. These ordinary trees are simply not enough to withstand this violent wind scythe. What a terrible ninjutsu. Simu stood where he was, the wind blade was like a hurricane trying to cut him apart. He slowly raised his feet, and golden light spots quickly emitted from above. Step on the incoming wind blade hard? The violent and unstoppable wind blade stopped abruptly in front of Simu. Then it was trampled to pieces by bare feet, broken into pieces. With a terrible roar, the huge wind blade was shattered into countless sharp airflows, destroying all the trees within a few meters around Simu. Broken trees were inserted randomly on the muddy ground. Simu looked like he was standing among the ruins. The only difference is that he doesn't have any stains on his body. The wind gently blew the hem of his clothes, and under Uchiha's incredulous eyes, Simu raised his long legs again. Tempest kick? The powerful kick tore through the air, and countless half-moon-shaped vacuum slashes flew towards Uchiha like a violent storm. Muji's wind-style ninjutsu. Uchiha couldn't laugh at all at this time. Just kidding, my all-out blow was actually trampled away by someone. What's more, Simu after stomping his attacks away, you don't even need to use a seal, you can use your feet to use wind-style ninjutsu that is no less powerful than your own? Isn't this pure disgusting person? Uchiha, who had never been so humiliated in his life, directly bit his lip and bled. He swung the heavy sickle in his hand, chopping off the oncoming blows continuously. Every slash will create an incomparably gorgeous flame on the sickle, and every strong impact will continue to hit Uchiha's confidence. After some indiscriminate bombardment, Simu's violent offensive finally stopped. Is this guy finally tired? Uchiha's eyes regained their light. If that's the case, I'm going to be rude. He gathered all the chakra on his feet, slowly moved away from the giant scythe in front of him, ready to run away at any time. But when he looked at Simu, he found that Simu, who was more than 10 meters away from him, had disappeared in place. Did this damn guy run away? He looked left and right, but couldn't find Simu, until a lazy voice sounded from behind. Yo, excuse me, are you looking for me? With his hands in his pockets, Simu appeared behind Uchiha at some point. Damn it. Uchiha seemed to see a ghost. Chakra, who had been condensed for a long time, erupted instantly, and under conditioned reflex, he flew tens of meters away in one breath. He ran away without looking back. Simu picked his nose. Brother, didn't you say you want to taste mine? Why don't you say what you say? Hear Simu banter behind him. Uchiha didn't look back. What a joke. To stay and fight this kind of person, he might as well find a wall and smash his head to death. It's a pity, how could Simu, who has the ability of sparkling fruit, be at a disadvantage in terms of speed? In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Uchiha with his hands in his pockets. A strong sense of powerlessness occupied Uchiha's whole body. What kind of monster is this guy? Seemingly aware of Uchiha's reluctance, Simu spoke slowly. Do you know what it's like to be kicked by light? Before Uchiha could reply, Simu's dazzling kick had already hit him precisely in the abdomen. Light speed kick? With the blessing of this speed, an ordinary kick can also cause unimaginable damage. The golden light spread out like ripples. Uchiha flew out like lightning, smashing an unknown number of trees. In the depths of the woods, a road with a width of 2 or 3 meters was plowed. Simu appeared beside the fallen Uchiha. After confirming that the latter was dead, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's so dangerous, it almost capsized in the gutter. Jiraiya, who just rushed to the scene to see this scene, was full of black lines. This guy, Uchiha is not some unknown person. As Kirigakure's A-rank wanted criminal, he once had a terrible record of killing Kirigakure Jonin alone. Although not necessarily from a frontal confrontation when Vice Admiral kills it. But these things are not valued on the battlefield. People only care about life and death. Simu's talent is powerful enough to make Jiraiya click his tongue. But he still didn't expect Simu to be able to kill Uchiha by himself. More importantly, looking at the way he put his hands in his pockets, it doesn't look like he has gone through a fierce battle. It's really an incredible treasure. Jiraiya muttered to herself. Instead of showing up, he continues to watch Simu's actions. Simu looked away from Gobajinmaru. It landed on the tree hole not far away again. There was so much noise in the battle just now, the people in the gold exchange must have sensed the enemy's invasion. As predicted, just as Simu walked towards the entrance of the cave, 3 ninjas came out of it. They looked towards Simu, and Gojinmaru's body was lying quietly at Simu's feet. Master Uchiha actually. Disbelief written all over their faces. After all, Uchiha is the strongest underground mercenary in the vicinity, and it is also the umbrella of several gold exchanges. Didn't expect to be beheaded by a little devil who looked only 11 or 12 years old. The idea is difficult. Withdraw quickly. The 3 made a quick decision. People who can't even solve Uchiha, they have no chance. Too bad Simu won't give them that chance. A flash of light condensed from in front of them. Do you want to try the feeling of being kicked by light? Before the mercenary in the middle could react, the 2 companions beside him had already been kicked out by a flash of light. Well, can I surrender? The mercenary raised his hands, and when a trace of hesitation appeared on Simu's face, he immediately took off his clothes and threw them at Simu. Immediately, the whole person leaned back, and the moment he fell from the branch, he pressed his hands to the ground. Use the reaction force to escape quickly. What a fool. There was a sizzling sound on the clothes he discarded. It turned out that the clothes were covered with detonating symbols by this guy. Boom. The terrible explosion completely swallowed Simu whole. Even a ninja who is good at physical arts, there is absolutely no way to survive this kind of explosion. The corner of the mercenary's mouth curled up slightly. Fight with me, you are still a little too tender. The little devil in his teens was completely played by his ninja old fritters. He was about to search for the corpses of his 2 companions and Uchiha, but when he turned his head, he saw a flash of light appearing in front of him. Simu fell from the sky. The slowly falling face just appeared in front of the mercenary. As expected of a mercenary, it's scary. Simu raised 1 foot and said slowly, in order not to let you hurt me, can I ask you to die? Boom. The mercenary only saw a golden flash, and the next second he flew upside down, saying goodbye to this world completely. Simu turns 360 degrees and lands. He patted his slightly dusty trousers. It's really troublesome. I have to wash my pants again when I go back. Putting his hands into his trouser pockets again, he came to the tree hole. Moshi, is anyone there? He made a phone call with his palm and put it next to his mouth, and then said, if there is no one, I will open the door myself. The golden light suddenly appeared. A light speed kick directly destroyed the dead tree trunk in front of him. After experiencing a violent tremor, the ground was also completely shattered, exposing the passages and underground buildings inside. A Mediterranean wretched man was crouching behind the counter trembling with his head in his arms. There are various rewards posted on the wall behind him. Among them is Simu's teacher, Jiraiya, one of Konoha-senin. The bounty offered reached 70 million taels. This is the price of dozens of S-level tasks. Simu couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. I was thinking about when to cheat Jiraiya, catch him and sell him for money. You dare to attack the underground gold exchange. Seeing that Simu didn't move, the Mediterranean man said sternly. Simu tilted his head. What's wrong? Can't you? The Mediterranean man looked at Simu's inexperienced look and warned. The water behind the underground gold exchange is very deep. You guys who can't handle it, stop quickly. It's terrible. Simu looked terrified, turned around and asked. Have any of you received children from nearby villages recently? Mediterranean men have a good look at it. Does this kid like children? He hastily squeezed out a smile. Of course. These are fresh goods that just arrived. To tell you the truth, there are not only local ones but also Konoha ones. He opened a cage, and inside was a little girl with short black hair. The appearance is very delicate, it looks like a beauty embryo, and the age seems to be about the same as Simu. What caught Simu the most was that the girl's pupils were white. Looks, exactly like Hinata? Seeing that Simu's gaze has been lingering on these children, the Mediterranean man's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together, showing a wretched smile. He pointed to the girl with white pupils and said, this is the item designated by the daimyo of the country of thunder. It is a child of the Hyuga clan of Konoha ninja clan. Even in the underground, it is a rare item. There are many high-level people in various countries who like to buy these ninjas. After all, ordinary people are still tired of playing, and the special attributes of ninjas can make them feel more comfortable playing. Well, this girl seems to have a good ninja talent. Simu looked at the little girl in front of him. This person is one of his classmates in the ninja school. Hyuga Ling from the Hyuga clan. Based on her looks, combined with an almost identical appearance to Hinata, Simu has reason to judge, this can't be Hinata's mother, right? The moment Hyaga Ling Ai saw Simu, surprise flashed in his eyes. Now that Simu has come here, does that mean Konoha's reinforcements are also here? Since that's the case, then hero, can you see if you can raise your hand? Mediterranean looked at Simu with a smile, and wanted to exchange these children for his own life. As for the ninja, the big deal is to spend money to buy one to make up the number. There is only one life. Simu glanced at the chained children, then at the Mediterranean Sea. What you said seems to make sense. The smile on Mediterranean's face grew even wider. He knew that no one could resist the offensive of beauty. Pity. Simu raised his head suddenly, and at some point a lightsaber had condensed in his hand. Mediterranean opened his eyes incredulously, looking at the lightsaber piercing through his abdomen. It's a pity, all I care about is money, never beauty. Blood dripped down the lightsaber onto the ground. The eyes of those children resurfaced with light. Simu raised his finger, and flashes of light shot out, precisely breaking the shackles wrapped around them. The moment the shackles shattered, Hyaga Ling Ai couldn't wait to stand up. But the long-term malnutrition prevented her from condensing chakra, and even the basic physical strength could not be guaranteed. This is also the measure taken to prevent these slaves from escaping. As a result, Hyaga Ling Ai just stood up and fell down. Fortunately, Simu catches it quickly. The two looked at each other for an instant. Miss Ling Yi, I'm not a bad person. If I'm too anxious, I'll fall down easily. Hyaga Ling Ai lowered her head shyly, avoiding Simu's sight. A blush suddenly appeared on the originally fair face. She, like Simu, is nothing more than a novice ninja. The first mission fell into the hands of underground hunters. Because of the white eyes, every branch house of the Hyaga family will be implanted with a spell called Caged Bird. As long as someone tries to poach the supercilious eyes of the Hyaga clan, Caged Bird will be activated immediately, and the host will die together. So Hyaga Ling Ai is ready to die. After all, those people in the family will never allow the white eyes to wander outside. Unexpectedly, it was Simu who saved him. The close contact at this time made Hyaga Ling Ai feel a little shy subconsciously. After Simu helped Hyaga Ling Ai up, he let go. Only his eyes stayed on her chest for a moment. Even though he is about the same age as himself, he has grown up to be magnificent, and look at that guy Kushina. Alas, don't mention it. Looking back, Simu looked up helplessly and said something. Have you seen enough theater? Oh, I don't want to disturb you, a hero, to save the beauty. Jiraiya jumped down with a wicked smile on her face. Seeing this, Hyaga Ling Ai's face turned even redder. You're doing really well. Jiraiya patted Simu on the shoulder and encouraged him generously. No way, Simu's performance is almost perfect this time. Even the guy from third generation couldn't fault it. The only shortcoming is that he is a little impulsive, but this shortcoming is perfectly concealed under his powerful strength. In the world of ninjas, only the result is important. Simu scratched his head, this kind of thing doesn't matter. The key is, can the heads of these people be sold for money? Jiraiya froze for a moment. And Simu has gone to the back of the counter and pulled out a lot of banknotes from the cabinet. Then he took off a reward from the wall, and the photo on it was Weijin Meru. The bounty offered is 10 million taels. My good fellow, this underground gold exchange is so ruthless that even my own people offer rewards. Jiraiya glanced at his own portrait with a guilty conscience, coughed and said, well, we are regular and legal ninjas, so don't get involved in these underground world affairs. This time the mission is successfully completed. Pack up your things and go back to Konoha immediately. Simu nodded with some regret, and pointed to those children. What about these people? Send back the nearby ones, and let them go if they are from other places. Jiraiya replied. Konoha doesn't have the fine style of helping others raise their children. In that case, Simu pulled his palm out of his trouser pocket, condensing a lightsaber. Then, under Jiraiya's incomprehensible gaze, 8 large characters were carved on the wall. Kizaru Konoha, come here for a visit. Oh, so you're going back to Konoha with Simu's little girlfriend. Kushina looked at Hyaga Ling Ai with a melan-eating expression, and then at Simu. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the ground and said with a smile, you can say that. Simu rolled his eyes, put his hands in his pockets and said nothing. He was too lazy to argue with Kushina about such nonsense. On the other hand, Hyaga Ling Ai blushed and said in a low voice, it's not my little girlfriend. Kushina moved closer to Hyaga Ling Ai and extended his palm generously. Hello, my name is Kushina, and I will be Konoha's first female Hokage in the future. Hello. Hyaga Ling Ai is like a frightened fawn. It seems that she has not completely escaped from the shadow of being captured by underground hunters. Perhaps feeling Kushina's kindness, she introduced herself in a soft voice. My name is Hyaga Rei, and my dream is... She lowered her head quietly, I don't have any dreams. Sensing Ling Yi's loss, Kushina patted her undeveloped chest like a big sister's head. It's okay, when I become a Hokage, I will definitely cover you. Hyaga Ling Ai glanced at Kushina flattered, and said softly, thank you. Simu yawned, picked up the simple fishing rod he had just finished and disappeared. What did he go for? Hyaga Ling Ai asked, pointing in the direction where Simu disappeared. Kushina curled her lips, that guy, he must have gone fishing. Let me tell you, that fellow Simu is very annoying, you must not be fooled by him. Kushina took the opportunity to speak ill of Simu. Hyaga Ling Ai kept nodding, and then asked, do you know where he went fishing? Kushina patted himself on the forehead. The girl is gone. After Ling Yi left, Minato came over. What's wrong? Kushina snorted. I don't know what drug Simu gave Ling Yi, so I went to find him. Minato scratched his blonde hair. I'm telling you, don't keep saying bad things about Simu, he has no other shortcomings except salty fish. Kushina glared at Minato, you men don't have a good thing. Minato froze. What does it matter to me? Looking at the strange atmosphere among the students, Jiraiya smiled slightly. He leaned on the branch and sighed softly, youth is really wonderful. Then he took out a small notebook and seized the time to finish his book Intimate Heaven. Simu, who was fishing, turned his head slightly. What are you doing here? Ling Yi stopped immediately, and unconsciously circled with his hands. That, I'm here to thank you. Thank. Simu turned his head and asked. Yes, thank you for saving me from the gold exchange. Simu waved his hand. You're welcome, we are classmates, this is what I should do. Seeing that Simu didn't continue to speak, Hyaga Ling Ai carefully squatted beside him. Are you fishing? Okay. Simu quietly held the fishing rod and waited. Suddenly, the fishing line shook slightly. Simu cheered up instantly and shook again. Hooked. He stood up abruptly, waving his hands. The slender fishing line reflected crystal light in the sun, and a fat black fish was pulled out of the water. Lunch is settled. There was a rare smile on Simu's face. Not even Marine Admiral can resist the joy of getting fish. Hyaga Ling Ai also laughed. Well, I can help. Can you fish? Simu looked at Ling Yi in surprise. The latter nodded slightly. For the next 10 minutes, Hyaga Ling Ai seemed to be hanging on, catching fish one after another, and Simu was stunned. Seemingly embarrassed by Simu's look, she whispered. When I was a kid, when no one was playing with me, I would sneak off to go fishing, so, you are really amazing. Simu praised sincerely. Hyaga Ling Ai's face turned red instantly. Where is it? Simu gave the fishing rod to Ling Yi, and then made a new one himself, and the two fished side by side. After a while, Hyaga Ling Ai plucked up the courage to ask. Student Simu, why are you so good? Okay, just last night, you were amazing. Hyaga Ling Ai looked at Simu seriously. Simu scratched his head. Not at all, you are amazing, you can catch so many fish. While talking, Hyaga Ling Ai's eyes suddenly burst into tears. If I could be as good as you, my teammates might not have to die. Tears smashed into the river, stirring up ripples. Out of nowhere, Hyaga Ling Ai remembered that terrible night. Each partner died in front of him. In the end, only myself survived because of these special eyes. It's all my fault, if it wasn't for me. Hyaga Ling Ai hugged her legs, tears could not stop falling down. It's not your fault. Simu raised his palm and placed it gently on top of Ling Yi's head. Feeling the temperature above his head, Ling Yi raised his head with tears in his eyes. If you feel that you are too weak, then go get stronger. Strong enough to protect the people you want to protect. In the process of returning to Konoha, Jiraiya suddenly received an urgent mission and went to the mission location first. And Simu and others finally returned to Konoha 2 days later. Minato offered to propose, go to have a good meal tonight. Kushina immediately agreed excitedly. Okay, let's eat Ichiraku ramen. I haven't eaten for a long time. Minato took a look at Hyaga Ling Ai and invited him actively. If Ling Ai wants to go, come with us. Is it okay? Hyaga Ling Ai asked weakly. After all, she didn't have any friends since she was a child, and she couldn't adapt to Kushina's enthusiasm for a while. Of course can. Kushina hugged Ling Yi's arm directly. Girls' friendships are just so magical sometimes. In just a few days, Kushina and Ling Yi have become close like sisters. What about you, Simu? Minato looked at Simu and asked. Simu is of course no problem. These days, he either eats Bing Liang pills or fish, and he almost throws up. It's not bad to improve your life by eating some ramen noodles. It's a pity that the sky is not as good as people want. A ninja appeared in front of everyone. Hanyu Simu, Lord Hokage wants you to hand over the mission. Simu frowned. Can't we let Minato go? He glanced at the gradually darkening sky. At this time, he should be lying down at home after eating. Hand over the task? Isn't this overtime in disguise? Minato didn't care, but the Umbu ninja shook his head and said, Master Hokage appointed you to go. Minato could only shrug and give Simu a helpless look. What a hassle. Simu sighed and said, you go to Ichiraku ramen and wait for me first, I will come back as soon as I go. After all, he turned into a flash of light and appeared outside Hokage's office window. Umbu outside was taken aback, and just as he was about to make a move, he was suppressed by third generation's gesture. Simu turned a blind eye. He was not surprised that Hokage's office had such a defensive force. It should be said that without him, Konoha would feel that Konoha was going to be finished. Reaching out and knocking on the window, Simu asked casually, can I come in, please? Third generation sighed, forcing a smile on his face. Come in, did you learn this habit of climbing windows from Jiraiya? Simu opened the window and jumped to the third generation target. He scratched his head embarrassedly. In order to get off work quickly. Seemingly speaking the truth, Simu quickly changed his words. No, in order to quickly listen to Hokage-sama's teachings, I had to do it. Third generation took another breath. I keep telling myself in my heart that this is Jiraiya's student and it is normal. In a sense, Simu can also be regarded as the descendant of third generation. Third generation sprinkled some tobacco into the pipe and lit it. Generally speaking, he would not smoke in front of his juniors. But if he didn't smoke when facing Simu, he was afraid that he would not be able to restrain his fist. After taking a deep breath, he finally felt comfortable. You guys did a good job this time. Simu put his hands in his pockets, found a chair to sit on, and crossed his legs. He said perfunctorily, it's not bad. Third generation took another deep breath. The commissioner is very satisfied with your completion. Simu nodded indifferently. He doesn't care about this, he only cares about one thing, and that is to get off work quickly. I have been on a business trip for a week, and I have to work overtime just after I come back, which is annoying. Third generation saw Simu seemed a little anxious, and finally asked his real question. You defeated Uchiha Jinmero. Speaking of this, Simu's face changed, and he patted his chest with lingering fear. Master Hokage, I'm excited when you say this. You don't know how terrifying that Uchiha Jinmero is. His physical skills are extremely powerful, and his wind style is even more powerful. It was only a little bit, really just a little bit, and I was pierced through my heart by him with a sickle. While talking, Simu picked up the cup on the third generation table, ready to take a sip of water to calm the shock. But after getting half of it, I seemed a little disgusted and let it go. Noticing the increasingly ugly expression on third generation's face, he finally restrained himself a little. In short, this mission is really too dangerous. Master Hokage, please don't let me perform this kind of mission in the future. Cough cough cough. Third generation put his palm to his mouth and coughed a few times. Face full of helplessness. The situation Jiraiya explained to herself was crushing Uchiha Jinmero. But looking at Simu like this, he doesn't look like someone with Jonin's strength. Forget it, let me tell you something. Jiraiya has been called for a special task, and it may take a while. During this period, your team is free to arrange practice. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me directly. Simu's eyes lit up suddenly. That is to say, we don't need to travel during this time. No more missions. Looking at the beaming Simu, third generation shook his head helplessly. Yes. Got it, Lord Hokage. Konoha, the biggest darkness hidden under this big tree. Deep in the shadows of the earth. Roots. Abarame Ryoma wears a thin round sunglasses. At this time, he was kneeling on one knee in front of an old man. He is none other than Shimura Danzo, known in the ninja world as the darkness of the ninja. At this time, Danzo's arm has been injured and is wrapped in bandages all year round. One eye has also been permanently closed. He sat on the chair at the bottom, quietly listening to the report of his subordinates. Master Danzo, the matter of Hanyu Simu has been investigated. Abarame Ryoma is Danzo's most valued subordinate. This time he was assigned to the Simu team to monitor the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Hanyu Simu, who is said to have mastered the Wood Yetian, who was eliminated by blood successor. Before that, there was only one kind of blood succession elimination in the entire ninja world. That is Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage 2 scales Onoji. This guy is a relic from the days of first Hokage Hashirama, much older than Hiruzen. In the original space-time line, it was time for other ninja village 5th generation purposes. Of course, this also reflects the lack of talents in the land of Earth in a sense. However, although Onoki is old now, he is still in his prime. Because the country of Earth is ambitious, it has always wanted to shake the dominance of the country of Fire. At this time, Konoha also appeared a new star who was also eliminated by blood successors. How could Danzo, who is the darkness of Konoha, not pay attention? As it turns out, Simu deserves his attention. Hanyu Simu's speed is fast, so the route did not monitor him and Goba Jinmero's full battle. By the time we and Jiraiya-sama arrive, the battle is over. In other words, Hanyu Simu and Uchiha Jinmero will never fight for more than 5 minutes. Danzo's one remaining eye gleamed with excitement. He said hoarsely, "You mean, Hanyu Simu, a student who just graduated from a ninja school, took out a Jonin-level renegade within 5 minutes." Abarame Ryoma lowered his head. "That's right, but I'm not sure if he used a special method, and Uchiha Jinmero's previous physical condition. The implication is that Simu may have picked up a loophole. After all, a kid who just graduated from school at the age of 12 defeated a Jonin. This kind of thing is really too unbelievable." Thoughtful, Danzo gently waved his hands and said, "I see, let's go down." "Yes." Abarame Ryoma hesitated and said, "Master Danzo, the underground gold exchange is very dissatisfied with Simu's actions. They said that Konoha violated the regulations. If they don't make compensation, they won't send the test subjects over." Danzo squinted his eyes, revealing a faint killing intent in the slits of his eyes. "Those guys really treat me like a chicken who can be manipulated at will. You tell them to allow them to establish 2 strongholds on the border, and as for compensation, you can settle it yourself. Yes. One more thing, please. Hanyu Simu's underground bounty has been raised to 15 million taels, and the code name is Kizaru Konoha. Danzo raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that they want to kill chickens and monkeys. He lightly tapped the armrest of the seat, and said coldly, "Don't bother with them. If Hanyu Simu can't survive their hands, he won't be qualified to be a sharp sword in my hand." Yes. Simu didn't know that he was offered a reward of 15 million taels. If you know, you should think about selling yourself and then break free and come back, right? Tisk tisk, that's not what Marine Admiral should be doing. Rayleigh behavior. However, because of the spread of Kizaru's name, the increase in Simu's imitation value is real. Before performing the task, his imitation value was only 22%, but now it has risen by 5% in one breath, reached 27%. It seems that the blood of helping the weak is still flowing in Kizaru's bones. Simu was very satisfied and ate 20 bowls of tonkotsu ramen in one go. Even worse than him is Hyagaling. Her appetite is even more terrifying than Simu, and there are already 50 bowls in front of her. That, everyone just eat. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched. Originally, he was ready to be bankrupted by Simu when he was entertaining guests. Unexpectedly, another Hyagaling came. Simu glanced at the bowl in front of Ling Yi. I thought about it. Couldn't Hineda's appetite be inherited from her mother? Well, did I eat too much? I'll pay back the money myself. Hyagaling herself felt embarrassed. There is no way, the food she ate during the few days she was locked up was really bad. I was finally able to let go of eating, and I couldn't control it for a while. Simu patted her on the head. Don't worry, Minato treats you today. Is it Minato? Simu lifted his chin towards Minato. The latter could only nod with a wry smile. Kushina looked at Ling Yi and Simu, and suddenly felt an innumerable feeling in her heart. A year later, when the sakura flowers are flying, Hanyu Simu, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina are 3 new ninjas who have fully grown up and lost their innocence in blood, and can be officially called ninjas. How time flies. Simu lay on the stone bench in the park with his hands in his pockets and sighed. In a year, Konoha Kizaru has become well known in the ninja world. For the next few missions, Jiraiya no longer led the team, but handed it over to the Simu team to solve by themselves. They lived up to expectations and completed 2 A-level missions, 10 B-level missions, and countless C-level missions. The elite team that has transformed into Konoha has been completed. Burn our youth. Suddenly, a vigorous cry sounded in Simu's ear. Simu looked back helplessly. Mr. Simu, I'm here to accept your spur again. Might Dai rushed over excitedly. What is this word of tiger and wolf? With black lines all over Simu's face, he instantly kicked up Might Dai and kicked him out. One thing to say, Might Dai, this guy is many years older than himself. As for why it was the same class as myself, then it can only be said that this guy's talent is really not good, and he failed the graduation examination several times. Much worse than his son Might Dai. Only by virtue of his passion and perseverance in practicing physical skills, he was able to graduate at the same time as Simu. Might Dai got up from the pit and said excitedly, Mr. Simu, I have taught you Tempest Kick to me, and I also referred to your opinion and combined them to form a new move called Konoha Super Cyclone. Would you like to see it? Might Dai's face was full of excitement. For a year, he took Iron Body, Shaved and Tempest Kick away from Simu with his perseverance. Of course, this doesn't matter to Simu. It's just that Might where this guy is so annoying. Just when Might Dai wanted to show Simu his new moves, Simu finally saw his savior. Namikaze Minato? Yo, so it's Minato-kun, just right. Might Dai wants to find a battle opponent, so I'll trouble you. Simu put his hands in his pockets and said meanly. Finally, I can take a good rest. Might Dai's eyes lit up, and he looked at Minato suddenly. Minato-san, can I trouble you to burn my youth with me? What? Minato froze for a moment. He wanted to refuse at first, but seeing Might Dai's hot eyes, he reluctantly agreed. Okay, yes? Might Dai shook his fist violently. Then I'm not going to be polite, just take it. Leave Hurricane. Might Dai knew the gap between himself and Minato, and it was a big move as soon as he came up. He dodges in front of Minato and kicks him with a sweep. After a year of ninja career, Minato has greatly improved both in physical skills and in ninjutsu. He subconsciously took a step back. Might Dai had a sunny smile on his face. Turn around, the volley is a kick. Minato began to sense something was wrong, and raised his hand to block it. The powerful force made him take a few steps back. But Might Dai's offensive is far from over. He rolled over and pressed his hands to the ground, his feet spun wildly against Minato. The dense footprints strangled towards Minato like a whirlwind. Under the blessing of inertia, each foot is faster and heavier than the other. This is Simu's advice to Might Dai. Chung Shaved quickly approached, then used Iron Body to partially strengthen his feet, and then used inertia to quickly launch a terrifying attack like a wave. Minato resisted with difficulty with his physical skills. How about it? This is a move that Simu specially created for me. Burn your youth? Minato-san. Minato crossed his arms and was kicked by Might Dai and flew out. So this is Simu's idea, it's very creative. Minato wiped the corner of his mouth and lightly flashed Might Dai's heavy foot. Then he stepped on the ground with his feet, launching the body flicker technique. A black shadow flashed past. Minato didn't retreat but advanced, bent down and slammed into Might Dai's body hard. Might Dai's offensive was interrupted instantly. Minato backed up quickly with the help of the reaction force, and his hands formed a mudra. Wind-style great breakthrough. A huge and ferocious airflow spurted out from his mouth, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. There is no fear on Might Dai's face, only the excitement of burning youth. Minato-san, let me show you what true youth is. He stood upside down, and his feet suddenly spun. Konoha Super Whirlwind. Countless vacuum slashes flew out from his spinning feet, hitting everything around him indiscriminately. The powerful slash actually tore apart Minato's wind style. That's amazing, Might Dai. Minato praised sincerely. After performing this move, Might Dai lost all his strength and was lying on the ground panting. He said with difficulty, this is all due to Simu's classmate. This is not my credit, I just provided an idea. Simu appeared in the middle of the battlefield with his hands in his pockets. Minato looked at Simu, although Simu said so. But no matter ninjutsu or taijutsu, sometimes the most important thing is precisely this idea. Or inspiration? I really don't know how your brain grows. Minato shook his head, expressing doubts to Simu. In 1 year, Simu and Minato have developed a tacit understanding. Seeing Minato like this, Simu raised his eyebrows. That ninjutsu is finished. Minato nodded, then smiled wryly. Fortunately, I have your idea. Almost half a year ago, Simu raised his mouth when he saw Minato researching chakra nature transformation. Is it possible to spin these chakra? Preferably in a ball. After much thought, Minato felt that Simu's suggestion was brilliant. As long as you can control the speed of chakra's rotation and ensure its stability, rotation is definitely one of the top form changes. Rotation is more stable than other form changes, and it can burst out the most powerful power at the moment of contact with the enemy. Therefore, Minato started the long road of creating ninjutsu under the instigation of Simu. After all, the form change of rotation is rarely used in ninjutsu. The only thing that can be used as a reference is the revolving heaven of the Hyoga clan. Unfortunately, Hyoga Lingai is only a branch house, and revolving heaven is an advanced jujitsu that only the sect can learn. So Ling Yi is not qualified to master it. Niji in the original book is also because the talent is too high, which is why the clan made an exception to pass it on to him. Among them, there may be some reasons why his father, Hyoga Hisashi, died for Hayashi. In short, Minato's self-created ninjutsu this time is completely crossing the river without touching stones. Almost all of them are figured out bit by myself. Simu was a little surprised. Although the Raise-Non technique was originally created by Minato, but this speed still far exceeded his expectations. This also proves how terrifying Minato's talent is from the side. It is worthy of being the first person to become a Hokage as a commoner. It's just that in this year's time, Minato's limelight was overshadowed by Simu's terrifying performance. Minato raised his chin at Simu. Go and try. Simu nodded, pointing to a hill in the dead forest. Just over there. The three of them walked together to the front of the hill. Minato took a deep breath. Spread your palms out in front of you. Pale blue chakra quickly gushed from his palm. Chakra, which was originally burning like a flame, now looks like a tamed beast in Minato's hands. Obediently condensed into a ball, and then started to spin under Minato's control. Minato was extremely serious, and a few drops of sweat appeared on his face because of nervousness. As the rotation speed became faster and faster, the surrounding air was driven up, and countless airflows wrapped around Minato. Minato carefully controls the chakra in his hand. He must maintain the stability of chakra, but any mistake will cause the entire chakra group to explode instantly. After almost 20 seconds of debugging, chakra finally stabilized in Minato's hand and kept spinning at high speed. Amazing. Might Dai, who doesn't know ninjutsu, sighed. Although he doesn't know ninjutsu, he can still feel the terrifying power contained in this chakra ball. Minato-san, what is the name of this technique? Might Dai asked curiously. Minato froze for a moment. He really hadn't thought about the name yet. If you don't have a name yet, let's call it Raise-Non, Simu suddenly suggested. Minato's eyes lit up suddenly. Raise-Non, good name. Just in line with all the characteristics of this technique. If he was allowed to think for himself, he might play a spiral flash super round dance roar or something. Try his power. Minato held the Raise-Non in his hand, and pressed it hard towards the hill in front of him. Huge energy burst out instantly, stirring up countless sharp air currents. With its whirling nature, it pours into the interior of the hill and explodes from it. Under the shock of terrifying energy, half of the hill was instantly smashed to pieces. Simu looked at the hill in front of him. There was only a small hole where Minato landed, and the interior and back half of the hill had been completely destroyed by the energy released by Raise-Non. Destroyed the entire structure of the hill from the inside. Simu patted his chest. It's such a terrible technique, it's frightening to death. If you are hit by this technique, you should die instantly. Minato rolled his eyes. This guy is really hopeless. I can assure you that you will still be alive and kicking if you win the Raise-Non. Do you want to try it? Forget it, it's too scary. Simu turned his head to look in the direction of the exit of the death forest. I moved my nose. Lunch is here. Before Minato and Might Dai could react, Simu had turned into a flash and disappeared. In a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Kushina and Hyoga Lingai who came to deliver food. Simu, what happened just now? Kushina pointed in the direction of the dead forest. When they just came over, they heard a huge explosion. Oh, that guy Minato is experimenting with his new technique. It's horrible. How could Kushina believe this guy Simu's nonsense? Even if he saw an ordinary person with a hoe, he would feel horrible. Ling Yi held out the lunchbox with both hands. Mr. Simu, I made this specially for you. It is your favorite teriyaki chicken rice. Simu raised an eyebrow, and a big smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Ling Yi. Ling Yi pinched the corner of his clothes and said coyly, you're welcome. Ling Yi's clothes were obviously a little too small. Can't keep up with her rapidly growing figure. What are you looking at shit, Simu? Kushina unceremoniously punched Simu into blips with a strange force. Look at digging out your eyeballs. Kushina took Ling Yi's hand. This damn pervert, that's because you're too kind to him. Ling Yi's face turned red. As her body developed, she became more and more sensitive to the eyes of others. But if it's Simu-kun. Thinking of this, she blushed and lowered her head. Simu regained his human form and took a mouthful of rice. Ahem, this meal is delicious. It's good to eat. Kushina looked at this scene, and then took another look at her unremarkable front. He sighed faintly. Why is it that everyone is a girl, so I don't grow up in a daze? Ling Yi, will you stay at my house tonight? Okay. Ling Yi did not refuse. In a year, she and Kushina have become best friends. In addition, both Ling Yi's parents died in the Second Ninja World War, so basically no one cares about her. Unless she was captured by someone, there was a risk of revealing her eyes. Kushina glanced at Simu who was pouring food into his mouth, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, night fell. Kushina owns a house. As Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha specially invited them from the Uzumaki clan. This treatment is still available. Kushina lay comfortably in the hot spring pool and groaned comfortably. She patted the surface of the water and urged, "Come down quickly, Ling Yi, what are you waiting for?" That's not very good. Ling Yi was simply wrapped with a white bath towel, and stood by the pool a little hesitantly. Although she is a good sister, she has never taken a bath with anyone else, so she is inevitably a little shy at this time. Oh, it's okay. Kushina rushed over and pulled Ling Yi down. The two fought for a while in the pool. In the midst of mist, Kushina looked at the majestic curve with bumps and convex, and couldn't help saying sourly, "Ling Yi, do you think boys like big ones?" Ling Yi covered herself instantly. Her face was hot. That's not there either. Kushina grabbed Hyaga Ling Yi's soft waist tightly. "I still said no. Simu's pervert eyes have been on you all the time." Ling Yi's face turned even redder and he was speechless. "As long as you eat more Kushina, there should be some too, right?" Kushina's face darkened upon hearing this. She also thought about this question, whether it was because she ate too little. But after eating continuously for a month, she found that all she was fat was her belly. Comparing people to people is really annoying. Kushina lay down in the middle of the pool angrily, letting her happiness flow. After a long time, Ling Yi asked cautiously, "Kushina, do you like Simu-kun?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Kushina's face, and she immediately retorted crisply, "How is it possible? That guy Simu is not good looking, he is salty, and he looks like he has no motivation to do anything. How can I like him?" Ling Yi looked at Kushina who suddenly got excited, but didn't speak. Kushina swam to Ling Yi and looked at Ling Yi with a dangerous look. "And you like that Simu guy, right?" Ling Yi was silent for a while before saying, "I think Mr. Simu is nice, but I don't seem to be good enough for him." But she looked up quickly, showing a sincere smile. "But it doesn't matter, as long as I can deliver meals to Mr. Simu like this every day, I will be very satisfied. He likes to eat my cooking." Kushina couldn't count the first time she sighed. "Silly girl, obviously that guy Simu is not good enough for you." "No, Mr. Simu is actually pretty good. It seems that on the issue of Simu, Hyaga Ling Yi, an introverted little girl, will always be a little persistent." Kushina raised her head and looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. In fact, she sometimes envies Ling Yi. Although she is timid, she is surprisingly bold in certain things. "Stop talking, pack up and get up quickly, don't catch a cold." "Okay." Kushina and Ling Yi briefly solved the supper, when suddenly there was a strange noise outside the yard. Who? Kushina instantly became alert. She knows that she has a special status, and there are many umbu protections around her. In addition, it is now in Konoha village, so logically speaking, there will be no danger. But something is clearly not right. Tsitsaize. The dazzling thunder suddenly pierced through the roof, cutting a gap like a sharp knife. Immediately afterwards, the two bodies fell from above onto the plank. Large sheets of blood oozed from their abdomens, staining the floor scarlet. They have masks on their faces. Kushina's pupils contracted suddenly, because she is very familiar with her two corpses. It is Umbu who occasionally appears by her side and is responsible for protecting her. Careful. Two figures appeared instantly. One fell behind Ling Yi, and the other appeared beside Kushina. A hand knife knocked Ling Yi out neatly. Kushina slammed his fist to the side. The man turned his head sideways, then extended his palm and patted Kushina lightly. Lightning-style paralysis technique. The dazzling thunder lights up, and Kushina is numb all over, and falls to the ground powerlessly. Before fainting, she saw that the man also had a mask on his face. It is Konoha Umbu's mask. The masked man glanced at Kushina and complained. "It seems that this identity can no longer be used." Another laughed. "Taira helped us kidnap Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Don't you think you can still hang out in Konoha?" While the two were communicating, a deep voice came from outside. "Leave quickly, Konoha will react soon." After all, Nine Tails is Konoha's most important weapon, and Umbu here will report the situation to the above every 20 minutes. If Taira, the captain of the Umbu branch, hadn't rebelled, it would have been impossible for them to get into Konoha so smoothly. So they only had 20 minutes to escape. "Understood, don't forget your promise." Taira picked up Kushina and looked out the door. "Don't worry, what I promised you is indispensable. The route has been arranged for you, leave from Route 2. Boss, what about this little Hyaga girl?" Another masked man mentioned Ling Yi who had fainted. The voice outside said without much hesitation, "Take them away together." Although it's not the Zong family's supercilious eyes, it is very likely that it will be destroyed by caged bird if it is forcibly poached. But at least it has some research significance. After all, it hasn't been a day or two since Cloud Shinobi Village coveted his eyes. No. The masked man glanced at Ling Yi and disappeared with her. "After I stay, you guys leave immediately." "Yes." In order to ensure the successful execution of the mission, a total of 6 people were sent to Cloud Shinobi Village for this trip. Each is a battle-hardened ninja, and there are 3 jonin, and 3 functional chunin. Such a configuration with some auxiliary forces can even destroy a small country. In addition to Umbu's chess piece Taira, who was placed in Konoha 10 years ago, the number of actual combat personnel reached 7. Almost all have the strength to single out jonin. And this is just the combatants, in order to protect the retreat route, cover in the early stage, confuse Konoha, and so on. Cloud Shinobi Village fully used the power of hundreds of people, activated an unknown number of shadows, and sacrificed an unknown number of people. It was only then that these people were successfully sent into Konoha, and with the help of Yura, Umbu beside Kushina was eliminated. What we have to do now is to use the 20 minutes to escape from Konoha as quickly as possible. As for the leader of this operation, Elite Jonin Clay of Cloud Shinobi Village will stay behind to block Konoha's pursuit. All for the 9 Tails Jinchuriki key to reach Cloud Shinobi Village successfully. Then use the special method of Cloud Shinobi Village to cultivate another perfect Jinchuriki key with powerful combat power for the Land of Thunder. In time, the Land of Thunder will become the country with the most Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. They will also defeat Konoha and gain the supremacy of the Kingdom of Thunder. For the realization of this dream, no matter how many people die, it is not a pity. Clay has long been determined to fight to the death for the country of Thunder and for the village. While he was thinking, he suddenly saw a boy walking towards the yard with his hands in his pockets. Simu flicked the scroll in his hand casually. This is the new ninjutsu that Jiraiya told Kushina to learn, but I forgot to show it to her today. It shouldn't be too late now, right? Simu knocked on the door. Kushina? I'm here to deliver the scroll to you. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No respond. Strange, isn't Ling Yi here too? Why isn't she here? Simu frowned slightly, his nose shrugged. A faint smell of blood lingered at the tip of his nose. Oops. He kicked open the gate in an instant and ran towards the courtyard. A strong smell of blood flooded into Simu's nostrils. There were bodies on the ground and on the surrounding walls. Moreover, these corpses belonged to Umbu without exception, and they were all killed with one blow. He suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. Damn it, it's the Land of Thunder. Although he knew that in the original book, the Thunder Kingdom would attack Kushina, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. According to the plot in the original book, this event should have happened a year or 2 later. Simu pulled out the flare, ready to alert the village. Unexpectedly, the signal flare was shredded by a bolt of lightning as soon as it arrived. Boy, you are very sharp. Clay, of course, couldn't let Simu sound the alarm. In order to buy a little more time, the best way is to kill him here. The dead cannot speak. He stood on the wall, making madras with his hands. Lightning-style razor technique. A meandering electric current emerges from his palm, and he presses his hands to the ground. Hundreds of electric currents flew towards Simu like a swarm of snakes. Looking at Simu who was motionless facing Razor, Clay showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. It really is a newborn ninja. In the face of a powerful opponent, there is no resistance at all. Even the basic fighting consciousness was lost. Just as the Razor was about to climb up Simu's ankles, he disappeared. So fast. Before Clay could react, Simu had already appeared by his side. Have you ever felt the feeling of being kicked by light? Simu's feet turned into golden flashes, and he struck hard. Light speed kick. Out of concern for Kushina and Ling Yi, it was rare for Simu to not talk nonsense, and broke out to kick with all his strength. Boom. A flash of golden yellow lit up the entire yard. Clay has rich combat experience, and he adjusted his figure the moment he realized that Simu had disappeared. But Simu's kick was too fast. So fast that Clay felt like he was facing Lord Rakage. Even after reacting, Clay was rubbed on his shoulder. Terrible speed represents terrible power. Clay's shoulders shattered in an instant, and his whole body turned into a flash of light that pierced through the nearby house. The loud noise instantly attracted the attention of other people nearby. Umbu finally found out that something was wrong. After Simu kicked Clay away, he didn't choose to entangle with this guy, but turned into a flash of light and rushed out of Konoha. This guy is a dead man. Even if he defeats him, he will never give any useful information. So Simu chose to pursue it himself. Umbu's reaction was quick, and he arrived at the scene in less than 2 minutes, and reported the information to third generation. Unfortunately, when they arrived, there was only one Clay left. He clutched his red shoulder. A bit of broken bone can still be seen in the blurred flash. Seeing Umbu surrounded him, he spat out bloody saliva. Ha ha ha, Konoha, 9 Tails is ours now. Seeing his crazy expression, Umbu immediately became nervous. No, he's going to blow himself up, back up quickly. But it was too late. Clay has already stabbed his arm hard into the heart. His body was instantly covered by the spell. Must die technique. Lightning-style big thunder. Intense lightning emerged from his body, forming a huge ball of light with a diameter of 20 meters. Umbu ninjas who could not dodge in the future devoured it. Then it turned into a terrible explosion, blowing up everything within 100 meters nearby. The huge vibration woke up almost every Konoha person. Awakened from sleep, the third generation flew into a rage and exhausted all Umbu carpet searching the forest near Konoha village, and informed the ninja troops at the border to assist in the blockade. Master Hokage, Hanyu took the lead in pursuit, and he left this behind. Umbu handed a note to third generation. It reads, "It was done by the Kingdom of Thunder." Another Umbu ninja appears. Master Hokage, the border troops have urgently reported that the Kingdom of Thunder has sent a large number of troops to gather at the border, and it seems that they are preparing to respond. Third generation's face was livid. He has never been so humiliated since he took the Hokage. A few Kirigakuer ninjas sneaked into Konoha and took Nine-Tails Jinchuriki away under heavy guard. It was a slap in the face of his old face. Konoha's defense system is like a mesh screen. Notify the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka clan, and immediately send me the best scout ninja in the clan to cooperate. Be sure to bring me Kushina back. Yes. The Umbu ninja disappeared instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed into a combat uniform in an instant, ready to play in person. In an instant, Konoha, a huge combat weapon, started to move rapidly. It was like a sleeping lion that finally woke up suddenly after being pulled out of its beard by others, and let out a terrible roar. Simu, meanwhile, has already traveled a lot with his frightening speed. Finally saw a trace left by Kushina. A tiny strand of red hair caught in the middle by a leaf? The few red hairs lying quietly are like the dawn in the dark night, extremely dazzling. Simu's expression eased, and he picked up the hair to check for a moment. After confirming that it was indeed Kushina's hair, the killing intent in Simu's eyes became stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his palm, and a dazzling laser shot from his fingertips to the sky. Not far away, Minato saw this light and hurried towards Simu. Simu turned into a flash and galloped along the trail left by Kushina to Luffy. Be sure to stop Cloud Shinobi and his party before they reach the border. Simu's face was serious. He didn't know if the world would change because of his arrival. Cloud Shinobi, you managed to piss me off. On the other side, Cloud Shinobi, who has taken Kushina and Ling Yi hostage, is rushing towards the border at full speed. It's just that Kushina, who has the blood of the Uzumaki family, was the first to wake up. After leaving enough marks, she began to fight hard, trying to delay the speed of Cloud Shinobi's group. You little BCH, you're almost done. One more move and I'll kill you. These Cloud Shinobi have removed their camouflage at this time. A bald man with a scar on his face pressed the sharp kunai to Kushina's neck, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. If they are caught up by Konoha, they will be in bad luck. Just calm down, it would not be good for us to kill him here, said another Cloud Shinobi Jonin. This is the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, if provoked to break the Nine Tails seal. At that time, they will all die here. It's okay to die here, the key is that all the preparations made by Cloud Shinobi village before were in vain. At this moment, more than a dozen teams are pretending to be them, trying to attract Konoha's attention. They absolutely cannot live up to these efforts. Humph. Only a cold snort. Set your sights on the leader this time. Cloud Shinobi Elite Jonin by Lei Xiao. Master Lei Xiao, we will reach the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder after another 50 kilometers. Shall we take a rest first? Those idiots in Konoha probably haven't found our real retreat route yet. The success of the infiltration this time made Yuki very disdainful of Konoha. Taira on the side frowned. If you want to rest, it's not too late to rest until the Land of Thunder. Konoha is not always full of wine and food. As a member of Konoha, Taira has a clear understanding of Konoha's true strength. He doesn't think he can take it lightly at this time. Heh, you must be afraid, right? Only you sneered. A traitor like Taira would not be welcomed anywhere. It's just that Taira doesn't care. He just wants to get what he wants from the Land of Thunder. The man named Lei Xiao has a rough face and a rock-like brown complexion. There is a ferocious cross scar on his right eye, and his expression is as cold as iron. Okay, stop arguing. Lei Xiao looked at the woods behind him. There are already hundreds of kilometers away from Konoha, and it is impossible for Konoha's people to catch up so quickly. Most importantly, due to the explosive rush, the 6 people present were almost exhausted, and it was really not easy to move forward at full speed. They need to reserve a certain amount of physical strength to deal with possible battles. He quickly issued the order. No stop, but slow down, the border is approaching, Master AI will meet us at the border. Yes, for the safety of the task. AI, the next successor of Hokage, has led the army of the Kingdom of Thunder to wait at the border. Once at the border, if Konoha wants to take back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the only option is to fight Cloud Shinobi village. Help, help me. Kushina's vision gradually blurred. Hyuga Ling-ai opened his eyes, and exchanged a glance with Kushina. In the dark night, a figure appeared in the hearts of the two of them at the same time. Black hair, black pupils, that expression of being salty and beating. No matter what happens, he behaves in a panic, but in fact he looks like he has the chance to win. What a shame. Kushina suddenly thought, if Simu was there must be a way to save himself. I don't know when it started, but she has become more and more concerned about Simu and has become more and more dependent. Simu. Mr. Simu. The two murmured in their hearts. A gust of wind blew, dark clouds covered the moon in the sky. The night, which was already very dim because of the waning moon, completely lost its last ray of light. Sudden. The night seemed to be cut into pieces by a sharp sword. A golden flash of light fell from the sky like a thunderbolt, blocking the way of Cloud Shinobi and his party. Simu. Mr. Simu. There are also golden light spots lingering on Simu's body, which are particularly obvious in the dark night. Finally found you, it's really troublesome. Simu put his hands in his pockets, although the tone of his words has not changed, but the lazy look on his face is no longer there. It's icy cold. The instant Simu appeared, all the Cloud Shinobi drew their weapons. What? It's actually a child. I just feel that I seem to be a little too fussy. Simu seems to be about the same size as Kushina. How strong can he be? On the contrary, Lei Xiao's expression became serious. Don't take it lightly, judging from the speed of this guy, you can tell that he is not easy. Taira looked even more serious, with a bad premonition brewing in his heart. As one of Umbu who protects Kushina, of course he knew how powerful Simu was. Be careful, this kid is a teammate of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and his strength is definitely not weaker than the average Jonin. Jonin? Did I hear you right? He only let out a sneer, thinking that Taira was joking. Just such a little devil actually has the strength of Jonin? Oh, believe it or not. Tao Yuliang didn't want to talk too much with this trash, so she directly turned her attention to the real talker, Lei Xiao. This is elite Jonin who shined in the Second World War of Ninja World. Neither vision nor strength can be compared only by that kind of trash. Simu breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the status of Ling Yi and Kushina. He took the initiative to say, "Gentlemen, if you don't do it, I will do it. Be careful, everyone." Lei Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Simu disappeared directly in place, and a flash of light appeared in front of him instantly. Come head on. However, Lei Xiao is an elite Jonin who has experienced World War II. The strength is obviously not comparable to others. Immediately raised the ninja knife in his hand, just in front of him. Yo, is the reaction speed so fast? Simu was a little surprised. Immediately, the kick turned into a step, and he stepped on Lei Xiao's ninja knife. Crack. Lei Xiao's ninja knife bent violently, and then he couldn't withstand the huge force brought by Simu. It was crushed abruptly. The shattered blades flew out at an extremely fast speed. A scar was drawn on Lei Xiao's face. Simu's foot stepped on Lei Xiao without stopping. Even after he endured the sword to relieve his strength, the remaining strength was still enough to kick Lei Xiao away. Lei Xiao flew out backwards, smashing a giant tree heavily. The battlefield suddenly fell into silence. Especially Xiao, who was just talking about how strong Lei Xiao is, but was kicked away by someone? This kind of terrifying speed and strength, he has only seen in Third Hokage and AI. But here are all experienced ninjas after all. The weakest one is also elite Chunin with special abilities. Their reaction speed was not slow, and they quickly adjusted after less than a second of sluggishness. Light blue lightning flashed instantly on the blades of the two cloud shinobi, one up and one down, one left and one right flanking and cutting towards Simu. Simu lay back and narrowly escaped between the two ninja swords. It's so scary, it was almost cut into 3 sections. He pulled his palm out of his trouser pocket and pressed it to the ground. With both feet in a split, he suddenly kicked two cloud shinobi. They didn't expect Simu to even dodge this move. He didn't react for a while, and was kicked out by Simu. Damn it, I told you to be careful. Taira scolded angrily. If the mission fails tonight, neither Konoha nor Cloud Shinobi will spare him easily. Seriously, there is no place for him in this ninja world anymore, so he is the most anxious one. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and kill this kid. Sealed by hands only. Earth-style Huangquan swamp. The ground beneath Simu's feet squirmed as if alive. The originally hard ground was mixed with a lot of water, and it instantly turned into a murderous swamp, binding Simu firmly. It's now. Another cloud shinobi stepped forward quickly, shooting a terrible thunder with the Chunin knife in his hand. Lightning-style thunder beast. He slashed with a long knife, and a beast made of thunder and lightning that looked like a tiger or a wolf roared out. He opened his sharp thunder teeth and bit Simu's head hard. If hit, most people either die or are seriously injured. It's terrible. Simu opened his mouth in disbelief. The instant the thunder beast arrived, it disappeared. The ultralisk flew into the air and blasted a large swamp of mud. Damn, aren't you trapped? It's just that his face is extremely ugly. Just kidding, Simu who has mastered moonwalk can even step on the air. A mere swamp can't trap itself at all. Have you ever been kicked by light? Simu's cold question rang out only in his ears, proclaiming his fate like a shinigami. Boom. The golden light flashed away. This kick directly kicked Xiao until his whole body was shattered and fractured, and he lay dying in the dirt pit. It's too fast, I can't see his offensive clearly. A cloud shinobi held onto Ling Yi with one hand, while nervously watching Simu's figure. Even so, he still couldn't keep up with Simu's speed. In a flash of golden light, Simu has appeared in front of him. Sir, can you please let go of that girl? Cloud Shinobi's face was extremely pale. There is no way to fight against this kind of enemy? He grabbed Ling Yi and put the ninja knife on her neck. Don't you care about these two women? If you come here again, I'll kill her. Cloud Shinobi resisted Ling Yi firmly, and shouted angrily while stepping back. Simu stood there with his hands in his pockets. The smile on his face slowly faded. I hate others the most, threatening me. Simu turns into a flash and disappears. That Cloud Shinobi was also unambiguous, and directly waved the ninja knife in his hand, preparing to let Ling Yi be buried with him. Stab. But he waved it a few times, but found no response. Turning his head, he found that Simu had appeared behind him, holding a golden light sword, looking at him with a smile. And his arm was cut off by the long sword at some point. It was so fast that my brain hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even feel the pain yet. What? The pain of the broken arm made him cry out heart-piercingly. He no longer has the courage to be an enemy of Simu at this time. Regardless of his broken arm, he tried his best to stay away from Simu. Have you traveled faster than the speed of light? Simu stretched out a finger, and a golden light shot out from the fingertip, piercing Cloud Shinobi's heart in the blink of an eye. The strength of the whole body is weakening. Even before dying, this Cloud Shinobi still couldn't understand why a 13-year-old kid had such terrifying power. The golden light dissipated. Simu hugged Ling Yi and put him gently on the side of the tree. Mr. Simu. Hyaga Ling Yi gritted her teeth and said anxiously, "Leave me alone, go and save Sister Kushina." "Well, wait for me a moment." Simu raised his head, Cloud Shinobi and the gang plus the traitor Taira. There are still 4 people. One face-to-face can kill 2 people. As expected of the golden glitter known as Konoha Nova, Hanyu Simu. Lei Xiao stood up slowly, his face full of fear. He had heard of Simu's name before, but looking at it now, it is simply too much. It has reached a level of terror. Just one face-to-face kills 2 seasoned ninjas? Among them is a jonin. "Oh, did you remember my name?" Simu scratched his nose. He was not surprised that Lei Xiao recognized his identity. After all, in a year, his name has been known by many people, and his ability can be regarded as iconic. Tied with Chen Dun, the only blood follower eliminated. "But, my name is not some golden glitter, but Kizaru," Simu emphasized. "In the future, Namikaze Minato will be called the Yellow Flash Man. It's just too unicornic to do a gold glitter yourself." Lei Xiao's eyes were full of danger. Sure enough, as the legend says, both behavior and words are full of bad taste. Lei Xiao said coldly, "Teo Liang, Shidoping, and I stay together to block him. Shivo, you take 9 tails Jinchuriki and leave quickly." Taira glanced at Lei Xiao. It was obvious that he didn't want to stay. Lei Xiao was also unceremonious. "We are dead, and you don't even want to live." At this time, one more person means more strength. No matter how bad it is, it can delay Simu for a little time. I must deliver the 9 tails Jinchuriki to Master AI smoothly. Seeing Lei Xiao's determined expression, Taira knew that there was no need to discuss this matter. "I can only bite the bullet and agree. I'm coming to entangle him." Lightning flashed on Lei Xiao's body. This is the secret method of Cloud Shinobi Village. Stimulate your muscles through lightning style, so as to greatly increase your speed. Of course, Lei Xiao's speed is far from the level of 3rd Hokage and AI, but it is definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can resist. It was with the lightning style chakra mode that he really shined in the Second Ninja War. Become an elite jonin at Cloud Shinobi Village. I didn't expect to be forced out of this trick by a little devil today. It's lightning style chakra mode, it looks so scary. Simu stood in front of Ling Yi, ready to wait. "Boy, I'll let you see the true strength of Cloud Shinobi Village." Simu beat Cloud Shinobi Village's jonin in quick succession, nearly embarrassing the Land of Thunder. Lei Xiao, even if he spares his life here today, he must let this brat see clearly how powerful Chu Union is. In a corner where Simu couldn't see, he made a gesture lightly. The special jonin named Jindoping nodded slightly. "Bosch is preparing to leave with Kushina first. Did I say to let you go?" Simu turned into a flash and caught up. But this time, he was stopped by Lei Xiao who entered lightning style chakra mode. "Little devil, your opponent is me." It is impossible for Lei Xiao to let Simu go like this. With the blessing of lightning style chakra mode, his body cells have been activated to an exaggerated level. The arm swung out an afterimage, attacking Simu without leaving a trace. Simu's face was extremely ugly. The shining light wrapped around Simu's body. There are afterimages between him and Lei Xiao, and Duo Heping and Taoyuliang can't even see their movements clearly. The rock was crushed by the two, and the tree was easily cut by the ninja knife. Lei Xiao stopped short of breath. The burly body released a strong killing intent. Looking at Simu on the opposite side, holding a long sword of light, his expression is as usual. What a monster. This kind of enemy is enough to make Lei Xiao, a veteran, despair. Let's end it quickly. Simu didn't want to procrastinate any further. The golden light pierced the night in an instant. "Hey, I can't let you underestimate me." Lei Xiao released the chakra in his body with all his strength. "Spare no effort to stimulate your body. Move. Faster. Hurry up." Under this degree of stimulation, it will cause a huge burden on the body. Even if he survived this battle by chance, he would most likely become a vegetable. But he doesn't care. For the great victory of the Kingdom of Thunder, he was able to sacrifice everything about himself, including life. The shining thunder light bloomed all over his body, and he killed the golden lightning in front of him. The ninja sword is entangled with thousands of strands of thunder and lightning, and the terrible thunder sounds like thousands of thunderbirds crying, lightning-style thousands of thunderbirds. With the strongest speed obtained by sacrificing his life, Lei Xiao sliced through the air. The arc light flickering on the blade made Simu's skin sting a little at the approach. Lei Xiao's eyes were firm, and killing intent poured out of his body. He ignored Simu's lightsaber, throwing all his strength into a full-blown attack. The thunder completely tore apart the night, shining brightly. At the same time, the lightsaber easily pierced Lei Xiao's chest, piercing it. The heart inside was beating powerfully, and as the lightsaber passed through, the heart was completely shattered. But instead of being afraid, Lei Xiao had an excited look on his face. He is going to exchange lives with Simu. He grabbed Simu with one hand, and with the terrifying power of Chidori Thunder in the other hand, he sliced Simu's neck with the long knife covered with thunder logically. Behead. In Simu's astonished expression, the thunder blade sliced across his throat. His head fell slowly, the astonishment still lingering on Simu's face. Then, the corner of his mouth drew a strange angle. "Can you catch the light?" The astonished expression instantly shifted from Simu's face to Lei Xiao's. He didn't understand. He clearly cut off the opponent's head. But why isn't Simu dead yet? Simu mercilessly twisted the long sword in his hand, completely breaking Lei Xiao's heart. Seeing Lei Xiao's death, Shi Duoping rushed towards Simu without hesitation. As long as his own life can delay Bosch for a little time, even a little bit is enough. Seeing the generous sacrifice of many flats, Simu admired him though. But they are enemies after all, so it is naturally impossible for him to flood the Virgin Mary's heart at this point in time. Go all out is the best respect for the enemy. Earth-style dungeon wall. Shi Duoping's purpose is very clear, not to kill Simu, not even to injure Simu. As long as you can delay a little time, the ground around Simu lifted quickly, and the 4 earthen walls tried to seal it off like a cage. Aren't you underestimating me? How can this level of ninjutsu be able to shut down the light? Simu stepped on the ground without the slightest hesitation. The whole person turned into a flash of light and went straight to Shen Duoping. The latter's face tightened, and he pressed his hands on the ground to perform ninjutsu. Earth-style earth flow wall. He tried to slow Simu down as thick walls rose from many planes in front of him. The flickering golden light was shattered by the wall, and then separated like flowing water, gathering together from all directions. In the end, the volley landed in front of many planes. Have you ever been kicked by light? Dazzling golden light filled Shi Duoping's field of vision. Boom. An indescribably terrifying impact fell on him, and finally turned into a flash of light, smashing countless trees and smashing a hole in the ground. Simu slowly retracted his feet, but he found that his body could not move. Taira stood behind Simu, making mudras with both hands. The shadow under his feet elongated strangely, and finally connected to Simu's shadow. The shadow binding technique of the Nara clan. Unexpectedly, the ninjutsu I learned from Nara's family will come in handy at this time, Taira said darkly. He has never revealed that he has mastered the shadow binding book, and what he is waiting for is today. Next, just one detonation talisman will send you to the west. Taira uses shadow restraint to control Simu. With the other hand, he took out a kunai with a detonating charm from the ninja bag and flew towards Simu. In this case, you can no longer use that weird ninjutsu. While under the effect of shadow binding, any flow of chakra is blocked. Even the so-called light escape is impossible to break through his shackles. Just as Simu was about to move, a black shadow suddenly flashed past him. It's Hyaga Ling. His short black hair flew up. In order to prevent Kushina and Ling Yi from struggling, Cloud Shinobi planted a spell on them that restricts the flow of chakra. But at this time, Ling Yi forcefully broke through the curse seal in order to save Simu. Bright red blood gushes from the corner of his mouth. But she didn't care. She used her white eyes to accurately calculate the whereabouts of kunai, then pounced on it. Download Simu whenever you can, even at the cost of your life. She wants to block the blow for Simu. Ling Yi blasted kunai with a palm of gentle fist. The detonator burns rapidly, eventually engulfing Ling Yi and Simu in a terrifying explosion. Flames blazed fiercely among the trees. Taira finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, kid, you are still far from fighting me. Taira wiped her face, turned around and was about to leave. But it was like hearing a hallucination and hearing a certain voice. It's so scary, I was almost killed. Simu walks out of the flames with Ling Yi in his arms. Mr. Simu. Ling Yi seemed a little shy because of being hugged by Simu, but soon happy again. Simu-kun. I'm glad you're okay. Simu sighed. Putting Ling Yi on the ground, he stretched out his palm and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Seriously said, you are not allowed to block the gun for me in the future, you know. Ling Yi blinked her big watery eyes. He nodded slyly. It's not like he promised at all. Just as Simu was about to speak, Ling Yi pointed at Taira. He whispered, he's going to run away. Ta Yuliang scolded her mother in her heart when she heard this sentence. How good it is for you young couple to continue to talk about love. Why do you care about me? And what did this Hanyu Simu grow up eating? Just a year out of ninja school and you can single out several jonin? Taira guarded Kushina for a long time. Although Simu has shown extraordinary strength before, but from the daily situation, he is just an ordinary jonin if he is exhausted. Did not expect. Taira didn't think about it any further. The moment he heard Ling Yi speak, he immediately formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke burst out, and the 5 Tairas ran wildly from different directions. 2 of them even turned around directly, and quickly made seals at Simu. Earth-style. Array of soil pillars. Earth-style rock cover. As the ground trembled violently like an earthquake, several thick stone pillars rose from the ground. Surround Simu and Ling Yi inside. The other avatar inserted his hands into the ground and kicked it hard. Under the action of chakra, the entire ground quickly shattered, and a hill-like rock was thrown out. Throw it high into the air, and then head towards the center of the earth pillar array. That is, Simu and Ling Yi fell from the sky. What a terrible ninjutsu. Simu pretended to sigh, and then hugged Ling Yi. Unfortunately, I don't have time to play with you anymore. His feet shone with blinding golden light, turning into flashes and hitting the falling rocks. Kick out. Numerous cracks spread out along the landing point of Simu's feet, densely covering the entire rock. Boom. The huge rock like a hill was broken by Simu's kick. A large cloud of smoke and dust dispersed, and rock fragments hit the ground heavily, causing a violent shock. Holding Ling Yi in his arms, Simu stepped on the broken rock in the air. Like a flash of light, it flew to a clone. Every time he kicked, a clone shattered, flashing like lightning with terrible speed until the last one. Can you run light? There was a look of despair on Taira's face. Originally thought that he would betray Konoha, take Kushina away, and get what the Kingdom of Thunder promised to give him. From now on, I can fly away without any worries. I didn't expect to encounter such a monster. Simu ignored his inner drama and kicked him in the waist. Boom. Taira was trampled into the ground by Simu, blasting out a huge crater 3 to 4 meters deep. Meanwhile, Minato, who was the first to spot Simu, finally arrives. Unlike the fierce battle he envisioned, the scene was already full of mess. Like ruins. As for the ones lying on the ground, they are all Cloud Shinobi with the Cloud symbol forward protector. Minato gasped. Just one person overwhelmed Cloud Shinobi's entire team? It's outrageous. But when he saw the word justice faintly displayed in the smoke, he felt. Simu seems to be like this. Although frivolous, salty fish, bad performance. But at critical moments, it never disappoints. Looking at the stunned Minato, Simu said dissatisfiedly. Minato, you're a little slow. But he can't be blamed either. After all, it is more than a year faster than the timeline of the original time and space. Don't say that Minato didn't grow up, didn't I not expect it? He appeared in front of Minato in a flash, and put the code of justice on the injured Ling Ai. Help me take care of Ling Ai, I'm going to chase Kushina back. Minato nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, I can still do this little thing. He knows he's not as fast as Simu, even though he is known for his speed. Mr. Simu, be careful. Hyaga Ling Ai said softly. Do not worry. Simu, whose face was paralyzed for 10,000 years, rarely managed to squeeze out a smile. He looked in the direction of Kushina, and instantly turned into a golden light that shuttled through the forest. It is no exaggeration to say that it is as fast as lightning. At this time, the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder are facing off tensely. On Konoha's side, the head of the Akamika clan is in charge of leading the border troops at this time. A member of the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama Shadow Guard. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's comrade in arms, Akamika takes wind. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen's absolute support force, a confidant among confidants. Because of his calm personality and strong strength, he commanded the ninja army on the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind, also known as the Iron Wall Commander. It means that under his guard, Konoha's defense is as indestructible as an iron wall. Lord Chifeng, our people still haven't found any trace of Cloud Shinobi's group. While Konoha sent people to hunt them down, the frontier troops assisted with all their strength. It's just that in front of them is also a large army of Cloud Shinobi, so there is no way to allocate too much energy. The Cloud Shinobi army was also involved in a dispute. The future 4th Raikage AI stood on a hill, looking impatiently towards the territory of Konoha. His skin is dark, which should be related to the special landforms of the Land of Thunder. The higher the altitude, the higher the UV intensity. However, everyone in Cloud Shinobi has one characteristic, that is, they are strong. This is even more vividly reflected in AI. A large piece of lean muscle is exposed in the air, like an indestructible mountain rock. He has already shown a strong oppressive force before he even started. Facing the dense Konoha army, AI looked very disdainful. It's so annoying, I should just break into Konoha territory and bring that 9-tails Jinchuriki back. It is well known that every generation of Raikage has a bad temper. It can be called a representative with well-developed muscles and super combat power, but extremely easy to get on top. Although AI is not yet a Raikage at this time, he already has the demeanor of a 3rd Raikage. After all, the latter is a ruthless person who dares to challenge tens of thousands of Iwagakuer ninjas. Master AI, please calm down. We still don't know the location of Lei Xiao and the others. It may be dangerous for you to break in like this. Jonin, the girl next to AI, hastily dissuaded her. Just kidding, although Konoha's army is not as exaggerated as tens of thousands. But there are thousands more. AI plunged in like this now, even if one person replaced thousands of ninjas, it would be a loss. AIK is the next Raikage after all. On his shoulders is the future of Cloud Shinobi Village. What a hassle. AI said irritably. For him, just go in and get what he wants. Take it if you can beat it, die if you can't beat it. Run? It is impossible to run. Suddenly, on the other side of the border, a golden light flickered. Jonin, the woman who stopped AI just now, suddenly thought something was wrong. Sure enough, when AI saw the moment when he took the Deo to flash, infinite lightning burst out from his body. Lightning style chakra mode, activate? It is different from Lei Xiao's lightning style chakra mode. The lightning style chakra on the surface of AI's body is already like a real armor. Therefore, this technique is also called lightning style armor. Under the current stimulation, AI's cells reached ultimate, and the whole person was full of vitality. Found it, 9-tails Jinchuriki. The hill under his feet shattered and cracked instantly, and AI flew towards the Konoha territory like lightning. Konoha on the opposite side also found AI's trace. The people of Cloud Shinobi are rushing in our direction. The ninjas of the Hyaga clan rolled their eyes and fixedly stared in the direction of Cloud Shinobi. His speed is fast, according to Chakra, it should be Cloud Shinobi Village's Raikage Reserve AI. A trace of seriousness flashed across Akamika's face. It's fine if it's someone else, but for AI, his speed is simply too fast. Holding a huge iron fork in his hand, he said coldly, stop him at all costs. Yes. A large group of ninjas surrounded AI under the command of Akamika Take Kaze. Of course, it is impossible for Cloud Shinobi to sit idly by. Do your best to cover Master AI's actions. Yes, a battle is imminent. The originally peaceful forest turned into a terrifying battlefield in an instant. Lei Guang shuttled among the trees. With your speed, you are not worthy of lifting Lao Zi's shoes. AI was surrounded by blue lightning. His speed is simply too fast. Not only is his speed fast, but his physique and strength are also ridiculously strong. Even if there is a ninja who finally takes the position early, it is not his opponent at all. Just one encounter will be resolved. He was like an extremely sharp dagger, piercing straight into Konoha's hinterland. Stop it. Konoha's ninja rushed forward without fear of death. But there was thunder coming, and an elbow heavier than steel. Heavy burst. A huge electric current was released with AI's elbow swing. It turned into a terrible impact and shattered the kunai in his hand, and the whole person was instantly sent flying. Earth-style earth flow wall. A large piece of earth wall rose up. Even so, it still couldn't stop AI's offensive. These walls are completely vulnerable to his lightning-style armor, and they will be broken at the first touch. Ninja expansion jutsu. Akamike finally arrived, and his whole body swelled dozens of times in an instant. Like a titan, he stretched out his big hand that covered the sky, and punched AI. A fist as huge as a mountain? Normal people will definitely choose to back off when they see this scene. But AI is different. He will never dodge, all he has to do is be the toughest spear like Third Hokage. Pierce all enemies? The more powerful the enemy he meets, the more excited he will be. The huge lightning was concentrated on his arm, and compressed into a thunder axe wrapped around his arm. Lightning-style lateral bolt of pain. The knife in the hand wrapped around thunder cut out, and collided heavily with the fist like a hill. Terrible thunder and lightning scattered in all directions, and the dazzling light shone on the earth. The ground under AI's feet was completely shattered. But he smiled sternly. You lose. The hand knife was fully deployed, and it cut through Akamike's giant fist with terrible force. Blood fell like a torrential rain. Akamike took the wind and took a few steps back. His face was ugly. With the help of expansion jutsu, he was at a disadvantage in a frontal power confrontation. The corners of AI's mouth curled up. Although he was reckless, he still had basic combat awareness. The important thing now is not to defeat Akamike to get the wind, but to bring the Nine Tails Jinchura key back to Cloud Shinobi Village. I won't play with you anymore. With his terrifying speed, AI passed Akamike to catch the wind and charged directly in Kushina's direction. A few minutes ago, Cloud Shinobi Shivo was holding Kushina and quickly heading to the border to join the Cloud Shinobi army. Just a little bit closer to leaving the Konoha border by myself? As long as I successfully deliver the Nine Tails Jinchura key to Master AI, this time the task is considered to be a complete success. Not only will he get promoted and get rich, but the country of thunder will also greatly increase its strength. After all, the land of thunder already had 8 tails and 2 tails. If you control the strongest 9 tails, then it will be just around the corner to replace the nation of fire and become the overlord of the ninja world. But he couldn't help but look back frequently. The oppression brought to him by the kid who called himself Kizaru just now was too great. Until now, Shivo is still worried about whether that guy will suddenly pop out from that place. And Kushina looked at the blurry forest in front of him in a daze. Simu, are you almost there? It seemed that the gods had heard her prayer. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from the ear. Ouch, I was scared to death. I almost let you escape from the border. The golden light flashed, and Simu actually appeared in front of Shivo and Kushina. Shivo's face was pale. Heck, he was really caught up. Without hesitation, he backhanded the kunai stab at Simu. The latter turned his head slightly, and kunai rubbed his face and stabbed him. After missing a hit, Shivo stopped immediately. Step on the branch and run in another direction. Sorry, I'm really angry this time. Countless light spots condensed in front of Shivo, showing the appearance of Simu with his hands in his pockets. Shivo took 2 steps back and made a seal. Lightning style. He hadn't finished printing yet. Simu's kick had already kicked Shivo's chin from bottom to top. Light speed kick. Powerful, dazzling golden flashes carry this Cloud Shinobi ninja through the sky like a shooting star. After flying tens of meters, under the pull of gravity, it smashed a deep hole in the woods. Simu retracted his feet and caught Kushina with both hands. Are you okay? Why are you just now? Kushina wanted to accuse Simu out of habit. But now lying in Simu's arms, she only feels infinite warmth. If possible, she would rather time stay at this moment forever. I'm fine. She lowered her head, unwilling to expose this softness to Simu. It's fine. Simu rubbed her red head. I'm late. Damn Simu, don't mess with my hair. After only 2 seconds of tenderness, Kushina immediately revealed her true colors. Simu smiled helplessly, as expected of you. A voice suddenly sounded in Simu's ear. Congratulations for reaching 40% of the imitation value, and the ability is being extracted. Over the course of the year, Simu has already increased the imitation value to 37%. It even increased to 40% in this battle. As for the 30% reward, it is one of the most important abilities among pirates, armament haki. It's just that it was useless in the battle just now. It's not that he doesn't want to try his best. But to deal with those Cloud Shinobi that are anti-hypothen, there is actually no difference whether to use armament haki or not. Mainly rely on ultimate speed to crush them. For this reward, Simu's eyes are full of anticipation. What could it be? The ability has been drawn. Congratulations on obtaining observation haki. Simu's eyes lit up. The moment he gained the ability, he felt that the whole world was different. Everything around him is reflected in his mind. Even every tree, every insect, he can feel their breath. It's as if he has opened up the perspective of God, and he knows everything around him like the back of his hand. Is this observation hacky? In this way, his ability has been enhanced again. Although I had the ability of sparkling fruit before, although my speed was fast, my reaction ability was somewhat insufficient. Sometimes even because of your own reaction ability, you can't play the real speed of sparkling fruit. It's different now. After awakening observation haki, he knows everything around him like the back of his hand. It can even predict the enemy's actions in advance and what will happen next. It is equivalent to enhancing the speed of sparkling fruit in disguise. Simu still hasn't gotten over the joy of gaining new abilities. I suddenly felt a sudden heat on my lips. A soft touch descended on the corner of his mouth. When she lowered her head, Kushina's face was as red as an apple. What are you looking at? I'm afraid I'll eat you. Her red hair fluttered in the bright moonlight. Simu smiled slightly. Eat me if you have the ability. You? Kushina was blocked and speechless. Suddenly, Simu frowned and his face turned cold. I got you. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Lightning flickered and came straight towards the two of them. Ai, who was surrounded by thunder, finally arrived. There are countless lightning bolts wrapped around the head of the big pale yellow back. He felt something similar to Kabi from Kushina. As for the man holding her and what she was doing just now, Ai didn't know and didn't care. The only thing he cares about is to take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back to the land of thunder. The branches under his feet were crushed by his stepping, the lightning pierced through the air, and rushed in front of Simu with a berserk lightning-style chakra. Kushina, who was held in Simu's arms, could feel the anger in Simu's heart. This kind of terrible resentment, Kushina only felt in Nine Tails in her body. It worked. Ai stretched out his palm, entwined with Lei Guang, and grabbed Kushina. He is confident that at this distance, in this world, no one can block him except Third Hokage. Just when he was about to touch Kushina, a flash of light appeared in front of his eyes. Simu raised the sole of his foot at an incredible speed to face Ai, and stepped on it heavily. Boom! The golden light and violent thunder exploded the moment they touched it. Ai's face was full of surprise. I underestimated you, brat. Ai punched his palm and collided with Simu's falling foot. It turned out to be the Hokage preparation of Cloud Shinobi Village. Ai. It's really scary. While holding Kushina, Simu put his feet down heavily. Ai, who has never suffered from strength since he was a child, certainly cannot regress at this time. Head iron is synonymous with him. The thunder light on his body became more and more violent, even to the point where he couldn't control it. A thick thunder shot out from him, directly splitting a tree in half. Simu wasn't prepared to back down either. I had just reached a critical juncture, and I was disturbed by Ai. Even if Simu wants to maintain a lazy personality, it can't bear it in this case. Armament Haki quietly climbed up to his feet, and stomped down again. Ai gritted his teeth, the thunder and lightning on his body became stronger and more violent. The golden light on Simu's feet became more and more dazzling, like the rising sun. Finally, the ground under their 2 feet could no longer support them. Under the pressure of the two, countless cracks spread out from under their feet, even covering a radius of tens of meters. Then in the blink of an eye, it completely collapsed. The ground crumbles and trees fall. The terrifying power intertwined by Simu and Ai erupted instantly. The shining light and violent thunder interweave to form a terrifying shock wave that is unimaginably huge. With the two at the center, they unstoppably push out to the surrounding area. The intense light condensed into a spherical shape, completely destroying everything inside. After a while, the entire battlefield seemed to have been bombarded by a meteorite. A Tiankang with a diameter of tens of meters appeared, and the edge of the Tiankang is the 2 sides of this confrontation. Simu and Ai. Kushina buried her head hard in Simu's arms, even though she still felt a bit uncomfortable. The smoke and dust that filled the air made her breathless. As expected of the next Hokage-sama, it's really scary. A beating expression appeared on Simu's face, and he exaggeratedly said, I was scared to death, almost killed. Cut. Ai stood up slowly. The meaning of thunder on his body is even stronger. Although Simu looked scared to death, Ai didn't think so at all. No matter in terms of speed or physical strength, this kid in front of him is not inferior to him at all. The reason why he was able to gain a great reputation in the ninja world, relying on the physique and speed beyond ordinary people. People with greater strength and better physique than him do not have his terrifying speed. He can constantly erode the opponent through speed and give a fatal blow. Those who can keep up with their own speed are not as strong as themselves in terms of physique and strength. He can use the speed of approach to create a frontal blow opportunity and finish off the opponent with great strength. It is precisely by virtue of these 2 advantages that Ai performed extremely well in the Second Ninja World War. In addition, his own character and personality charm are very close to the Third Hokage. Therefore, it is regarded as a surefire candidate for Fourth Hokage. It is most likely to become the Hokage who leads the country of Thunder to become the overlord of the ninja world. I didn't expect to meet a kid today. Not only does he have a speed that is almost the same as his own, but he also has sufficient strength and physique. Little devil, what's your name? The corner of Simu's mouth hooked. Kizaru Konoha, Hanyu Simu. Kizaru Konoha? I think Golden Flash is more in line with your fighting style. Ai doesn't seem to recognize Simu's nickname very much. Correct me, my nickname is Kizaru. Simu is very persistent, because it is related to his simulation value growth rate. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I will bury you with my own hands. Remember my name, AI. Simu didn't feel nervous at all when he heard that, because his knowledge told him that reinforcements are coming. AI was full of fighting spirit, and just about to fight Simu, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lord AI, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, and Lord Third Raikage orders you to retreat quickly. It is the mind technique of Cloud Shinobi Village. AI looked at Simu, the fighting spirit in his eyes gradually faded. Humph, that stinky old man knows good things about bad people. AI looked at Simu and said, hey, boy, I will have a good fight with you when I have time. Look who is faster. It is rare to meet an opponent who is on par with him in terms of speed and strength. AI felt extremely regretful that he could not try his best to compete. Simu tilted his head. Contest, it's scary. Seeing that Simu still looks like this, AI snorted coldly. I recognize your strength, but your temper is really annoying. It can't be helped, that's just how I am. Simu's tone is very cheap. As for the purpose, of course, he wanted Anne to continue fighting him for 300 rounds, both on and off the field. He couldn't leave until reinforcements arrived. After all, the reinforcements sent by Konoha this time are not ordinary people. Instead it is known as Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sennin. And Danzo belonged to Konoha's two old yin beeps. There is him behind the murderous hands. In addition, I rely on the speed of sparkling fruit to hold back in front, and it is very possible to win AI. It's a pity that although AI is simple-minded, but under the assistant's reminder, he still realized something was wrong. Boy, there will be a period later. Lightning flashed, and AI left the battlefield as fast as he could. With AI's departure, the ninja troops of the Kingdom of Thunder quickly left the battlefield, leaving behind a pile of corpses. Simu looked at AI who was gradually going away. His face was cold. Sooner or later, I will go to Cloud Shinobi Village to avenge this revenge. Not only did Kushina and Ling Yi suffer so much, it even interrupted my sweet time. It's unbearable. As for why Simu doesn't catch up, firstly, his own speed did not have an overwhelming advantage. Although he could catch up with AI, he couldn't keep him. Second, after a night of fighting, Simu's physical strength has also dropped significantly. If we continue to chase, it will be bad if Cloud Shinobi has an ambush. In addition, Kushina is still in his hands. Soon, Konoha's reinforcements arrived. This accident that almost turned into a war finally came to an end with Konoha's complete victory. Orochimaru, who rushed to the scene, looked at the sinkhole that appeared on the ground, and at Simu and Kushina in his arms. Are you Jiraiya's student? Yes. Simu replied casually. It was Cloud Shinobi's AI who fought you just now. Orochimaru asked again. If you're talking about the guy with the thunder all over him, then it should be. Hearing Simu's answer, Orochimaru's gaze scanned Simu in amazement. Seems to be thinking about how such a brat would fight that Raikage prep AI. Don't forget, before you and AI fight, Simu alone eliminated the 3 Jonin and 2 elite Shinin including the traitor Teura. He even rushed all the way here, and the result was a tie with AI who was waiting for work. This kind of record, even if Orochimaru came to estimate it in person, he would be in a panic. Because he doesn't have Simu's terrifying speed. Orochimaru's hot gaze made Simu feel a little chilly. Thinking of what he will do in the future, Simu only feels that this gaze is like a scalpel. It is dissecting itself piece by piece. In fact, Simu is right. At this time, Orochimaru was thinking about how to find an excuse to study Simu's body. Akamikitake's also came after driving off Cloud Shinobi's troops. Are you all right? Akamika's gaze fell on Kushina and Simu. The former is the core protection figure of this mission. Represents the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, which is destructively dangerous. The latter is because Yu Liang's performance tonight is really too good. It can even be said that if Simu hadn't shown such terrifying strength, it is really possible that Cloud Shinobi Village will succeed in bringing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki back to the Land of Thunder. Thinking of this, Akamika's eyes became hotter. But not Orochimaru's zeal to dissect Simu, but a kind of appreciation from the predecessors. If nothing else, Simu will be Konoha's rising superstar. It may even become an existence that suppresses an era like Lord First Hokage. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Ling Yi and Kushina were almost treated. Simu is going to resign first. Well, if it's okay, I'll take them back to the village first. Simu yawned. It's been a long time since I worked overtime and stayed overnight. Working overtime all night is not my kind of ninja. But here comes the problem. Hyaga Ling Ai and Kushina. The two looked at Simu eagerly. Which one should he choose to take back? If you hold the former, you may be beaten to death by Kushina with strange force. Simu couldn't stand Ling Yi's offensive of tears if he hugged her. Fortunately, the so-called ninjutsu is the primary productive force. In order not to make them jealous, don't favor one over another. Simu decided to put a bowl of water on the level. Direct seal to summon 2 shadow clone to carry them. I am just happy and relaxed. Anyway, his chakra doesn't need to be used, and the only effect can only be reflected here. There is one thing to say. This is the first time that Simu felt that ninjutsu was so easy to use after he came to this world. Simu stayed with the two in the hospital for the next few days. At the same time, Konoha's executives are also busy. In Hokage's office, 3rd generation is receiving Ombu's report. Master Hokage, a total of 21 ninjas have been lost in this battle. 13 of them are genin and 9 are chinin. A total of 24 cloud shinobi were killed on the battlefield. In the pursuit battle, Hanyu killed a total of 3 Cloud Shinobi Jonin and 2 Cloud Shinobi Chunin. Arrested Konoha rebel ninja, Taira, head of the original Konoha Umbu branch. Such a record can be called brilliant. Not only did he discover and confirm Cloud Shinobi's trail in a short period of time, but he also beheaded 5 Cloud Shinobi alone, and took back Jinchuriki from the enemy with his own hands. In the end, he won against Cloud Shinobi's backup Raikage. No matter which one thing is worth taking out a special book, in comparison, Konoha's sacrifice of the lives of 21 ninjas is nothing. Express condolences to the families of the victims, and the pension must be paid in full. In terms of human sophistication, the old fox 3rd generation has always done a good job. He hesitated for a moment and then said, also, don't say anything about this matter, and don't expose Simu's strength. Yes. After all, this matter is related to Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In order not to expose Kushina's true identity, it is better not to say anything. And for Simu's strength, Hiruzen still has some ideas of his own. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became serious, and he said coldly, how is the investigation of the situation in the village going? When this question was mentioned, a strong sense of oppression descended on the entire office instantly. As a Hokage for so many years, Hiruzen has already developed an aura that belongs to the superior. Usually they can be harmonious like a spring breeze, but when it comes to dealing with things, they can be as severe as thunder. Not to mention that this matter is so big. It wasn't just that Nine Tails Jinchuriki was almost kidnapped. The loopholes in Konoha's defense model are more fully exposed, and the screening of personnel is still not detailed enough. A branch manager of Umbu, who can be regarded as half of Konoha's top management, was bought by the enemy so easily? How did you buy it? By what means? How did the two sides get in touch? How did the people from Cloud Shinobi lurk in? Who is helping? Are there any other traitors in Konoha? These are things that Umbu urgently needs to investigate clearly. Umbu standing in front of Hiruzen was sweating coldly. Investigation is underway and 32 people have been arrested so far. Continue to investigate, we must find out the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen said unceremoniously. Yes. Umbu quickly disappeared. It is conceivable that Konoha will be a bloodbath in the future. I told Hiruzen a long time ago, if the root is responsible for the defense of the village, it is absolutely impossible for today's incident to happen. A hoarse voice sounded. Danzo walked in from the outside leaning on a cane. Hiruzen's face was livid. Danzo's meaning is obvious. That is Umbu's strength is not as good as the roots. In fact, Danzo asked Hiruzen a long time ago. That is to let the roots replace Umbu's functions, perform tasks such as spying on intelligence and protecting Konoha, or let the whole Umbu be handed over to him. Of course, it is impossible for any Hiruzen fool to follow Danzo's arrangement on this matter. After all, Umbu, as the underground power of a village, belongs to Hokage directly, and it is absolutely impossible for others to get involved. An act like Hiruzen that allows the establishment of a root in addition to the existence of Umbu is unique in the entire ninja world, because it is likely to cause the decentralization of power. Because of this, Danzo will attack Hiruzen at this time. Of course, the purpose is not to make Hiruzen hand over Umbu, but he just wants to take this opportunity to expand his influence. Hiruzen, I'm the only one you trust now, I'll let Gen's people investigate this matter. Danzo is persuasive. Hiruzen took a deep breath on his cigarette and finally let go. He closed his eyes wearily. Let Gen and Umbu investigate this matter together, and we must not let any spies go. Certainly. Danzo got his own satisfactory answer and disappeared into the darkness. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade was wearing a sleeveless gray kimono, and the majestic view on his chest was completely unobstructed. Watching Jiraiya's veins swell, Tsunade rolled his eyes, stretched out a fist and said coldly, if you look at me again, I will gouge out your eyes. Only then did Jiraiya return to normal from the state of red eyes. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times. Ahem. Well, Kushina and Ling Yi's bodies should be fine, right? Tsunade opened the window, lit a cigarette, and said casually, it's okay, even if something happens after my treatment, it's okay. That's good. Jiraiya sat on the chair. In order to ensure that Kushina did not leave any sequelae, Jiraiya did not hesitate to call back Tsunade, who was traveling abroad. Master Tsunade, then I should be able to leave the hospital today, right? Kushina asked lying on the bed. The complexion on her face is very good, in fact, there is no major problem. After all, she is from the Uzumaki family, and her physical fitness is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Also, because of Nine Tails, her vitality is ridiculously strong. So just rest for a day or two and you'll be fine. Instead of worrying about her, I might as well worry about Hyagaling II who forcibly broke through the curse seal in order to save Simu. Of course, the latter is not a big problem. Tsunade stubbed out his cigarette and nodded. You can leave the hospital at any time, and it's the same for Ling Yi. In order to facilitate care and talk less, Kushina and Ling Yi were arranged in the same ward. Wen Yan and the two smiled at the same time, thanking Tsunade. Thank you, Master Tsunade. Tsunade waved his hand and looked at Simu thoughtfully. Then said to Jiraiya, you BD, don't stay here and get in the way. In the way. Jiraiya scratched her head, obviously not understanding what Tsunade meant. However, seeing the latter had walked out of the ward on his own, he also hurriedly followed. Tsunade, hey, wait for me. Only Ling Yi, Kushina, Simu, and Minato were left in the ward. Originally, Ling Yi and Kushina got along well. But since Simu, the atmosphere has been a bit strange. Minato was keenly aware of the problem, and hastily left. You chatted slowly. I suddenly remembered that Raisnon still needs to improve, so I left first. Minato put oil on the solace of his feet and prepared to run away. In this time and space, because of Simu's intervention, plus there is no such thing as Cloud Shinobi. Until now, he only regards Kushina as his teammate and partner. Therefore, he does not have any jealous thoughts, but is a little worried about Simu's current situation. Women's affairs are the most troublesome to deal with. I can't afford to provoke you, just slip away quickly. Wait a minute, Minato, I have some thoughts about Raisnon too. Before he finished speaking, he noticed two almost murderous eyes in the room. I can only obediently let go. Well, no more. He scratched his head. Well, do you two want to eat some fruit? Don't change the subject. Kushina stared at Simu intently. The latter's heart was cold. Through observation haki, he can probably guess what question Kushina is going to ask. It's nothing more than whether you like me or like her. But he is not ready for how to face this kind of Shura scene. Simu really wants to say that only children make choices. I want them all. But I was afraid of being eaten raw by Kushina. I didn't expect that my dignified marine admiral would have to face this kind of problem. Fortunately, when Kushina was about to speak, Jiraiya came to Simu's savior. Simu, I forgot to tell you just now, Mr. Sarutobi asked you to come over, and Minato. Jiraiya opened the door and poked her head out. Then he found that both Kushina and Ling Yi were staring at him. Never mind. Jiraiya shrank her head back again. Simu jumped at the chance. I'll go to Master Hokage first, and I'll talk about it next time if I have anything to say. Sparkling fruit ability, activate? His speed has never been so fast. In less than a second, he appeared at the door of Hokage's office. Seeing Simu disappear, Kushina turned his head and sighed. After finally mustering up the courage, this guy, Sister Kushina, let's go home first. Hyuga Ling suggested in a low voice. We can only do this. Kushina got up to pack her things, but saw a book on the ground. This book is. She thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was a book that teacher Jiraiya had already read. It is said that it is his unfinished travelogue. It seems to be called Kissing Heaven. Kushina picked up the book, glanced at the illustrations inside accidentally, and blushed immediately. This. What is this? Sensing Kushina's strange behavior, Ling Yi hurriedly asked, Sister Kushina, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling a little unwell? How about I call Master Tsunade? Kushina hurriedly stopped her. No, I'm fine. Then he put the books into his backpack, packed up and left the hospital. For mastering observation haki. This time when Simu landed outside Hokage's office window, the number, breadth, and location of all Umbu ninjas around are fully exposed. There are 12 people in total, that is, 4 Umbu classes. Securely hold all points where it is possible to raid Hokage. And these are also the places where you can find the changes in the village the fastest. It seems that because third generation had explained in advance, they didn't have much reaction to Simu's sudden appearance. At least the nervousness of the first time was gone. Glancing at the window, third generation said helplessly, come in. Simu jumped in through the window. As soon as he landed, Minato knocked on the wooden door of the office. Master Hokage, I am Minato. Come in. Third generation glanced at Minato, then at Simu. I said Simu, can't you be calm like Minato? Simu rubbed his head, this kind of thing doesn't matter. After finishing speaking, he found a chair by himself and raised Erlang's legs. Minato could only smile awkwardly at third generation. Fortunately, over the past year, third generation has gotten used to Simu's unscrupulous style. I don't really care much. He glanced at the table. You guys did a good job with Kushina this time. Simu's actions this time are very decisive, brave, and made great achievements. Third generation praised Simu a few words, and of course did not forget Minato. Minato did a good job. If you hadn't left marks along the way, the reinforcements might not have arrived so quickly. Minato smiled ashamedly. No, it's all thanks to Simu. Seeing the two people resigning there, Simu was a little impatient. Master Hokage, are you going to give us some kind of reward for your meritorious service? If there is no reward, he Huang Polusalai no Hanyu Simu Ape will go first. Third generation crossed his arms. He knew Simu was going to ask that question. That's right, I'm just going to reward you. Because of Kushina's special status, this action cannot be announced to the outside world, so I will meet you in other places. Just say it. What reward do you want? Ninja tools or ninjutsu scrolls are fine. Given the enormous potential shown by Simu and Minato, third generation is being generous. After all, they are also his disciples. Naturally belong to his third Hokage camp. Simu scratched his head with his index finger. The reward of third generation is guaranteed to be extremely explosive in front of any ninja. After all, the best way for a ninja to improve his strength is nothing more than 3 aspects: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and weapons. And third generation can help you solve all these things, and it can also give you the best of Konoha. What are you not satisfied with? But Simu is different. He doesn't depend on chakra for his strength at all. He has never used any other ninjutsu except the clone technique to carry women. Even as a weapon, he uses the sword of light he condensed. When you get Amazon Cloud Sword in the future, you won't need a weapon anymore. Well, Master Hokage, can you exchange these things for money? In exchange for money, the face of third generation is full of surprises. Good guy, what he has here are all good things that money can't buy. but he quickly realized why. I can give you 200,000 taels. Of course, 200,000 taels is definitely not worthy of Simu's contribution this time. He continued, besides, since you don't need ninjutsu, then you can choose a summoning technique. Summoning. Simu's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, although I don't use ninjutsu myself, one more summoning technique is one more way. Not to mention the legendary 3 holy places. The third generation took out countless scrolls, on which were the summoning contracts of the various ethnic groups. What ninja dog, ninja cat, ninja turtle, fox. Everything you need. However, Simu still didn't find what he wanted on it. He looked up at third generation. I want the contract scroll from Wetbone Forest. Puff. Third generation almost spit out his own tea. What did you say? With his hands in his pockets, Simu lazily said, if the ones in the Wetbone Forest don't have one, the ones in the other 2 holy places can do it too. You kid, you are too ambitious. Third generation shook his head. The so-called 3 holy places. These are Mount Mayaboku of the Jiraiya contract, Wetbone Forest of the Tsunade contract, and Ryokai Cave of the Orochimaru contract. All 3 places have special ways to practice sage mode. Therefore, it is also known as the 3 holy places by the world. The 3 of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were able to achieve what they are today. Accomplish the name of Konoha Sunin. It also has a lot to do with these 3 holy places. Third generation gently put down the teacup. I do have the contract scrolls of the 3 holy places here, but not everyone can go if they want the holy places to be holy places. Only special people who have been approved by the owner of the Holy Land can get the response from the Holy Land. Third generation put down his long pipe while talking. Instead, he took out a scroll with a very historical sense. This is the contract scroll between the Senju clan and Shibone Forest. It was placed in the Hokage treasury after the Senju clan disbanded. As long as there are outstanding ninjas in the village, they will have the opportunity to accept the test of Katsuyu Immortal and become a contracted person of the Shikbone Forest. Minato looked at the scroll and asked, so, Senior Tsunade also made a contract with Wetbone Forest through this scroll. Third generation nodded slowly, and then explained. The way of the contract is very simple, just press your own bloody handprint on the scroll. However, your Xingxing must be approved by the Katsuyu sage before you will be invited to the Wetbone Forest. Simu nodded, playing up his distasteful traits. Tisk, it's the fairy in legend, it looks very powerful. Minato and third generation looked at Simu's beating up. I silently wondered if this guy would be beaten to death by Katsuyu Immortal just after he entered the Wetbone Forest. The contractors of these holy places were not randomly selected. Rather, it must meet the requirements of the holy place, and its centrality and character are very important parts. Like Mount Mayaboku, they're always talking about it. I've been asking Jiraiya to help it find some prophecies son. Ryokai Cave is a big careerist, only on strength. And whether it is Orochimaru or the later pockets, there is more or less pervert. Even if these 2 Simu get together, they probably won't talk to Simu. Otherwise Jiraiya would have taken the Simu contract to Mount Mayaboku long ago. Only the Wetbone Forest where Katsuyu Immortal is located is quiet and doesn't come out to make troubles. This point coincides with Simu. Fish it. Simu likes fishing the most. He opened the scroll without hesitation, bit blood on his finger, and pressed it hard. A light green energy emerges from the scroll. Simu can feel the strong vitality on these green lights. It makes people feel warm and want to sleep. The contract is signed. Just when Simu was about to summon Katsuyu with a wave of his hand, he found a large cloud of white smoke around him. Mouth vades inside. Simu quickly covered the surroundings with knowledge. Find out about your environment. As expected of a fairy, you can reverse summoning yourself in an instant. The smoke cleared. In front of Simu, rows of trees stretched into the sky. This kind of tree has no branches and leaves, and the bare trunk and branches are full of pale luster. It gives people a feeling of white bones. But Simu can feel the strong vitality in this forest. And this vitality does not only exist on trees, but also on lakes, and even on the ground. Everything here has a breath of life. Simu took a light breath and felt his body become a bit more comfortable. As expected of a holy place, it's truly a treasured place of geomantic omen. Katsuyu Rishi is as powerful as a monster. Simu with observation haki immediately sensed the peaceful yet terrifying aura in the distance. Like a calm and deep sea. Although it looks calm, once it gets angry, it will be a stormy sea. It was at this moment that he seemed to notice someone coming. In the woods, there were blue and white Katsuyu poking their heads out of different sizes. A wriggling body of Katsuyu, which was a little bigger than others of its kind, came in front of Simu. With a gentle girl who doesn't match her appearance, she said softly, "Excuse me, is Master Hanyu Simu?" Simu waved his hand and said, "Oh, I don't dare to be an adult, I'm just a little genin of Konoha." Well, a Konoha genin who casually kicked out Jonin. It would be nice if Katsuyorishi called me Simu, of course, it would be even better if he could call me Kizaru. As one of the oldest immortals, it can be said that the entire Wetbone Forest is part of the Katsuyu Sage. The strength is so powerful that it is terrifying. But it is such an ancient and powerful fairy, her character is extraordinarily friendly. It can even be said to be harmless. It hardly cares about the disputes in the ninja world. Contractors rarely make shots. Even if there is, Tsunade summoning comes out to rescue the injured. Harmless as hell. Yellow, ape. I'll keep an eye on Mr. Kizaru. Simu smiled with satisfaction. Look at this Katsuyo, he is powerful, he is kind to worms and salty fish, and he doesn't fit too well with himself. Mr. Kizaru, please don't call me a sage, I'm just a Katsuyo who has lived long enough and happened to learn a little bit of sage. Well, an ordinary worm that has lived for thousands of years and created a holy place alone. Is that so, Katsuyo? You are really humble. Mr. Kizaru too. Simu and Katsuyo looked at each other, feeling a sense of confidant. Katsuyo's doppelganger, or a part of Katsuyo, naturally fell on Simu's shoulder. It's been a long time since Master Tsunade has new people come into Wetbone Grove. Having said that, Katsuyo's tone seemed a little high-spirited. As a creature that has lived for thousands of years, it certainly feels lonely. Otherwise, it would not be possible to make contracts with people in the ninja world through scrolls. But on the one hand, its temperament is relatively quiet. He doesn't like fighting in the ninja world, so only when the contractor also has the mentality of indifference to the world, will he be recognized. Obviously, Simu is such a salted fish. Seemingly feeling that Simu was a good match, Katsuyo took the initiative to invite. Mr. Kizaru, do you need to see my real body? Of course, I'm quite curious about how magnificent your real body is, Katsuyo. Simu answered in the affirmative without hesitation. Don't look for nothing. And in the original book, Katsuyo was never summoned. Even Tsunade can only summon a fraction of Katsuyo. Mr. Kizaru is already my contractor. If we want to fight side by side in the future, we should get to know each other better. Led by Katsuyo, Simu went deep into the Wetbone Forest. Katsuyo, big and small, blue Baxiang can be seen everywhere on the surrounding trees. It looks not only not disgusting, but also cute and honest. This may have something to do with the character of Katsuyo Rishi himself. During the march, Katsuyo momentarily asked Simu about his ideals. Ideal? Simu scratched his head, looking confused. It doesn't matter if there is such a thing or not. If I have to say it, it should be to find a job with more money and less work close to home, and then live a life of peace and stability. Fighting and killing, working overtime and so on, I hate it the most. Simu said sincerely. Although Katsuyo has no eyes, Simu can still feel the joyful emotion in it. Mr. Kizaru's thinking is very different from other people's. Although the former Tsunade and Hashirama and others also hope to remain aloof, but they often have higher level pursuits. For example, world peace, sheltering leaves and so on. And Simu is different. He is the saltiest fish, the most thorough salted fish. His dream is to eat and wait to die. Simu waved his hand indifferently. Those ninjas in the ninja world are as strong as monsters, and they will die if they are not careful. There are also tailed beasts and so on. It's too scary. Simu's expression is extremely pitiful. He looks like a little genin who has been ravaged everywhere in the ninja world. Of course Katsuyo could sense the great power in Simu's body. What it cares about is that Simu has such a powerful power, but he can still maintain such awe of the world. It can be such a salty fish. Really? Too much appetite for it? Maybe we'll be good friends, Mr. Kizaru. I hope so too. Katsuyo looked forward and said nonchalantly, here we are. Beyond the last pale tree. Came to a clearing. Even though Simu was already mentally prepared, there was still a huge shock on his face when he saw it with his own eyes. Big? It's just too big. Even Simu has seen countless skyscrapers made of steel and concrete. But when he saw the Katsuyo body, which was too huge to describe in words, he was still taken aback. It's a huge mountain range that can't be seen at a glance. At this moment, he finally understood the weight of the word immortal. Katsuyo doesn't even use any senjutsu, just roll his body casually. I'm afraid it will be able to produce an effect no less than an S-rank ninjutsu. Feel the vast sea-like energy in Katsuyo's body. Simu sighed subconsciously, it's really scary. Taking advantage of Simu's dazed effort, the little Katsuyo on his shoulders has slipped in front of the big Katsuyo, melted together like slime. The next second, the real Katsuyo opened his eyes. It lowered its head slightly, looking at Simu, who was no bigger than a pebble. Still using her gentle female voice like a spring breeze, she said, Mr. Kizaru, please take care of me in the future. Then Katsuyo, please take care of me too. As one of the 3 surviving immortals, Katsuyo's abilities are terrifying. The first is the terrible healing ability. Even Tsunade, who has the strongest medical skills, learned from the Wetbone Forest. And Katsuyo also has massive healing that Tsunade can't do. In addition, Katsuyo also has the ability of sticking tongue and teeth, splitting technique, and so on. Among them, the tongue-tooth mucus acid is considered by Orochimaru to be able to kill him by default. But just like Orochimaru's old CET, even if he is killed, he can't guarantee that he will continue to be resurrected in that place. In addition, because Katsuyo is a mollusk, normal physical attacks are also ineffective against it. It can be said that Katsuyo is an all-round super support with strong combat effectiveness and strong self-protection ability. But now that they have all come to the Holy Land, Simu also thought of a very important thing. That is magic. Kizaru, do you want to learn senjutsu? Katsuyo hesitated and introduced. In fact, Zainshu is the power that absorbs the natural energy of the outside world into the body and combines it with your own physical energy and spiritual energy to balance each other. This mixed energy is also known as Senju Chakra. The jutsu launched by Zainshu Chakra is called Zainshu, which may be dozens of times more powerful and effective than ordinary ninjutsu. Katsuyo didn't hide anything. In other words, it doesn't feel that there is anything to hide. After all, so far, only Senju Hashirama has been able to successfully practice the Wetbone Forest fairy art. Even his own granddaughter, Tsunade, was unable to practice Sage Mode successfully. The key to practicing immortality lies in how to capture the natural energy that exists in the air, and how to balance the three kinds of energy in the body. If you can do those two things, you will be fine. Simu sat cross-legged on the ground, scratching his head. Sounds like it would be difficult. Kizaru, you can try it first. Katsuyu suggested. Anyway, with it here, even if it fails, there shouldn't be any major problems. Mount Mayaboku often uses an auxiliary item when practicing senjutsu. It's called toad oil. It can help practitioners feel and absorb the natural energy in the air. Wetbone Forest, which is also a sacred place, of course has something similar. That's Katsuyu's slime. Sounds a bit pervert. But facing one of the most advanced powers in the ninja world, Simu couldn't help but experience it. Moments later, he was topless. Don't look at Simu is only 13 years old. In the ninja world, this age should be considered an adult. The people here are much faster than the previous world where Simu lived, both in terms of development speed and physical fitness. Therefore, the children here are generally much more mature than those in the previous world. At this time, Simu has grown to 1.75 meters, and is still growing in high school. Even Suzune, Kushina, and Minato are all youthful. Strong muscles are exposed in the air. A dozen Katsuyu are quietly attached to Simu's body. These are clones of Katsuyu Rishi. They will help Simu absorb the natural energy that is free in the air by constantly replenishing mucus. Simu puts his hands on his belly in mudra. Then close your eyes and start meditating seriously. As he meditated, the observation haki in his body began to spread out. With the blessing of Katsuyu slime, carefully capturing every bit of energy in the air. Under normal conditions, even if Simu uses observation haki, he can only feel the breath of other objects. The words of the air are generally blank. But now with Katsuyu slime, Simu is able to see little bits of natural energy floating in the air. Feel it, attract it. Katsuyu gave a hint. Simu concentrated his energy. His mental power seemed to be like tentacles. Stretch out to continuously pull the natural energy back into your body. At the same time, there is a rapid mixing of physical and mental energy within the body, gathered into a chakra, which is then added with natural energy, thus becoming a sage chakra. But Katsuyu Rishi soon realized something was wrong. How did Mr. Kizaru absorb natural energy so fast? Simu's own mental power is far beyond ordinary people. Now with the help of Katsuyu slime and observation haki, the speed at which he captures natural energy is terrifying. If others are telling nature that you are doing well, give me some natural energy. Simu is all about the robbery. The kind that just smashes open the cabinet and grabs it without even saying a word. This situation is of course a good thing for those who have already mastered Sage Mode. The more natural energies absorbed, the more Sage Chakra they synthesized. Take Hashirama for example. That guy's absorption speed of natural energy is equally terrifying. In addition, he is a sage body, so he can have such a terrible amount of chakra. The Buddha on the top opened casually, carrying 9 tails as a dog butcher. Known as the ninja god who suppressed an era, this statement is no joke. So here comes the problem. Simu does not have a sage body. While he was violently inhaling natural energy, his body couldn't produce enough chakra for coordination. The end result is an excess of natural energy. The body is disturbed. Stop it, Kizaru. Katsuyu quickly warned. Katsuyu, who was attached to Simu's body, also quickly detached from his body. But the natural energy still caused a certain impact on Simu's body. The surface of his skin exudes large patches of water vapor. The whole body is hot like a soldering iron. When Simu opened his eyes, he felt a headache. Hiss. It's really careless. He rubbed his temples vigorously. It took a while to slow down. Katsuyu, this situation should be all right. Simu asked while looking at the steam that was steaming from his body. Katsuyu inspected Simu's body carefully, and said, "It's okay, it's just that I absorbed too much natural energy for a while, which caused my body skills to become disordered. Just rest for a few days and use chakra to reconcile it." "Well, thank you then." Simu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would absorb a large amount of natural energy uncontrollably. It seems that I can't continue to practice immortality until my chakra level increases. Because his fighting style has always been without the use of ninjutsu, so he didn't put much effort into ninjutsu. The amount of chakra is equivalent to an ordinary jonin. It still seems too reluctant to carry the fairy art. During the break, Simu suddenly thought of something and asked, "That Katsuyu, can you keep a few copies on me?" Mr. Katsuyu tilted his head. Avatar. "That's right, it's the kind of clone that usually sleeps and can quickly contact you in case of emergency." "Of course can." Immortal Katsuyu agreed without much hesitation. This is just a small thing for it. The huge body squirmed slightly, and then split into 4 little Katsuyu, which slowly climbed onto Simu's body. Each one is only half the size of a palm. Katsuyu said, "These clones usually fall into sleep mode, and they will only wake up when you inject chakra. You can use them to contact me." Simu's eyes lit up. "Then can these avatars communicate with each other?" "Of course can. These are all part of the Katsuyu Rishi." Simu speaks to his clone, which is equivalent to talking to all clones. "That's good." Simu had an idea. He found a shell from the woods and put Katsuyu in it. "It looks like a snail." Simu held up the Katsuyu who looked like a snail, and said as if on the phone, Moses, can you hear me? A voice suddenly sounded in the ear. Imitation value increase, 45%. Good guy, creating a phone bug actually increased the imitation value by 5% in one breath. Earned to death. Immortal Katsuyu couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Mr. Kizaru is such an interesting guy. Simu also collected the remaining Katsuyu, and asked, can I give them to my buddies? I hope they can reach me in time if the need arises. Because of the butterfly effect he brought, Simu can't guarantee that the next plot will develop like the original. Just like the kidnapping of Kushina by Cloud Shinobi a few days ago. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Simu wants to make a few phone bugs for them. But this must seek the consent of Katsuyu is. Of course, they must be very important friends of Mr. Kizaru. Haha, of course. The night swallows the last rays of the sun. The whole world fell into silence. Kushina was lying on the bed, beating her pillow unevenly. Damn Simu, you're too busy to come back. She flung the pillow away angrily. His eyes slowly moved to the books on the bedside. Kindness to Paradise, manuscript. Her throat moved, and finally she couldn't bear the temptation. Open the book and read it. What are these things? She put the book down blushing, but reluctantly took it back. Read another page, 1 page is fine. Before I knew it, Kushina had already watched half of it. His face was hot enough to boil water. Children in this world mature at a different rate than ordinary people. Therefore, she will naturally show a little bit of herself after watching Intimate Paradise. Fantasy. For example, Kushina, are you home? Simu's voice suddenly sounded from the yard. Kushina was taken aback, and hurriedly pressed the book in her hand into the quilt. Stand up in a hurry. I'm at home. She hurriedly hid the things, and then hurried to open the door. Why is your face so red? Simu was a little confused. Kushina explained in a panic, none of your business. Kushina put her hands on her hips and regained her usual momentum. You also said that I blush, so your blush must be because of the natural energy. Simu's body is still a little uncomfortable now. I am a little uncomfortable. He rubbed his eyebrows and took out a phone bug. Hey, this is a phone bug, just type chakra and you'll be able to get in touch with me through this. If there is any danger in the future. Simu isn't done yet. Kushina had sensed something was wrong, and put her palm on Simu's forehead. It's so hot. You still say it's okay. Kushina said hurriedly. Simu is indeed a little uncomfortable, reluctantly waved his hand. It's caused by training. I've already told Senior Tsunade, just take a rest. Hearing that Tsunade has been diagnosed, Kushina was relieved. Humph, aren't you the most salty fish? Why are you working so hard all of a sudden? Kushina thought about what happened in the afternoon again, and her tone was full of blame. Simu said in a strange way, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you if you are captured next time. You? Kushina blushed again. Thinking of the phone bug he said just now, it turned out that he disappeared all afternoon, and even got himself injured, all because of himself. The original grievance and anger disappeared at this moment, only into the most sincere love. Simu wanted to say something, but a hot lip pressed against him. Thank you, Simu. After all, Kushina closed the door. The whole person leaned against the door, holding down his thumping chest. When Simu opened his eyes, he felt a headache. Hiss. It's really careless. He rubbed his temples vigorously. It took a while to slow down. Katsuyo, this situation should be all right. Simu asked while looking at the steam that was steaming from his body. Katsuyu inspected Simu's body carefully, and said, it's okay, it's just that I absorbed too much natural energy for a while, which caused my body skills to become disordered. Just rest for a few days and use chakra to reconcile it. Well, thank you then. Simu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would absorb a large amount of natural energy uncontrollably. It seems that I can't continue to practice immortality until my chakra level increases. Because his fighting style has always been without the use of ninjutsu. So he didn't put much effort into ninjutsu. The amount of chakra is equivalent to an ordinary jonin. It still seems too reluctant to carry the fairy art. During the break, Simu suddenly thought of something and asked, that Katsuyu, can you keep a few copies on me? Mr. Katsuyu tilted his head, Avatar. That's right, it's the kind of clone that usually sleeps and can quickly contact you in case of emergency. Of course can. Immortal Katsuyu agreed without much hesitation. This is just a small thing for it. The huge body squirmed slightly, and then split into 4 little Katsuyu, which slowly climbed onto Simu's body. Each one is only half the size of a palm. Katsuyu said, these clones usually fall into sleep mode, and they will only wake up when you inject chakra. You can use them to contact me. Simu's eyes lit up. Then can these avatars communicate with each other? Of course can. These are all part of the Katsuyu Rishi. Simu speaks to his clone, which is equivalent to talking to all clones. That's good. Simu had an idea. He found a shell from the woods and put Katsuyu in it. It looks like a snail. Simu held up the Katsuyu who looked like a snail, and said as if on the phone, Moses, can you hear me? A voice suddenly sounded in the ear. Imitation value increase, 45%. Good guy, creating a phone bug actually increased the imitation value by 5% in one breath. Earned to death. Immortal Katsuyu couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Mr. Kizaru is such an interesting guy. Simu also collected the remaining Katsuyu, and asked, can I give them to my buddies? I hope they can reach me in time if the need arises. Because of the butterfly effect he brought, Simu can't guarantee that the next plot will develop like the original. Just like the kidnapping of Kushina by Cloud Shinobi a few days ago. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Simu wants to make a few phone bugs for them. But this must seek the consent of Katsuyu is. Of course, they must be very important friends of Mr. Kizaru. Haha, of course. The night swallows the last rays of the sun. The whole world fell into silence. Kushina was lying on the bed, beating her pillow unevenly. Damn Simu, you're too busy to come back. She flung the pillow away angrily. His eyes slowly moved to the books on the bedside. Kindness to Paradise, manuscript. Her throat moved, and finally she couldn't bear the temptation. Open the book and read it. What are these things? She put the book down blushing, but reluctantly took it back. Read another page, 1 page is fine. Before I knew it, Kushina had already watched half of it. His face was hot enough to boil water. Children in this world mature at a different rate than ordinary people. Therefore, she will naturally show a little bit of herself after watching Intimate Paradise. Fantasy. For example, Kushina, are you home? Simu's voice suddenly sounded from the yard. Kushina was taken aback, and hurriedly pressed the book in her hand into the quilt. Stand up in a hurry. I'm at home. She hurriedly hid the things, and then hurried to open the door. Why is your face so red? Simu was a little confused. Kushina explained in a panic, none of your business. Kushina put her hands on her hips and regained her usual momentum. You also said that I blush, so your blush must be because of the natural energy. Simu's body is still a little uncomfortable now. I am a little uncomfortable. He rubbed his eyebrows and took out a phone bug. Hey, this is a phone bug, just type chakra and you'll be able to get in touch with me through this. If there is any danger in the future. Simu isn't done yet. Kushina had sensed something was wrong, and put her palm on Simu's forehead. It's so hot. You still say it's okay. Kushina said hurriedly. Simu is indeed a little uncomfortable, reluctantly waved his hand. It's caused by training. I've already told Senior Tsunade, just take a rest. Hearing that Tsunade has been diagnosed, Kushina was relieved. Humph, aren't you the most salty fish? Why are you working so hard all of a sudden? Kushina thought about what happened in the afternoon again, and her tone was full of blame. Simu said in a strange way, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you if you are captured next time. You? Kushina blushed again. Thinking of the phone bug he said just now. It turned out that he disappeared all afternoon, and even got himself injured, all because of himself. The original grievance and anger disappeared at this moment. Only into the most sincere love. Simu wanted to say something, but a hot lip pressed against him. Thank you, Simu. After all, Kushina closed the door. The whole person leaned against the door, holding down his thumping chest. Simu touched his lips, feeling the remaining warmth on them. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Glancing at the door, he reluctantly left. Not that Simu doesn't want to go one step further. The point is that Kushina is only 13 years old now. It would be too beastly for me to start now. So Simu is going to raise it for a while. I had a good sleep. Woke up early the next morning by Minato. With messy hair, Simu looked at Minato in confusion. Tell me, what do you want from me? Minato glanced at the time. It's already afternoon, and this guy is still sleeping? Minato even wondered if Simu practiced at home every day. Why is he so salty every day? His strength can still soar like a rocket. Master Hokage is looking for us. Simu yawned, momentarily dull. Why does that old man ask us again? Why does he work overtime every day? Minato shrugged helplessly. In the past, he would also remind Simu to pay attention to the title of Mr. Hokage, not to be so disrespectful. Now he has given up. Whenever this guy gets killed on the road, Minato thinks it's normal. The two didn't delay and came directly to Hokage's office. Third generation raised his head unexpectedly, and said to Simu, not bad, this time it didn't come in through the window. Simu smiled, sat on the chair and said, isn't this accompanied by Minato? I'm too embarrassed to act independently. Third generation glared at him. You also know that you are a maverick when you come in through the window. After preaching to Simu, third generation brought the topic back. Okay, this time you two are called here because there is something for you to do. Third generation got serious and dropped a file on the desktop. In order to demonstrate the friendship between major powers, express mutual sincerity, build a harmonious order in the ninja world, and promote the harmonious development of the ninja world, Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer have decided to jointly hold a Jonin exam. Jonin exam. Simu frowned. As a salted fish, he smelled the breath of beating workers. Third generation showed a kind smile. That's right, it's the Jonin exam. After passing this exam, you will be called a Jonin jointly certified by the 4 major nations. Us. That's right, it's you? Third generation leaned on the seat and said kindly, for the glory of Konoha, I am going to let your team take this exam. It's an exam, it's better to say it's a secret wrestling between major powers. You also know that last time Cloud Shinobi and us almost had a big fight. While we killed several Jonin from Cloud Shinobi, their manned hands within Konoha also caused great damage to Konoha. This is a huge humiliation to Konoha. Having said that, third generation was shocked. So, this time, you all have to pass this exam for me beautifully. I want the other 4 major nations to know that Konoha is not easy to mess with. Minato looked serious. After all, this is not just an ordinary exam. It's a mission related to the entire glorious Konoha. He looked as if he could dedicate his life to Konoha at any time. Simu's expression was indifferent. His grandma's going on a business trip again. Still a big business trip? Third generation wants to prove Konoha's strength, but don't other ninja villages want it? They will definitely show their strength by showing their talent at the bottom of the box. At that time, I don't know what monsters I will encounter again. Simu raised his hands high and asked in a low voice, Master Hokage, is there any chunin exam? Go away. Third generation's face was livid, and he almost sent Simu flying with a punch. Dude, just the other day tool 3 jonin alone. As a result, today you said that you are going to take the chunin exam. Shameless has to have a limit, right? Originally, third generation had the idea of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but he still couldn't do such a thing as asking Simu to take the chunin exam. Simu is shameless, but Konoha still needs to show some shame. Although the Second Ninja World War has been less than 10 years now, but the recent atmosphere in the ninja world has begun to become uncomfortable. Big countries are ready to move, and small countries have constant friction. Therefore, the 4 major countries except the Land of Water will choose to jointly hold the Jonin exam at this juncture, just to show off my muscles. Some small countries want to take the opportunity to prove their strength. Let big countries know that they are not easy to bully. Great powers want to demonstrate greater deterrence. Tell small countries and other big countries that my strength is very strong, don't mess with me. Konoha is of course no exception. That's why third generation let Simu and Minato play. Konoha must tell the entire ninja world in this joint exam. We, Konoha, are still the overlords of the ninja world? Oh, that old man wants to arrest us poor people to work again. Simu lay on the branch with his head in his hands and complained. He doesn't want to travel, he just wants to spend time in Konoha. Minato glanced at him. What are you worried about? Don't you still have 3 months to prepare? Makes sense. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Because of preparing for the Jonin exam, third generation directly gave Simu and others a 3-month holiday. Let them practice hard and strive to win glory for the village. So Simu bargained with third generation. For example, if you don't perform tasks for 3 months, you will have no money, you will be starved to death, and so on. Third generation had no choice but to give them 3 months of subsidized salary. A total of 600,000 taels. When Simu went out to perform 2 A-level missions, this made the salted fish quiet down. Since there are 3 months of training time, we can't waste it. Leading by example, Minato started training. After Kushina gave Simu a kiss last night, she looked at him a little averted today. But it's normal, after all, it's still a little girl. Just keep it up. The only pity is that Ling Yi went on a mission after recovering from his injuries. I only had time to hand over the phone bug to her, but I couldn't do more. But this is also good, I can concentrate on cultivating a relationship with Kushina. Seeing that Simu's eyes fell on himself, Kushina immediately raised her small fist. Simu smiled slightly and lay down to sleep. Girls, you only get hooked when you catch it. If she pesters Kushina now, maybe she will only think that this man is nothing more than that, easy to deal with. But as long as he holds on to it, Kushina will worry about gains and losses, and tie his heart firmly to himself. After all, Simu was also a theoretical and emotional master in his previous life. You can't fool a mature young woman, but you can still coax a little girl. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Minato. I said, Minato, what did you take from the old man of third generation? Because I was sent to Wetbone Forest by reverse summoning at that time, I still don't know what reward Minato asked third generation for. Namikaze Minato raised the scroll in his hand. I found a technique that suits me in the Book of Seals. It's called the Flying Thunder God technique. Simu raised an eyebrow. As expected of Minato, it's scary, this is an S-rank ninjutsu. Because of his arrival, it seems that the time for Minato to obtain this technique has been a little earlier. However, with Minato's talent, it shouldn't be a problem to master this technique in 3 months. Minato chuckled. If someone else said that, he might think it was sincere, and politely encourage the other party. After all, Minato himself is a relatively gentle and kind person. But when Simu said that, he could only chuckle. This guy, with that terrifying light escape, can kick out an S-rank ninjutsu posture. Are you ashamed to tell yourself this? Kushina also ignored Simu's acting as a demon. She is practicing the secret method of the Uzumaki clan passed down by Grandma Uzumaki Mito, King Kong sealing technique. While improving your strength, you can also strengthen the seal against 9 tails. In Hokage's office, the 2 advisors and Danzo have already quarreled with Hiruzen. I won't allow 9 tails Jinchuriki to take any Jonin exam anyway, Yuditen Koharu said with a serious expression. Now they are not as old as in the original book, but the stubbornness of thinking is no less than that of them more than 20 years later. In their eyes, tailed beasts are unstable and terrifying humanoid weapons. You have to keep a close eye on it. Allowing Kushina to be a ninja is the limit, not to mention taking some Jonin exam. Now that Cloud Shinobi has discovered the identity of Kushina Ninetails Jinchuriki, you are asking her to take the Jonin exam at this time. Isn't this a self-inflicted trap? Mitokedo Homura also disagreed with Hiruzen's idea. Only Danzo sat aside and didn't speak, not knowing what he was thinking. Hiruzen took a sip of tea. He had that in mind when he made the decision. First of all, the venue for the competition this time is in the neutral country of National Iron and Steel, not in Cloud Shinobi Village. Also, I heard that Cloud Shinobi Village has found a way to control the tailed beast. If we just protect Jinchuriki and don't let her exercise and grow, then the tail beast will always be a threat to us, not a help. Hiruzen said seriously. At this time, he was relatively less conservative. This time I will let Jiraiya and Tsunade lead the team, absolutely nothing will happen. Danzo said, I suggest that the root people also go to the country of iron. Seeing that Hiruzen was about to object, he whispered, Hiruzen, have you forgotten what happened to Cloud Shinobi last time? Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes upon hearing this. Shen Sheng replied, yes. During these 3 months, Simu lived very leisurely. So much so that his imitation value increased to 48%. This is enough to see how salty fish Simu is. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, the rest of the time is to tease Ling Yi when Kushina is not around. While Ling Yi was not around, he held Kushina's little hand and kissed her little mouth. Only that idiot Minato is still working on his flying thunder god technique from dawn to dusk. Today, taking advantage of Ling Yi, he went out to perform another mission. Simu took Kushina to the grove for a date. Their relationship grew by leaps and bounds, although it has not broken through the last step. But it is not a problem to hold small hands and kiss small mouths on weekdays. This caused the 3-person team that had originally acted together to split into 2 teams. Minato can only be alone. Hey, Simu, didn't you think my hair was ugly when you first saw me? Kushina asked suddenly. When she just transferred to another school, she was often excluded because of this hair. It seems that only Minato and Simu have never disliked her. Simu scratched his nose. Ugly? Maybe not. Like. Kushina frowned slightly, staring at him unkindly. Hey. Simu patted his head embarrassingly. Well, I actually thought your hair color was pretty at the time. Humph, a man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Kushina expressed disbelief. But girls are like that. Even if she doesn't believe it, she still likes to hear nice words. If you think she won't believe you and tell some ugly truths, then the only way to wait for Simu is to be headshot by strange force. Look, Simu, this road is so beautiful. Kushina let go of Simu's hand. Turn around and dance to the slowly falling sakura flowers. As time goes by, Kushina develops faster and faster. He is now 1.6 meters tall, and his body is quite well proportioned. Although it was not as turbulent as Ling Yi, it could be regarded as beginning to take shape. A white dress dances under the rain of sakura flowers. Swirling skirt, flying red hair. Simu looked at it in a daze for a while. Suddenly, he frowned. Looking to the side, the body accumulates strength. 2 masked Umbu suddenly appeared on the road. But there is still a certain distance from Kushina. This is a requirement of Simu. Even Umbu couldn't quite believe it. Originally, people in Umbu had quite a problem with Simu's approach. After all, protecting the Jinchuriki is the most important thing. But after Simu let them go together and showed their strength, they realized a reality. Have Simu by Kushina's side. It makes no difference what they protect or not. But they didn't show up today because they had enemies. But the village is under martial law. Simu, Kushina, Master Hokage wants you two to go home quickly. The Umbu ninja's tone was serious. What happened? Simu seemed to think of something. But many things are too vague in the original work, and Simu can't cover everything. Umbu ninja shook his head. It's inconvenient to inform you at this time, the entire Konoha village is under martial law. No. Simu took Kushina's hand. Let's go, I'll take you home. After saying that, Simu picked up Kushina, turned into a flash of light and disappeared in place. Seeing this, several Umbu sighed and hurriedly followed. It wasn't until the next morning that Simu and others knew what happened last night. Konoha's penultimate hero in the Second Ninja World War turned the tide of the Rain Country battle by himself and killed 2 members of Sand Shinobi, Admiral. Mashuo Heitake, known as Mu Yabaya, committed suicide at home last night. Ended his life with his most famous short sword White Fang. Senior Mashuo actually. Minato was a little lost. Although they are not particularly close to Mashuo, they also know that the senior is friendly. Unexpectedly, he would commit suicide at home. In fact, there have been discussions in the village these days. But Simu didn't hear much when he stayed at home. Of course, even if he heard him, it would be impossible to bring Mashuo back from the brink of suicide with a word of mouth. This is a mental attack. Simu thinks there is no way. People in the village say that Heitake Mashuo gave up his mission for his partner, and he is not worthy of being a ninja at all. In addition, the ninja who was rescued by Shuo Mao also stood up and publicly accused Shuo Mao, with the help of many people and some people. In the end, Mashuo Heitake couldn't bear the pressure in his heart. Committed suicide. At Heitake Mozaku's funeral, Simu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the white-haired boy holding a short sword at the funeral. A lot of people came to his funeral. Everyone was silent. These are ninjas who have been favored by Heitake. It has to be said that Mu Yabaya did save many people on the battlefield. But it turns out, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are here. There was a hint of coolness in the air. Simu and Danzo's eyes met through the cold air. Danzo smiled slightly. It's like a vicious dog hiding in the dark, ready to jump out and bite you at any moment. The most dramatic is the ninja who was rescued by Heitake Mozaku and later jumped out to accuse him. On the 3rd day after Mashuo's death, he also committed suicide at home. Konoha's public opinion changed. Some people began to say how good Heitake Mashuo was during his lifetime, how much credit Heitake Mashuo has made for Konoha and so on. But Mozaku Heitake couldn't hear these words anymore. The child whose temperament changed drastically because of his father's death and who couldn't sleep all night didn't care anymore. His only close relative has left him. Although the world we live in is different, Simu feels that people have something in common. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Simu. Konoha and his party of 30 people have already set off for the trial site of this Jonin exam. Iron Country. The Iron Country is one of the 2 permanent neutral countries in the ninja world. The other is the Ghost Country that advocates witch culture. The Iron Country is different from other countries in that ninja culture is not popular there. The strength they admire is the strength of the flesh, the spirit of the warrior. Therefore, during the Hashirama period, the major powers agreed that all ninja countries were not allowed to attack the Iron Country, unless it broke the covenant by itself and took the lead in participating in disputes in the ninja world. However, for so many years, the Iron Country has maintained a neutral stance, strictly maintained neutrality in the 2 ninja world wars, except for helping some refugees who had difficulty surviving. Not a single soldier was sent to participate in the disputes in the ninja world. This also gives it a detached position in the ninja world. That's why the 4 great powers put the Jonin's joint test site in the Iron Country this time. The purpose is to ensure the fairness of the competition and the personal safety of the candidates. During this test period, all countries that violate the regulations will be jointly attacked by other countries. It can be said that Konoha has paid a lot for this exam. A total of 21 people from 7 teams participated in the competition. Basically, all ninjas who can be named in Konoha have sent people to participate. These include Akamike, Yamanaka, Kurama, Abarame, Nara, Inuzuka. There are several that Simu thinks are familiar. For example, the second son of the head of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hisashi. This unlucky guy who will die for his brother in the future is in a daze. There is also the future general staff of Konoha village, the future patriarch of the Nara clan, Nara Shiju, and Uchiha Fugaku, the future patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is also on the team. If Simu remembers correctly, this guy should be a year older than himself. Taking the Jonin exam now can be regarded as progressing very fast. Of course, nothing can be said about Simu that is turned on and off. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku's future wife, is also on the team. As far as the contestants this time are concerned, it can be called luxury. Both Uchiha and Nara sent their own patriarchal heirs. The Hyaga clan also sent the second son of the patriarch. These ninja clans are full of sincerity. If it wasn't for the fact that other ninjas didn't have suitable candidates, they would probably send them up in one go. This is the first joint Jonin exam in the ninja world. If he can beat all the heroes in this test, he can be said to be the strongest of his peers in the entire ninja world. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Before leaving, the head of the Uchiha clan told himself, "Be sure to win the championship this time and let everyone see Uchiha's true power," and Uchiha Fugaku himself has this confidence. Of course, not everyone thinks so. Minato is purely for Konoha glory. As for Simu, it was just forced to do nothing. He refused immediately if he could. Unfortunately not. There is another person who also looks very reluctant, that is Nara Shiju. So along the way, Simu and Luju met each other. This kind of test is really boring. I think so. Do you feel the same way? Yeah, it's better to sleep at home. Indeed, I would rather play a few more games of shogi with that old man at home. Heroes say the same thing. Simu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that after Katsuyu Immortal, he finally found a like-minded confidant again. Luju also looks like a hero who hates seeing each other late. Kushina looked annoyed. It's okay to have an affair with a little girl like Ling Yi, but it's still like this with a man like Luju? Is it true that men and women kill each other? Everyone rest for 20 minutes. Jiraiya waved her hand, motioning for a momentary pause to rest. Simu made a fishing rod out of branches at light speed. Luju, are you fishing? Luju said unexpectedly, it sounds pretty good. But, he pointed his finger behind Simu. A murderous intent erupted. Hanyu Simu, you die for me. Boom. Simu becomes a point of light. In the end, Simu had no choice but to take Kushina and Luju to go fishing together. Simu and the deer go fishing for a long time, and Kushina watches. It's been a long time since I saw Luju get so close to someone else. Akamika Choza said while stuffing something into his mouth. Yamanaka nodded slightly. This Hanyu Simu really hits it off with Luju. Uchiha Fugaku on the side looked at Simu's back with disdain, and said disdainfully, playing things and losing one's mind. After a 6-day journey, Konoha and his party finally arrived at the Iron Country. The Iron Country is located in the north, and it was snowing heavily when Simu and others arrived. The surrounding woods were bare, and the branches and trunks were covered with thick white snow. This makes Simu quite a pity. In addition to the need to add clothes to keep warm, the most important thing is that the rivers are frozen. It's a pity that there is no way to fish. Even in this weather, Simu still wears his coat of justice. Kushina changed into a winter suit. Inside is a ninja suit that is convenient for combat. There is an extra white cloak outside, which can help the ninja resist the wind and cold. Hearing Simu's complaint, Kushina rolled her eyes hard. You know how to fish and fish all day long. Hey. Simu scratched his head and put a hand on Kushina's shoulder. The palm lighted up slightly, and Kushina instantly felt a warmth pouring into her body. Warm and caring. This is a new use for sparkling fruit. Instantly turned into a warm man. Not only Simu is complaining, but Luju is also deeply regretful. After all, Simu had made him a fishing rod, and he had grown fond of the sport. Yamanaka looked at Simu's back and asked, Luju, what kind of person do you think Simu is? Luju hesitated for a moment, then replied, a lazy person like me, but Simu has another more appropriate description, that is salted fish. We're all pretty salty fish. The only difference is that he is very powerful. As the future patriarch of the Nara clan, Luju has very keen observation skills. Yamanaka nodded slightly. Akamaika Dingza licked his frozen snot. That Simu guy is pretty good, he often gives me grilled fish. These days, every time Simu catches fish, he will bake some for Kushina and Minato to eat. As for the rest, it's all for Zoding. Luju sighed. For Dingzo, whoever feeds him is a good person. Later that evening, Jiraiya gestured. Attention everyone, we will soon arrive at the land of iron. Across the snow-covered mountains, a village almost entirely made of rocks appeared in front of everyone. Is this the land of warriors? Minato lowered the brim of his hat, and the wind and snow flew past his ears. Well, I traveled here several times in my early years. Jiraiya led the way, heading towards the land of the samurai. At the gate of the village stood two heavily armed warriors. Their whole bodies are wrapped in solid armor, leaving only two eyes for observing the surroundings. Is this a samurai? It looks so scary. Simu whispered. Jiraiya glanced at him. Simu, don't talk nonsense here. No. Simu restrained himself. However, if Konoha and his party don't cause trouble, it doesn't mean that people in other villages won't cause trouble. Hey, aren't these little devils from Konoha? A young girl landed in front of everyone in Konoha. Bears the Cloud Shinobi logo on his forehead. She tilted her head, looking across the crowd to Simu in the crowd. You are Hanyu Simu, right? Simu frowned. Through observation haki, he can feel that there are two auras in this girl. One is the youthful overflow of girls. One is violent, crazy dryness. This feeling Simu has only seen in Kushina so far. Because in addition to Kushina's own breath, there is another breath in her body. That is the 9 tails that represent hatred and resentment. There was a hint of interest in Simu's eyes. If you guessed right, this girl should be a tailed beast Jinchuriki just like Kushina. As for which tail beast, both Jinchuriki in 8 tails are male. And Killer Bee should be a little younger than Minato, and probably just became 8 tails Jinchuriki now. So the woman in front of me can only be the Jinchuriki of Airway. Simu didn't respond yet, but Kushina stood up instead. What are you doing? After she finished speaking, she gave Simu a glare. It seems to mean when did you hook up with a Cloud Shinobi? Simu spread his hands, expressing his innocence. Seeing that Simu dared not come out, the girl sneered and said, Tisk, are you just a little boy who only hides behind women? What did you say? How could Kushina tolerate others saying this about his beloved? His fists were already creaking, and he might rush forward to teach the girl a lesson at any time. Duozi, stop messing around and come back quickly. Cloud Shinobi's leader Jonin finally stopped it. However, Simu can perceive through observation haki that they have arrived long ago, and they just want to watch their family humiliate Konoha's guy. The two doshi stroked their short yellow hair. Humph, this ugly red-haired woman, I'll send you and that fair-faced boy off during the game. Kushina's hair exploded like flames. Just wanted to go crazy. Suddenly a flash of light broke through the wind and snow, and went straight to the two dozi. Simu. Not even Jiraiya was able to detect Simu's movements in advance. Because he is so fast. The pupils of the two dozi shrank, and she never thought that Konoha's little boy would dare to do something to her here. Although her reaction speed is very fast. But Simu is faster. Just when the two doshi were about to retreat, a golden flash had already appeared in front of her. Be careful what you say in the future, miss. Simu raised his feet, and the dazzling flash melted and evaporated the surrounding ice and snow. Cloud Shinobi on the side flew into a rage and roared, how dare you, kid. It's scary, Cloud Shinobi-sama. Simu said exaggeratedly. In the next second, a terrifying light enveloped the snow. Simu landed heavily on the two doshis with lightning speed. The light spots spread out like ripples. The two duozi only had time to raise their hands, and then they turned into flashes of light and were kicked out. And the landing point is exactly where Cloud Shinobi Jonin is. Murder? If the two doshis just humiliated themselves, Simu would at most just smile and ignore it. Unfortunately, she also provoked Kushina in the end. This is unbearable. The two doshis slammed heavily on the snow, and large snowflakes exploded. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi turned pale. Little Konoha, you are courting death. Jonin, led by Cloud Shinobi, is third Raikage's assistant. Named Do, is a powerful ninja. He pulled out a huge ninja sword and looked at Simu with murderous eyes. The other Cloud Shinobi also pulled out their weapons, looking like they were fighting Konoha to the death. Simu stood there with his hands in his pockets, unmoved. Doi, this is just a joke of the younger generation. If you need an opponent, why not let me do it? Jiraiya smiled and stood in front of Simu. Minato and Kushina also walked over to Simu. Luju and the others were even more ready to fight. Even the people of the Uchiha clan pulled out the kunai. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Simu's back and thought, if he was facing that kick just now, can you see his movements clearly with your Sharingan? Although Jiraiya is smiling, the pressure on her body is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Not to mention there is a tsunade next to it. Doi's face froze. Do you want to have another Orochimaru, and then become Hanzo himself in one hit 3? Do didn't speak. The two dozi had already crawled out of the snow pit. I'm fine. The blonde beauty stood up and wiped the corners of her mouth. There is a fierce light flickering in the eyes. A faint red chakra appeared on his body. This is the overflowing performance of tailed beast chakra. It usually appears when Jinchuriki is extremely unstable or seriously injured. But Simu's kick just now was just fast. Did not use full force. The main goal is to kill Cloud Shinobi's spirit. Therefore, most of the two doshis have no serious injuries. There is only one reason left. The guy feels insulted, which leads to an emotional imbalance, referred to as broken defense. Anxious. Simu smiled slightly, opened his eyes wide, and said with emotion, "Are you in a hurry? Tailed beast chakra, it's scary. You wanna die." Boom! A large piece of dark red chakra surged out. Everyone in Konoha was startled. Even Jiraiya is considering sealing it himself. As for Simu, he was still standing there with his hands in his pockets, and he was still. Let the dark red chakra airflow blow his justice coat. Fortunately, Cloud Shinobi has no intention of unblocking airway here. Hurriedly let the two doshis calm down. In fact, Simu didn't expect the two doshis to break the defense so quickly. Of course, it doesn't matter to him even if the second tail explodes. Isn't there still Tsunade and Jiraiya here? No matter how bad the samurai from the Iron Kingdom can't help it. As for myself, it's just a small Konoha genin squeezed by the third generation to take the Jonin exam. What's wrong? The emotions of the two dozi gradually calmed down. Although she is not perfect Jinchuriki, she has been able to control part of the power of the tailed beast. It is precisely because of this innate talent that fits with airway. On the contrary, she has been the favored child of Cloud Shinobi village since she was a child. I'm used to being arrogant and unreasonable. I was taught a lesson by Simu just now to break the defense like this. Even so, she looked at Simu with hatred in her eyes. I remember you. Simu scratched his nose. Okay. Then he patted his chest belatedly. It's so scary. The fist tightened again. Not only Cloud Shinobi's fist was tight, but Konoha's fist was itchy. This guy is really cheap. Humph, see you in the competition. After Do left a harsh word, he took Cloud Shinobi and everyone left in despair. The total number of people in this competition is 96. The 4 major countries accounted for 1/3 of the participants. In addition, a total of 7 ninja villages participated in this joint examination. The 3 Simu and the 3 Ino, Shika, Cho were sitting in a room at this time. On the night of arriving in the Iron Country, Luju collected information about this exam. He took out a map of the Iron Country, and clicked on a snow-white mountain range on it. If there are no accidents, this wind and snow mountain range should be the location of our exam this time. Simu leaned back on the chair and fell asleep. On the contrary, Minato listened with gusto. As expected of you, Luju, you have already grasped so much information just after arriving here. Luju smiled. The game is a hassle after all, and the information is not completely confidential. I just inquired in the tavern and was able to analyze it. For this competition, the Iron Country drove away the Orions in the snowy mountains in advance. Based on this, Luju can easily deduce the venue of the game. Next, I will talk about the teams that need attention in this game in detail. He took out some photos. Among them, Tsunagakuer needs to pay attention to 2 people. One is Yakang, a ninja who uses blood succession limit scorch style, and his strength is quite outstanding. People who are attacked by its scorch style ninjutsu will evaporate all the water in their bodies in an instant and turn into mummies. The other one is Baki. This guy is said to have reached Jonin's strength long ago, but he has never been promoted. Should be Tsunagakuer's secret weapon. As he said this, Minato visibly glanced up at Simu. This guy is the real secret weapon. However, because of Simu's previous fight against Digital Jonin, Konoha's high-level officials blocked it. So even Luju didn't know about it. He was puzzled for a moment, and then said, "The next thing is Rock Shinobi Village, and there are also 2 ninjas who need to pay attention. One named Han, using a boil style that provides speed. The other is called Carry, and uses the powerful explosion style." Luju turned over another page. There are dense personnel information recorded on it. Some were obtained through his father who was the Jonin squad leader before coming here. Some were quickly collected in the Iron Country after arriving. And then Cloud Shinobi Village. They are very familiar with this village, after all, there has just been a conflict. It is also Konoha's strong competitor this time. The first one is the 2 doshi who had a conflict with Simu. She is very good at using fire style, so be careful when you encounter it. He doesn't want to talk about this person. The other one is Troy, who has the ability to inherit the boundary of blood, and the ability is magnet style. Ability to impart magnetism to objects and control them via chakra. Luju talked eloquently for an hour. Almost all the powerful opponents in this game were included. People have to admire his powerful intelligence gathering ability. Of course, Simu slept for an hour. Wake up. Kushina pinched Simu's ears and carried Simu back to her room. Minato apologized to Luyu. I'm sorry, Simu is just like that. He doesn't care much about anything. Luju waved his hand to say it's okay. I know, that guy is like a salted fish except for fishing. Ha 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 ha, you are right. Minato smiled and reached a consensus with Luyu. Anyway, thank you for sharing the information. Small. After saying goodbye, both teams returned to their rooms. At the same time, Cloud Shinobi's side is not very calm. The 2 doshis, who were stimulated by Simu to break the defense, sharpened their knives all night. Don't get that dem Simu caught by me tomorrow, or I'll kill him. The 2 doshi said coldly. She had never been subjected to such humiliation. Lead Jonin Do takes a look at her. Calm down Doshi, tomorrow is just a tryout. Facing an opponent like Simu, the best way is to avoid him and wait until the knockout rounds. Troy was also sitting on the sidelines cleaning his huge shuriken. I heard from Mr. AI that Simu is a strong man he recognizes. If you don't cheer up, you will probably continue to lose to him. Hearing Troy's words, the two Duozi immediately became upset, and said through gritted teeth, "Don't worry, I will definitely kill him." Do glanced at the two of them. Anyway, this time it's a match in the Iron Country. Mifune-sama has already said that no one is allowed to die in this match. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Thunder will encounter a huge political crisis. Don't let your emotions affect the interests of the entire country, understand? Doi looked at the disdainful two Doshi and sighed. I don't know whether this rule of not killing people restricted Doshi or saved Doshi's life. Early the next morning, all the contestants were gathered in the castle located in the center of the Iron Kingdom. This is a wide square. The surrounding walls and floors are all made of solid granite. It can resist the invasion of cold wind and the strong attack of the enemy. Around the square are hundreds of heavily armed warriors. It can be said that the country of Iron has taken great pains in order to do a good job in the security work of this competition. Of course, this rigorous attitude is also one of the reasons why the Iron Country can maintain its detached status as a neutral country. Jonin, the leader of each ninja village, watched from the auditorium around the square. Standing in the center of the square is the most outstanding leader of the Iron Kingdom. 3 boats Admiral? This is the man Hanzo of the Salamander once singled out. Although he lost, he still got a very high evaluation from Hanzo of the Salamander. Simu looked at Mifune with hot eyes. Kushina is a little uneasy. This guy won't even eat old people? What are you staring at Mifune Admiral for? Simu said enviously, do you think the title of Admiral is handsome? Admiral. Kushina frowned. I don't know what's going on with this Simu guy. In this world, except for the country of Iron, no other country has the position of Admiral. Simu rubbed his hands again and said, I don't know if that old man from 3rd generation can give me an Admiral dang dang. He looked at Kushina. Aren't you going to be a Hokage? If you become a Hokage then give me an Admiral, okay. Kushina rolled her eyes, unable to complain. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku said coldly, Hokage is not a joke like you. Simu glanced at him. Sure enough he was old-fashioned. 3rd generation still peeks at the bathhouse with a crystal ball every day. When Simu said it, Kushina hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. It's fine to talk about it in Konoha, but you must not throw people abroad. Uchiha Fugaku is also full of black lines. Although he doesn't like 3rd generation, he also doesn't want people who throw Konoha outside. Simu coughed. Anyway, I don't want to be a Hokage. I'm busy and tired. I work overtime every day. It's so annoying. Uchiha Fugaku didn't want to talk anymore. Why is this guy suddenly obsessed with his life after becoming Hokage? It's as if he can be the one he wants to be. Where does the confidence come from? Mifune Admiral also seems to have noticed the movement here. He glanced in the direction of Konoha. Jiraiya in the audience covered her face in embarrassment. Tsunade sighed slightly. Don't call me next time where Simu is around. Seeing this, Cloud Shinobi Jonindoi sneered and said, Konoha can't even manage a group of juniors well. She has no discipline at all, let alone combat effectiveness. Hearing this, Jiraiya and Tsunade, instead of being anxious, looked at Cloud Shinobi with a smile. Anxiety is reserved for the weak. The strong don't care what the weak say. The Jonin of the other ninja villages have long heard what happened at the gate yesterday. Now, too, he looked at Do meaningfully. It seems to be saying that you can say that Konoha's people have no quality. But if you talk about Konoha's Rena, then what is Cloud Shinobi who was pressed and beaten by Konoha? Doi was suddenly so angry that he couldn't speak. Seeing that the time was almost up, Mifune Admiral began to announce. The first hurdle of the joint exam this time is to cross the Snowstorm Mountain Range. Each participating team will immediately appear at a location in the Snowstorm Mountains. At the beginning you will get a scroll, yin or yang. Then you have to get the 2 scrolls of yin and yang in one day, and then reach the warrior lighthouse in the middle of the snowy mountains to pass the level. Attention, this time is a friendly exchange between the ninja villages, no killing is allowed. Otherwise, you will be besieged by warriors from the Iron Kingdom. If there is no doubt, let's go. The samurai put blindfolds on the contestants and lead them into the snow-covered mountains. The rules this time are similar to Konoha's Chunin exam. It's just that the original book is a peaceful era after all, and there is an extra first-level written test. Now it is direct actual combat. However, it seems that in order to avoid bloody disputes, the Kingdom of Iron has restricted the occurrence of death. Simu felt a little pity. Otherwise he could have killed the entire younger generation of Cloud Shinobi in their cradle, as revenge for their last attempt to kidnap Kushina. Simu is not a narrow-minded person. But if someone dared to attract the attention of the people around him, he would definitely be subjected to violent storms. Soon, the samurai let go of Simu. The icy wind and snow enveloped him. Simu and Kushina, Minato has come to a strange place. The howling wind almost froze people into ice sculptures. If ordinary people were here, they would probably freeze to death in less than an hour. Simu's code of justice rattled. He slowly opened the scroll in his hand, and there was a big yin character written on it. That is to say, we must find the team holding the yin scroll and defeat them. Minato nodded. It's not too late, let's go. The time for this assessment is only 1 day, and the snowstorm mountain range is so big. Such a rule made it clear that the players should deal with attacks from other villages while rushing at full speed. It not only tests the combat ability of the players, but also tests the players' endurance and planning of physical strength. And of course, luck. If you can meet other teams in your village at the very beginning of the game. Of course, an alliance between the two sides can get twice the result with half the effort. Simu looked around. Looks like someone won't let us go. He turned his head, and in the middle of the snow-covered forest, a huge black shadow emerged. It is a giant bear with a height of 5 or 6 meters. Minato hastily pulled out kunai, opened a safe distance and said, "This is a giant frost bear unique to the Iron Kingdom, very ferocious." Yes. Simu stood where he was. Seeing the three of Simu, the giant white bear rushed forward with a roar. "It is the king of this forest? These little human beings, die." Simu looked at the giant bear that was rushing, and reluctantly pulled his palm out of his pocket. Gently raised his palm towards the giant bear. Armament haki put out. A powerful momentum surged from Simu, and finally turned into a terrible impact and hit the bear. The giant bear who jumped in front of Simu was taken aback for a moment, then rolled his eyes and fell to the side. The huge body smashed a huge snow pit on the snow. This earth-shattering shot fell in the eyes of Minato and Kushina. Simu raised his palm, and then the giant bear in front of him fell down from the air? What is this operation? Simu, is this a new ninjutsu? Minato asked suspiciously. Why is this guy's ninjutsu so strange? It's a martial art, you know, the gentle fist of the Hokage family, it's similar to that. Simu continued to babble. Minato thought about it seriously. It seems that the Hokage clan does have air attack moves. But how did Simu do it? Could it be taught by Ling Yi? Kushina also thought of this, and his face became serious instantly. Simu, when did you learn from Ling Yi? Simu froze for a moment. Did I say that I learned from Ling Yi? He coughed hastily. This kind of thing, you can see it. What's the problem? Simu kicked the bear with his foot. Hey, stop pretending, get up if you're not dead, or I'll roast you. It seems to understand Simu's words. The giant bear who was lying on the ground and pretended to be dead just now hurriedly got up. If it was slower, Simu might have killed Kushina and roasted the bear in order to divert Kushina's attention. Woo! The frost bear, who had been astonished in the forest, became Simu's younger brother in an instant. Snowy and shaggy fur is perfect for keeping warm. Therefore, the three Simu Kushina who were sitting on it and on their way were very satisfied. Simu lay on top of the white bear and felt like coming home. Minato sighed. Now it's a competition, is it really okay for us to be so leisurely? Finding that both Simu and Kushina ignored him, Minato thought about it and lay down too, while they were on their way leisurely. On the other side, the Uchiha team is in a life and death crisis. In front of them, there were 12 people firmly blocking them. Leading the charge is none other than Cloud Shinobi's Troy. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Chunin in front of him, and said coldly, I didn't expect you Tangren village and Yanin village to join Cloud Shinobi. That's right, not all of the 12 people in front of me belong to the Land of Thunder. There are 2 teams from the country of soup and the country of smoke. Fugaku is not very surprised. After all, these 2 small countries have always been closer to the country of thunder. During the Second Ninja World War, they even lent their way to the Land of Thunder to let them attack Konoha. But what makes Uchiha Fugaku more curious is how they came together in such a short period of time. As if seeing Fugaku's doubts, the leading Troy took out a glass bottle. It contained some magnetic sand. Troy poured the sand out of the bottle. Under his control, the sand swam around him like an obedient little fish. Do you know now? As long as they carry the magnetic sand, I can quickly find their location. Troy reached out and grabbed the giant shuriken on his back. You are that Uchiha genius Uchiha Fugaku. If I can defeat you here, it will definitely make my reputation in the village surpass that woman's. Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly. The pupil turns red while turning, and the 3 hook jades rotate slowly. Sharingan 3 hook jade, open. As expected of the person most likely to become the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan, have you already opened the 3 hook jade at a young age? Troy sighed. The current Fugaku is only 14 years old. Without special circumstances, 3 Tomo Sharingan is already the strongest state that a Uchiha tribe can achieve. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan's eye-opening method is a secret. Only the patriarch of the Uchiha clan can know. So the talent of Fugaku is indeed the top wave among the current Uchiha. It's a pity, we have so many people, your illusion will be useless. The number of people is Troy's biggest confidence. The Uchiha clan has been in the ninja world for so many years. Every day, countless people are researching how to deal with Sharingan. Of course, countless people died while the Sharingan watched. After many sacrifices, they came up with a solution. If you want to win against Uchiha, you must absolutely not be singled out. At least twice the number of people can play against Uchiha. The point is that the illusion of the Uchiha family is too strong. You looked them in the eye against Uchiha at the same level. You are very likely to fall into the illusion. Just hit the illusion. Even if the illusion lasted only a second, on the ever-changing battlefield is enough for the enemy to finish you off. This is why Uchiha is known as one-on-one invincible. However, there is a weakness in pupil illusion. That is, he cannot be used on a large scale. As long as there are other people around the person under the illusion, applying a little external stimulation can easily wake up the surgeon. After all, not all Uchiha are called Itake, and not all ninjutsu are called Tsukuyomi. So facing Cloud Shinobi's group of 12 people, the pressure on Uchiha's team doubled. What to do? Fugaku. Uchiha Mikato is the medic of this squad. Although Sharingan is also turned on, the major is medical ninjutsu. The other person is also the Uchiha tribe who opened the Sharingan. The trio has Uchiha Fugaku as the core. I'll hold them back, you go find other Konoha teams. Uchiha Fugaku took out a kunai with one hand, and swung the other hand from the ninja bag. Large pieces of shuriken scattered towards the crowd of Cloud Shinobi. Uchiha Multitree is the Madra of hands. If we want to eliminate together, there is no reason for us to go first. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Dense small fireballs flew out from the mouth of the Uchiha tree. Mixed with the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Fugaku, it formed an instant fire coverage on Cloud Shinobi. 2 people cover a group of people. But the other side is not ordinary. Water-style water barrier. The 2 ninjas from Tang Ninja Village jointly performed ninjutsu, and the sudden water wall instantly blocked all attacks. The flame fell into the water, and a large white mist evaporated. In the white mist, 3 or 4 figures rushed over. It's all Fugaku? He created 3 identities and plunged into the crowd together. Faced with this situation, we must fight fast. But those who can come to participate in this competition are not ordinary people. Even if the physical skills are not as good as Fugaku, but it is not too far behind, and it will be broken at the first touch. Kunai and Shinobi suddenly collided with each other and sparked a lot of sparks. In the white mist, a ninja was looking for an opponent. Suddenly a pair of scarlet pupils appeared. Then the whole world plunged into darkness. By the time he lights up again, Uchiha Fugaku has already slashed across his stomach with a kunai. Seriously injured, but not fatal. Wind-style great breakthrough. The strong wind blows away the surrounding smoke in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku reappeared. His 3 clones have been killed. He also had a wound on his left arm. As for the record, he used the advantage of Sharingan to kill 3 small country ninjas in one go. However, while he was killing, his teammate Uchiha Taki was also attacked. Mikato just wanted to go to heal and was stared at by a Cloud Shinobi. Don't worry about me, break out on your own. Uchiha has many trees but has a lot of backbone. Regardless of the danger, the 2-hand seal used the final blow. Fire-style great fireball technique. A gigantic fireball crashes into the Cloud Shinobi crowd with terrifying heat. Troy holds 2 large shurikens. I can't let you get all the limelight out of it. Wind-style blaster shuriken. The diamond-shaped shuriken in his hand spun violently, creating a whirlwind to easily chop up the incoming fireball. Uchiha Takeke hastily moved away. The huge diamond-shaped shuriken happened to pass by him. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a whistling sound from behind. Be careful, there are many trees. Uchiha Mikato shouted loudly. Duoshu looked back, and the 2 flying shuriken turned their heads back. The sharp blade cut across his shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. Uchiha is tree and out. The diamond-shaped shuriken returned to Troy's hands. He smiled and said, sorry, but I use magnet-style ninjutsu. Hateful. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth tightly. If it was just Troy alone, he would still be sure to defeat him. But so many people. Mikato looked at the 2 people who surrounded him firmly. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Don't delay too long, let's go together. Yes. For a while, various lightning-style ninjutsu made Uchiha Fugaku and Mikato complain. Combined with water-style and earth-style used by Shangyu Ninja and Yaninja. No matter how talented Uchiha Fugaku is, he can't fight back. Dangerous? Not to mention Uchiha Mikato, who was taken down in less than 10 minutes. A ninja from Yanin village grabs Uchiha Mikato and puts a kunai on her face. Uchiha Fugaku, if you don't surrender, I'll scratch her face. Although it can't kill, it can still disfigure. Uchiha Fugaku stopped. He hesitated. The clan has high hopes for him. It can be said that he did not take part in the assessment for himself this time. Rather, it represents the entire Uchiha clan. If it falls down here, the Uchiha clan will be the laughingstock of the people. Mikato closed his eyes, seeming to guess what Fugaku was thinking. She smiled and said, it's okay, I'm fine, it's a big deal when I go back and treat it with medical ninjutsu. The ninja smiled. My kunai has a special poison on it, even Konoha's tsunade can't restore you to your original appearance. Mikato's face suddenly turned pale. But for Uchiha, she can only choose to endure. Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded. Ouch, I thought who was bullying little girls with more bullying and less bullying. It turned out to be you, Cloud Shinobi. It's really scary. Mikato turned his head to look. He found that the man turned into a flash of light and appeared beside him. He raised his foot and kicked Yanin away before he could react. The venom-coated kunai fell to the ground, turning the white snow green. Simu catches Uchiha Mikato who is about to fall. Are you okay? I'm fine. Mikato breathed a sigh of relief and looked away from Simu's face. This guy doesn't seem to be as annoying as before. Hanyu Simu. Troy said with some trepidation. It's different from the 2 doshi. He attaches great importance to Simu, even to a state of fear. If it weren't for the 2 duozi being too far away from him, he couldn't sense it. Otherwise he must muster all the forces he can muster against Simu. He knew how powerful AI was. And who can be recognized by AI? How bad is it? After all, my evaluation in AI has only bleak 4 words. Bells and whistles. But Troy will not give up easily. There are only 3 of them, all of them go together, don't be afraid. In order to boost morale, Troy took the lead in throwing his own shuriken. Wind-style blaster shuriken. Under the blessing of wind style, the 2 tall shurikens rolled up a gust of wind and rushed towards Simu. The other ninjas also moved randomly. A cloud shinobi rushes in, trying to cover for Troy, but the moment he activated it, a strand of kunai flew out. He narrowly avoided it. However, he was keenly aware that the shape of this kunai was a bit strange. Ordinary kunai is rhombus-shaped, but this kunai is a strange trident. There is also a rune wrapped around the handle. In the next second, he knew the usefulness of this kunai, because Namikaze Minato in a white cloak appeared in front of Cloud Shinobi in an instant. Minato grabbed kunai with his left hand and turned sideways 360 degrees handsomely in the air. A Raiznon was condensed in the right hand, blasting the Cloud Shinobi into the snow with perfect posture. Before everyone could react, Troy's shuriken flew towards Simu whistling. Such a big shuriken is really scary. Simu used observation haki to easily predict the direction of the shuriken, and tilted his head slightly to avoid it. Troy narrowed his eyes. The 2 shurikens immediately slashed at Simu from both sides under the magnetic force. Mikato, who knows this trick, just wants to remind Simu. The latter raised one hand, with the index and middle fingers slightly spread. Armament haki, which looks like steel, covers it. Then under the incredible gaze of everyone, after cutting the air, the flying shuriken landed right between Simu's fingers with a terrifying whistling sound. Simu closed his hands lightly, and his fingers firmly clamped the shuriken that kills people like chopping vegetables. It's not over yet. The shuriken on the other side also came flying with a terrifying wind blade. Facing the double attack, Simu didn't even want to take out an extra hand. Just separate the middle finger and ring finger and reach the other side with great speed. Hold the other shuriken between your fingers in the same way. Lightweight seems to hold 2 playing cards. Silence, deathly silence. It's so scary, it was almost cut in half. Simu looked at the huge shuriken that was as tall as a person in front of him, and said with lingering fear, "Sure enough, all of you blood successor limit ninjas are as strong as monsters." Hear this sentence. All the blood successor boundary ninjas present were silent. These include Troy, Uchiha Fugaku, Mikato, and Uchiha Many Trees. His grandmas. Is it interesting for you, a bloody ninja who takes attacks with your fingers, to say this? Mikato, who was standing next to Simu, suddenly felt that this person seemed a little annoying again. Minato smiled wryly. Not because his limelight was robbed by Simu. It's that this guy speaks too much hatred. Since this ninja named Troy can manipulate steel, then destroy his weapon. A pinch envelopes armament haki's palm. A crisp crackling sound appeared in everyone's ears. 2 slits emerged from Simu's fingertips. Then it spread out quickly like a spider web until it covered the entire shuriken. There was a click. The special ninja tool that Troy is famous for was crushed into pieces by Simu with a few fingers. Is that what you call scary? Mikato couldn't help pointing at the debris on the ground and complained. Troy's face was gloomy. Are you underestimating me? He made madras with his hands. Simu's face suddenly changed. Hastily picked up Mikato and got out of the way. All the debris on the snow flew up in an instant, heading straight for Simu. Simu, who was holding Mikato, frowned. Can you catch the light? The golden flash shuttled across the battlefield, and quickly pulled out a long distance. Seeing that the shuriken fragments did not continue to chase, Simu roughly estimated the distance. 500 meters. 500 meters. This should be the distance at which Trojan jutsu takes effect. Simu glanced sideways, and in the distance a snow bear was rushing towards the battlefield with Kushina on its back. Simu hastily put Mikato down. Well, this is a safe area, I'll take a step first. Oh. Mikato nodded without knowing why. Simu returned to the battlefield in a blink of an eye. This back and forth only took a few seconds. Even before the fragments Troy chased back, Simu reappeared in front of Troy. Troy threw another large piece of normal shuriken. These shurikens have been magnetized by him, and they can automatically track the enemy for tracking, until the enemy dies. So Simu was surrounded again. Behind it are countless fragments formed by the collapse of 2 large shurikens. In front are dozens of ordinary shurikens. The 2 waves of attacks are like shoals of sardines in the Atlantic Ocean. Dense and flexible, this situation is almost unavoidable for others. Not a problem at all for Simu. His observation haki has secured all the shards and shurikens. As if he was drunk, his body swayed slightly. Observation haki at the Marine Admiral level. Plus the top 6 styles paper arts. These attacks can't even touch his hair. Hundreds of attacks just passed by his side lightly. Countless attacks landed on the snow, exploding large flakes of snowflakes. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the attack, Troy constantly urged these fragments to attack Simu. The smoke screen got bigger and bigger until a huge snow pit was blown out. Everyone in the Cloud Shinobi camp stared at the snow curtain. As for Minato, if only Simu would be hurt by this kind of attack. He wrote the word Minato upside down. Having been teammates with Simu for more than a year, Minato knows this guy's style too well. Sure enough, the white smoke dissipated. Simu still had his hands in his pockets, as if he hadn't moved. The code of justice fluttered slowly. What a terrible offensive. He hit the ground and jumped out of the snow pit. Is your attack over? Seeing Simu's disapproving attitude, Troy finally broke through. Of course not yet, BD, how long are you going to look down on us? He held out his hands, and all the weapons present were aimed at Simu. Even Minato's specially made kunai is a little ready to move. Fortunately, he was held down. Go to hell. Roaring, Troy mobilized all of his chakra to attack. Thousands of attacks were attracted by the magnetism on Simu's body and flew towards him. Simu tilted his head slightly. Can you go faster than light? Simu's whole body was shrouded in dazzling golden light. The moment the large-scale attack fell, Simu had disappeared in place. They haven't even had time to react. Simu had lifted his feet and appeared in front of Troy. Have you ever been kicked by light? Troy's newborn was desperate, and his dilated pupils were filled with golden light. The flash of golden light tore a huge scar on the snow. Troy, whom Cloud Shinobi placed high hopes on, lay dying in the snow. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were torn apart. Although Troy is not the first person of the younger generation in Cloud Shinobi, but there are always second and third. The result was crushed by Simu, still with the assistance of so many people. Do not. Facing such a terrifying speed, it doesn't matter how many people there are. Because they can't keep up with Simu's speed, they can only watch them one-on-one. By the time I realized it, the person selected by Simu had already ged. Don't say the enemy is confused. Even one of his own, Uchiha Fugaku, is mired in deep self-doubt. With such a person, why should I be Konoha's Hokage? Just relying on the Sharinon who can't even see the other party's shadow? Unknowingly, his fist clenched. As for Minato, he expressed his satisfaction. Finally someone can empathize with me. If it weren't for Simu, Minato must also be the proud son of a generation. It's a pity that Simu's performance is too dazzling. Dazzling enough to cover his light. The next situation is very simple. Uchiha Fugaku and Minato, holding their breath, easily took down the unmotivated enemy without even needing Simu's shot. Minato also showed terrifying speed and strength in this battle. It's just that compared with Simu, it seems nothing. After the battle, Shirokumer slowly arrived at the battlefield with Kushina and Mikato on his back. The two seemed to be having a good time talking. Simu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Mikato didn't tell Kushina about his hero saving the beauty. Seeing Minato who was already cleaning the battlefield, Kushina flew into a rage. What? You two run so fast, I don't even have a chance to show my strength. She rolled up her sleeves and waved her little fist. Minato looted 4 trophies from them. His expression suddenly became serious. What's wrong? Simu leaned over to take a look, his face turned black instantly. Even Simu was speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment. The 4 scrolls are all Yin scrolls? This is too bad luck. Mikato said softly. But we are Yin scrolls. Since they are from the same village, Mikato is defenseless. After all, Simu had just saved his team from the fire. Simu glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and touched his chin. It seems that they are considering whether to snatch their scrolls. If that's the case, then I'll give you this Yin scroll. Minato looked to Simu, wanting to ask his opinion. It doesn't matter. Simu waved his hands and lay down on the white bear with a depressed face. How could all 4 be positive scrolls? I have to work overtime again. Thanks. Mikato smiled sweetly. Kushina patted her shoulder generously. It's all partners, thank you. She glanced at Uchiha Doki, who had been eliminated. Then he said, your team is downsized, and it's dangerous to act on your own. Why don't you come with us, Mikato? Can you? Mikato was clearly moved. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, looked cold and reluctant. After careful consideration, he found a suitable reason. Since you have given us the Yin scroll, then I will try my best to help you get a Yin scroll. We Uchiha never like to owe favors to others. Simu lay on top of the white bear, his mouth twitched. As expected of Uchiha, Mikato smiled awkwardly. Then please everyone. Small things. Therefore, the number of people carried by the white bear has changed from 3 to 4. As for the tsundere kid Uchiha Fugaku, he chooses to walk by himself. Next, Simu and others defeated a rock shinobi team and a sand shinobi team with this terrible lineup. It's Yin scroll again. Kushina growled angrily. The strange force in his hand surged, and he accidentally crushed the scroll. Simu's neck went cold. Tisk tisk, women are really scary. At this time, we are approaching the central lighthouse. Looking at the lighthouse standing tall in the wind and snow, Simu suddenly had an idea. Anyway, those players will all come to this lighthouse in the end, so we might as well block people there. The corners of Simu's mouth curled up slightly. By the way, we can also knock out those cloud shinobi guys. Either trying to take Kushina, or taunting and provoking Kushina at the village gate. These have touched the bottom line of Simu. That's why he doesn't show any affection towards cloud shinobi. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Simu as if he saw a ghost. Block people at the end? Are you so reckless? This behavior is tantamount to provoking all players. Not to mention cloud shinobi, it is also possible for ninjas from other villages to see that you are too arrogant. As a result, Simu actually said so calmly. How on earth did he survive until now? Most importantly, neither Minato nor Kushina felt that there was anything wrong with this matter. At most, Minato looked a little helpless. Seems to have gotten used to Simu's waywardness. A cloud shinobi team is rapidly approaching the lighthouse. When they saw the lighthouse approaching, they already had a relaxed look on their faces. Fortunately, there are 2 Lord Doxy, otherwise we might not be able to get so many scrolls. A cloud shinobi said with a smile. The other face was equally beaming. And it's all those Konohas that are robbed, it's really satisfying. Who told them to dare to speak out in front of the two Lord Doxy? One of Cloud Shinobi had some hesitation on his face. But if we do this, will Konoha retaliate? That Simu seems to be quite powerful. This morale blow was immediately refuted by other teammates. That Simu was just lucky enough to sneak up on the two Doshi-samas. Sneak attack, can it be called winning? The talking Cloud Shinobi wiped off his cold sweat. Suddenly, the face of the scout ninja in the team changed. Careful. As soon as he finished speaking, several golden chains protruded from the snow forest. It looks like a huge golden python. A Cloud Shinobi was too slow to react, and was directly bound by chains around his calf. Damn, what ninjutsu is this? That Cloud Shinobi felt his body getting weaker and weaker. Be careful, this chain can absorb my chakra. Hearing this, the teammate immediately swung the ninja knife and landed on the chain. But it didn't do anything except shoot a flame. There is not even a slight gap in the chain. Coming. 3 kunai came flying. The detonating symbol posted above sizzled. Then, boom. Fierce flames engulfed the trapped Cloud Shinobi. Snowflakes deposited on the ground are melted into snow water. The faces of the two Cloud Shinobi were puzzled. Haha, you have seen how powerful this lady is. Kushina with red hair came out from the nearby woods. This is a tactic she designed herself, using the King Kong seal to control the enemy, and then using the detonating talisman to eliminate the enemy. Simple and rude. It's the red-haired woman from Konoha. The two Cloud Shinobi instantly recognized Kushina's identity. Kushina raised her eyebrows, and the veins on her hands suddenly popped up. Lightning-style thunder beast. A flickering thunderous beast pawed its 4 feet in the snow and headed straight for Kushina. Facing the roar of the Ultralisk, Kushina didn't panic at all. Although her strength is not as good as Simu and Minato, but in this trial, it must not be considered weak. 4 golden chains flew out of her body, lashing the thunder beast like a whip. The powerful blow directly caused the thunder beast to turn into lightning and scatter. The chain was supported on the ground, and Kushina jumped into the air. Accumulate power with one hand, and punch down with one punch. Earth style, earth flow wall. An earthen wall rises. But how could this kind of ninjutsu resist Kushina's terrifying power? Cracks spread from the earth wall. In less than a second, the entire earthen wall collapsed completely. Die to my old lady. Huge force descended in an instant, severely injuring the Cloud Shinobi who performed earth-style ninjutsu. Another ninja took the opportunity to flash, and lightning wrapped around the ninja sword in his hand. Lightning-style thunder blade. A slash to Kushina's throat from the side. His eyes were fierce and fierce. The speed was also unexpected, and it was completely heading for Kushina's life. Kushina's heart trembled. Fortunately, a flash appeared. You Cloud Shinobi like to play dirty tricks like this. Simu appears between Kushina and Cloud Shinobi. Block the lightning blade in front of you with your arms-colored hardened fingers. Mum, it's scary. The Cloud Shinobi opened his eyes wide and was kicked in the stomach by Simu. The whole person turned into a flash of light and galloped for hundreds of meters before stopping. It's the real thing, and there's only one breath left. Be careful, there may be some dead men hiding in Cloud Shinobi for doing dirty work. Simu cautioned. I don't have you here. Kushina smiled, with a sly and mischievous look on his face. It seemed that the person who claimed to be my old lady just now was not her. Simu patted her on the head. Observation Haki covers the entire range of several kilometers around. The two doshis in the distance led the two teams of Cloud Shinobi to block Konoha's Ino, Shika, Cho team. It's really troublesome, the two doshis of Cloud Shinobi village, no matter how you look at it, we can't win. Luju patted his forehead in distress. A hideous wound appeared on Yamanaka's arm beside him. Because Akamaike Choza is a tank, he takes the most damage. He had multiple burns on his body. Looking at the two doshis with fierce faces, Luju was ready to raise his hands in surrender. Anyway, they are still young, this trial is just a try. It won't matter if you lose. Safety still matters. At this moment, Simu, several kilometers away, raised his hands in a pistol pose. Locking on the prey like a hunter, he said softly, "Found you?" The ninja swords in the hands of the two doki ignited blue flames. She stared fiercely at the Konoha forehead protector on Luju's forehead. Everyone in Konoha must be eliminated. Luju muttered, "It was really killed by that kid Simu." He raised his hands to surrender. "Forget it, let's vote." Before he could finish speaking, dozens of dense laser beams pierced through the snow-covered forest. The ice and snow encountered along the way melted instantly. Like a missile, it penetrated the bodies of several Cloud Shinobi under the precise positioning of Observation Haki. Everyone present widened their eyes. They have only one idea now. That's hell? Hateful. Among the Cloud Shinobi targeted by Simu, only 2 doshis survived due to their excellent reflexes. Others have been recruited. After the flash penetrated their bodies, they didn't stop, and continued to fall into the snow, and then, boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions emerged from the snowy forest, the flames soared into the sky, and the ice and snow melted. In an instant, it was bumped by terrible bombing from several kilometers away. What kind of monster is this guy? The moment Luju saw the flash, he knew whose masterpiece it was. But he still couldn't believe it. As expected of classmate Simu, Ding Zhou's eyes lit up, full of admiration for Simu. "Don't get angry, take us to Ding seat quickly," Luju hastily commanded. "It is good." Ding Zhou's hands quickly grew bigger, grasping the two of them, and then turned into a meat bomb chariot and fled from the battlefield. The dense flashes around will involuntarily avoid them. Simu stood on the top of the cloud. Lasers were constantly flying from the fingertips of his 2 hands. The shower of laser light fell, and suddenly blasted the snowy forest in front of me into a sea of flames. The firelight reflected on the thick clouds above, rendering it red. It's terrible. Is this guy really a human? Even though he was mentally prepared, Uchiha Fugaku still sent out this emotion. Minato is the old god watching from the ground. He really wanted to say, don't be six, I've seen even worse ones. Simu, stop bombing, any more bombing will kill us. A lump of meat rushed out of the snow forest. Dingzo rolled into the air to release the ninjutsu, and with a bang, the 3 of them fell from the meatballs in front of Simu and the others. Ice Bear tilted his head and looked at them curiously. Kushina patted the bear's foot. Don't worry, it's our pet now. Great Pyrenees hastily licked his face and rubbed against Kushina. Although the IQ is not high, it can still tell who is the boss present. You guys are really weird. After thinking for a long time, Luju can only use this word to describe the Simu team. The Jonin promotion exam, which is obviously a daunting task, has become a winter outing? But after seeing Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto beside him, Shikaiju was finally relieved. At least it wasn't just his own team being carried. After booming for almost 5 minutes, Simu stopped and blew in front of his face. Said to Luju, every cloud shinobi is as strong as a monster, so it won't work if you don't use your full strength. Hearing this, Luju could only sigh silently. I don't know if meeting such a partner is a blessing or a curse. Anyway, it should not be a good thing for cloud shinobi. As soon as Simu stopped bombing, the warriors in charge of the examination rushed in to save people. Simu was measured, and although it looked like a bombardment, it didn't kill a single person. Now that medical ninjutsu is so developed, at best, he can go to bed and rest for half a year. Just when Konoha and the others thought the matter was about to end, a violent breath rushed out from the sea of flames. The matter is not over yet, the real monster is coming. Simu stood up again, but his hands were still in his pockets. Hanyu Simu. The voices of the 2 doshis were like the howling of ferocious beasts. Chakra, representing violence and ominousness, fills the air. A violent air current swept away the woods and flames, creating a passage directly to Simu. What kind of monster is this? Minato stared at the dark blue figure at the end of the passage with a serious expression. A terrible ominous atmosphere hangs over everyone's heart. Kushina paused for a moment. She sensed an aura similar to 9 tails from that figure. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan even activated itself, staring at the figure covered in blue flames. Die to me. At this time, the 2 duozi had completely entered a state of rage. The blue chakra with black patterns condenses into substance and flows on her body. A huge tail covered with patterns grew out from behind her, constantly swaying. Simu studied her condition. It seems that there is still a lot of consciousness remaining, which means that the defense has not been completely broken. Simu touched his chin and exaggeratedly said, 2-tailed Matatabi, it's really scary. Luju's eyelids twitched. Sensing the terrifying killing intent coming from the woods, he hurriedly said, Dingzo, quickly, take us away. Dingzo also had goosebumps all over his body, and once again turned on the meat and egg chariot and ran to the lighthouse with Luju and others. Minato also left with Kushina and others. Only Uchiha Fugaku did not go. Is this the tailed beast? He clenched his fist. He had heard the elders in the clan say it. The Sharingan of the Uchiha family is one of the most powerful forces against tailed beasts. This time, he must prove himself. Facing the escape of other people, the 2 duozi didn't care at all. She only has eyes for Simu. Of course, this is not love, but a strong killing intent. Like a tiger's claws, a huge depression was stepped on the ground. The surrounding air was distorted by the temperature of her body, and the surrounding ice and snow evaporated directly into white water vapor. That disapproving look on Simu's face, the frivolous and exaggerated tone in the words. It almost made the 2 duozi explode. The ground sank violently, with a fierce roar. The 2 doshis rushed towards Simu with a terrible sense of oppression. I must prove myself. Uchiha Fugaku stood in front of Simu, displaying his strongest pupil power. The Sharingan in his eyes swirled crazily, as bright as if he was about to bleed. The powerful pupil power was instantly exerted on the air wage Jinchuriki in front of him. The huge cat demon wrapped in blue flames suddenly stopped under the action of Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku was overjoyed. Great ancestor of Uchiha Madara. I did it? I subdued a tailed beast with a Sharingan just like you? The 2 doki stood in front of Uchiha Fugaku. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then raise your arms. Or should I say giant claws? Because her body has gradually changed into the form of a demon cat. Then, under Uchiha Fugaku's astonished eyes, he slapped it flying with 1 paw. The whole process is simply summarized. Uchiha Fugaku bravely ate up. Uchiha Fugaku sent it. Even Simu couldn't figure out where on earth Uchiha Fugaku got the courage to stop a half-mad tailed beast. It can only be said that he is worthy of being Iarzu's father. Although it is true that Sharingan restrains tailed beasts. But you also have to see whose Sharingan it is. Uchiha Madara subdues 9 tails at a glance, so can you Uchiha Fugaku be the same as Madara? Just like water overcomes fire. But you can't extinguish a raging wildfire with a drop of water. The 2 doki ignored Fugaku who flew away. Turning to Simu, the flames burning on his body ignited the surrounding trees, causing a burst of fire. Of course Simu will not choose to be tough. In an instant, it turned into a flash and flew into the air. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hands and aimed at the two doshis. Finger pistol photon gatling. SHHHHHH. Countless piercing sounds resounded instantly. The sky was filled with lasers falling like a torrential rain. Under this kind of saturated attack, the two doshis had nowhere to dodge. Stripes of laser light fell on her, some offset by her tail beast chakra suit. Some caused damage, but healed quickly thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the tailed beast. It is the ground that suffers the most damage. It was directly blasted into ruins by Simu. It's really terrifying, the power of the tailed beast. Simu uses moonwalk to walk in the air while talking. He had no intention of fighting the two doshis in close quarters. Although Guanjiao didn't cause too much damage, it made the two doshis even more manic and angry. She lifted her head and opened her mouth. Immediately, countless faint blue mouse-shaped flames flew into the air. Rat tail ball jade. These flames are flying in the air like faint blue mice. If you look closely you can see a thin chakra line connected behind them. The two doshis can control the attack direction of these fireball rats through this chakra line. Countless fireball rats rushed towards Simu. The latter predicts their movements with observation haki. Then put your hands in your pockets and easily use moonwalk to evade. Flash left and right. These attacks just won't hit Simu. It's okay if you can't reach it. The key point is that Simu still looks scared, and then calmly dodges with his hands in his pockets. The two duozi were so angry that their walls almost separated. The signs of tailed beasts on his body are also getting more and more serious. Simu just walked through a pile of fire rat jade. Then a ray of light suddenly flashed in the pupil. Observation haki starts. He stepped on the air with one foot, turning into a flash of light and appearing behind the two duozi. At this time, the irascible duozi just wanted to spray some fire rat jade to supplement the attack. As a result, he was kicked in the head by Simu. The powerful force caused her to crash into the ground head-on. The fire rat jade condensed in his mouth exploded out of control. Boom! The blazing flames instantly formed a ball and swallowed the two doshis in it. Simu stood there with his hands in his pockets. His dark glasses reflected the spectacle of the explosion. It's terrible. At this time, Jonin and Jiraiya, the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village, had already quarreled. It started with Jiraiya protesting Cloud Shinobi Village's targeting of Konoha's squad, specifically to steal their scrolls. Cloud Shinobi just smiled dismissively. Say this is fair competition. They Cloud Shinobi has the strength to target Konoha. What's wrong? The face is quite self-satisfied. It was as if the shame of yesterday had been swept away. Jiraiya didn't say much. As a result, Kushina immediately took out a team of Cloud Shinobi, and Doi's face was livid. Then Simu shot all the Cloud Shinobi from a few kilometers away. At this time, Do couldn't sit still, and jumped out to protest Simu's targeting of their Cloud Shinobi. Then he was blocked by Jiraiya with the same words. Our Simu has the ability to target as much as we want. What's wrong? If you are capable, let your Cloud Shinobi kill him. Jiraiya and Tsunade both laughed happily. I couldn't laugh anymore in the next second. Because the two doshi actually used the power of the tailed beast. Unexpectedly, Cloud Shinobi Village actually mastered the method of controlling the power of the tailed beast. But Jiraiya certainly can't just throw in the towel. He began to protest. Tail beasts should not be used here as the strategic force of each ninja village. What if they get out of control? To which Do replied. The two doshis have been able to fully control Airway's power, so you don't need Konoha's people to worry about it. Immediately afterwards, the two doshis attacked Simu. Uchiha Fugaku's reckless performance was even laughed at by Do. Are all the people in Konoha so overconfident? Jiraiya grimaced and said nothing, until Simu kicked the two doshis into the ground. Jiraiya imitated Simu and patted his chest. The Airway Jinchuriki is so scary, my students almost couldn't beat it. The exaggerated tone made Tsunade next to him want to punch him unconscious. Do turned pale with anger. He jumped and said, you Konoha people will only hide, and dare not confront them head-on. The jonin of the other ninja villages smiled as they listened to the two sparring. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to watch a test and listen to a cross-talk. The twists and turns are no less than that of a movie. On the battlefield, the explosion of the two duozi blasted a big hole in the ground. Simu stood where he was. The surrounding temperature continued to rise, and all the ice and snow in a radius of hundreds of meters melted. The strange smell in the air is getting stronger and stronger. Simu raised an eyebrow. Is this completely irrational? The most common cause of a Jinchuriki's loss of control is an overwhelming desire for power. At such a fragile time, it is easy to be eroded by the power of the tailed beast. As a result, the body is occupied by the tailed beast, and it becomes a tailed beast in a real sense. A dark red breath gathers in the air. In the end, it exploded centered on the two doshis. A terrible storm swept across the battlefield. The huge wind uprooted all the nearby trees, and the scorching heat baked the ground. Even Simu's justice rings out. The center of the pit. The wounds of the two doshis have fully healed. A large piece of faint blue flame was burning on his body. Twisted black patterns faintly emerged from the flames. The two duozi have completely turned into the form of a demon cat. Even a twisted and flirtatious long tail of blue flame grows behind him. This is a sign that the tailed beast is about to break through the seal and become fully alive. After all, the two duozi only have airway in their bodies. Not so much a slow burst of tail. This chakra, it's really scary. Simu is still acting foolishly. He didn't even take his hand out. But the Jonin who watched the battle from a distance were completely panicked. What are you Cloud Shinobi doing? Do you really want to unlock the seal-tailed beast? Not only Konoha, but Jonin from other ninja villages also made accusations against Cloud Shinobi. After all, there are not only Konoha people in that mountain range. An out-of-control tailed beast and a completely unsealed tailed beast are two concepts. If the seal is not strengthened quickly, it will be even more difficult to reseal it after the tailed beast comes out. Even Cloud Shinobi village Jonin Doshi didn't dare to keep talking. He said to several Cloud Shinobi Jonin, "Go." Several people disappeared in place in an instant. 3 boats admiral came out. Since it's in the Iron Country, the old man can't sit idly by. Jiraiya and Tsunade certainly won't be left behind. Otherwise, what if those Cloud Shinobi took the opportunity to attack Simu and others? Seeing this, other ninja villages have all gone. Why don't we go? What if the two-tail riot hurts a child in ninja village? So more than 20 Jonin marched to the battlefield in mighty strength. As for Simu, he's playing with cats right now. If the 2 doshis didn't pounce on him, he would use the ability of sparkling fruit to attack him from a distance. Just when he rushed forward, he detected it in advance with his knowledge and distanced him. The second tail in the 2 duozi's bodies was so angry that he wanted to come out and bite Simu himself. A flash of light fell from the sky and landed heavily on the backs of the 2 doxi who were roaring wantonly. With this kick, Simu entangled the most powerful armament haki. The terrible pressure turned the ground under the feet of the 2 duozi into powder, and the whole body was smashed into it heavily. The 2 doshi roared in pain. She raised her head, and hot flames spewed out of her mouth. But at this time Simu had already run away with his own speed advantage. Then he raised his hands and released dense lasers to bombard the monster in front of him again. Flashes, flames, and explosions wrapped around the bodies of the 2 doshis. Drive her almost crazy. This is Simu's tactic. Kite the second bit doshi by his own speed. Although Airway's recovery ability is terrifying, but Simu's attack damage value is not covered. He can kick a Jonin with all his strength. No matter how thick Airway's blood bar is, as long as it can cause damage, he can slowly grind it to death. Even if you really can't die, running by yourself is still no problem. It's a pity that the imitation value is not enough. Otherwise, with Kizaru's physical fitness, I can really grind Airway to death. After all, Marine Admiral has a terrifying physique that can last 10 days and 10 nights per capita. But Simu didn't think that those Cloud Shinobi guys would really let Airway continue to run wild. This is the territory of the Iron Country. If it is not handled well, this may be regarded as a war by the Iron Nation. The 2-tailed Matatabi who was sealed in the bodies of the 2 doshi roared. "Give me your body, and I'll help you kill this brat. I'm going to kill him." Matatabi's sharp voice radiated from the 2 doshis. The sharp sound waves almost pierced other people's eardrums. Stimulated by the tail beast's chakra and Simu, the will of the 2 doshis gradually sank. Another tail is looming at the end. This is a harbinger of the imminent complete tail beastization. She pointed at Simu and opened her mouth. Countless chakras suddenly separated from the air. One is the blue yang chakra and the other is the dark purple yin chakra. The 2 kinds of chakra were quickly entangled in the mouth of the demon cat, and finally converged into a pitch-black energy ball. Tailed beast bomb? It's scary. Although Simu still had a nonchalant expression on his mouth, but from the sharp eyes, it can be seen that he is serious. It seems to be a bit over the top. Tailed beast bomb is one of tailed beast's esoteric abilities. Even the relatively weak Airway must not be taken lightly. The moment the tailed beast bomb took shape, Simu burst into a flash. He didn't choose to run away, but went straight to the 2 duozi. Kushina and the others are not far away. At this distance, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not be affected. So, 2 doshi. In other words, Airway Matatabi looked at Simu who was rushing towards him, and his eyes became more angry. Go to hell. The moment tailed beast bomb is about to be blurted out, Simu appeared on Airway's chin like a ghost. He was accumulating power in the air, and his entire left leg radiated a dazzling light like the sun. Airway, have you ever been kicked by the light? The golden light occupied everyone's field of vision. Simu hit Airway's jaw precisely with one kick, and the huge force successfully changed its direction. The tailed beast bomb ready to go was released towards the sky under this strong impact. A terrifying black energy shock wave went straight into the sky. The tailed beast bomb crashes into the heavy snow clouds above the sky. Shui Yun was knocked out of a hole, and then the tailed beast bomb, which condensed countless energy from Airway, expanded. Boom. The huge energy exploded and expanded into a huge blue energy sphere in the sky. It looks like it blasted the sky. Under the shattered dome, Simu put his hands in his pockets and slowly put his feet down. He raised his head, just in time to meet Airway's eyes that wanted to eat people. It doesn't matter if you haven't been kicked, you've been kicked now. Simu smiled, and then disappeared. The second tail on the tail of Nibitoshi is almost formed. Fortunately, Jonin, the leader of this game, arrived in time. Please help me suppress her. Doi took out a paper talisman and rushed towards the 2 duozi. The old man knows. Mifune Admiral drew out the long knife from his waist. Cut it out with one knife. A large amount of chakra emerged from the body, forming a 10-meter-long Ling Lai sword energy in the air. But the 2 doshi and Airway are now fully focused on Simu. It can even turn a blind eye to such a terrifying sword energy. Let it fall on your body. It charges power on all fours, and its eyes look around for Simu's landing point. Then, The ground instantly sank, and airway soared into the sky. A paw slapped hard on Simu's landing point. The earth-shaking claws directly scratched the ground, causing the rocks to shatter. Do finally arrived at this time, and stuck the spell on Airway's body, which had not been completely unsealed. Pulled by the power of the seal left on the talisman, Airway struggled unwillingly. It slapped the ground vigorously with its claws. It is not trying to struggle to escape. Instead, I want to give Simu a few more hits before being sealed. Countless mantras entwine Airway like chains. Then, with the assistance of many cloud shinobi jonin, they finally resealed Airway into the bodies of the two doshis. Because of the corruption of the tailed beast chakra, after resealing, the surface of the two doshis' bodies showed a state of being scalded by high temperature. It looked terrible. The ground next to it was torn open with several hideous huge wounds. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed to the scene, looking for Simu's trace. They also didn't expect Airway's hatred for Simu to reach this level. I would rather bear the slash of Mifune Admiral, and I would rather be sealed again and hold on to Simu. Jiraiya gave Do a cold look. This guy definitely took a step slower on purpose just now, trying to make Airway seriously injure Simu. If anything happens to Simu, Jiraiya has already figured out how to take revenge on Cloud Shinobi. Kushina also rushed to the scene immediately after the battle, anxiously looking in the direction of the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and a lazy figure walked out of it. Simu scratched at his tangled hair. As he walked out, he said, "Oh, it's indeed the legendary tailed beast. It's really scary. It was almost killed." Even Tsunade, who was very anxious and concerned just now, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Jiraiya also laughed out of anger. This guy. Kushina rushed over directly, hanging on Simu tightly. "I knew you'd be fine." Simu picked up Kushina. "Let me tell you, it was terrible just now. That tailed beast almost killed me." Simu ignored Cloud Shinobi's ugly face, and walked up to Mifune Admiral with Kushina in his arms. "Excuse me, should we pass the first round of exams?" Minato, who followed, took out a dozen scrolls. Most of them are Yang scrolls, mixed with 2 or 3 Yin scrolls. Mifune gave Simu a slight nod. "Certainly. If you can't pass Simu, then you don't need to take this exam." The other contestants watched this scene speechless. When did the Jonin exam actually require one person to deal with a tailed beast? The first round of assessment was completely over at sunset. However, in just one day, the topography of most of the Snowstorm mountain range has been changed. Even the sky was blown out of a big hole. The farce ended with Cloud Shinobi losing face. Under Simu's powerful sniping, Cloud Shinobi Village's 5 teams consisted of 15 people, none of whom passed the first round of assessment. Among them, Doshi, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, was seriously injured because of the tailed beast riot. When Simu returned to the hotel, he found that everyone looked at him with eyes filled with awe. This is a kind of respect and fear for the strong. As the hometown of warriors, people here admire the strong most. Have you heard? The people from Cloud Shinobi have all gone home. None of them advanced. Why don't you go back and watch Simu win the championship? Konoha's players discussed happily. Only Uchiha Fugaku, covered in bandages, lay on the bed in his room thinking about life. After this battle, Simu's position in everyone's hearts was completely established. But Simu doesn't care about that. What he cares about is that his imitation value has risen again, and also broke through the 50 mark in one fell swoop. This means that he can start a new round of lottery. I didn't expect to have this kind of benefit in molesting the tailed beast. Simu wonders when to tease Karema. Forget it, Airway and Nine Tails are not of the same magnitude at all. Just put this thing aside. Simu sat cross-legged on the bed and roared in his heart. I, Simu, can grow to where I am today, all thanks to my own efforts, and a little help from the system. System, draw, extracting ability. The extraction ability is complete. Congratulations on getting the skill life return. Simu suddenly felt completely new. He poured his thoughts into his hair. The original short hair began to grow wildly like Jiraiya. If covered with armament haki, it can really be used as a weapon to kill people. After mastering this skill, Simu can control almost every part of his body. Simu suddenly thought of something. If this is the case, I will sleep on my stomach tonight. Can you lean your back against the ceiling tomorrow morning? This is really a sharp tool to promote the harmonious life of husband and wife. Simu discovers that he has more than perfect physical control. The improvement speed of chakra is even faster. Also, after having life back, Simu's body can handle more food, and have the ability to convert these foods into physical strength. That said, Simu can now boost his constitution by consuming food like crazy. Thinking of this, Simu didn't sleep, and went out directly to ask the owner of the hotel to serve 100 pieces of sushi. As for why you want to eat at this time, of course, there are public funds for reimbursement. All expenses during this competition will be reimbursed by Konoha Finance. When not eating now, so under the suspicious eyes of many ninjas, stacks and stacks of plates came out of Simu's room. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he ate the 300th serving. Let's just eat some of this for tonight, and bring me the whole pot of tea. Okay. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Although they made a lot of money tonight, they really couldn't stand Simu eating like this. In order to provide enough food, they even woke up the chef who had already rested. It took 2 hours of hard work to make up 200 pieces of sushi. Tsunade walked in with black lines all over his face. Patting one hand on the table, he said coldly, Hanyu Simu, what the hell are you doing? You ate 600,000 taels of food tonight, which is more than all of me combined. Simu slowly poured a pot of tea into his mouth, and then said slowly, Senior Tsunade, I'm in the puberty stage now, what's the matter with eating more? Eat more, do you have a little? Tsunade sat down on the chair angrily. Simu gave Tsunade a suspicious look. She spent Konoha's money, not Tsunade's money. Why was she excited? Simu tentatively asked. Tsunade-senpai, don't you use Konoha's funds to go to the casino and lose the bet, and then you have no money to pay for the meal? Tsunade's expression suddenly became a little cramped. Angrily said, how is it possible? I think it is the kind of person who is addicted to gambling. Tsunade smashed the table with a slap. Then he got up and rushed out the door. If Simu is not mistaken, he should go to Jiraiya to borrow money. But next time when you say you don't gamble, can you remove the big word gambling behind it? Simu shook his head. His evaluation is not as good as his own justice. Simu eating is just a small episode. The next day's assessment is coming soon. A total of 16 players successfully passed the first round. Next, the final winner will be determined through a knockout match. Winners can directly get Jonin places. Others need to be scored comprehensively by Jonin. Konoha successfully passed the first round of contestants, a total of 8 people. There are 2 people in Uchiha's team, 3 people in Ryu's team, and 3 people in Simu's team. There are only 16 places in total, and Konoha directly occupies half of them. The remaining 2 big countries each have 3 people qualifying. And because of Cloud Country's early withdrawal, 2 places were snatched by other ninja villages. 3 ships admiral stand in the center of the arena. All contestants decide their opponents by drawing lots. Simu randomly touched a ball from the lottery box and came out. Number 7. There are 8 numbers in total, and those with the same number will compete. He picked up the ball and swung it. Among the crowd, a man with a hat on his head and a full red armor looked at him. Han from Iwagakure. Simu sighed. Good guy, is this a bar with Jinchuriki? Played a 2-tail, and now you want to play 5 tails yourself? With the addition of Kushina's 9 tails, 3 tail beasts have been collected in this league. If Xiao organization came now, directly brush 1/3 of the KPI. It's a pity that the Akatsuki organization is still struggling for peace in Rain Shinobi Village at this time. Our fake Uchiha Madara is still being taught by the teacher at the ninja school in Konoha. Take back your wandering thoughts. Simu looked at Kushina. Her opponent is Yelun from Tsunagakure. As for Minato's opponent, it doesn't matter, that guy has no problem hitting anyone except himself. You have to be careful, don't get hit by Yelun's Scorch style, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Simu reminded Kushina. Understood, don't worry, I will take her down hard. Kushina suddenly compared his head, only to Simu's ear. Simu, have you grown taller again? Kushina is 1.6 meters tall, and Simu is almost 1.8 meters tall at this time. He rubbed his head. Maybe it's because I ate a lot last night, so I grew taller. It's the growth period, it's like this. All players are ready, the game will start immediately. With the order of the 3 boats admiral, the race officially started. The first to play was Uchiha Fugaku. Although the proud son of the Uchiha clan was severely beaten by Simu, but the performance is still very stable, easily won the player of Tsunagakure. Below are the 3 members of Ryu's team. Luju faced off against a player from Ninja Village. After a lot of entanglement, Luju successfully pinned the opponent's shadow with kunai to restrain him. Then a detonation symbol will solve it. This tactic seemed familiar to Simu. I seem to have seen it somewhere. However, Yamanaka Hai and Akamike Choza did not go so smoothly. Yamanaka Kai paired up with Beiki, Sand Shinobi's secret killer, easily defeated by its powerful wind-style ninjutsu. Akamike Choza was kited to death by a rock shinobi who used explosion-style ninjutsu. But this is not beyond Simu's expectations. After all, Ino, Shika, Cho is meant to be a combination. Luju and Hai mainly play support, and Dingzo provides output. Now that they have been dismantled, their greatest strengths cannot be brought into play. It is only natural to be killed. Next up is Minato. There was no suspense in this one. Rock Shinobi on the opposite side was easily defeated by Minato with body flicker technique. Not even using the Flying Thunder God technique. Then it's Simu's duel. 5 Tails Jinchuriki stared at Simu as soon as he came on stage. I know you, Hanyu Simu. Simu smiled slightly. I know you too, and I am looking forward to our duel. Simu is not talking about the scene, but really looking forward to it. The tailed beast exploded a life return last time, can it explode another one this time? Although there is a high probability that it will not work, it does not prevent Simui. Game start? The 2 sides formed a ninja seal to express their friendship. In the next second, Han rushed over. A large amount of steam suddenly spewed out from the gaps in the red armor. Powered by steam, Han's speed and strength are greatly increased. The entire arena was filled with white mist. It's scary, steam power. Simu hastily kicked it out. A stream of steam came galloping and landed right in front of Simu. Han's elbow sprayed strong water vapor, and under the impetus of the water vapor, there was a sound like the sound of a train when it started. Bombarded with a huge force. Just happened to get kicked by Simu. Boom. The 2 powerful forces collided, and the ground under their feet quickly cracked. It's really scary, the power of the tailed beast. Simu looked at Han Zhang's black eyes hidden between the bamboo hat and the mask, and said with a smile. This sentence is not entirely to provoke the other party. With the power of 5 tails, Han's speed is indeed terrifying. If you don't master observation haki yourself, it may be very troublesome to deal with it. But now, within the scope of observation haki, he can see even AI's movements at a glance. Not to mention the Han who has not yet grown into a full body. However, the strength of 5 tails Kokuo does seem to be much stronger than that of 2 tails Matatabi. The expression of the Han dynasty is calm. Obviously not someone like the 2 doshis who would be easily aroused. He took a step back, made a madra with his hands and aimed at Simu. Boil-style steam shock. A massive blast of hot steam hit Simu in a huge shock wave. If ordinary people fall into this trick, they will be cooked immediately. But Simu will certainly not resist. With a light tap of the toes, the whole person appeared in midair. The stream of steam flew past and hit heavily on the barrier on the edge of the arena. Simu aimed at Han below. Dozens of laser beams fell instantly. Terrible explosions continued to erupt in the arena, almost engulfing the arena in flames and flashes. The smoke cleared. A huge black shadow enveloped Han. It is the tail of 5 tails Kokuo. Simu stays in the air with moonwalk with his hands in his pockets. Have you started to use the power of the tailed beast? You Jinchuriki are really strong like monsters. The other ninjas watching the battle also cheered up. Unexpectedly, apart from Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village also found a way to control the tailed beast. This scene made Sand Shinobi jealous. Tsunagakur can be said to be the most repulsive of tailed beasts among all ninja villages. Even at this time, FanFic has been able to control one tail very well. But in order to prevent the tailed beast from running wild, they still chose to imprison FanFic. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao'erhe would run away frequently after FanFi's death. The white tail slowly loosened, revealing Han who was wrapped in the middle and resisted this attack. Although it looks very stable, but Simu can still feel Han's emotional changes through observation haki. At this time, he is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Han lay on the ground like a beast. The huge long white tail swept towards Simu in midair. Fortunately, the arena is high enough. Simu stepped on the moonwalk and dodged the attack directly, then condensed a lightsaber and appeared in front of Han in an instant. A sword slashed the shoulder of Zhong Han. Sparks sparked from the lightsaber and red armor, bringing out a large pool of blood. Very fast, not strong defense. That's what Simu says about 5 tails Kokuo. He won't be greedy for credit even if he succeeds in one blow. Simu jumped back into the air when Han's attack fell. Hateful. Han ignored his injuries. Chukra the tailed beast from Kokuo is rapidly repairing his body. The vitality of the tailed beast is really terrifying. Simu said with deep emotion. However, the self who has mastered the return of life will reach this level sooner or later. Thousands of flashes fell from the sky again, like countless stars falling to the ground. Without hesitation, Han used Kokuo's tail as a shield again to cover himself. After a round of bombing, Simu actually appeared above Han with a flash of light. He no longer holds back. The terrifying armament haki was tightly wrapped around his feet. Like a comet falling to the ground, he stepped on it heavily. Seeing Simu voluntarily giving up the advantages of altitude and speed, Han instantly became excited. Finally stopped running. Hot water vapor gushed out from Han's whole body, raised his power to ultimate. Peerless strange power. With an ear-piercing whistle, Han punched out. The corner of Simu's mouth curved suddenly. In the process of falling, the whole person turned back like lightning. Just avoided Han Zhe's powerful punch. The huge force shook the surrounding air away, forming a huge vacuum shock wave that soared into the sky. It shook the barrier set by the Jonin so hard that it was almost broken. And Han's body lost balance because of the powerful punch, and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, Simu landed beside Han. Didn't someone tell you that you should use your strengths and avoid your weaknesses when fighting? Simu kicked out. Han, who hadn't adjusted yet, didn't have time to react. Can only barely resist with Kokuo's tail. But Simu's full blow can be blocked by a mere 5 tails tail. A large piece of golden light spread out like an explosion, and the powerful impact kicked this huge white tail into pieces. The kick covered in armed colors finally landed on Han's body. The solid red armor was kicked into pieces. The whole person froze for a moment, and then flew out like a flash of light. Countless runes are displayed from above the barrier, which means that the impact force has reached the limit of the barrier. Then, the barrier is broken. Han smashed through the barrier, smashing a huge hole directly into the rocky wall of the castle. Rock Shinobi Jonin stood up straight away. The face is incredible. The 5 tails Jinchuriki they cultivated so hard was kicked away. Jiraiya also shook her fist excitedly. But the bright side is still calm and breezy. Calm down, Simu is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to save face for others. It's really troublesome. Although the tone was complaining, everyone could hear Jiraiya's feeling of embarrassment. The medical ninja immediately appeared by Han's side and gave him emergency treatment. In fact, there is no need to rescue. With the powerful vitality of 5 tails, Han will definitely not die. Simu's overall evaluation of 5 tails is that it is very fast, much faster than 2 tails. The downside is the lack of anti-air capability. The reason why Simu is so easy to kill is not because it is weaker than the 2-tailed Matatabi, but Han's reaction speed is relatively slow. And Kokuo wasn't completely unblocked, not even much. As soon as a tail was exposed, it was kicked by Simu and flew out. If it is a life and death battle, there is no arena restriction. Han may not have the ability to fight Simu after completely unlocking the tailed beast. Of course, there was a gap between the two doshi's front cars. It is absolutely impossible for Sanfu Admiral to allow Han to have a second tail. The place where you are now is the center of the Iron Country, not the mountains outside. If the tailed beast ran wild here, it would not be as simple as 1 or 2 people dying. I declare that Simu wins. 3 Boats Admiral quickly judged the victory. Simu looked in Han's direction with his hands in his pockets. Sure enough, although that guy has not fully recovered his fighting ability, but he was able to barely stand up. The armor at the shoulders was completely broken, revealing a strong body covered in blood. The ninjas quickly restored the field and the barrier, and continued to the next game. Next match, Tsunagakure's Hakura against Konoha's Uzumaki Kushina. Look at my performance. Kushina smiled slyly at Simu. Simu nodded with a smile, come on. You Konohas are really talented. Yakeng looked at Kushina, then at Minato and Simu below. She tied her black hair into a bun, and the 2 bangs in the front are orange, which looks quite individual. She was wearing a black dress similar to a cheongsam, outlining her uneven figure vividly and delicately. Seeing Kushina was very upset. I seem to feel the killing intent on you. Yakeng holds a handful of kunai and looks at Simu with a smile. Is it because of that kid named Simu? Kushina makes a mudra with both hands. It has nothing to do with you. Several golden lights flashed, and 4 Vajra chains flew out of her body, shooting directly at Yakeng like a python. Yakeng dodges hastily, using the sealing technique as a means of combat. It's really creative. The 4 chains were wreaking havoc on the arena, and Yakeng walked through every gap. Her speed is very fast, and there is no way to restrain her with just 4 chains. But if more sealing power is mobilized, it will affect the seal of 9 tails in the body. Compared with other Jinchuriki, Kushina's biggest weakness is that he cannot mobilize the power of the tail beast in his body. Instead of mobilizing the power of 9 tails, even get distracted by 9 tails. Naruto in the original book is a good example. Under the interference of 9 tails, he couldn't even master the most basic clone technique at first. So apart from Kushina being able to share the 9 tails quick recovery passive, the others are basically debuffs. Yakeng freely shuttles in Kushina's attack. If you only have this level, then I will start attacking. With her toes a little above the chain, she jumped high. Make a mudra with your hands on your chest. Scorch-style oversteam kill. Countless bright red fireballs condensed from the air behind her, like a will-o'-the-wisp floating in the dark night. Go. Yakeng waved his arm, and the fireball behind him seemed to have a life of its own, flying towards Kushina. Kushina hurriedly took a step back. She got information about Yakeng from Luju. Know that you must not be touched by this fireball, otherwise it may become a mummy. Although due to the restrictions of the rules, Yakeng should not kill him, but loss of combat effectiveness must have been inevitable. Thinking like this, she manipulated the Vajra chains to dance wantonly to scatter all the fireballs. Although he blocked this attack, Yakeng also gained more space. Her hands were wrapped in red flames, and several rolls quickly approached Kushina. The Vajra chains like a boa constrictor were swept away, was easily dodged by it. It has to be said that Yakeng's fighting style is very entertaining. As she approached Kushina, the kunai in her hand was already wrapped in red flames, stabbing straight at Kushina's face. Just when Yakeng thought he had succeeded, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. A golden chain came out from inside, tightly entwining her. You don't think I can only control 4 chains, do you? Kushina charged up his arm, and punched Yakeng with a strange force. The situation was turned upside down in an instant. Yakeng only felt that the chakra in his body was being drawn out rapidly. She threw the kunai wrapped in red flames at Kushina. It looked like a last-ditch effort. Kushina dodged it easily, and the fist that had been charged for a long time fell heavily. The expected shock did not appear. The moment his fist touched Yakeng, the enemy in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of clothing. Body replacement technique? Oops. Kushina turned around quickly and controlled all the chains to protect herself. But it was too late. The shuriken that he flashed just now also turned into Yakeng with a bang. But her dress, which looked like a cheongsam, had disappeared. Only a few key positions were wrapped with bandages, and the blood of the audience on the sidelines was racing. Her palm lightly patted Kushina's shoulder, and a red fire flashed. The protective barrier suddenly trembled. A flash of light flashes across and Simu appears on the other side of the arena with Kushina in his arms. I'm so sorry, examiners, Kushina surrendered. Simu embraces Kushina. Although Yakeng won't kill him, Simu still doesn't want to gamble. In case Scorch style comes across. Simu glanced at Yakeng, then walked off the court with Kushina in his arms. In that case, Yakeng wins this competition. 3 Boats Admiral announced the results of the race. After speaking, he glanced in Simu's direction from the corner of his eye. This guy actually broke through the protective barrier of the arena in an instant and saved Kushina from Yakeng. Just how frighteningly fast does this need to be? Actually, you don't need to save me, Kushina whispered while lying in Simu's arms. That won't work, that Yakeng is neither serious nor serious. What should I do if I make you stupid later? Humph, you are stupid, Kushina retorted, poking her little nose. The face is full of smiles. With a smile on Simu's face, he was already thinking about when he could go inside the seal and beat Kurama up. Strive to make Kushina the perfect Jinchuriki. Otherwise she is too dangerous. The second round started almost without interruption. Fully test the player's protracted combat ability. And luck. If you queue all the way to weaker teammates, then you can save more stamina. the winning rate is naturally higher. No one said that this competition system is unfair or anything. It's all ninjas here. There is no fairness in the ninja world. Luck is also an important criterion for whether you can survive. Then a very interesting picture appeared. There are currently only 8 players left. 4 of them belong to Konoha. They are Hanyu Simu, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Narashika Issa. As for the 2 contestants from Ninja Village, both of them have been eliminated. The other Jonin from the Ninja Village gritted their teeth and looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. For a while, there was an aura of uniting against Konoha. After all, Simu's performance is really impressive. The 5 Jinchuriki Han who had the strength to compete for the championship were directly eliminated in the first round. What can you say? The grouping results will come out soon, because the number of leaves accounted for half of the reason. So there was a dramatic civil war situation. Hanyu Simef's Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku turned pale when he heard the news. Uchiha Mikato, who was eliminated in the first game, watched the situation on the court from the audience. There is one thing to say. Both Fugaku and Simu she wants to support. One is his own clansman, or his teammates and partners. The other is Hanyu Simu who saved himself. But the thought of Uchiha Fugaku almost giving up on himself in the first round. Her mind became hot. Mr. Simu, come on. Simu froze. Uchiha Fugaku was also stunned. Kushina was even more stunned. What the hell? Someone wants to steal a man from my old lady. The fist hardened. Feel the gaze of others. Uchiha Mikato blushed. That Fugaku, you should do your best too. Of course, Uchiha Mikato's support will not affect the outcome of the game. Uchiha Fugaku, who had already been captured by Simu on the psychological level, was already a little weaker in momentum when he first came up. To guard against Simu's terrifying speed, Uchiha Fugaku activated the Sharingan as soon as he came up. Stare hard at Simu. Simu put it in his pocket and closed his eyes directly. Sharingan, it's scary. I'd better close my eyes, lest I fall into your illusion. Uchiha Fugaku, generally speaking, the enemy is in defense of the Sharingan's illusion control. At most, it is to control myself not to touch the Sharingan. It is still possible to judge the enemy's movement through the enemy's limbs. Results. What the hell is Simu doing? Just close your eyes and judge the enemy's position through your ears? In addition to that frivolous tone, Uchiha Fugaku, who felt more and more insulted, suddenly became violent. Throw out a large piece of shuriken. Fire-style impatience claw red. The orange flame sprayed from the mouth attached to countless shurikens, densely surrounding Simu directly. Simu closed his eyes though, but observation haki made it easy for him to locate these attacks. Not to mention positioning, he can even know what Uchiha Fugaku wants to do next. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards Uchiha Fugaku nonchalantly, facing countless burning shurikens. He just adjusted his stride, and combined with the adjustment of his body for life return, Uchiha Fugaku threw dozens of shurikens with all his strength, but none of them touched Simu. It was as if everyone present had fallen into an illusion. All I saw was Simu's body twisting while walking. It happened to be avoided by all shuriken. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. The pupils trembled slightly. Is this an illusion? He made seals with his hands and shouted loudly, solution. But still no effect. At this time Simu had already walked in front of him, and said softly, this is not illusion, this is a special ninjutsu. Saying so, stretched out a finger to Uchiha Fugaku's forehead. You lose. Uchiha Fugaku's face was pale. Muttering to himself, it's not an illusion. I lost. A jonin from Uchiha who followed the team from above the auditorium looked livid. Uchiha Fugaku is the future of the Uchiha clan. If Simu breaks the defense here, what should I do if I have never recovered from this fall? Just like that, Uchiha Fugaku walked down in a daze. Simu scratched the back of his head. Have you gone too far yourself? After all, I have no enmity with the Uchiha clan. Originally, I just wanted to kill the spirit of the future Uchiha patriarch. Didn't expect that I seemed to have sharpened all the blades. Forget it, hurry up and go back to the village to sleep. Simu yawned. This country of iron is so icy and snowy that I can't sleep well. The results of the semi-finals are freshly released. Luju was defeated by Tsunagakure's Baki without any surprise. Therefore, only Simu and Minato are left in this round of Konoha. In addition, Tsunagakure's Hakura also won. Instead, Iwagakure's ninjas were completely eliminated. Zetachuan took second place. Seeing this, Rock Shinobi looked at Simu even more depressed. If he hadn't eliminated Han in the first place, their Rock Shinobi wouldn't be so embarrassed. Fortunately, there is also a Cloud Shinobi who can't even make it to the knockout round at the bottom. This time, Konoha and Sand Shinobi may be the biggest winners. Mifune Admiral announced the situation of the third round with a blank face. Yakura vs Simu. Bakiv's Minato. I didn't expect this league to turn into a duel between Tsunagakure and Konoha in the end. Jiraiya held a bag of potato chips to her mouth. Happy face. After all, the 2 Konoha players who came here are both his students. What a shame to say it. The battle between Simu and Yakeng begins first. Yakeng stroked his orange-red bangs. She licked her lips and said to Simu, I like you very much. As soon as this remark came out, Kushina in the auditorium was instantly annoyed. Don't stop me, I'm going up to fight her again. Kushina struggled loudly. Minato grabbed Kushina with all his strength so the guy wouldn't rush up. Yakeng smiled. It seems that the girl is your girlfriend. She crossed her hands in front of her body and supported her slightly. She said temptingly, "Don't you think I'm better than her? As long as you join Sand Shinobi, you can get me. How about it? Trust me, Tsunagakuer will never let you down." Simu suddenly felt as if countless cold knives were being pressed against his back. With his hands in his pockets, he replied calmly, "Tsunagakuer, sorry, I'm not interested in that kind of backcountry. It's better for you to pay attention to yourself, so you don't know when you are abandoned by others." Reminiscent of Yakang's original life experience, Simu said pointedly. Yakang raised his eyebrows. "It's fine if you don't move, but you still want to sow discord." Simu shrugged. An expression of love to believe it or not. Anyway, Yakang's fate has nothing to do with him. Since you don't know how to praise, I can only knock you down. Yakang made a fighting stance. "Oops, are you Tsunagakuer girls all this scary?" Simu tilted his head. "Be careful not to get married. I don't need you to worry about this." Scorch-style oversteam kill. Red Will-o'-the-Wisps rose again. This attack, which is very difficult for others, poses no threat to Simu at all. Not to mention that under the prediction of observation Haki, Yakang's attack couldn't hit Simu at all. What if it hits? Simu can elementally evade these attacks at any time. It's just not necessary, because Yakang couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Countless red will-o'-the-wisps crashed down. Simu has long since disappeared. Knowing that Simu is very fast, Yakang deliberately left some will-o'-the-wisps around him to guard against Simu's approach. Unfortunately, Simu won't let her get what she wants. After dodging to the periphery of her will-o'-the-wisp, Simu raised his palm and pointed it at Yakang. "Are you ready?" With the sound of hissing, a large laser shot out from Simu's hand. It's like a Gartlin that never stops. Because of the return of life, Simu's physique has directly improved a lot. And the biggest thing accompanying physical improvement is naturally one's own physical strength. Therefore, after 3 games today, the consumption of Simu is not painful at all. It can only be said that the physique of Pirate World is far ahead of this world. Amidst the smog, a crimson fire dragon tore through the smog, roaring and lunging at Simu. This is a dragon made entirely of scorch-style flames. As long as it is wiped, all the water will be evaporated and turned into a mummified corpse. So this ninjutsu has reached a level. It's called Red Flame Dragon Technique. It's scary. It's a pity that Simu just wants to end these boring battles quickly. The golden flash flickered again, entangled with Armament Haki's light speed kick and accurately hit the attacking dragon's head. The golden light firmly blocked the red fire. Simu put his hands in his trouser pockets and stepped on the flame dragon head with one foot. Then Yakang watched in disbelief that the fire dragon, which took her a lot of chakra to make, sank inch by inch into the ground. As Simu stomped down hard, the whole red dragon collapsed in an instant. A large cloud of white smoke billowed up. The ground it touched was instantly melted into a crimson lava. A huge ravine connects Simu to the opposite leaf barn. Simu lifted a finger. A laser shot out from the fingertips and instantly penetrated Yakang's shoulder. The victory and defeat have been divided. Yakang looked at Simu in disbelief. Why obviously I have already contacted you. Scorch style is a combination of fire style and wind style, capable of quickly evaporating all moisture that comes into contact with objects. But Simu obviously touched the fire dragon with his feet just now. Why is it all right? It's a secret. Oh, I didn't expect my disciple to win again. It's a fluke, a fluke. Jiraiya said to Sand Shinobi Jonin next to him. The joy on his face was undisguised. Of course, Sand Shinobi Jonin is not to be outdone. After all, they still have a player who hasn't played yet. Just wait and see. Beiki will definitely defeat that kid from Konoha. However, the fact is that Sand Shinobi Jonin was slapped hard. Minato surprises Sand Shinobi. After a fierce battle, he actually defeated Sand Shinobi's ace Beiki. In the beginning, Beiki kept blocking Minato with wind-style ninjutsu. Minato fell into a weak position. But what he didn't know was that during the process of being blocked, Minato had already left many Flying Thunder God spells in the arena. When he sliced through the ground again with wind style, a piece of rubble with the Flying Thunder God formula just bounced to his side. The next thing is very simple. Minato teleported there, and then directly dealt with it with a Raiznon. Rock Shinobi's face was livid. Jiraiya patted the table and laughed. Oh, why are my 2 students like this? They actually met in the finals. I'm really sorry. Between the same sect, how could they do it? Jiraiya looked distressed, making everyone's teeth itch. No one thought that this time the 4-nation joint Jonin exam would become the Konoha family's show. If this matter spreads, I am afraid that Konoha Shinobi Village's entrusted orders will skyrocket again in a short period of time. And more important than that is, they saw the 2 rising stars of Konoha. One is extremely fast, and is the only blood successor in the ninja world to eliminate the user of light escape. Powerful, but has a weird temper and is very annoying. But Simu's performance was really impressive, defeating 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki with 1 person. Even with his own power, he suppressed the half-unsealed airway. Another, equally fast, mastered the Flying Thunder God technique created by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although he is relatively gentle. But no matter how gentle a ninja is on weekdays, it will become a murderous weapon on the battlefield. There is also Uchiha Fugaku who performed equally well, and the new generation of Ino, Shika, Cho combination. Konoha is really talented. Many ninja villages expressed their emotions sincerely. Some small vassal countries of other countries are already considering whether to test Konoha's attitude after the game. See if there is a chance to change the court. Mifune Admiral looked at Simu and Minato with eyes full of appreciation. But even though they are all from Konoha, the final winner will be determined after all. Oh my, what a hassle. I didn't expect to confront you, Minato. Simu looked listless. He wanted to hurry up and go back to Konoha to sleep. Minato smiled wryly. One move. Okay. Simu looked at Minato suspiciously. The latter said seriously, I know that my strength is not as good as yours, I only need one move. If you can take my move, I will admit defeat. A look of understanding appeared on Simu's face. Minato didn't want to reveal too much of his secret. After all, there are outsiders here. If two people fight with real swords and guns, the abilities of both parties will be completely exposed under the noses of others. At that time, other ninja villages are likely to study their weaknesses based on the two demonstrated abilities. Then design tactics in a targeted manner. In the future, it is entirely possible to get into trouble or even die because of this on the battlefield. As a companion to Simu, of course Minato knows about Simu's special abilities. That is elementalization. This ability Simu has not been exposed in public until now. The only time it was revealed was in the operation to recapture Kushina. But the Cloud Shinobi who knew about it are almost dead. So this is still a secret to others. Simu understood what Minato meant and nodded slightly. Seriously, Minato is scary. Simu pulled his hands out, ready to fight. To be honest, he also really wants to know how serious Minato can be. Minato twitched his lips and said with a smile, should I say that it is a great honor for you to draw your hand to deal with it? That's not. Simu raised his hand to scratch his head. Minato has pulled out the 7 special kunai from the ninja bag and shot at Simu. You chose to sneak attack, Minato. With observation haki, Simu blows those kunai out with ease. The moment it was knocked into the air, the kunai held in Minato's hand. Flying Thunder God technique? He turned in the air and shot another kunai at Simu at close range. The latter took a step back and instantly raised his foot to sweep across. Sure enough, Minato appeared in front of this kunai again. But only for a moment. For a split second, Minato flickered away again. Simu fell flat. As expected of a man who can grow into a Hokage, Simu said secretly in his heart. Minato appeared behind Simu in an instant, with a kunai thorn stabbing his back. Simu suddenly turned into a flash and disappeared. The moment he recondensed, his observation haki suddenly sensed something. Do not know when. Minato had left a Flying Thunder God spell on his landing point. Did you get ready for the last match? Simu suddenly realized. Blonde hair streaked through the air. A buzzing spiral sounded. Minato grasped kunai with his left hand, and a palm-sized raise-non had formed in his right hand. That's the ultimate he can do at this speed. As expected of you, you reacted so quickly. The light blue chakra tangles violently in the air and falls towards Simu. The latter smiled. Armament haki wrapped around his left fist almost instantly. Light speed fist. The golden light flashed by. The iron fist carrying the golden light slammed straight into the oncoming raise-non. Huge power is unleashed from the palm-sized raise-non. But Simu's armament haki is also strong enough to withstand Minato's attack firmly. The result of this is that the arena beneath their feet is covered with terrible cracks. Occupied the entire arena like a spider web. Even the enchantment arranged next to it began to shake and even shatter. Boom. With the complete release of this terrifying power, the entire arena was engulfed in white light. What happened? For most ninjas, all they could see was Minato and Simu flying around there. Can't see people clearly. When they finally saw it clearly, the two had already made the final blow. The whole process lasted less than 15 seconds from start to finish. Hurry up and strengthen the enchantment. The ninjas who were waiting in full battle rushed up and poured their chakra crazily. Finally, the enchantment was maintained on the verge of being completely broken. The movement in the arena also gradually calmed down. Kushina finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thick smoke was released as the barrier was released. The castle seemed to have experienced a sandstorm, and the smoke from the arena was everywhere. As for the arena, where is there any arena? Has long since been bombarded by the battle between Simu and Minato. As the smoke cleared, the figures of Simu and Minato appeared in the pit of the arena. Minato gasped. There was bitterness in the eyes looking at Simu. Originally he thought Simu was just fast. Unexpectedly, it was so fast and fierce. Not only is it fast, but it can even take down raise-non with its physical body? Is this really something humans can do? The way he looks at Simu now is like looking at a tailed beast. Too frightening. Minato raised his hand. I surrender. The cloak of justice fluttered behind Simu. He held out his palm to Minato. Minato froze for a moment, stretched out his palm to grab it, and was pulled up by Simu. I'm really sorry, I accidentally used too much force just now. Almost got it. You? Minato elbowed Simu. Even if you win, you still have to hurt yourself so much. Simu smiled and walked down with Minato. After this battle, no one dares to underestimate Simu. At least everyone who took this joint exam, including all Jonin, looked at Simu in a different way. It is no longer regarded as a junior, but a strong man who can sit on an equal footing. I did a great job on this test. Jiraiya patted both of them on the shoulder with satisfaction. It's been a long time since he pretended to be so cool. The Jonin from the other ninja village looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade with envy. First is Mu Yabaya Heitake Maoshuo, then Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade Sunin. Now there are two monsters, Namikaze Minato and Hanyu Simu. Especially Simu. At the age of 14, you can become a rigid-tailed beast. Can you believe it? In the end, Simu and Minato, of course, promoted Jonin as expected. The strength of Baki and Hakura on Tsunagakure's side was also recognized by a kind of Jonin, and they were promoted to Jonin. In addition, Rock Shinobi Village's Han, although he lost in the first round, made an exception and became Jonin. In fact, the two Doshi and Troy of Cloud Shinobi Village also have the strength to become Jonin. It's a pity that they were targeted by Simu and left early. The only regret is that Kushina was not promoted to Jonin. It's just a Jonin, I will take it down sooner or later. Kushina is obviously very dissatisfied. In fact, Kushina is right. With her strength, go through the task to hone it for 2 or 3 years. Being a Jonin is out of the question. At that time, he was only 16 or 17 years old. Becoming a Jonin at the age of 17 is very young in the entire ninja world. It's just that the two freaks Simu and Minato are on the same team as Kushina, which makes Kushina's talent seem mediocre. After using Konoha's public money to spend a lot of money, Simu and others officially set off to return to Konoha. Finally back to the Land of Fire. Simu stretched comfortably. At this time, they had already entered the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. After leaving the icy and snowy country of Iron, Simu's mood improved. While the team was resting, they carried the fishing rod and prepared to go fishing. Suddenly, the phone bug hidden in his clothes, that is, Katsuyu clone, suddenly moved. Katsuyu got out from inside. Mr. Kizaru, the avatar you left with Ms. Hyaga Ling suddenly lost contact. Simu frowned tightly, and asked coldly, what's going on? Katsuyu shook his head. I don't know either, but I can be sure that Miss Ling Yi is not in danger. If I encounter danger, my clone should wake up automatically. Simu calmed down. In other words, your avatar should have been sealed or taken away at Ling Yi's own will. It should be like this. Simu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He put away the phone bug and came to Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, has anything happened in the village these days? Matter. Jiraiya was puzzled. Konoha has so many things to do every day, how does he know which one Simu is talking about? About Hyaga's house, Ling Yi lost contact with me. Hearing this, Kushina and Minato immediately stood up. What happened to Ling Yi? Although they are rivals in love, Kushina and Ling Yi are even more sisters. At this time, Kushina's worry about Ling Yi will not be less. It's not clear yet. Jiraiya also frowned slightly. When you mentioned Hyaga's house, I remembered something. Teacher Sarutobi entrusted Umbu with a message this morning. Let me return to Konoha as soon as possible. The patriarch of the Hyaga clan is about to step down and attend the inauguration ceremony of the new patriarch. But I refused. Hyaga's new patriarch. Simu suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked at the only member of the Hyaga clan in the team. Hyaga Hisashi? Simu asked coldly. Hyaga's patriarch should be your twin big brother Hyaga Hayashi, right? Having seen Simu's terrifying strength, Hisashi is a little afraid of him. Not daring to hide anything, he quickly said, yes. What about Hyaga Ling do you know him? Hisashi hesitated a bit. Simu grabbed his collar suddenly, and a strong killing intent was released from his body. Say. Hisashi's face turned pale immediately, and he struggled. Ahem, cough, I said, you put me down first. Simu let go of his palm and stared at him coldly. Hisashi gave Simu a fearful look. I also heard from the elders in the clan that it is said that the elder brother's wedding will be held during the inauguration ceremony, and the bride is Hyaga Ling As soon as this sentence came out, everyone present felt a chilling killing intent. Why Ling Yi? Although Simu was already furious in his heart, he still didn't attack. Although he is the younger brother of Hyaga Hayashi, Hisashi is still just a branch house. The affairs of the Hyaga clan have no right to meddle. Hisashi hesitated for a moment and said, this is the meaning of the elders of the clan. It seems that Hyaga Ling Yi's eyes are a little unusual. Simu didn't speak. Judging from the current situation and Ling Yi's appearance, she is most likely the wife of Hyaga Hayashi in the original book, also the mother of Hyaga Hinata. And it seems that Atsutsuki Tonari took Hinata away because of her supercilious eyes. There might be something to it. No matter what, no one can go against Ling Yi's own wishes. If Ling Yi really likes Hyaga Hayashi, then he has nothing to say. But if forced, then you can't blame yourself. Teacher Jiraiya, I'll go first. I'll go as well. Kushina followed closely behind. Minato nodded towards Jiraiya. I'll go first, too. You guys wait. Jiraiya raised her hands halfway and sighed. Facing the surroundings, Umbu ordered, you protect them well, I will go first. Konoha, the clan land of the Hyaga clan. Around the courtyard of Hyaga Ling 4 ninjas of the Hyaga clan are guarding closely. Among them is a Jonin sitting in the battle. In the courtyard, an old woman in her 60s and 70s was talking to Ling Yi earnestly. She sat beside Ling Yi, holding hands lightly, speaking softly. Ling Yi, you are a mother-in-law. I have grown up watching it, and now the masters of the clan have chosen you to be the wife of the future patriarch. This is a good thing. The old woman fancied while talking. When you become the patriarch's wife, then us old people can rest assured. When the time comes, don't forget about us. My Dachshund loved playing with you the most when I was a child. Remember to say a few good words in front of the patriarch. Ling Yi lowered his head and did not speak. That's her nature, she doesn't like to talk. Elders in the family died on the battlefield when she was very young. Only one person is left alone. Children of the same age have no backer because she has no father or mother, so I especially like to bully her. From childhood to Dalian, there was no one who spoke. Finally became a ninja, but the whole team was destroyed in the end. Only myself was almost trafficked to the daimyo to become a slave because of my supercilious eyes. Until that man appeared in his own world. It was as if a ray of sunshine had shone into his own dark world. Let yourself feel that life suddenly has meaning again. Although she was called Broom Star by the tribe after she came back. Kay killed family members and teammates. But she doesn't care anymore. Because she has her own friends, real friends. They don't care about their origin, they don't care about being silent, they only care about their own feelings and what they are thinking. Simu is lazy all day long, but he is extremely reliable. Minato has a calm personality and a delicate mind. As for Kushina, carefree. Obviously so 407 likes Simu, but dare not speak. Because of these bonds, she tried to block the detonator for Simu on the night of the Cloud Shinobi invasion. We'll push Simu away and tell him to rush to save Kushina. They are really a group of warm people. The black hair covered Ling Yi, and her immature white palm gently held the little snail in her hand. This is the phone bug that Simu left her, but she sealed it with her own hands. It is precisely because of this fetter of nostalgia that she must not implicate them because of her own willfulness. Even if Simu is Konoha's genius, now it is definitely not the opponent of the Hyuga clan. As for the amiable old woman in front of her, it's just the old people of my parents decades ago. Before becoming the fiancé of the new patriarch, Due never imagined that there would be such people coming and going every day in her small courtyard. In the ancestral hall of the Hyuga tribe, Hyuga Teruin, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, is sitting on the throne. Beside them are several elders who belong to the clan. The entire Hyuga family, only they can inherit the most authentic and purest Hyuga blood. And for each clan bloodline, there is one and only one heir who can inherit it. Take the patriarch Hyuga Teruin as an example. He also gave birth to two boys, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hisashi. Hyuga Hayashi was just born a few minutes earlier. He is the eldest son, the head of the Hyuga clan who is in charge of things. Hyuga Hisashi was born a few minutes late and was a branch house. And every branch house will be planted with a spell called Caged Bird before the age of 10. The Zong family holds the spell to control the caged bird. This was the basis of the clan rule of the Hyuga clan, CJCH. And Hyuga Hayashi, who is the eldest son of the patriarch. Naturally, his marriage cannot be decided by himself. Born with huge political significance. Shoin, has the matter of Hyuga Ling been resolved? The great elder sitting on the side asked. Hyuga nodded according to N. Her voice was a little low, it's sorted out. Several elders raised their heavy eyes upon hearing this. Is it? Seeing this, Hyuga Zhaoan can only recruit truthfully. After my investigation, it seems that Hyuga Ling already has someone he likes, and he is not from the Hyuga clan. Who? An orphan named Hanusima grew up in an orphanage. Hearing this, many elders of Hyuga showed expressions of disdain. It's just an orphan, how can it compare to the dignity and luxury of the patriarch's wife? Surely that Hyuga Ling won't be so short-sighted anymore. Compared to love, power and status are what these bad old men value most. Love is a thing that disappears at any moment. But as long as you hold power and status firmly in your hands, it will not betray you. Hyuga Shan shook his head, and said with a bit of embarrassment. It would be great if this is the case. The key is that this Hyuga Ling has no father or mother since he was a child, so he pays special attention to feelings. The other clansmen didn't give her enough care, which caused her relationship with the family to be not particularly good. Hearing this, an elder snorted coldly. Concern? What care does a small branch house child need? Isn't it what a branch house should do to give everything to the clan? The other elders touched their beards and seemed to agree. Years of pampering have made these old men not know what respect is. Or for them, the branch house is just a tool for them to maintain their status and rule. No respect for tools. Of course, Hyuga would not pay special attention to a small branch house orphan. But the key point is who would have imagined that this branch house orphan actually has the purest white eyes of the entire Hyuga clan? The great elder gave his own explanation for this problem. Under the leadership of the main family, although the Hyuga clan has guaranteed the bloodline of the main family extremely strictly, but after so many years, it is still much worse than the bloodline of the ancestors. Although the bloodlines of the branch house are mixed, there are enough people, so the phenomenon of atavism is not incomprehensible. The great elder hit the ground heavily with the crutch in his hand. In short, it is the ancestral precept of the Hyuga clan to marry the woman with the purest white eyes and the heir of the patriarch. Even if Master Hokage comes, he cannot violate it. As one of the largest families in Konoha, the Hyuga family certainly has their own confidence to say this. With Hyuga Ling pure white eyes, combined with the most orthodox blood of the Hyuga clan, the most remarkable bloodline in the history of the Hyuga clan will definitely be born. The great elder's mind was full of how to restore the glory of the Hyuga clan. Of course Hyuga would not object. Even if he is the head of a clan, he must fully respect the opinions of these elders. In the middle of the night, Hyuga Teruin, who had fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened. Coughed violently. His wife hurriedly got up and patted him on the back. Zaoin, are you okay? Cough cough cough. Hyuga Teruin covered her mouth with a handkerchief. A pool of bright red floated on the white handkerchief. He looked at the handkerchief and clenched his fists tightly. His gaze in the darkness gradually became firm. He must make Hayashi the patriarch before he dies. Arrived without an appointment the next morning. The clan of the Hyuga clan greeted and sent off, and it was very lively. Because it is the patriarch's enthronement ceremony and wedding ceremony. So all the activities today will be held in this square in front of the ancestral hall. In order to prepare for this event, Hyuga arranged the square beautifully. Patriarch Hyuga Teruan stands as one of the most important figures today. Enduring the physical pain by force, he chatted with many guests with a sincere smile on his face. Today's visitors are all prominent figures. All the big families of Konoha were present. Akamike, Shimura, Nara, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, etc. all sent prominent people in the clan as envoys. Some were even congratulated by the patriarch himself. Even Uchiha Shifang, the patriarch of Uchiha, who didn't get along well with Hyuga, came to the scene in person. As for Konoha's most powerful third Hokage-sama, he may make his finale appearance at the end. As the ceremony began, Hyuga Hayashi took the oath of being the patriarch, and bow down to the Hyuga ancestors in the ancestral hall and offer incense. Then comes the bride. As soon as Ling Yi appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The snow-white kimono-style wedding dress almost blended with her white skin. Short black hair was coiled at the back of his head. The slender neck was exposed, and the pale eyes showed a trace of sadness. It looks like a lone white swan. The various jewelry on her body added a touch of beauty to Ling Yi. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Ling Yi. Although he didn't like Ling Yi, he couldn't help thinking at this moment. It seems to be a good thing to have such a beautiful wife. But I don't know why. Since getting up today, he has always had an unknown feeling in his heart. Barriers rose around the Hyuga clan. Outside are 4 Hyuga ninjas collecting invitations. Not everyone can participate in this kind of big clan ceremony. It turns out to be Mr. Sarutobi Shinashuk. Welcome. The 4 Hyuga ninjas smiled ingratiatingly. This is Lord Hokage's eldest son, and if nothing else happens, he will be the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan in the future. Sarutobi Shinashuk nodded slightly, and said, "My father is delayed by something, so I'll come back later to congratulate you." Hyuga ninja immediately said no problem. Master Hokage has a lot of things to do every day, we can understand, it's alright, please. After Sarutobi Shinashuk entered, several Hyuga started talking. As expected of our Hyuga clan, even Hokage-sama has to give us face. We are Konoha's strongest ninja. Keep your voice down, someone is coming. They looked up and saw a man wearing yellow sunglasses and a white coat, with his hands in his pockets, walking casually towards the clan ground. Stop, do you have an invitation? Simu slowly took off his sunglasses. Sorry, I'm here to snatch a marriage. Hyuga's grand elder was all smiles. He stood between the 2 newlyweds and read out the wedding vows. Hyuga Hayashi, would you like to marry Hyuga Rei? Love her and protect her from now on. Hyuga Hayashi didn't hesitate at all. I would. The great elder looked at Hyuga Ling-ai again. Hyuga Ling-ai, would you marry Hyuga Hayashi? Become the patriarch's wife of the Hyuga clan, help him from now on, be loyal to him, and bear children for him. Hyuga Ling-ai bit her lip tightly. The crossed hands were tightly squeezed together. She knows she should say I do now, but she can't say it. Ling Yi was silent. The lively atmosphere at the scene suddenly calmed down. The guests looked at Ling Yi one after another, as if they wanted to know what happened. Are there any girls who would resist being the patriarch's wife? Hyuga's face turned livid. Hyuga Grand Elder smiled. It seems that Miss Ling Yi is too nervous to speak. After all, it is not an easy thing to become the wife of the head of a large family like Hyuga. He turned his head and stared at Hyuga Ling-ai coldly, and said in a voice that no one else could hear. Don't forget, you still have a caged bird planted on your body. If you dare to destroy the good deeds of the Hyuga clan, not only will you die, but even your favorite Hanusima will not be able to escape. Believe me, the Hyuga clan has this ability. Ling Yi's soft body trembled. She doesn't care about being tortured by caged bird, but she is afraid of getting her bedmate involved. The great elder rearranged his appearance and asked again. Hyuga Ling-ai, would you marry Hyuga Hayashi? Become the patriarch's wife of the Hyuga clan. From now on 240 will help him, be loyal to him, and bear children for him. Under all gazes, Ling Yi finally opened his mouth with difficulty. Boom. A loud noise came from the periphery of the clan. Ling Yi raised his head instantly. I saw a distorted space in the distance, and countless mantras appeared from the air. This is the performance of the enchantment being attacked. Immediately after these spells dissipated, a flash of light landed on the square where the wedding ceremony was held. The defensive barrier set up by the Hyuga clan Jonin was breached in an instant. As for the 4 Hyuga ninjas who were responsible for collecting the invitations, they had fallen to the ground unconscious at this time. In Hyuga Ling-ai's blurred vision, that figure became clear again. It was as if he fell from the sky that night and rescued himself from the gold exchange. Oh, what a great event for the Hyuga clan. Simu raised his sunglasses, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the square like a leisurely stroll. The guests present are all big figures with heads and faces in Konoha. At this time, the look in the eyes of the person who came was puzzled. They know about Simu. In more than a year after graduating from ninja school, he performed extremely well, and especially trusted by 3rd Hokage. But because the matter of Cloud Shinobi is related to the matter of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Simu's instant killing of Cloud Shinobi Jonin was suppressed by third generation, so they don't know Simu's true strength. The Jonin assessment this time is because the children of the clan have not returned yet. They didn't know what was going on. Therefore, in their eyes at this time, Simu is just a junior who has just made a little reputation. Does Konoha lack genius? There is never any shortage. What is missing is a genius who can grow up. If you want to talk about geniuses, everyone present is the heir of the family, and even the head of the family himself. Who didn't have the name of a genius when he was young? But today is the matter of the Hyaga clan. Even if someone comes to find a problem, of course the Hyaga clan will solve it themselves. Simu stood there with his hands in his pockets. It's a pity that the Hyaga clan didn't invite me to such a festive event. You are presumptuous. The nearby Hyaga people scolded. Simu raised his eyebrows, as expected of Konoha's great ninja. It's really scary. Hyaga Zeoin recognized Simu's identity. Trouble still came. What he fears is not Simu, but Simu's teacher Jiraiya. Not to mention Jiraiya also has a teacher named Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is best if conflicts can be resolved. But now they have been stepped on their faces. If the Hyaga clan let it go, I am afraid they will not be able to hold their heads up in Konoha in the future. You trespassed on the land of the Hyaga clan, and you beat the Hyaga clan. Even if you are Jiraiya's apprentice, you can't act so boldly. Hyaga scolded according to N. He must show his attitude and not let the other ninjas present look down upon him. Simu plucked his ears and said indifferently, Hanyu Simu, do everything by myself, so don't blame my teacher. You Hyaga clan like to use backers to suppress people, I don't need it. Elder Hyaga immediately cursed. The BD speaks wild words, take him down for me. Yes. The Hyaga ninjas guarding around the plaza quickly charged at Simu. It's really scary. Under the cover of observation haki, Simu knows all their movements. For a moment, dozens of pairs of blank eyes fixed on Simu. Not a single bit of chakra flow in him escaped their eyes. It's a pity that Simu doesn't need to use chakra. This guy, why doesn't the chakra in his body flow at all? White eyes can see through flesh. In order to judge the opponent's next move according to the flow of chakra, or the weakness of the ninjutsu performed. But Simu is using Devil Fruit's ability and doesn't need to mobilize chakra at all. Stupid. The corner of Simu's mouth curled up, he turned sideways to avoid the attacking palm, and raised a finger smoothly. Finger pistol? A bloody blood hole appeared directly on Hyaga ninja's shoulder. But the remaining branch house ninjas rushed up one after another. They have been brainwashed by adults since they were young and have been indoctrinated with the idea that the branch house is the dog of the clan. Of course, people from the Zong family will use all kinds of gorgeous and great words to modify it. For example, dedicating to the family, the clan can inherit the most authentic bloodline, to protect the branch house's supercilious eyes from leaking out, and so on. But it still can't change the fact that the branch house is the dog of the clan. As long as the clan is not happy, they can use the caged bird technique to torture the branch house to death at any time. It is precisely because of the existence of this technique that the clan's rule is so firm. Under the so-called intensive offensive, Simu seemed to be particularly at ease. There is no way for a branch house to learn the true inheritance of the Hyaga clan. That is to say, their supercilious eyes and gentle fist are actually flawed. The combat power is not weaker than the Zong family. Combined with being unable to see through Simu's actions, it is impossible to touch him. Simu flashed his palm again, raised his foot and swept away the 3 Hyaga ninjas in front of him, headed straight for the shrine of the Hyaga clan. Court death. Hyaga Jonin at the patriarch's side finally made his move. One catches the flying clansman, and the other goes straight to Simu. 8 trigrams 64 palms. A Taiki 8 trigrams figure is generated at the feet of Hyaga Jonin. Under the prying eyes, everything about Simu was seen through. Hyaga Jonin rushed in front of Simu. Palm? Simu raised his foot to block it. 2 palms, 3 palms, 4. Until a total of 64 palms, Simu easily dodged them. Not to mention sealing Simu's acupuncture points. Don't even touch Simu. At this time, everyone's eyes on Simu have changed. Originally just a gifted genius ninja. Now a genius ninja who needs to be treated with caution. There is a huge difference between the two. To be able to face a Jonin of the Hyaga clan so calmly, this is already at the level of an elite Jonin. Not to mention that Simu never took his hand out during the whole process. As expected of the gentle fist who claims to be the strongest in the ninja world, he almost got hit. Simu scratched his head in distress. Uchiha looked at Simu in all directions, his face was a little speechless. As for everyone in the Hyaga clan, their faces turned green with anger, not only provoking Hyaga, but also taunting him to his face. The counter Hyaga Jonin was even more humiliated. He rushed to Simu again. This time he tried his best. 8 trigrams 128 palms. But Simu no longer has the mind to play this kind of game with him. A dodge to avoid. It's enough to hit it once, but it's a bit tiring to hit it twice. Simu pushed his dark glasses and raised his long feet. Try the feeling of being kicked by light. Hyaga Jonin just turned around. Simu's feet landed on his stomach with lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. The long-established branch house Jonin burst into a flash of light that smashed through half a dozen houses before coming to a halt. Seeing 6 or 7 houses suddenly turned into ruins, the scene suddenly fell silent. The elders of the clan had gloomy faces. When did Konoha have such a scary guy? Uchiha looked at Simu in all directions with eyes full of appreciation. Also cheekily appreciative is Shimura Danzo. Simu tilted his head and stared at the leader of the Hyaga clan. I'm curious, since just now, most of the people I've been fighting with are the branch houses of the Hyaga clan, right? The people who perform the mission are also the people of the branch house, and the people who die on the battlefield are also the people of the branch house. Why? Why is the Hyaga clan more noble than you? Simu's words silenced all the ninjas in the branch house. In fact, it has been under the high-pressure rule of the clan for so many years. It is absolutely impossible to say that the branch house has no grievances. After all, the people of the clan don't have to do anything. As long as they rely on the income of the Hyaga clan and the income of the branch house ninjas, they can be supported. And these branch houses are not only working hard outside, risking their lives to perform tasks. When I return to my family, I still have to serve these clans like cows or horses. Even my own children and grandsons have to continue this fate. It's not that they haven't thought about resisting, but the key is that they have been imprinted with a curse since childhood. Can't resist at all. Just one thought from the Zong family can make them feel miserable. Seeing Simu shake the morale of the army here, Hyaga Teruin finally couldn't bear it anymore. Come on with me. The branch house Jonin hesitated for a moment, but the Jonin from those clans charged forward first. 5 clans. Ninja aimed at Simu and launched an attack together. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. 5 blasters fly towards Simu together. Seal off all possible places for Simu to escape. The powerful force completely destroyed half of the square. As for those guests, they had already watched the fun around the shells. All eyes are on the smoke. That kid shouldn't have been beaten to death right away. This is the joint attack of 5 Jonin. The power is comparable to S-class ninjutsu. Uchiha Quartet even opened Sharingan, carefully observing the battlefield. Okay, his Sharingan flinched slightly. I saw a flash of light flying out of the smoke. Even his Sharingan can only catch Simu's shadow in front of him. It's really scary that the master of the Zong family did it himself. In the blink of an eye, Simu has appeared in front of the 5 Hyaga Jonin. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Glittering golden kick charged up. Seeing this, a Hyaga Jonin took the lead to block in front of everyone. 8 trigrams revolving heaven. He started with gentle fist, and the whole person spun. A large amount of chakra is released from the body and wrapped around the periphery, forming a huge semicircular barrier that tells the rotation. It is known as Konoha's strongest defense, revolving heaven without any weaknesses. Many people nearby recognized this move that belongs to the Hyaga clan. From the creation of this trick to the present, no one has ever defeated 4.1 head-on. The elders of the clan also smiled. Even if that kid is a genius, it is absolutely impossible to defeat this move. Simu paused. There was a smile on his face. Speed is power. The way to break this trick is actually very simple, as long as the speed is faster than the speed of chakra's rotation. Unfortunately, what Huang is best at is speed. But what Simu wants today is not to crack the moves of the Hyaga clan. It's crushing. He wants to crush the Hyaga clan. A large amount of armament haki poured out and wrapped around his feet. Simu chooses to change direction and kicks revolving heaven in the opposite direction. A huge golden light burst out like a golden aurora the moment Simu touched revolving heaven. Occupied everyone's field of vision. It was as if a steel bar had plunged into a high-speed rotating grinder. A lot of sparks splashed everywhere. The key to winning or losing is that the grinding machine is faster and can grind steel bars. Or the steel bar is harder, the mouth joint buckle grinder. I'll show you what real power is. Simu's foot fell heavily, under the collision of countless lights and chakra. Revolving heaven, broken? It turned into fine chakra lines and shattered into the air. Simu's kick continued unabated and landed heavily on that Jonin. There was a click. I don't know how many bones were broken by this kick, and then the whole person was swept away. After finishing all this, Simu put his hands back into his trouser pockets. Looking at Hyaga Ling-ai, who had tears in her eyes, she said with a smile. Ling Yi, just say you don't want to get married yet, and I'll take you away right away. No one can stop me, I said. If it was said before, everyone might take what Simu said as fart. But it's different now. Simu has just used his performance to prove that his strength is far beyond the average Jonin. Not even revolving heaven, known as absolute defense, can stop him. All the people of the Hyaga clan looked extremely ugly, but for a while, no one dared to attack Simu. Simu's performance is just horrific. Hyaga Ling-ai's eyes were completely filled with tears. Tears like pearls fell on the ground one after another. The appearance of pear blossoms with rain looks even more lovable. She trembled and said, I want to get married. The scene fell silent. One of Simu's hearts also sank to the bottom. Elder Hyaga on the side laughed secretly. Sure enough, under the oppression of Caged Bird, Hyaga Ling-ai didn't dare to resist the clan at all. In that case, he was still immersed in complacency when he heard Hyaga Ling-ai speak again. I want to get married. I want to marry Mr. Simu. Hyaga Hayashi on the side was pale and bloodless. The corner of Simu's mouth hooked. Scared me to death. I thought you didn't want me anymore. He patted his chest. Looking at everyone in Hyaga, he said coldly. I'll ask again, if you give Ling Yi to me now and remove the curse mark on her body, I can consider letting you go. Arrogance. What arrogance? During the inauguration ceremony of the head of the Hyaga clan, there was a lot of trouble at the head marriage ceremony. Now they actually want them to hand over the bride and remove the caged bird from her body. Only willing to consider. The point is to consider letting them go. It depends on Simu's mood whether to co-author or not. Many elders of the Hyoga clan turned blue with anger. If you really do what Simu says, then they, the Hyoga clan, don't have to mix in Konoha. 29 Not to mention Konoha, even in the entire ninja world, I am afraid that I will not be able to hold my head up. It's absolutely impossible. The great elder almost fainted from anger. The Hyoga family has been established for so many years, and has never been so humiliated. Pity. Simu sighed, tapped his feet, leaped into the air, and looked down at the crowd. The code of justice on his body was raised high. Cross your hands in front of your chest and knead your palms into orchid fingers. 2 dazzling flashes burst out from the fingertips, like 2 suns appearing in the sky. If that's the case, Simu folded his hands together, and the 2 rounds of golden light merged into one in front of him. Form a cross-shaped super glitter. 8-foot Kainguyu. The cross flash shattered in an instant, and tens of thousands of light spots fell to the ground like stars. Indiscriminate attack? Cover the entire square, all Hyoga people including the ancestral halls of the Hyoga clan. Looking at this scene, all the Hyoga people felt an invincible feeling in their hearts. Just like Tianwei, let's go, everyone. The ninjas who watched hurriedly ran towards the periphery of the Hyoga tribe. All of you cast revolving heaven together to protect the ancestral hall. Patriarch Hyoga Teruin shouted. The ancestral hall of the Hyoga clan is the belief of the whole clan and must not be destroyed. All the Hyoga ninjas rushed to the shrine, trying to use revolving heaven to block Simu's devastating move. But numerous branch house ninjas waiting in place to find one thing please. They won't revolving heaven. In order to ensure the dominant position of the clan in Hyoga, 8 trigrams revolving heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms. These high-level gentle fists can only be learned by the sect. Don't even try to touch the branch house. Not to mention learning. Everyone looked at this ironic scene and shook their heads slightly. Especially the Uchiha quartet. It is also a blood successor limit family with stable inheritance. The strategies adopted by the Uchiha clan and the Hyoga clan are too different. They encourage the children of the Uchiha clan to go to the battlefield to hone in order to improve their strength and enhance the Sharingan. The Hyoga clan planted caged bird for the branch house in fear of being stolen by other villages, weakening their strength. So much so that people didn't know that these clans really wanted to protect the branch house, or simply want to maintain their supremacy. Uchiha quartet shook his head. If not, why would the Hyoga clan decline year by year? Now it is because of an illusory legend in the clan that Lingyi is forced to marry the patriarch Hayashi, in order to give birth to more pure white eyes. It's ridiculous. A golden light fell from the sky. Each one is like a cannonball, and when it hits the ground, it will produce a huge explosion. All the sects played revolving heaven and barely resisted this wave of attacks. As for branch houses, most of them were seriously injured by boom due to lack of strength. The few remaining branch houses even gave up the task of protecting the ancestral hall, and turned to rescue other branch house people. The coverage area of Simu's trick is too large. Even if all the sects work together, there is no way to completely block it. The golden light blasted the surrounding houses into ruins like a meteorite, including most of the ancestral hall. People in the clan can only keep the most core part. This scene of natural disaster not only shocked everyone in the Hyoga clan, even the other ninjas, the other jonin who participated in the ceremony were stunned. Good guy. Can this trick be used by humans? And a genin who graduated from ninja school for a year and a half? No one present knew. The lord in front of me is punching 2 tails and stepping on 5 tails in the Iron Country. Won the first place in the exam and was promoted to jonin. Of course, even a jonin couldn't possibly unleash such terrifying ninjutsu. After this battle, there might be a new S-class ninjutsu named Bakakain Guyo recorded in the Konoha seal book. Simu's round of offensive down. Nearly all houses within hundreds of meters collapsed. Hence the number of Hyoga ninjas who fell. Most of them are branch house. These people could all die if Simu wanted to. It's just not necessary. He also plans to keep these branch houses to do things. It's not that simple to want to be kind to a woman who has moved him. The attack just now not only emptied the surrounding houses, but also destroyed the general ancestral hall. Secret chambers hidden under the crumbling ground have also been revealed. Simu swipes over with observation haki. It's scary, so this is how the Hyoga family protects the branch house. Simu's words caught the attention of many. They turned their attention to the temple. The faces of several elderly elders changed drastically. Under the broken ground, a huge secret room was exposed. Huge liquid devices were placed inside like this. There are pale and pure pupils floating inside. All eyes. The branch house clansmen who had just recovered from the attack looked at this scene and fell into a sluggish state. Such a large number of white eyes must not be dug out from the people of the Zong family. Then there is only one answer left. This is the eyes of the branch house people? No. The elder of the Zong family stared at Simu. If eyes could kill, Simu would have died hundreds of times by now. These were taken from dead branch house bodies. Is it wrong to repurpose these solar eyes in order to make the Hyoga clan great again? The great elder explained in a deep voice. However, the people who explained the branch house did not buy it. Because they didn't know about it before, disappointment could not be concealed on their faces. Simu sneered, I didn't expect that the people in the branch house would enshrine your family in life, and the corpses would continue to make contributions after death. It was an eye-opener. Shut up. The veins on Hyoga Teruin's fist popped out. Roll your eyes, open. Hyoga puts on a gentle fist stance. Aim at Simu with one palm, and keep the other between the abdomen. All the chakra in the whole body gathers on the palm of the charged hand. He roared with all his strength. 8 trigrams profound truth Shenkong strike. The gigantic chakra erupts from the palm of your hand, compressing all the surrounding air into a stream of air. Perhaps it should not be said to be airflow. It is a materialized air column formed by air compression. The speed of this palm is very fast. So fast that even Simu didn't react for a while. The huge air column instantly pushed everything in front of him flat. The ground, ruined walls, everything turned to ashes. Eventually Simu swallowed it. In the pale air column, that black figure gradually disappeared. The huge shock wave plowed a columnar gully 5 or 6 meters wide on the original ruins. With the ancestral hall as the center, this ravine runs through half of the land of the Hyoga clan. Axe. Hyoga knelt down powerlessly on the ground. His eyes were lost, and he kept murmuring Simu's name. Dripping blood left from Hyaga's ears, nostrils, and eyes, converged into a pool of bloodline at his feet. Cough 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 cough. He coughed violently and fell to his knees on the ground. Originally, then perform this move, the gentle fist final secret technique handed down by the Hyoga clan. Hyoga Teruan's body finally couldn't support it, although the body almost collapsed. But Hyoga Zaoan didn't show any regrets. His son has successfully become the patriarch. If you can't kill Simu to boost morale, the Hyoga clan might really fall apart. Seeing this, the elders of the clan at the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. They really thought that kid was going to kill the Hyoga clan? Danzo and Uchiha shook their heads and sighed in unison. Pity. However, Simu was able to force out the whole cards of the Hyoga family, which can be regarded as playing a little role. If it is cultivated well, it might become the next wooden yabai. Still too young, too radical. No one fights Simu. In this way, he broke into the clan land of the Hyoga clan, provoked the entire Hyoga clan, and destroyed the other party's ancestral hall. Even Hokage's son has nothing to say when he is killed. The ultimate mystery of the Hyoga clan. Just a little bit, and I was actually dead. Countless points of light condensed into the shape of Simu in front of Hyoga Teruan, and also made a gesture that men in Bangsa Kingdom would be crazy about. A little bit, just a little bit. A gust of wind blows. Simu's code of justice lifted slightly. At the same time, the hearts of everyone in Hyoga 963 were also blowing cold. What can they do in the face of such a monster? This strategy Shenkong strike is indeed very strong. If it wasn't for Simu's elementalization in time, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. But ninja battles are sometimes just in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. Now, can you return Ling Yi to me? Patriarch. Hyoga shone silently. The great elder of the Hyoga clan formed a mudra with both hands. Hanyu Simu, as long as you move again, I will kill Hyoga Ling Yi immediately. After he threatened, an arm fell from his shoulder. No one could even see how Simu made his move. By the time he reacted, he was already standing behind the elder with a lightsaber in his hand. Blood spattered. Simu pushed his eyes. I hate people threatening me the most. One more thing, if anyone dares to use caged bird, the Hyoga clan, no one can survive. Deathly silence. This sentence would only make people laugh if it came out of someone else's mouth. But Simu's behavior makes everyone feel that he can really do it. Simu, it's time to stop. The old voice of third generation suddenly sounded. He wears a Hokage robe and wears a Hokage hat. Appears with many ambu. With such a big movement, the whole Konoha was startled. Master Hokage, are you also here to see me chasing girls? Simu put his palm on Ling Yi's head lightly and rubbed it. Feels pretty good. Third generation's face darkened. He looked at the almost raised Hyoga land. Then look at Hyoga Teruan and Hyoga Great Elder kneeling in front. I was speechless. Do you chase after girls like this? Kill the girl's family? Is this a new custom? He took a deep breath. Just wanted Umbu to take Simu down. After all, this kind of thing happens in broad daylight. As Hokage it would be too much to say nothing at all. As a result, several figures stood in front of Simu. It was Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato who had just rushed back to the village. Hyoga Ling Yi looked at Kushina and Minato, tears came up again. Kushina smiled at Ling Yi, don't worry, with us here, no one can force you, you guys. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was livid. Then an even more annoyed voice was heard. Ms. Sarutobi. Jiraiya appeared on the scene. He scratched his head in great distress. What should I do if all 3 of my students have turned their backs? Waiting online, it's very urgent. Jiraiya, are you involved in this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya calmly. Although Simu and these people are all in his own line. But at this time, the closer you get to yourself, the more severe you need to deal with it. At least on the surface, you can't let others find faults. Go to the ninja prison to stay for a while, and then arrange some tasks of redemption. The old fox of third generation is familiar with this kind of thing. Simu's talent is so high, how could he just give up like this? Jiraiya scratched her head. Well, Simu is still young, so it's understandable for him to mess around a bit. Messed up a bit? People in Hyoga were dumbfounded when they heard Jiraiya's words. All of them demolished the Hyoga ancestral hall and called it nonsense. Is it a little too much for them to poke their heads out and have Simu slaughter them all? After Jiraiya finished speaking, she smiled embarrassedly. It's really a bit too much. Third generation looked at his proud disciple. I hope that the other party can understand their own thoughts. Simu, let's get caught without a fight, and you can still deal with it leniently. The words of third generation have already hinted very clearly, but Simu is not ready to follow the path arranged by third generation. Simu picked up Ling Yi. Looking at the two companions standing in front of him, a warm feeling surged in his heart. I will be responsible for my affairs, and I don't need teacher Jiraiya to worry about it. Simu made a gesture. This is a special gesture developed by their squad. Meaning is, take hostages? Minato reacted in an instant. A flash directly caught the new patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, who was in a daze because of the changing situation. Then another flying thunder god came back to himself. Kushina also casually grabbed the elder and brought him to Simu's side. Simu also grabs a branch house Hyuga ninja. Then he bit his finger and pressed it to the ground at a speed that ordinary people couldn't match. Countless incantations spread out from the fingers, covering the ground under the feet of Esaida and the others like spider webs. Simu looked at Hyuga Teruin, who was still dying, and said coldly, "Listen, if anyone dares to use the caged bird, not only Hayashi, but the entire Hyuga clan will die." Inverse summoning technique. Boom. Simu led Kushina and others instantly disappeared into smoke. Hyuga Zeoin slowly stood up from the ground, eyes full of confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes seemed to be bursting with anger. It's unreasonable? Find me, you must find these lawless guys for me. I'm going to put them in jail. Sarutobi Hiruzen growled. Third generation has always given people the feeling of stability, kindness, and amiability. This is the first time many people have seen such an angry gesture. It seems that Master Hokage is really angry this time. Only Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes. Hiruzen, an old fox, if he was really angry, he would never be so angry. This is more for the Hyuga clan to see. Prove that you are absolutely fair on the side of the Hyuga clan, instead of supporting Simu's approach. I am afraid that only he himself knows what he really thinks in his heart. In any case, Umbu will definitely not lack the enchantment that restricts space ninjutsu. Under normal circumstances, Umbu will definitely set up the enchantment in advance when carrying out the capture. Prevent enemies from escaping using space ninjutsu. As for why there was negligence this time, it can only be said that the benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Uchiha Sifang also took a deep look at third generation. Things get interesting. Immediately after disappearing, Simu and others were reversed summoned to Wetbone Forest. This was a plan he and Katsuyorishi had laid out in advance. Okay, so big. This is the reaction of Minato and Kushina when they saw Katsuyorishi for the first time. Here is, ... Feeling the abundant energy around, Kushina was a little puzzled. This is the Wetbone Forest, and this is my contract object, Katsuyu Immortal. Simu introduced it. Immortal Katsuyu nodded. You can call me Katsuyu, since I'm Mr. Kizaru's friend, then it's my friend. Kushina and Ling Yi nodded. Hi Katsuyu, my name is Kushina. My name is Ling Yi. My name is Minato. As for the three members of the Hyuga clan, they are still acting stupid. Especially the Great Elder, whose face was pale at this moment due to excessive blood loss from the severed arm. Please heal this guy first, Katsuyu. Simu said. Of course there is no problem. Katsuyu branched out a small Katsuyu to cover the elder's wound. A burst of green light surged, and with the infusion of natural energy, his wounds scabbed and then healed. As for the broken arm, it is impossible to get it back. It is still possible if Hashirama cells are transplanted, but that will suffer the backlash of Hashirama cells, which is not something ordinary people can bear. Simu suddenly turned his head and looked at the figure in the woods not far away. Senior Tsunade is here too. Katsuyu replied with a sticky voice, yes, after Kizaru you told me, Master Tsunade asked me to summon her in reverse. Oh okay. Tsunade came out of the woods. Saw the Simu gang. If I remember correctly, it seems that there have not been so many people in Wetbone Forest at the same time. Tsunade folded his hands on his chest and said, yes, Master Tsunade, it's very lively today. Although Katsuyu said so, but Hyuga Hayashi and that old man's breath is actually very annoying. Senior Tsunade, why are you here? Kushina asked curiously. Tsunade looked at Kushina, then at Ling Yi. Finally, his eyes fell on Simu. Tsunade, who has been in love for a long time, can't see the crooked relationship between them. He said coldly, sure enough, men don't have a good thing. Simu scratched his head in shame, embarrassed to refute anything. Tsunade didn't give Kushina any face, and explained. It was your teacher who asked me to come and help. Simu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although Jiraiya is lecherous and likes to sooner or later, she is not very reliable, but it is still useful in critical times. He got serious, please Senior Tsunade. Jiraiya asked Tsunade to come here with only one thing please. That is to help Ling Yi untie the caged bird. For this complex spell of the Hyuga family, even Tsunade can't guarantee that he will be able to untie it. I'll do my best. Tsunade looked at the aged Grand Elder. I am the Great Elder of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, we have met. We saw you before when you were held by Lord Hashirama. The Great Elder seemed to have seen a savior. Come on Tsunade, kill these guys and take us back. Just go back to Konoha, I'll give you money, I'll give you as much as you want. Tsunade rolled his eyes. Although they are all from Konoha, he doesn't have a good impression of the Hyuga family. It is even more unfavorable to the elders who use their clan status to dominate all day long. Why did you bring him here? Tsunade asked, frowning. Simu rubbed his chin, asked if this guy can undo the curse mark on Ling Yi's body. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Grand Elder was about to yell at Simu. I saw another lightsaber condensed in the latter's hand. Sharpen the knife. It seems that one arm is still a bit too much. The Elder was silent for a moment. There is no way to untie a caged bird. Once planted, there will be no solution for life. That's it. Simu knelt down and stared at him. Then can you activate the curse mark on his body? Simu pointed to a branch house ninja next to him. Tsunade instantly understood what Simu was thinking. It's really hard to unravel caged bird. But if you can see with your own eyes how caged bird's spell is activated, this will improve the understanding of caged bird a lot. Tob. With one person as a test subject, her probability of success will increase a lot. Elder Hyuga gritted his teeth. It seems to see Simu's thoughts and doesn't want to do what he wants. Simu sighed. What a hassle. He drew his lightsaber and placed it on Hyuga Hayashi's neck. If you don't say anything, I will kill this kid directly. The elder was silent. As long as you obey, I guarantee that the new head of the Hyuga clan will survive. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi finally let go. In other words, he was completely desperate when facing an opponent like Simu. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he doesn't treat the branch house as a human being. But there is only one thing, he is really loyal to the Hyuga clan. Or loyal to the Hyuga clan. He is even willing to dedicate his life supervisor to the continuation of the clan and the continuation of the bloodline because of Hyuga. It can only be said that human nature is complicated. Everyone is chaotic, there is no end to good or bad. A good person in your eyes may be a wicked sinner in the eyes of others. Hyuga Hayashi was knocked out by Simu just as he was about to speak. This guy was just a pawn he used to blackmail the Hyuga clan not to activate caged bird. No other value. Simu unwraps the bandage around the head of the branch house ninja. Reveal the green curse seal inside. It looks like an X, except that there are two more curved lines like wings on both sides. Katsuyu sticks a clone to the branch house ninja. With the seal of the Great Elder, the curse mark on the branch house ninja's forehead suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, the branch house ninja fell to his knees on the ground, hugging his hair and screaming in pain. The pain like a needle PK nearly split his head. Let me go please. Simu didn't budge. This is related to Ling Yi's future freedom. He will definitely not soften his heart on this matter. After struggling for a full 2 minutes, Katsuyu finally said, "It's okay, stop." The Great Elder ended the surgery. Simu couldn't find any guilt or pity on his face. It seemed that it was not his people who were crying in pain in front of him. It's just a lifeless tool. Seeing this scene, Tsunade hated the Great Elder even more. Simu didn't feel anything. If it weren't for Ling Yi, he wouldn't be too lazy to get involved in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. Salted fish is him. Ninja Road. Katsuyu slowly climbed onto the branch house ninja's forehead. The body exudes a faint fluorescence, and uses the fairy technique to carefully feel the changes in the curse seal. Tsunade also used probing ninjutsu to spy on the body of the branch house ninja. How's it going? Simu asked nervously. Tsunade and Katsuyorishi are basically the best doctors in the world. If they can't handle caged bird. Katsuyorishi said to Simu after finishing his investigation. I've gotten a rough idea of how caged bird works. Use a remote technique to activate the curse seal. After activation, the curse seal will corrode and enter the brain, stimulating the nerves in the brain. In addition, this curse mark is also connected to the eyes. As long as the eyes are gouged out, or the moment the host dies, it will activate by itself, indiscriminately attacking the brain nerves and eyes. This is why over the years, the supercilious eyes of the Hyuga clan have seldom wandered to other ninja villages. Regardless of whether the host dies or the eye is dug out, it will be automatically destroyed in an instant, and no one else can get the white eye. Tsunade stood up, thought for a long time and said, to Zhao Hao, with the help of Katsuyu, I do have the ability to cut off the curse mark. Tsunade is confident about this. But the point is, the moment the seal is removed it releases the chakra to attack the eyes and the brain. Unless the curse seal is cut off at an extremely fast speed, it is too fast for the chakra of the curse seal to be released in time. Tsunade looked at Simu. The meaning is obvious. It's up to you. Simu scratched his head. Is it so exciting? Why does it sound a bit like laser surgery? In order for this surgery to be successful, Simu, Tsunade, and Katsuyu trained for 3 full days. The fineness of Simu's manual work has been fully trained, but also set up a protection mechanism. First, Simu will control his own chakra into Ling Yi's body, form a barrier around the seal to prevent the overflow of the seal chakra from causing damage to her body. Secondly, the Katsuyu immortal will be attached to Ling Yi to provide her with enough life energy at any time. As for the third guarantee, that is, the CI assembly will first test it on the branch house ninja. This is the significance of Simu's capture of him. Although it is a bit inhumane, if you have to choose one between humanity and your beloved, Simu would choose the latter without hesitation. To ease the nervousness of the branch house ninja, Simu asked with a smile, do you need anesthesia? The branch house ninja nodded. He would rather sleep and die than watch himself die, and die in pain. Simu nodded. This wish still needs to be fulfilled. He dodged behind the branch house ninja and knocked him unconscious with a hand knife. Facing everyone's questioning eyes, he explained. Physical anesthesia is also anesthesia. Don't worry, with Simu here, it will be a success. Kushina held Ling Yi's palm tightly and comforted her. Hyuga Ling Yi nodded heavily. Well, I trust Mr. Simu. Simu on the other side began to prepare for the branch house ninja. As for the Great Elder and Hyaga Hayashi, they have been locked up long ago. They had no choice but to pray frantically to Simu that their operation failed. Simu looked at the sign mark in front of him, and let out a hard breath. It's really scary, this curse seal. Simu sighed with emotion. After checking the situation of this branch house ninja, Tsunade reminded again. Simu, you must use your light escape ability to remove the entire curse mark in an instant. Understood, wrap it on me. Simu rubbed his wrist. Although he said it easily, he was still somewhat nervous in his heart. Keep calm. A round of observation haki quickly spread out from him and penetrated into the body of the branch house ninja. Hard bones, flowing blood, beating heart. Everything is clearly reflected in Simu's mind. However, his focus is still on the curse seal. The curse seal of caged bird is like a big tree deeply rooted in the body of a branch house ninja. The edge of the curse seal grew densely in his head like several roots. As long as there is a slight change, the curse seal will turn the stored chakra into a sharp blade and pierce the brain and eyes. All Simu has to do is use the flashes he shoots. In an instant, these curse marks, including the fine roots, evaporated together. It's like a delicate operation, and there is no room for flash doctors. Hence the need for Simu to do it himself. Only Simu has both the detection ability and the ability to quickly remove the seal. But if one of them is missing, it is impossible to cut off the curse seal. If there is no extremely high speed, the host will die at the moment of cutting. If there is no powerful detection ability, there is no way to completely remove the curse mark, which will also cause the death of the host. Therefore, only Simu can save Ling Yi. Simu slowly stretched out his palm to cover the curse mark. Katsuyorishi has landed on the branch house ninja, ready to lend support. With the mastery of life return, Simu at this time has been able to fully control the chakra in his body. He injected chakra into the body of the branch house ninja. Along the many veins, a protective barrier is formed above its brain and eyes. In this case, even if one's own laser surgery fails, there is a certain probability of blocking the inevitable end. All preparations are done. Simu minimizes the scope of observation haki, firmly confining it to the area around the seal. The energy of sparkling fruit gradually emerges. This is different from his usual battles. In battle, you just need to output your own energy blindly. Now the test is Simu's ability to control his own energy. It doesn't need strong energy, but it must be fine. The palm of your hand lightly covers the curse mark. A golden light flashed from Simu's hand. Just for a moment. The golden light turned into scorching energy and shot away the spell seal attached to Branch House Jonin's forehead. In less than a second, every foot of the curse mark was accurately burned. Even Simu is already fast. The seal also releases the chakra stored in it at the moment of laser contact. It turned into two sharp blades and pierced towards the brain and eyes. But because Simu's is fast enough, most of the chakra is eroded by the flashes released by Simu. Less than a tenth of the remaining chakra hit the chakra barrier Simu had placed in advance. Immortal Katsuyu immediately released green light when he saw this, and the life energy of the Japanese stock poured into the body of the branch house ninja, focused on taking care of his brain and eyes. Fortunately, there is not much energy left after breaking through the barrier. Only had a very subtle effect on the branch house ninja's body. There was a burning smell on his forehead. But soon he was healed again by the life energy of Katsuyorishi. The scars from such burns are nothing to Katsuyorishi. The sudden sting woke up the branch house ninja. I thought I was going to meet my ancestors. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, his identity was relaxed. He stood up in surprise and touched his forehead. Gone? Really gone? Although there was still some pain, he could really feel the foreign body sensation on his forehead disappear. That said, Simu really succeeded. He can indeed disarm the caged bird of the Hyaga clan? Unknowingly, tears gushed out of his eyes crazily. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Simu continuously. Master Simu, I beg you, please help my family get rid of caged bird. Simu looked at the weeping man, scratched his head. He was still an enemy a few days ago, why is he calling himself an adult now? He had no idea what unlocking the caged bird would mean to the branch house of the Hyaga clan. It meant that they could no longer be servants of the clan. Most importantly, it means that their children can no longer be anyone's servants. You don't need to hand over part of the task rewards to the Zong family. You don't need to look at the Zong family's face everywhere, and you don't have to worry about dying because of caged bird if you don't do well one day. Caged bird is the sword hanging over their heads. It is a cage that shackles their freedom. Otherwise, why is it called caged bird? Simu put his hands back in his pockets. Sorry, I can't promise you this matter. At least not for the time being. Simu refused without any hesitation. He himself is just a laborer, although taking Ling Yi from Hyaga. But this does not mean that Simu can overthrow the existing Konoha system. If I run back immediately and say that I want to liberate the branch house, the first person to strike is probably his teacher Jiraiya. Simu was just fooling around. If it wasn't for the Hyaga clan forcing Ling Yi, he wouldn't be fool to provoke the Hyaga clan, although he has this strength. Hearing this, the branch house ninja's eyes instantly dimmed. Hyaga Ling Yi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "It doesn't work now, but it doesn't mean it won't work in the future." The branch house ninja suddenly raised his head. The flame called hope was ignited again. Kushina and Simu looked at Simu in surprise. Hyaga Ling Yi looked at Simu and said firmly, "Mr. Simu, I have felt the pain of caged bird. Although we can't overthrow the system of the Hyaga clan now, what about in the future? I will definitely work hard to become stronger, and I hope Maharaja Tong can help me when the time comes. This was the first and only time Hyaga Lingai begged Simu for help. Her temperament has always been a little weak, and I don't like to involve others. Even the forced marriage this time is afraid of implicating Simu and others, so I dare not tell Simu, because she knew that as long as she opened her mouth, Tong Zhou would desperately rescue herself. At that time, Simu will face the entire Hyaga clan alone. Absolutely no chance. But Simu's hidden strength is obviously beyond Ling Yi's expectations. Faced with Ling Yi's request, instead of feeling unreasonable, Simu felt very happy. This is the real feeling. Simu doesn't want Ling Yi to become a little girl who just accepts everything. He scratched his head. It's really troublesome, but since it's Ling Yi's wish, I will work hard. Okay. Ling Yi looked up at Simu and nodded heavily. The branch house ninja fell to his knees upon seeing this. I, Hyaga Takamitsu, will pledge my allegiance to Master Simu. Simu took a look at Hyaga Takuko. Swearing allegiance to the death is too heavy, and it doesn't suit me. He thought for a while and said, don't go back to Konoha for a while, I will call you back when the right time comes. Yes. Hyaga Takamitsu looked up again. Master Simu, what do I want, CJ, to do during this time? Let's talk about it later. Simu is not in the mood to deal with the Hyaga clan's mess now. Ling Yi's curse seal is not done yet. Simu took a break, then did the same. It's just that this time, he was more serious and careful. Once raw and twice cooked. With a flash of light, a burnt smell wafted out. The curse mark, caged bird on Hyaga Ariai's forehead has completely disappeared. Hyaga Lingai, who had felt the breath of freedom for a long time, wept with joy. Simu smiled and opened his arms naturally. Unexpectedly, the teary-eyed Ling Yi glanced at him, then crossed himself and hugged Juzinin tightly. Simu and Minato exchanged glances. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. But this is also good, at least the two sisters are quite harmonious. At this time the Hyaga family land. The originally prosperous and majestic land of the clan has now become dilapidated. Many ninjas are busy moving materials and repairing houses damaged by fighting. It's a feeling of post-war reconstruction. The Hyaga people coming and going looked alert. From time to time, I just look outside, for fear that someone will attack the clan again. The ancestral hall of the Hyaga clan has barely been repaired. At this time, the elders are gathering together to discuss the next countermeasures. Hyaga is still sitting in the wheelchair, although it looks like he is dying. But out of concern for the Hyaga clan, he insisted on surviving. At least put the Hyaga clan back on track before dying. 3 days have passed, and there is still no trace of them. Along said, it can be said that they dare not even say it these days, for fear that the killer will kill a carbine. It can be said that the terrifying strength that Simu showed that day completely conquered others. Not to mention conquering everyone, at least these elders can no longer give birth to the idea of reconciliation. Now they can only hope for Konoha's umbu. It's such a big deal. The fact that the Hyaga clan lost their new leader and their bride at the new leader's enthronement ceremony has spread throughout Konoha. They can be said to have lost all face. Therefore, Hokage did not dare to neglect, and even prepared to list Esida and others as traitors. But this still cannot make up for the loss suffered by the Hyaga family. The reputation of operating for many years was destroyed in one go, not to mention that the new patriarch has not yet. There are whereabouts. If this continues, the Zong family and the branch house will really be divorced. An elder worried. His worries were not without reason. Since the first battle 3 days ago, the branch house still respects them very much on the surface. But secretly, many branch houses have begun to express their dissatisfaction. It's just that due to the existence of caged bird, there is no way to resist. The current Hyaga clan is like a powder keg being suppressed by force. As long as there is a little flame, it will explode immediately. No matter what, Hayashi must be brought back, so as to stabilize the morale of the army, Hyaga said emphatically. However, some elders have put forward different ideas. Now the Hyaga family is in turmoil. If a new patriarch is not elected, it may be difficult to persevere without a backbone. Hyaga turned her head to stare at him as per an third uncle is planning to let the person from the third household become the patriarch. The third elder touched his beard. The Hyaga family has a training. If the patriarch's line loses an heir, the remaining lines of the clan can reselect the patriarch within the clan. Hyaga Teruin was too angry to speak. After all, he is seriously ill now, and Hisashi other than Hayashi has been planted caged bird again. Lost the qualifications as patriarch. What the third elder said was indeed reasonable. It's just that he didn't expect to be at such a critical moment of life and death for the Hyaga clan. What these elders think about is not how to help each other, but to plot against each other and fight for power. Just when Hyaga Zeoin was completely disappointed, a clansman rushed in. What are you doing? Won't you report first? Hyaga Teruin scolded seriously. The clansman did not apologize, but anxiously shouted, Hanyu Simu is here. Thud. All the elders stood up pale. How to do? They looked at Hyaga Zhaoan in panic, completely losing the aggressive momentum that forced the palace just now. Hyaga Teruin sighed inwardly. Then he fought back the discomfort in his heart and walked out. Simu wears the coat of justice. Holding Hyaga Lingai in his hand, he walked towards the ancestral hall. But now Ling Yi is different from usual. That is the forehead protector that she no longer wears Konoha. The bandage on the forehead was also completely removed, revealing a smooth and white forehead. Surprisingly, Simu did not encounter any obstacles from the Hyoga clan along the way. They all stood on either side of the road looking at Simu in surprise and hesitation. 3 days ago Simu made a fuss though, but it didn't kill. At most, it is a serious injury. So these Hyoga branch houses don't hate Simu, but have a kind of fear. Many people in the crowd also noticed Ling Yi's forehead. Realizing something, he covered his mouth in disbelief. Several Umbu appear in front of Simu. They looked alert, for fear that Simu would make a sudden move. Hanyu Simu, Master Hokage has orders, if you show up in Konoha, please go to Hokage's office first. Simu scratched his nose. That old man from 3rd generation is really troublesome. I will leave after a few words with Chief Hyoga. Simu looked over the Umbu ninja and landed on Hyoga Teruin who walked out of the shrine. Hyoga Patriarch, hello. Simu bared his teeth and waved to him. It seems that the person who destroyed the small half of Hyoga 3 days ago was not himself. Hyoga Zeoin didn't respond. His attention was all attracted by Hyoga Ling Ai next to him. The mark on the forehead disappeared. How can that be? How can the imprint of the Hyoga family that has been passed down for hundreds of years be cracked? Hyoga Ling Ai held Simu's hand tightly. She still seemed a little nervous when she came back to this place. Let them in. Hyoga Teruin said in a hoarse voice. Several Umbu looked at each other and stepped out of the way. Simu took Hyoga Ling Ai's hand and walked straight into the ancestral hall. Several elders jumped when they saw Simu's appearance. How did you let him in? They hurriedly stood up from their chairs, looking flustered. It seemed like Simu might raise his hand at any moment and hit them. Oh, don't worry, we are old friends, sit down quickly. Simu raised his hand and pressed it. This action stirred the nerves of the elders. Hyoga Teruin finally couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough, how far do you want to be ashamed? The scene finally quieted down. Hyoga looked at Simu in shrine. I need to verify the truth of the matter. Simu stuffed Ling Yi's hands into his pocket, nodded. Try it. This request is understandable, after all, there are so many strange ninjutsu in the ninja world. What if this Ling Yi is from the transformation technique? Hyoga Teruin took a deep breath. The knot seal drives the caged bird. Hyoga Ling Ai in front of her blinked her eyes, she was really cute. Hyoga Teruin looked ugly and tried again. Hyoga Ling Ai still didn't respond at all. How did you do it? Hyoga Teruin finally gave up, her face was full of despair. Simu scratched his head. Well, although caged bird is scary, yes. But as long as it's fast enough, nothing can't be done. Hyoga's face was ashen, he stared at the same body. I will cancel the charges against you to Master Hokage, and this matter will not affect you. In addition, Hyoga Ling Ai can enjoy the treatment of the head family in the Hyoga clan in the future, how about it? As soon as Hyoga Zeoin finished speaking, the elders immediately jumped. Absolutely impossible, there has never been a precedent for a branch house to be promoted to the main family. What time is it? You still can't tell the situation. Once the release method of caged bird is made public, the clan will have no place in Konoha. A murderous intent flashed in Hyoga's eyes. These elders finally calmed down, not even daring to fart. Simu smiled. Let's just let Ling Yi become the sect. As for Hyoga Hayashi and the Great Elder, they will be back tonight. After getting the result he wanted, Simu turned around and left with Ling Yi. As for Hyoga Teruin, he could only bow slightly. Go to the woods in Hokage's office. Ling Yi said suddenly. Thank you, Mr. Simu. Simu glanced at her. Thank you for telling me. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yi pecked his mouth like a superficial touch. Her face was flushed, and she whispered. When I was in Wetbone Forest, Sister Kushina was there. I was afraid she would be jealous. Woo. Then Ling Yi was speechless. In Hokage's office, 3rd generation, who got up late at night to work overtime, looked at Simu in front of him, and said coldly, You mean, you destroyed nearly half of the Hyoga land, even demolished their shrines and wounded hundreds of Hyoga ninjas, and kidnapped the new head of the Hyoga clan and the new head's fiancé, and they forgave you. The tone of 3rd generation is full of one word, called absurd. Anyone who puts this matter will feel outrageous. Simu habitually found a chair and leaned on it casually. That can't be completely right. For example, I didn't destroy the land of the Hyoga tribe. It was clearly caused by Hyoga Teruin himself using the 8 trigrams mystery. The ancestral hall is my fault. Also, Hyoga Ling Ai is not his Hyoga Hayashi's fiancé. He is not worthy. When Simu said this, his face was full of seriousness. 3rd generation sighed. Although this guy is fooling around, he really protects his weaknesses. Otherwise, they would not have demolished the ancestral hall of the Hyoga clan because of a woman. The Umbu ninjas who were expelled by the 3rd generation returned soon. How's it going? Umbu ninja glanced at Simu. 3rd generation waved his hand and said, If you have anything to say, just say it. Yes, I have confirmed to the Hyoga clan elders council that they have decided not to hold Hyoga Simu responsible for anything. The 3rd generation was stunned. Good guy, they demolished all your ancestral halls, and you didn't hold them accountable. Originally, 3rd generation was ready to pay a huge price to keep Simu. Didn't expect Simu to solve this matter by himself? How can 3rd generation buy people's hearts? What surprised 3rd generation even more is how Simu did it. Boy, what enchanting soup did you pour into the Hyoga clan? Simu raised his legs and said casually. Not at all, anyway, Ling Yi is back, so I'll be merciful and forgive them. Third generation has black lines all over his face. This guy is really boastful. But his talent is so terrifying. But since the Hyuga family doesn't pursue it themselves, naturally they won't make a big move. You go back first. I will hold a meeting with Konoha's advisors to discuss how to punish you. There is no need to go to war, but a little symbolic punishment is still needed. After all, the eyes of the Hyuga clan are of strategic significance to Konoha. Because of the existence of supercilious eyes, Konoha was able to predict the enemy's opportunities in many ninja battles. It belongs to Konoha's strategic resources. Even if Hyuga doesn't pursue it, he still has to express it on his side. In order to prevent the Hyuga family from alienating themselves. Simu yawned, holding his head. It's really troublesome for you high-level people, then I'll go first. The third generation glanced at him, and said, well, don't leave Konoha for now. No. Simu disappeared into the office in an instant. The third generation looked towards the direction of the Hyuga clan with gradually aged eyes. Go, bring Danzo and the two advisors over here. 10 minutes later, Danzo and Konoha's two consultants came to the office. Mitokado Homura cut to the chase and said, I heard that Hanusimo has been found. Third generation lit a cigarette and nodded. Yudiden Kohara said in a serious tone, Hiruzen, this matter is no small matter. I know Hanusimo's talent is extraordinary, but if you let him go, let alone the Hyuga clan, even the other ninja clan will be heartbroken. She obviously didn't know yet that the Hyuga clan had been forced to reconcile with Simu. That's right, and according to Konoha's public security regulations, those who attacked Konoha shinobi without permission, caused serious injuries and then escaped, can definitely be identified as. Mitokado Homura spat out two cold words. Treason. Third generation remained unmoved. Danzo was silent, quietly watching the performance of two former friends. They say so much, but in fact there is only one purpose. That is to hope that Hiruzen will give up such a potential star as Simu, and they can also receive support from the Hyuga clan. Don't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, the person in power on Konoha's face. But in fact, Konoha has a few high-level factions. The most obvious ones are the Hokage faction, Advisor faction, and Family faction. Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura belong to the consultant group. As a disciple of second Hokage, one of the first few people to support Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, they have a great voice in Konoha. Many families are related to them. But in recent years, with the steady status of Sarutobi Hiruzen, these families have gradually leaned towards Hokage. Not to mention that in the Second Ninja World War, the three apprentices of Sarutobi Hiruzen became famous in the first battle, was given the title of Sunin by Hanzo. A large number of Konoha Jonin thus fell into Hiruzen's camp. Seeing this, other families also have the heart of clinging. After all, it is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Therefore, the voice of these two consultants, even Danzo, is rapidly declining. There is a tendency for Hiruzen to monopolize power. As the most likely to become the next Hokage, Heitake Mishuo was also buried in this extremely strange and complicated political situation. Now there are two supernovas in the Hokage series, Hanusima and Namikaze Minato. RFTE. Let alone Namikaze Minato, although it has potential, it is not enough to shake the existing political situation. But Simu is different. His deeds in the Iron Country have spread to Konoha. Moreover, the terrifying strength displayed 3 days ago has been proved to everyone. He is not the kind of genius who may die at any time, but a huge new force in Konoha. If Simu is allowed to develop, the faction of Hokage crushed them irresistibly. When the time comes, they will really be alone in Konoha. Just imagine, the figure generation has Hiruzen. The middle-aged generation has Sunin including Jiraiya. The new generation also has monsters like Simu and Minato. If I have to say, there is also a Jinchuriki. The Hokage faction has shown a crushing posture. Luckily, Simu, a powerful man, jumped out to attack the Hyuga clan because of a woman. They must seize this opportunity and weaken the power of the Hokage faction, thereby securing their position. After the two consultants finished speaking, third generation took out a document from the drawer. Get the secretary in front of the two advisors and Danzo. A letter of understanding from the Hyuga clan. How is this possible? Mitokado Homura slapped the file on the table. The Hyuga family also asked them to help put pressure on Hokage this morning to define Hanusimo as a traitor and execute him. Did you forgive me today? Play them? But Danzo smiled slightly and didn't speak. It seems that this matter has been expected. Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand and took a sip of tea slowly. That's how things are. Now that the Hyuga family has forgiven what Simu did, I don't think there is any need to pursue it. Negotiation is about skill. Although he knew it was impossible to do what he wanted, Hiruzen still had to lower his chips a bit. Sure enough, Yudiden Koharu immediately objected. At once. Even if the Hyuga clan forgave Hanusima, but he attacked the clan's land privately and wounded the ninja from Tado village, what's the difference between this and betraying Konoha? If he is indulged like this, will anyone obey Konoha's rules? Mitokado Homura also nodded slightly. With a calm face, Hiruzen blew on the tea in his hand and took a sip. As far as I know, Simu didn't kill any of the Hyuga clan this time. It means that he has no idea of rebellion, and he can be punished. But if you want to define him as rebellious, unless you become Hokage. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not lost his spirit. When this sentence came out, both Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura were stunned. Hiruzen, what do you mean? It's not interesting, I just don't want Simu to be wronged. Hiruzen still looked indifferent. Having said all this, Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura couldn't say anything for a while. Negotiations suddenly reached a deadlock. Or Danzo broke the mold. His hoarse voice sounded slowly. If I remember correctly, the same sleeper won the first place in the joint examination of the Iron Country this time. Hiruzen looked at Danzo, nodded. That's right. That kid did a good job, taking the top 2 places in this exam with Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite proud when he said this. It seems to be saying that he is worthy of being my apprentice's apprentice. Danzo nodded. This battle has indeed earned Konoha's reputation, and the number of task entrustments in the village has increased rapidly in the past few days, and Simu's contribution is indispensable. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura also recognized it. Frowning, he said, are you planning to let him offset his merits and demerits? Danzo glanced at her, and said slowly, first, how about cancelling Hanyu-Simu Jonin's rating and not being able to perform any missions for another year? Seeing the two of them was still a little hesitant. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the teacup in his hand. I will hand over the tea and salt business of the Sarutobi clan's ghost country to you. Hearing this, Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura were relieved. Okay then. In fact, the two of them have been chatting nonsense for so long, just for power and profit. But in this situation, the right is definitely out of reach. Since Hiruzen is willing to pay a small price, they are also happy to borrow donkeys to go downhill. As for the Hyaga family who have no way to continue to pay benefits, what is the Hyaga clan? In other words, my punishment this time is to cancel Jonin's appointment and suspend him for 1 year. Simu asked lazily while sitting on the chair. The third generation looked at him like this, and said helplessly, that's right. Simu sat up straight and asked seriously. Well, Jonin's appointment doesn't really matter. It's okay to suspend, but is there a basic salary for this year? Third generation finally couldn't bear it anymore. No. Come on, get this guy out. In order to keep him, I paid a whole tea mining business. As a result, this guy is here to discuss with himself whether there is any subsidy for the suspension of work for half a year? Oh, don't be too angry, old people. It's scary, Hokage. He muttered, and then disappeared into a flash of light. Simu appeared in the training field near the Death Forest in a blink of an eye. Moses, because everyone is here. Simu appears in the training ground. Kushina, Lingyi, and Minato are gathering here, waiting for the latest news from Simu. Mr. Simu, how is it? Lingyi asked with concern. Simu waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. Jonin's evaluation will be cancelled, and it's just a 1-year suspension. That means I won't be able to perform missions with you for the past 6 months. Simu doesn't care about that. For him, the title Jonin has little meaning. A 1-year suspension would be even better. It's just like taking a year off, which is exactly what he wants. Kushina frowned slightly. You are gone, what about our team? Just as Kushina was thinking, Jiraiya also released August 17th and is currently training. Yo, everyone is here. 11. Jiraiya cuts to the chase and says, because Simu was suspended and Minato was promoted to Jonin, our team can graduate early. Originally, Jonin led the team for almost 2 years. It's almost time now. Not to mention that both Minato and Simu have passed the Jonin exam. It would be a waste of resources if Jiraiya were to lead the team. With their current strength, both of them can lead the team by themselves. It's just that the age is not yet reached. Jiraiya looked at the 3 people in front of her with a lot of emotion. It was as if seeing the 3 of us from Mr. Sarutobi at that time. He went on to say, starting today, Minato will join Umbu in his own actions. And Simu continues to be suspended. My suggestion is that you can take advantage of this time to get in touch with the fairy art of Wetbone Forest. The last time Simu failed to practice immortality, his body did not have enough chakra to reconcile the absorbed natural energy. But now it is different. Because he has mastered the return of life, his physique has improved rapidly during this time. Coupled with his own strong mental power, the chakra reserves have also increased. It is almost twice as much as before returning life without mastering it. And it's still rising rapidly. It's time to try magic tricks. Jiraiya looked at Kushina again. As for Kushina, because you are a Jinchuriki for special reasons, you are also suspended from performing missions until Simu resumes his position. Take advantage of this time to practice the Vajra sealing technique well, and then gradually control the power in your body. Kushina though is a bit of a pity because she couldn't perform the task. After all, not being able to perform a mission equals not being able to advance to Jonin. Not being able to advance to Jonin means being unable to become Hokage. But in the Jonin joint exam, she also saw the terrifying power of other Jinchuriki bursting out with the help of tailed beasts. If he can master this power, he should be able to help Simu a little bit. She peeked at the word justice on Simu's back. As for you, Lingyi, the situation is a bit special, and there is no specific arrangement from above, so you can train with Junangzi for the time being. No matter what, there is nothing wrong with improving one's own strength. Hyaga Lingyi nodded heavily. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya clapped her palms. Since that's the case, I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. By the time Jiraiya said those words, she was ready for nothing. But the food intake of Simu and Lingyi was beyond his imagination. The barbecue restaurant was sold out of stock. In the end, Jiraiya succeeded in leaving by asking the boss for credit with his Konoha-san name. After the meal, Simu sent Ling Yi and Kushina home. From today onwards, Ling Yi will live with me. You don't want to get Ling Yi's attention. Kushina took Ling Yi's hand and said to Simu viciously. Ling Yi hid behind Kushina, not daring to speak. Simu scratched his head and said tentatively, that Kushina, do I have a possibility? Is it possible that the three of us can live together? Don't even think about it, it's impossible, you pervert. Kushina directly closed the door, leaving no room for Simu. Simu groaned outside the door. Originally thought that this year's holiday, I could have a happy date. Ling Yi on the left hand, Kushina on the right hand, happy and happy. I didn't expect Kushina to come up with this trick. Really annoying. Behind the door, Ling Yi whispered. Sister Kushina, will Simu-kun be angry if we treat him like this? Kushina snorted coldly. That guy thinks beautifully, and wants to live with us. Let me tell you, Ling Yi, we must not accept him too easily, otherwise he won't know how to cherish it. At least catch him for a month first. Hyaga Ling Yi nodded thoughtfully. I listen to you. The sad Simu was rejected, so he could only go to Shiju Linshiu to practice immortality to relieve his worries. Mr. Kizaru, are you ready? Katsuyu Rishi looked at Simu and asked. Of course, come on Katsuyu. Simu took off his shirt with ease, revealing the strong muscles inside. But in just a few days, his height has reached 1.8 meters. In the ninja world, he can barely be considered a big man. What's more, his amount of chakra has doubled, and his control over chakra has been raised to a perfect level. In this case, just have Katsuyu to help yourself absorb the natural energy. It should not be a problem to reconcile the ratio of chakra and natural energy in the body by yourself. Seeing that Simu's confidence was slowly increasing, immortal Katsuyu didn't ask any more questions. A clone splits off and lands on Simu. Simu's plunder of natural energy is too fast. So for the time being, only one avatar is needed. If he can control it smoothly, it won't be too late to increase the number of clones. With Katsuyu falling on himself, own observation haki quickly spread out. With the blessing of Katsuyu's slime, Xianzi soon saw the special scene he saw last time. All creatures around, trees, insects, even the rocks and the mountains continuously exude a faint green energy. These energies become tiny invisible particles floating in the air. Humans are completely invisible to the naked eye. Even the special pupil technique of white eyes cannot be seen directly. It can only be felt with the blessing of something special like toad oil or Katsuyu slime. Building on the Katsuyu slime, Simu has mastered observation haki. This is the reason why his learning of immortal arts is different from ordinary people. The natural energy floating in the air in abundance around you is captured by Simu. Gather together quickly through the Katsuyu on the back, and converge to your own danshin along the meridians like a river. This is where the chakra is stored. Like a river flowing into the sea, these natural energies are instantly mixed with chakra. Simu immediately mobilized chakra. Separate it with fine control, and keep trying various ratios. From 5:5 to 4:6 to 3:7. Until a state where the natural energies and chakra are finally in balance. During this process, Simu's body is also constantly changing, because he absorbs natural energy through Katsuyu. Therefore, some Katsuyu symptoms inevitably appeared in the body. 2 tentacles popped out of Simu's forehead suddenly. The skin of the whole body turned pale, and a large amount of acidic mucus was secreted on the surface. There was a sizzle sound from Simu's body. It's the acidic goo that's gnawing away at Simu's skin. In less than 2 minutes, large areas of corrosion appeared on Simu's body. It looked as terrifying as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. The 2 large tentacles on his forehead make Simu look like an alien. But the heart-wrenching pain didn't make Simu give up. Without saying a word, he increased his absorption of natural energy. After 7 hours, after continuous debugging by private equity, he finally found the proportion that suits his body. Natural energy 3.14, chakra 6.86. With the stabilization of energy in the body, Simu's body begins to recover. All kinds of abnormalities began to dissipate. First, the 2 tentacles on the forehead retracted again. The skin of the whole body stopped secreting mucus and the color returned to normal. After the body returned to normal, with its strong physique, the traces of corrosion on the skin quickly dissipated. Another 2 hours passed. When the first rays of sunlight fell on Simu, 2 shades of red eyeshadow spread out from the eyes. The eyeshadow splits into 2 at the corner of the eye. One flows to the cheeks, and the other flows to the bottom of the ears. Looks a bit similar to Sage Mode from first Hokage. A red sun mark appeared on the forehead. Simu opened his eyes, and the golden pupils seemed to finally possess the majesty of a fairy. Is this natural energy? Simu does not use any other powers, but simply gathers natural energy in his hands. Simply throw a punch. It is different from the previous pure power explosion. At this time, Simu feels as if the whole nature is cooperating with him. The surrounding air condenses and forms a cyclone that hits a rock not far away. A depression instantly appeared in the rock's surface, fitting the shape of Simu's fist. This feeling made Simu think of a sentence. It is called the world and the earth are the same force. As long as I want to hit someone, everything around me will cooperate with me to hit someone. So this is Sage Mode. Be one with nature and harness the power of nature. Feeling the power in his body, Simu felt his whole body calmed down. It's scary, Sage Mode. Another Katsuyu crawled out of the woods and said to Simu, Congratulations Mr. Kizaru, you have mastered Sage Mode. Even Master Hashirama was only a little faster than you when he practiced Sage Mode. Hearing this, Simu is a bit interested. Because only Simu and Hashirama have successfully practiced the sage mode of the wetbone forest since ancient times. As for the ninja art, mitotic regeneration bijuu technique performed by Tsunade, although there are these strange patterns on the face. But it's not magic. It is just to release the yin chakra that is usually stored in an instant. It's just that the body can recover almost infinitely in a short period of time. It can be said to be the replacement version of Hashirama sage mode. Simu casually asked, how long did senior Hashirama practice sage mode? Katsuyu thought about it. 5.8. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Simu said incredulously. Katsuyu Rishi nodded. After Mr. Hashirama understood the principle of sage mode, he clapped his hands together, and then he was almost ready. Simu's original sense of superiority was instantly shattered. He could already imagine what Senjo Hashirama looked like at that time. Clap your hands and get what you want. Truly the reincarnation of Ashura. How else can we say that most of the ninja world depends on blood? As expected of the legendary ninja god, it's really scary. Get rid of these thoughts. At this time, Simu felt that his body had a steady stream of energy. He used the light blade to cut a slit in his finger. However, it returned to its original state in just 3 seconds. This is the superiority of wetbone forest sage mode compared to other Holy Land sage mode. Katsuyu Rishi said with emotion. I didn't expect Mr. Kizaru that your control of sage mode is so smooth, and there is no special Katsuyu feature. After Simu enters sage transformation, except that lines similar to Hashirama will appear on his face. There is no change in the body. It's not like Jiraiya will have some toad-like characteristics after entering sage mode. This is the difference in the degree of control of natural energy between the two parties. If you are in control, you will not be affected by natural energy. If it is not well controlled, various abnormalities will appear. Not to mention that the back pocket is covered with snake scales after sage transformation, and a white snake grows out of its stomach. Simu looked at Katsuyu Rishi with satisfaction. I'm counting on you for a while, Katsuyu. Glad to help you. Time flies is a year. This time of the year, Simu's life could be as pleasant as it is. In addition to daily sage mode training in wetbones, the rest of the time boils down to 2 things. Kissing Kushina with Ling Yi behind her back, or kiss Ling Yi behind Kushina's back. Although the relationship between the two of them is very good, they also agree with each other's existence. But there is still no way to get together with SI. In short, when Simu and Ling Yi are together, the atmosphere is very harmonious. Alone with Kushina is also very harmonious. The two of them live together every day, eat together, and bathe together very happily. But when 3 people appear together, it will be very awkward. In short, Simu has not been able to pierce the layer of window paper for the time being. But it should be about the same. On this day, he sat in the wetbone forest and practiced as usual. At this time, 6 Katsuyu were absorbed on his muscular body. That is, that time of year. He fully increased the speed at which he absorbed natural energy by 6 times. In the same way, his own chakra reserves have also increased by 6 times. Now Simu can fight stably even when 6 Katsuyu are absorbing natural energy at the same time. Of course, if there is no slug, the same trap can also absorb the natural energy zone without any assistance. It's just a little slower. In addition, it is the fusion of natural energy and his own combat system. After going through the trial of the day, Simu sure one thing please. That is, natural energy can not only strengthen ninjutsu, but also strengthen body technique and energy experience of devil fruit. After combining natural energy and devil fruit ability, the power of his various moves will be greatly improved. If it is to deal with airway Matatabi now, Simu even has the confidence to fight it head-on, instead of only using the kite style of play. In short, the strength of the same sleep has been raised to a whole new level. Besides, Ling Yi and Kushina are not idle either. After determining that they do not have the talent to practice ninjutsu, Simu taught them the training method of Marine 6 Styles 29, and personal guidance. Among them, Hyaga Ling I's talent in learning the 6 styles exceeded Simu's expectations. It took half a year to learn all 6 styles. In comparison, Kushina is still more suitable for sealing. After all, the blood of the Uzumaki clan is there. Simu, who was naked from the upper body, slowly got up and stood in front of a huge rock. He clapped his hands, and a black and red pattern suddenly appeared on his face. Enter Sage Mode. He wraps the arm tightly with armament haki and infused the magic chakra from it. Pale blue chakra wrapped around Simu's arms like flames. Put distance. Immediately afterwards, the arm flashed past like a meteor. Numerous cracks spread out from Simu's fist in an instant. A second later, there was a boom. The whole hill exploded in an instant. It's like a disaster. This is what Simu can do with a simple hit right now. The fairy chakra slowly dissipated, and Simu's face returned to its original appearance. Katsuyorishi lay on top of Simu's shoulders. Mr. Kizaru, your sage mode is already very proficient. Simu pushed his sunglasses. Oh no, there is still a long way to go before Hashirama. I am very sure of that. A female voice suddenly sounded behind Simu. Just because you, a womanizer, want to surpass Grandpa. Simu turned his head and saw that it was indeed Tsunade. Senior Tsunade. Simu is still a little scared to face Tsunade. Because of Kushina and Ling Yi, Tsunade, who is also a woman, has always been a little dissatisfied with Simu. But she is the hero who untied Ling Yi caged bird. It's not enough for Simu to hate her because of such a trivial matter. On the contrary, I have always been very respectful. Tsunade folded his hands in front of him and looked at Simu curiously. I didn't expect you to be able to practice sage mode. Simu scratched his head. It's a fluke. It's just a fluke. Humph, strength is strength, and I won't deny your strength just because of your character. Tsunade randomly found a seat and sat down. Simu looked at Tsunade, who suddenly appeared, and asked, Senior Tsunade, why did you suddenly appear here? Tsunade heard this and looked over. As Katsuyu's contractor, isn't it normal for me to come and chat with Katsuyu? You say so, Katsuyu. A Katsuyu crawled out from the woods and said slowly, Yes, Master Tsunade will chat with me for a long time every time he comes. Simu curled his lips and muttered. Could it be that he came here again to avoid debts? Tsunade blushed a little when he heard this, and flew into a rage casually. Stinky boy, what are you talking about? Simu chuckled. No, it's nothing. I just think your gambling skills are too good. I think you have learned sage mode and bloated, right? Tsunade stared at Simu, suddenly said. That Simu kid, how about we discuss something? Simu raised his eyebrows, feeling ominous. Generally speaking, Tsunade does not discuss things with others. If there is a need to discuss, most of them are planning some kind of conspiracy. What's the matter? Tsunade gave an embarrassed smile. Well, can I borrow some money from Senior first? Didn't you just say that you came to Shibone Forest to chat with Katsuyu? Tsunade coughed a few times and slapped Simu on the shoulder hard. Just say whether to borrow it or not. Simu sighed helplessly. I don't have much left. After all, it was Tsunade who helped lift the caged bird, and it should be borrowed. In the end, the remaining 300,000 taels in Simu's hands were taken by Tsunade. Tsunade happily counted the banknotes he snatched from Simu, and then said, For the sake of your knowledge, I will guide you, and the money will be regarded as the reward for the guidance. The corner of Simu's mouth twitched. He knew that there was absolutely no way to get the money back after lending it out. But Konoha-san's pointing, he still finds it interesting. Although my teacher is Jiraiya. But because of the many tasks and various reasons, Simu has never played against Jiraiya, who is going all out. Now the target is replaced by Tsunade, which is not bad. He put his hands in his pockets and said expressionlessly, The guidance from Konoha-san is really rare. Seeing his expression, Tsunade immediately forgot about the joy of just receiving money. Your expression is really annoying, Simu. Is Tsunade-senpai angry? It's really scary. A smile appeared on Simu's face. Tsunade finally couldn't take it anymore. Take it, kid. The ear-piercing sound of piercing the sky sounded. A blow that seemed as if it was a matter of weight. The foot of the sky fell from the sky. Simu predicted it with the color of knowledge, and hurriedly pulled away to hide. Tsunade slammed into the ground with enough force to split mountains. The entire ground collapsed in an instant. Seeing that the blow didn't work, Tsunade charged at Simu again. Show me what a great student that Jiraiya guy has made. Tsunade's blonde hair fluttered in the air. It looked like every punch was aimed at killing Simu. The corner of Simu's mouth twitched slightly. After avoiding a hand knife, he said helplessly, Senior Tsunade, are you pointing at me or avenging your own personal revenge? Of course I pointed out. Tsunade kicked and snapped the tree Simu was standing on. Then he grabbed the tree trunk with both hands and shot Simu like a javelin. Simu flashed hastily, and the giant tree plunged directly into the ground and collapsed into countless sawdust. Only in actual combat, the regiment is the best guide, Tsunade said plausibly. As she moved, the sea in front of her also began to surge. Simu glanced at it carelessly, immediately caught by Tsunade. She sneered, completely forgetting about Simu borrowing money just now, and said coldly, Okay, you are worthy of being the apprentice of Jiraiya's apprentice. See how I clean you up for Kushina and Lingyi today. Simu turned into a flash and dodged hastily. Tsunade punched down, and the whole ground instantly shattered into countless pieces. The whole forest trembled violently and became turbulent. Little Katsuyo perched in the woods poked his head out for a look. After realizing that it was Tsunade, he flinched back immediately. Did you turn your face and deny anyone after taking the money? What a vile woman. Simu sighed. Unexpectedly, this sentence triggered a new round of dissatisfaction in Tsunade. Don't judge your elders. Tsunade once again fell from the sky with a violent breath. The terrifying power in his hand surged out like a tsunami. Seeing this, Simu stopped dodging. Just clap your hands together. Sage mode activated? Dark red streaks appeared on his face, and a large amount of natural energy was absorbed. After mixing with the chakra in Simu's body, it turns into a fairy art chakra flows to all parts of the body along the meridians. This time Simu did not dodge, but chose to be tough. He wanted to try to see how heavy the punch of Tsunade, who is known as the most powerful in the ninja world, was. Chakra's punch wrapped in armament Haki's senjutsu blasted towards Tsunade. Tsunade was taken aback, because she didn't expect that Simu would actually take her punch. After all, this brat has always been famous for his speed. He does not have an advantage in a head-on competition. But at this time, it was too late for Tsunade to stop. The chakra in her body transformed into a raging strange force, roaring out. It slammed into Simu's fist like a steel rock, wrapped in the magic of chakra and armament Haki. The fists of the two kept shaking. There was a deadlock for a while. A look of disbelief appeared on Tsunade's face. You must know that she is famous for her terrifying power in the ninja world. As a result, Simu, a speedy ninja, was able to block the blow head-on. Little devil, I didn't expect you to hide this hand. Tsunade's face was full of surprise. I thought Simu was just a little faster in speed, but I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. Oh my, as expected of Tsunade-senpai, one of Konoha-sunin, this power is comparable to that of Tailed Beast. Simu said exaggeratedly. Tsunade sneered, and punched SI again. Wood. Simu is not afraid, and with the blessing of Sage Mode and Armament Haki, he will not be at a disadvantage in a head-to-head confrontation. The two stood in place and punched dozens of punches at each other. Wisps of tiny lightning flashed between them. It wasn't until the ground under Simu's feet was broken that Simu turned into a flash and rushed into the woods. Tsunade was so excited, how could he not let go of his bedmate? The black high-heeled shoes on the feet crushed the ground. Immediately, a terrifying 980 speed broke out and chased after him. Her strength is rarely matched by anyone in the ninja world. Now that he has finally caught someone who can fight him head-on, Tsunade will naturally not let him go easily. Most importantly, he also really wanted to know the real strength of this brat, Asida. Are you following up? The corner of Simu's mouth hooked. Tsunade's speed is not slow at all, probably surpassing the average Jonin. It's just that it's usually covered up by her terrifying power. Since Tsunade took the initiative to come to the door, he also happened to use Tsunade to experiment with the results of his cultivation this year. Simu kicked on the branch and turned around in the air. Face the incoming Tsunade. He pulled out his hands hidden in his pockets and folded them up and down in front of him. Palms are slightly open, forming a square. Dazzling light flickered from between his two palms. Yada mirror, mirror cut. The golden light that was originally condensed between the palms instantly shot out like a sharp sword. Tsunade's pupils shrank. I saw this golden light constantly turning back and forth among the trees, like a flexible young snake. Shuttled between countless trees, and finally showed his fangs. Turned into a golden sword and stabbed at Tsunade. Chakra on Tsunade was stirring endlessly, and the green coat on Tsunade was automatic without wind. Under her precise control, a large number of chakra turned into a light blue scalpel and slashed towards the golden light. Flash mirror slash and chakra scalpel collided instantly, like the tip of a needle against a wheat on. After an instant of collision, they all shattered into yellow-blue light spots. Don't scare people with such small tricks, right? Simu. Tsunade said defiantly. Simu turned his head and smiled slightly. It's terrible, Master Tsunade. But you have to take over the next trick. Simu crossed his hands in front of him again, forming a square with his palms. The same flash of light condensed in the palm. However, unlike the last time, this time Simu injected the magic chakra absorbed by Sage Mode into it. This is the real achievement of Simu's practice this year. Fully combined the fairy book chakra with your own devil fruit. Form a stronger and more unsolvable ability? Xianju Yada mirror mirror slash. It was obviously the same move, but this time, it brought a terrible sense of oppression to Tsunade. If you don't deal with it seriously, you may even risk your life? Tsunade was first surprised, then angry. It is obviously the same move, why does Simu use it twice? Isn't this guy looking down on himself? Shall I demonstrate it first so that I can be prepared? Furious, Tsunade roared. Damn kid, stop looking down on people. Tsunade was extremely angry. When did he need a kid to take care of him like this? Her blonde hair fluttered in strands, and the black diamond-shaped imprint on her forehead suddenly emitted a dark purple light. Then it suddenly spread to the surroundings as if it had life. The curse marks instantly covered the entire face. A large number of chakra that had been sealed inside for a long time were instantly unsealed. The turbulent chakra like a tsunami filled every part of Tsunade's body. This is the special sealing technique she mastered, called 100 Healings Mark. It is possible to store chakra that is not usually used in the seal. Wait until needed to unleash a lot of chakra in it. These chakra will constantly repair Tsunade's body, causing it to enter a short-lived state of immortality. It also means that she is genuinely angry with Simu's attitude. It's terrible. Did you use ninja art, mitotic regeneration bijuu technique? Simu's expression became a little more cautious. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration bijuu technique, is almost the stunt of Tsunade at the bottom of the box. He had to pull himself together to deal with it. I saw Tsunade wrapped a large amount of chakra around his palm, turning it into a very strong chakra scalpel. Boy, let me show you what a senior is. As soon as the words fell, chakra scalpel slammed into the oncoming lightsaber instantly. The golden shining longsword and the sturdy chakra scalpel clashed. Huge forces converged between the two. What? Tsunade's expression gradually contorted, and he let out a terrible growl. She swung her fist with all her strength, pushing the chakra scalpel in her hand towards the golden sword in front of her eyes. When the two collided, an obscure and piercing screech erupted. Almost burst my eardrums. With the exertion of Tsunade, the balance between the two was finally broken. Chakra scalpel successfully shattered the long sword, countless golden lights flashed away. All the giant trees within tens of meters around Tsunade were broken down the middle. Damn boy. The chakra in Tsunade's hand fell away, and a bright red scar appeared on the fist. Although it was good that he smashed the longsword just now, his fist was also slashed because of it. I didn't expect Simu's move to be so fierce. Even if she removed the 100 Healings mark, the chakra scalpel she used still couldn't be fully released. Because it is the damage caused by the magic chakra, even Tsunade's bijuu power couldn't heal the wound quickly. Compared with wounds caused by ordinary injuries, the recovery speed of bijuu technique is at least 5 times slower. You really have been hiding your strength, shame on you? Facing Tsunade's questioning, Simu replied calmly. Oh, no, this is the result of my 1-year training. But the strength shown by Senior Tsunade is really terrifying. Tsunade snorted coldly and didn't speak. Although I can still open the higher stage bijuu technique. But that would be at the cost of consuming one's own vitality. It is really unnecessary to deal with the kid Simu. And the ghost knows how much strength this foolish guy hides. He was able to defeat all the powerful members of the Hyuga clan a year ago. During this year, I have mastered Sage Mode and researched and developed many fairy arts. I don't know how terrifying the strength has soared to. Tsunade looked at private equity with a hint of appreciation, apprehension, and even a little bit of jealousy. As a direct descendant of the Senju family, I failed to master the Sage Mode of the Wetbone Forest, but was actually learned by Simu. As for appreciation, it is of course looking forward to having such a supernova in Konoha in the future. But if this terrifying power is not well grasped, it will be a disaster for Konoha. If that's the case, let's end today's instruction from Senior Tsunade. If the fight continues, my life may be in danger. Simu scratched his head and said with a troubled face. Tsunade snorted coldly and said, whatever you want. For Tsunade, the battle was meaningless. His original intention was to use this battle to give some pointers on the cultivation of private equity, and to beat him up so that he would not be too arrogant. It would be a fatal mistake on the battlefield to underestimate the enemy too much. It turned out that Simu's strength was beyond her expectation. Instead, he was beaten in turn. Simply, are all these brats this pervert? Just as Simu was about to say something, the phone bug in his hand squirmed. Moses, what's going on? Simu picked up the phone bug, and Minato's voice came from over there. Congratulations, Simu, your mission ban has been lifted. Simu's face fell. What does it mean that the task ban period is lifted? It means that my vacation is over. Is it bad to stay in the village and salt fish? Why are you out on a mission? Simu couldn't figure it out. But since Minato contacted him exclusively through phone bugs, he must be on a business trip again. You guessed right. Minato gave an affirmative answer. Come back first, see you at the old place. Simu sighed and said to Tsunade weakly. Senior Tsunade, you also heard. Before Simu finished speaking, Tsunade waved his hands impatiently. Go, don't be annoying here. Hey, I'll take my leave then, see you next time, Katsuyu. Simu waved to Tsunade and Katsuyu. Good luck, Mr. Kizaru. Katsuyorishi still speaks so nicely. Before leaving, Simu was suddenly stopped by Tsunade. She said seriously, boy, since you have such a powerful power, you must use it on the right path. Ah, well, it should be. Simu put his hands in his pockets and replied casually. He can't guarantee anything about this kind of thing. After all, he is a marine admiral, and what he pays attention to is a man who can do whatever he wants. This kid. Tsunade looked at Simu who disappeared into smoke, and whispered. Tsunade-sama, don't worry, Mr. Kizaru doesn't take world peace as his mission like Hashirama-sama. But it must not be some kind of evildoer. As a fairy, Katsuyu could feel the strong smell of salted fish in Simu's body. Tsunade sighed. I hope so. After Simu returned to Konoha, he turned into a flash and landed in the arena near the Death Forest. Sure enough, Minato, Kushina, and Ling Yi were already waiting here. You finally came. Minato said with a smile. This year's experience in Umbu has changed Minato's whole momentum drastically. Although it still looks gentle, in fact, it does not lack the courage to kill decisively. It's like the sharpest blade hidden under the gentle and gorgeous scabbard. As for Simu, he still looks like a salted fish just waking up. What's the mission this time? Simu picked his nose, then immediately received a death stare from Kushina. He hurriedly put his finger down. Hey, I'm used to it. Minato looked at Simu helplessly. Sure enough, as long as this guy is there, it will never be serious. He took out a scroll and said, this mission is an S-level mission. Simu frowned instantly. To him, S-level missions represent danger, trouble, and hospital discharge. Minato seemed to have anticipated Simu's reaction. Added lightly, the reward is 10 million taels. Catch. Simu was the first to jump up. As long as the salary is in place, I will kick him out of Wuing. Just kidding, this is 10 million taels. If Simu remembers correctly, the head of Hokage's son Asuma is only 35 million taels. This one task is as fast as 1/3 of Asuma. Seeing Simu's boastful appearance, Kushina directly knocked it into a spot of light. Don't make trouble. Kushina has black lines all over her face. Even so, her heart was actually excited. If you successfully execute the S-level mission, your ninja level can be improved logically. This will bring her one step closer to her dream Hokage position. It's a pity that Minato's words shattered her fantasy. Sorry Kushina, this mission doesn't have your name. Minato said very apologetically. Why? Kushina was puzzled. Minato said patiently, this mission needs to go to the Kingdom of Rivers outside the Kingdom of Fire. Right now, the Kingdom of the River is at war with the Kingdom of Grey next door, and there is a high possibility that the Kingdom of Wind will be involved. It would be too risky for you to go there. Kushina was silent. After all, she also understood the special nature of her body. If he encounters any danger, he may really have no way to control the monster in his body. But time hurts more than others. And, no-nos, Simu them. Simu patted Kushina on the head. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Humph, who is worried about you? Kushina turned her head away disdainfully. Minato continued, the target of this mission is the daimyo of the Ash Country. According to Umbu's information, the Kingdom of Grey has completely fallen to the Kingdom of Wind, and it is likely to become the bridgehead for the Kingdom of Wind to attack the Kingdom of Fire. That's why we must assist the River Nation to eradicate the daimyo of the Ash Nation to ease the border pressure on the Fire Nation. Assassinate a country's daimyo. No wonder there was a high price of 10 million taels. Minato looked at Ling Yi again. This time we need a reconnaissance ninja, so I may need to trouble Ling Yi. Ling Yi nodded heavily. No problem. His attitude has been extremely vague since the day he left. During this year, she has not been dispatched any mission change. Instead, let her practice with Simu with peace of mind. It can be regarded as the completion of Simu. But now that he can contribute his own strength, Ling Yi will certainly not refuse. Look at Kushina's worried eyes. Hyaga Ling Ai said with a smile, Sister Kushina, don't worry, I will take good care of Simu-kun. Kushina rubbed her head. Are you stupid? I'm worried about you. I don't care what happens to that guy. The Kingdom of Grey is located in the gap between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind. It is said that it is a gap, but it is actually relative to the plate of the map. That area is not small. Moreover, there are often many small countries as buffer zones in the cracks between such big countries. This time, the mission was issued by the River Kingdom, which is hostile to the Ash Country. Among the many small countries in this area, the Country of Ashes and the Country of Rivers are one of the few countries that have their own ninja villages. As a result, conflicts often broke out between the two countries. Because the Country of the River has been at a disadvantage in the wars these years, so he had no choice but to ask Konoha for help. I hope that Konoha can send ninjas to assassinate the daimyo of the Country of Ashes. As long as the daimyo of the Country of Grey is killed, the whole Country of Grey will be in chaos. At that time, the Country of the River can take the opportunity to go. As for why Konoha, who is backed by the entire Fire Nation, accepted this task, he naturally has his own test. First of all, in the buffer zone between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Grey and the Kingdom of Rivers are the most powerful. Of course there is also a Country of Rain, but that also involves another country, that is the Country of Soil. This is not listed for the time being. Among them, the Kingdom of Ashes and the Kingdom of Wind have always been on good terms. If the Country of Grey is allowed to defeat or even destroy the Country of Rivers, then the Kingdom of Fire will not have any buffer zone in the direction facing the Kingdom of Wind. Even the Kingdom of Grey may become the bridgehead of the Kingdom of Wind. The ninjas of the Kingdom of Wind can go straight to the hinterland of Konoha through the Kingdom of Ashes. This is absolutely intolerable to Konoha. So this time the task is not just for reward. More is to show the strength of the Fire Nation. Let other small countries know that our Country of Fire is still the overlord of the ninja world. If you want to take refuge in other countries, then carefully weigh whether you can withstand the anger of the Country of Fire. Of course, the Kingdom of the Wind probably thinks so too. In short, this war is not so much a battle between the Kingdom of Grey and the Kingdom of Rivers. Rather, it is a secret contest between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind. That is, proxy war. That night, Simu and his party set off immediately and rushed to the Country of Rivers. After 6 days of long-distance raids, they finally arrived at the 180th border of the Land of Fire. The reason why the Country of Rivers is called the Country of Rivers is precisely because there are a large number of rivers in its territory. After crossing a river on the border of the Land of Fire, Simu turned to look at the woods on the bank. 5 ninjas with river-shaped forehead protectors appeared from the nearby woods. As expected of Konoha's ninja, the perception is so strong. The leader is a middle-aged ninja. With a beard and a square face, he looks quite mature and reliable. He said slowly, I am the ninja who is in charge of connecting with them this time. Just call me Harunami Aso. After all, he threw a scroll in his hand over. Minato took a step back. Wait until Simu indicates that there is no danger before picking up the scroll. At the same time, he threw the scroll in his hand. Minato carefully inspected the scroll, then nodded to the ninjas of the river country. Hello, I'm Namikaze Minato from Konoha. Hanyu Simu. Hyaga Ling Ai. Hi 3, please come with us. Harukami Aso took Simu and the others to Ninja Village. It was not until midnight that Mew and others successfully arrived at their destination, River Ninja Village. The ninjas here are a little lukewarm about their arrival. Some people even complained that Konoha only sent 3 little ghosts over. It wasn't until Aso Harukami scolded him that he calmed down. Harukami is one of the few jonin in Kanin village, so his right to speak is still very important. I'm really sorry, please rest here, the task will start tomorrow. Harukami Aso brought Simu and others to a room. There are a lot of food and a soft big bed inside. Simu lay down without saying a word, then let out a free moan. It's so comfortable. He hadn't rested in bed for days. Minato picked up the dry food he brought and gnawed it. He will not eat food provided by others unless it is absolutely necessary. As for Simu, after sensing it with Sage Mode, he began to feast on it. Minato seriously analyzed. I can feel the prying eyes of ninjas all the way here, and there are many, kyak, of them. Simu cleaned up all the food, then patted his stomach and said with emotion, it's really scary. I didn't expect that the ninja system in the small country is also developing rapidly. Minato continued to analyze, but even so, it was still suppressed by the Kingdom of Grey. It seems that the Kingdom of Wind has not lost its efforts. He glanced at Simu and Ling Yi. This time get ready to fight Sand Shinobi. Simu stood up abruptly. Minato immediately became nervous. What's going on? Simu scratched his head and smiled. Not full. Minato rolled his eyes, who knew that Simu had already opened the door and walked out. I'm going to find something to eat. Minato sighed and looked at Ling Yi. How on earth did you and Kushina fall in love with Simu? Hyaga Ling Yi blushed slightly, and whispered. Actually, Mr. Simu is very good. There are many rivers in the country of rivers, and Simu can hear the sound of rivers flowing as soon as he walks out of the door. He wandered casually on the road, trying to find a restaurant to eat. Suddenly, the sound of breaking through the sky rang from my ears. Simu, with his observation haki, is certainly not intimidated by this botched sneak attack. His expression remained unchanged, his head turned slightly to one side. I saw a strip of kanben just passing by my neck. Just a little bit. But even that is completely in Simu's hands. Obviously the attack came from the right, but Simu turned his head to look at a roof on the left. I see you, come out. Simu put his hands in his pockets, and his expression remained calm. Who are you and why have I never seen you? A dark-skinned, athletic female ninja jumped from the roof. There is also a long 1,000 copies twirling in his hand. It seems that this should be her common weapon. She stared at Simu with a sly look in her eyes. Simu smiled. Didn't we meet by the river? For Simu, who has mastered observation haki, it is not difficult to master everyone's breath. Even as long as he wants to, all transformation technique and clone technique are meaningless in front of him, because there is no way to change things like breath. And the female ninja in front of her was obviously one of the ninjas who followed Aso Harukami to the river to join her and others. It's just that she was wearing a mask at the time. Hearing this, the female ninja's face froze. Didn't he wear a mask? How did this guy find out? But she managed to calm herself down. In that case, let me try the quality of you big country ninjas. Simu looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. She wants to see how strong the ninjas of these big countries are. It turned out that we didn't believe our strength and deliberately found fault. Simu adjusted his sunglasses. Under the bright moonlight, the female ninja's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The female ninja reached out and grabbed several emerald green senbon from the ninja bag, shining a little bit in the moonlight. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Konoha's ninja, these dry books are poisonous. The crisp and pleasant voice fell. The female ninja standing on the roof suddenly turned into many flying fireflies and flew towards Simu. But in Simu's observation haki perception, this female ninja just used an illusion, and then a body appeared behind her in an instant. Not even that fast. But for ordinary ninjas, this level of illusion should be considered quite tricky. Are poisonous too. A playful voice came from behind Simu. A light white hand gently pressed on his shoulder. To Simu's surprise, the girl's hand strength. Really big. Like a massage, it's the opposite. You've already lost, Konoha's ninja. The girl waved the 1,000 copies in her hand and stabbed at Simu's neck. Just as he was about to pierce the skin, Simu finally moved. The raised arm appeared in front of Kanban like lightning, and the 2 fingers firmly clamped the fatal blow. How is it possible? It's already under my control. The female ninja said in disbelief. She just brought ninjutsu with that press. A ninjutsu that paralyzes the entire body. Once hit by himself, even an elephant will be brought down in an instant. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that Simu's body has been tempered to the point where it is non-toxic and non-invasive. Even if the defense is broken, the poison will pour into his body. Then he only needs to use life return to spit out the poison and blood together. Now, all kinds of poisons are no longer a threat to Simu. It's really scary. Your strength almost hurt me. The female ninja looked ugly. Simu clamped Kanban with 2 fingers, and even pulled the female ninja over. The latter immediately reacted from the shock. Turning around in midair, thousands of sticks between the fingers of the other palm stabbed fiercely at Simu's face. Kateri, stop. A middle-aged ninja rushed out, but was too late. What a ruthless woman. Simu sighed with emotion, and raised his foot before Kanban let go. This inexplicable female ninja was easily kicked out. Harukami Aso, who just arrived, apparently did not expect such a result. Well, he hugged the female ninja in an instant and landed firmly on the ground. Simu put his hands in his pockets and calmly looked at the 2 people in front of him. He needs an explanation. Why did they work so hard to come to support the country of the river, but they were assassinated by the ninjas of the country of the river? Harukami Aso didn't have time to check his daughter's injury, so he hastily apologized to Simu. I'm sorry, Mr. Simu, it's just girls who don't understand. She has always overestimated herself and thought that she could compete with the ninjas of the great powers. Maybe it is because she wants to prove herself when she sees you today. It's really offensive. Please believe that this is definitely not a connection from the kingdom of the river. This is no small matter. If Konoha has objections to river country because of this, then their only ending is to be annexed by Ash country. One can imagine the fate of these ninjas. Cough cough cough. Harukami Haruka coughed heavily. Then he said with admiration, as expected of Konoha's ninja, I offended you? She stood up and bowed deeply to Simu. I'm really sorry, this is all my own thoughts, please don't blame others. Simu yawned. Oh, it's not a big deal, the palm just now was quite comfortable. Although there are suspicions of insulting people, Harukami Takuka has been completely overwhelmed by Saida's strength. At this time, he didn't talk back. Simu continued, well, it's so late, I'm a little hungry. Harukami Aso immediately understood what Simu meant. I know there is a restaurant that is very delicious, how about I take you to try it? Simu rubbed his hands together, why is this so embarrassing? Harukami Aso patted his chest and said generously. What's so embarrassing? This way please. Just kidding, this matter is neither big nor small. On a bigger scale, it could be the ninja of the river country waiting for an opportunity to murder Konoha. This behavior is no less than the country of the river declaring war on the country of fire. To put it bluntly, it is the friendly exchange between young ninjas of the two countries. It would be great if this conflict could be resolved with a meal. Don't talk about one meal, even if it's 10 or 8 meals, it's okay. Simu's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then can I go get a partner to come with me? Ling Yi's appetite is not much smaller than her own. Since you have the opportunity to eat, you must have a good meal. This is one of Simu's principles of life. With Simu's invitation, Ling Yi certainly would not refuse. So the four of them went all the way to the most famous sushi restaurant in Henin village. During the period, Harukami Haruka kept talking to Simu, looking at Simu with eyes full of admiration. This was firmly observed by Hyagaling, but she is not as cheerful as Kushina, what to say. He just moved the seat close to Simu silently, and then tightly hugged Simu's arm. Simu only felt a surge of waves, as if he was surrounded by warmth. Looking at Ling Yi's majestic figure, Harukami Teka was somewhat jealous. Then, driven by this special emotion, Simu and Ling Yi finished 300 servings of sushi together. Everyone in Harukami Aso was dumbfounded. Damn, I'm going to go bankrupt after a meal like this. How about 10 or 8 meals? Are these two dinosaurs? Eat so much. Early the next morning, Simu's team began to march towards the land of ashes. As for the accompanying two people, it was Jonin Harukami Aso from Kawa Ninja Village and the female ninja who attacked him yesterday, Harukami Torika. Harukami watched Simu and Minato all the way. It seems to be comparing the two guys who is more powerful. After a year, Namikaze Minato has become a minor celebrity in the ninja world. Although it is not yet famous for the yellow flash of Konoha. But for a ninja of this age, it is not easy to achieve a little fame. In the end, I still set my sights on Simu. It still feels like this guy is stronger. Simu's performance last night was too exaggerated, and he has completely captured the girl's heart. In Tairaka's view, only a man who is strong enough is worthy of his offspring. As for Hyagaling, after she realized Haruka's careful thinking about Simu, she intentionally or unintentionally stood between the two of them. Whenever possible. For example, when resting, it will stick to Simu's side. It made Simu a little unaccustomed to it. Faced with this kind of behavior of his own daughter, Aso Harukami was helpless. According to this speed, we should be able to reach the warning line of the Kingdom of Grey at midnight today. Harukami Aso looked forward and said to Simu and others who were traveling with him. Minato nodded slightly. A group of people quickly approached the border of the country of Grey. There is a cordon ahead. Harukami Aso made a gesture, and everyone quickly dispersed and took their positions in a special formation. Hyaga Rei is in the middle as a scout. Harukami Aso and Minato are in front. If you find an enemy, you can deal with it quickly. Simu is on the inside, ready for support at any time with his terrifying speed. And Haruka is to guard against the enemy's sneak attack from behind. Ling Yi, I leave it to you. Okay. Ling Yi nodded, and the veins around her pure eyes suddenly popped up. The world in her eyes changed instantly. The original rich colors disappeared in an instant, turning into black and white. Only a few figures with chakra in the distance stand out. Ling Yi reported calmly. 3 teams of 3, in a triangle shape, 2 on the outside and 1 on the inside. It only took Ling Yi less than a minute to understand the defense line of the Kingdom of Grey so clearly. Harukami Aso couldn't help being surprised. As expected of Konoha, the leader of the 5 great powers, it has all kinds of highly functional blood succession limits. After understanding the opponent's defense, Minato nodded slightly. The triangle formation is a conventional formation for laying out defensive lines. Generally speaking, these 3 teams will have the presence of sentient ninjas. As long as one of the teams has an accident, the other teams will immediately issue a warning and provide support. If your reconnaissance ability is not enough, think that there are only 2 teams. If you want to pass through the middle of 2 teams, then what you have to face will be double-teamed by 3 teams. Now that we understand the opponent's intelligence, we need to arrange tactics. Harukami Aso suggested. Since they have this lineup, we can play tricks and go between the 2 squads. With our strength, we can completely wipe out that team before the other 2 teams react. If this is an ordinary squad, then this suggestion is perfectly fine. It is also the only suggestion that has the potential to break through the line of defense. But the problem is, this is an ordinary squad. Simu clicked on the diagram drawn by Minato. If only one team is dealt with, the other 2 teams will definitely raise an alarm, and the time we can get is very limited. Aso Harukami frowned and said, there is no way to do this. Don't tell me you want to get rid of the 2 teams. Simu grinned. No, I want to get rid of them all. It's not realistic. Harukami Aso immediately vetoed the plan. Although he knows that Simu's strength is very good. But even so, it is absolutely impossible to swallow 3 teams in one go, and without exposing yourself. But Minato agreed to Simu's seemingly risky plan. Not why, just because he is Simu. Mr. Aso Harukami, although you may find it unbelievable, I need to tell you something please. Minato looked into Harukami Aso's eyes and said seriously. Both Simu and I are capable of taking out a squad with ease. Simu stretched his waist. It's really troublesome. Let's do it like this. Since both Simu and Minato said so, Harukami Aso could only bite the bullet and agree. In the final analysis, he and Harukami Haruka were just auxiliaries for this mission. They don't have the power to decide. Therefore, I can only entrust the fate of this time to the two little ghosts in front of me who don't seem to be half their age. The final plan is finalized. Simu dashes in alone to deal with the team inside. That's also the only team with Jonin in the lineup. Jonin Harukami Aso, Haruka Teka, and Hyaga Rei tackle the Chunin team on the left. Minato takes on another Chunin team alone. 1,000 meters away, three figures were hiding in the lush forest. Captain, it's so late, is it really possible that there will be an enemy attack? Muttered a young Chunin. Even if you give the ninjas of the river country 100 courage, they wouldn't dare to attack the grey country. What he said was actually not unreasonable. After the end of the Second Ninja World War, with the support of Tsunagakuer, the ninja system of Kingdom of Ashes developed rapidly. Up to now, it has completely suppressed the country of the river. In the past few years, they have always been the only ones who have taken the initiative to attack the country of the river. How can the country of the river carry out their actions in turn? During the mission, don't talk. Leading the team Jonin is a man named Haiharaji. His tone was not harsh. The young Chunin, clearly a chatterbox, continued. I heard that the country of the river is planning to request the support of the country of fire. What a trick. I don't believe that the ninjas of those big countries are really much better than us. He talked more and more vigorously, complaining. Last time, the ninja Kawajiro from the Land of Winds only wanted to indulge in beauty every day. In terms of combat effectiveness, I don't know how many blocks he can beat him. The help of big countries is not for nothing. Now that they have accepted the help of a big country, it is only natural that Tsunagakuer's ninjas have a little privilege to go to the Kingdom of Ashes. Ask for flowers. Although there are many ninjas in the country of Grey who are dissatisfied, but basically useless. I think Konoha from the Land of Fire should be about the same level as Tsunagakuer. Enough, stop talking. Jonin Huayuanja finally couldn't listen any longer, and he scolded coldly. The young Chunin was quiet, but another voice suddenly sounded from his ear. That's pretty good, why don't you continue talking? Simu poked his head out and looked at the young Chunin. In the dark night, young Chunin's pupils constrict suddenly. Just as he was about to speak to sound the alarm, the lightsaber in Simu's hand had pierced into his chest. Let's talk about it in the next life. Jonin Huayuanja reacted quickly and was just about to seal. Simu has appeared in front of him. In order not to expose himself, Simu deliberately used shaved instead of flash. I hope you don't make a sound. The lightsaber slashed down and collided with the ninja sword that Huayuanja pulled out. Strongly interrupted his seal. Are you Konoha's ninja? Huayuanja seemed to have discovered something. But Simu won't give him a chance to speak anymore. A speed of light kick hit Huayuanja's head at a speed beyond his knowledge. Killed instantly. As for the other ninja, who was stuck by a katsuyu long before Simu was exposed, there was no way to speak. Simu sat cross-legged in front of the ninja with his hands in his pockets. Observation Haki spread thousands of meters away and observed the battle between Minato and Ling Yi. The action was smooth. Facing the combination of 2 Chunin and 1 Genin, Minato did not take it lightly. 3 direct shots of Flying Thunder God beheaded them instantly. They barely had time to react. As for Chungamai Aso, things went well. He is a Jonin after all. Coupled with Hyaga Ling I's white-eyed assistance, it was easy to find the enemy's hiding place and eliminate them. The only episode was that Ling Yi and Kateri seemed to be fighting against each other, and they beat people a little bit badly. After the battle ended, Aso Harukami checked the surrounding environment for the first time. Then he asked, Miss Ling Yi, can I trouble you to use your white eyes to look at the situation of the two of them? Hold on. Although Ling Yi is full of confidence in Simu and Minato, but Harukami Aso is the first time to partner with them on a mission. It's normal to be worried. For a Jonin who has experienced many battles, it is already very good to be able to follow the orders of this kid of the same age. It doesn't hurt to verify. He opened his eyes and took a look. The situation did not go beyond Ling Yi's expectations, and the target enemy was all clear. Don't worry, it's settled. Receiving Ling Yi's affirmative reply, Harukami Aso breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time felt a new coolness. Both Minato and Simu are 1 against 3, and there is a Jonin among Simu's opponents. Although it is only the Jonin of a small country, it is also Jonin who does not want to. As a result, in such a short time of effort, all the people disappeared. And still haven't made any movement? Are Konoha's new generation of ninjas so scary? At this time, Aso Harukami only felt that he had lived his whole life as a dog. Since the secret whistle has been resolved, let's move forward at full speed. Minato didn't hesitate at all. This time their mission is to go deep into the enemy's abdomen and assassinate the daimyo. This in itself is a difficult and dangerous road that will never return. It is unrealistic to lurk in delusions and simply kill the mission target. No matter what, you have to face a large number of enemies after the mission is successful. This is a one-time task. Now they killed 3 teams of Secret Whistle in one go, buying a certain amount of time for the next activities. However, border forces generally communicate with each other at certain intervals to ensure the safety of the border. According to the intelligence spied by Umbu, this time should be about 3 hours. After all, it is not a short distance from Wyron village. In other words, the Simu team had almost 3 hours to sneak into the Grey Ninja village. After 3 hours, the entire country of the net will be completely martial law. At that time, if you want to succeed again, it will be as difficult as reaching the sky. As the distance from Grey Ninja Village gets closer and closer, defense points are also getting denser. Although Simu and others have the double reconnaissance ability of Bian and observation Haki, but there is still no way to completely avoid the eyes of the country of Grey. Therefore, Simu etal made several attempts. Every time, the enemy is killed in the fastest time and the most silent way. Harukami Aso, who witnessed the battle between Simu and Minato, was completely numb. These two guys, both in terms of speed and skill, far surpassed myself, an old ninja who has been active in the battlefield for decades. Their team is very fast. It only took 2 hours to get close to the Grey Ninja Village where the Daimyo 507 of the Grey Country is located. There is something strange about this country, where Inkers and ninjas are combined. The Daimyo of the Ash Country is not only the leader of the whole country, but also the leader of the Ash Ninja Village. Simu, who was running quickly, looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, a large cloud has completely covered the sky. Arrived. Minato made a gesture, and everyone immediately stood in accordance with their positions. They have reached the outskirts of Grey Ninja Village at this time. There are many ninjas patrolling here, and it is not realistic to think about sneaking in quietly. It can only be attacked by force. I can go first. Aso Harukami volunteered. After all, he really didn't help much along the way, so he felt a little embarrassed. Minato shook his head. He pointed to the east direction and said, Simu, make as much noise as you can over here. Then I'll assassinate the guards to the west, and we'll sneak in while Simu is drawing attention, and determine where the daimyo is. Then behead it and retreat quickly. Don't love to fight. Harukami Aso couldn't help but said, well, why don't I act together with brother Simu? Wouldn't it be too dangerous for him to attract attention by himself? Although Simu is strong, this is the capital of the Ash Kingdom. Gather the power of most of the Grey Country. No matter how strong Simu is, he can't stop dozens of ninjas from besieging him. Minato glanced at him. You're only going to increase the chances that Simu will stay. Simu glanced at the city to the east, and said, be careful, remember to protect Ling Yi. No. Simu looked at Ling Yi. I left Katsuyu's clone on Ling Yi. No matter what happens, he should be able to survive until he comes back. Okay, then I'm going. Simu first opened a distance with a razor and then turned into a flash and soared into the sky. On the city wall to the east of Wyron Village, a few ninjas were staring boredly at the forest outside. You said that it would be great if we were ninjas in big countries, and we could go to those small countries to dominate. Yeah, you see, those sand shinobi are worth 2,580,000 in our village. 2 are complaining. Another ninja whispered. Keep your voice down, it's working time. What do you do? Could it be that there are other ninja villages attacking us in the middle of the night? Who has such guts? Those girls in Henan village, ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter on the city wall. Then they saw a figure rising from their eyes. The dazzling flash tore apart the sky covered in darkness in an instant. What is this? What happened? Not only the ninjas on the city wall, but also the residents of the entire ninja village looked up at the sky. In the middle of the night, who is setting off the fireworks? After Simu was sure that he had attracted everyone's attention. Cross your hands, and the 2 dazzling rays of light on your fingertips merge into one. 8-foot Kainguyu. In an instant, the whole sky brightened. It seems that there are thousands of meteors falling from the sky at the same time, just like daytime. Defend quickly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Where's the Earth-style ninja? The ninjas suddenly became a mess. In a panic, more than a dozen ninjas were finally pushed out. They seal quickly. Earth-style earth-flow wall. More than a dozen thick earthen walls rose high from the ground, trying to cover the city wall behind. But their movements are simply too slow. Not long after the earth-flow wall rose, meteors all over the sky suddenly fell. The seemingly incomparably solid soil flow wall is like tofu dregs in front of these flashes. It will rot if you touch it. It shatters when touched. Simu's 8-foot Kainguyu easily tore apart the defenses built by a dozen earth-style ninjas. Not even the city wall behind them could escape. It shattered into countless pieces under the flash bombardment. This time Simu doesn't need to control his strength. Under the indiscriminate bombardment, at least 30 or 40 ninjas died unexpectedly. Of course, most of them are Chunin and Genin. Most of them are Genin. Simu landed slowly. The justice code on his body fluttered gently. The ninjas of Grey Ninja Village, who had regained their composure, stared at Simu. Damn, who is this guy? Because of Simu's horrible performance just now, for a while, the ninjas stationed on the ruins of the city wall did not dare to attack him. Until the arrival of the Jonin of the Ash Kingdom. Yamashita Jonin. Duolia Huxiang Jonin. Bailia Jiang Jonin. The Jonins are here. The arrival of the Jonin from the Kingdom of Grey has an incomparably huge boost to the morale of the scene. In the Grey country that advocates force, a Jonin is a nobleman next to a daimyo. They sit on most of the wealth of the Kingdom of Grey, and they are also the top of the pyramid of strength and power of the Kingdom of Grey. Among them, a Jonin with a rough appearance and a strong figure stepped out. He pointed at Simu with a huge blade, and said fiercely, no matter who he is, kill me. Simu pushed his eyes and said exaggeratedly, it's scary, Jonin of the land. To the west of Grey Ninja Village. After Simu blows up a large section of the city wall with the 8-foot Kainguyo, the ninjas on the west side have also been attracted a lot. At this time, there are only 3 ninjas left in this section. They're still guessing what's wrong to the east. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. A ninja reacted the instant he heard the sound. Hastily dodged sideways. He was just about to call out the enemy attack. But Minato is already ahead of him with the Flying Thunder God technique. The golden hair flutters in the night. Minato grabbed the three-pronged kunai and stabbed it into the throat of the ninja who hadn't reacted yet. Then he swung his body and slammed into another ninja. The ninja hurriedly reached out to stop the corpse. Minato has appeared on top of the corpse. It is not known when he had already left the spell of Flying Thunder God on the corpse. He rolled in the air and passed the ninja. Immediately, his hands stretched out like lightning, twisting his neck easily. All this happens in an instant. The third ninja just turned his head, and the special three-pronged kunai had arrived. Seal the throat with a sword? Understatement, get the triple kill. After Minato operated for a while, Ling Yike, Chunsheng Aso, and his daughter jumped onto the city wall. Harukami Aso looked at the movement in the east like a natural disaster, and said in a daze, "Is this what you're talking about, making some noise? Where is some movement here? Even if you say that Kid Simu wants to prove that Hard Steel believes the entire Kingdom of Grey." This clearly turned the feint into the main battlefield. As expected, Minato tickled the corner of his mouth. Simu's movements are always different from others. But soon he pulled his mind back to the task and said calmly, "Ling Yi, look where the daimyo is. Ju is." Ling Yi rolled his eyes, and all the buildings in front of him became nothingness. The line of sight continued to expand, and finally fell on a mansion located in the center of Wyron village. Found it. Lead the way. Ling Yi jumped off the city wall and ran towards the mansion in the center of the city. While running, report the guard force of Ash Purpose. Most of the jonin in Grey Ninja Village were attracted by Mr. Simu, and there are 3 jonin who are still with the daimyo, and there is a team of 30 people in the rest. Ling Yi quickly confirmed. Minato nodded slightly. Aso Harukami, you are in charge of pinning down the 3 jonin, Ling Yi, and Torika to stop the team of 30 people. I will kill the daimyo as soon as possible, and then evacuate. Yes. Harukami Aso, who had the heaviest task, said without any hesitation. Now that he has accepted this task, he is ready to die. As long as one's own death can be exchanged for the success of the mission, it is worth it in exchange for the future of the country of rivers. They quickly approached the mansion. Sure enough, dozens of guards stood outside the mansion. Harukami Aso did not hesitate. With the mudra of both hands, a large amount of chakra was instantly condensed at his throat. Water-style water burst. Suddenly there was a sound like a tsunami in the dark night. The turbulent water spit out from Harukami Aso's mouth. A huge water column was formed, directly smashing away the dozen or so guards in front of them. The powerful impact even shattered the walls of the mansion. The turbulent water flowed into the daimyo mansion in an instant. Harukami picked up the incense instantly. Stepping on a large expanse of running water, he took out 1,000 books and prepared to kill these guards. But what is surprising is that her 1,000 sticks did not respond to these guards at all. Minato on the side suddenly shouted, "Careful! In a trap!" Ling Yi's pale pupils suddenly shrank. These are not real people, but puppets. Although it looks really good. But in fact, it is a puppet made of people who died not long ago. The reason why fresh corpses are used is to deceive people. And it can be accurate to the fact that there is a ninja from the Hyuga clan in the Simu team's operation this time. This is a well-planned trap aimed at them. Minato's heart sank when he realized this. And the situation before him couldn't help but think about it. Because these human puppets in front of them were buzzing at the same time. There are detonators built into their bodies? In this extremely urgent situation, Aso Harukami stood in front of everyone without the slightest hesitation. Water-style water prison technique. The water under their feet rose rapidly, enveloping Minato and others. Then a terrible explosion engulfed them all. Even the water prison technique cast by Jonin could not withstand the shock of this horror and shattered. A large amount of air quickly poured into the water polo. The entire water polo shattered, and the 3 of Ling Yi were violently knocked out. As for Minato, he has already used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer himself out. His eyes quickly scanned the battlefield, looking for useful information. If nothing else, this should be a trap set by Tsunagakur and Hui Ninja Village for Konoha. As expected of Konoha's ninjas, this move failed to take you down. A figure came out from the back of the mansion while applauding. This man has short and refined hair, and the fine lines of chakra can be vaguely seen on his slowly clapping hands. This is one of the most basic characteristics of a ninja who uses puppet jutsu. Tsunagakur's human puppeteer Drobi. Minato recognized the guy instantly. A super puppeteer who rose to fame after the Second Ninja World War. Known for liking to make puppets out of corpses. One man can be an army? It's a pity, it's you little brats who came here this time. I didn't think Shinobi would do it himself. Drobi seems to look down on Minato and others. Ling Yi and Chu Xiang struggled to get up from the ground. But if Aso Chungamai was a little slower just now, this time the mission could be declared over in advance. In the mansion, Hui Yuan Matsu's Hima, the daimyo of the country of Hui, leaned on the windowsill with both hands, looking at the battlefield in front of him. I didn't expect Konoha to send these little ghosts to deal with us. It's too arrogant. Beside him stood a young man. It is called Tian Mupozang. His identity is not simple. He is the biological son of the daimyo of the country of wind. Because I yearned for the tense and exciting life of a ninja since I was a child, I joined Tsunagakur and became a ninja. The point is that his talent is indeed not low, but at the age of 20, he already has the strength of Jonin. In addition, there is a middle-aged man standing silently behind. Not tall, wearing a hat, revealing this steady breath. He said cautiously, Master Tianmu, although these ninjas are still young, they should not be underestimated. Tianmu nodded and said casually, Ebizo elders are right, I hope they will not be easily dealt with by Drobi. Outside the mansion, Minato looked at Drobi with a serious expression on his face. As the famous puppet ninja of Sand Shinobi Village, this guy can even control 20 puppets at the same time. This is also the reason why he was able to quickly gain fame in the ninja world after World War II. If he was alone against Drobi, he might still have some chances. But now it's in the heart of the enemy army? Once he is dragged down, he may be surrounded, or even wiped out. And his teammates, Harukami Aso, Torai Xiang, and Ling Yi were in the explosion just now. Although it has the buffer of water polo, it is still not lightly injured. Fortunately, Ling Yi has the Katsuyu left by Simu on her body, which is providing her with treatment at this time. At this time, Hyaga Ling Yi, who has always been quiet, suddenly burst into a decision. She said calmly, Minato, let's hold him back while you solve the mission objectives. Minato hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I have to say that this is indeed the best way at present. If they are dragged here, there is only one dead end waiting for them, then leave it to you. With a wave of his palm, Kunai of the two schools moved towards Drabafixia. The latter sneered, and the chakra thread in his hand moved slightly. A puppet rushed out next to it, and easily blocked it by raising the palm that had been transformed into a weapon. Kunai shot a flame on the saw-like palm, and then flew into the air feebly. If Konoha Shinobi has only this kind of strength, then I will not forget it. Draba produced a scroll and nibbled it to his lips. Bang! A large cloud of white smoke filled the air. Dense black figures emerged from it. These are puppets that Draba has made over the years? Puppetry is the most beautiful art. Draba looked like a madman intoxicated in his own world. If you change your clothes, maybe you can really be called an artist. As he pulls his finger, the chakra string in his hand quickly mobilizes these puppets. For a moment, all the puppets floated into the air like ghosts. Make a crunching sound at the same time. Minato glanced at Ling Yi blankly. I'll leave this to you. Ling Yi nodded heavily. This year's penance with Mr. Simu is no joke. Ling Yi didn't know what to think of. His face suddenly turned slightly red. Although Minato was puzzled, he didn't have time to ask. Anyway, this is a young couple's business. Flying Thunder God activated? Draba looked at the crowd in front of him. 20 puppets slowly surrounded them. Even if you are the reincarnation of Mu Yabaya, it is absolutely impossible to break through my defense and enter the mansion. As soon as Draba finished speaking, a question mark immediately appeared on his head. Because Minato is gone. Minato flew directly over the wall with the kunai he shot just now, and rushed into the mansion. Hui Yuan Matsu's Hima, the daimyo of the country of Hui, was taken aback immediately. Fortunately, the existence of Ebizo gave him enough sense of security. Ebizo, who has experienced 2 ninja wars, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of Sand Shinobi Village. Rather than protecting Huira Matsu's Hima, it would be better to say that he came to protect Tianzahizo. Of course, it would be even better if one of the Konoha Sunin will perform the task this time. By the way, he can gather strength to swallow them in one gulp. Unfortunately, Konoha only sent 3 little ghosts this time. But Ebizo knew them. Simu and Minato shined in the joint Jonin exam. Being able to take the opportunity to kill these 2 new stars in the cradle is also a reward. Tianmu Nameizo's eyes lit up the moment he saw Minato. This will be my opponent. Wind-style vacuum sphere. A large amount of air was compressed into an air ball in Tianmu Bozang's mouth, spinning and blasting at Minato. The air in the courtyard was distorted. Just when the vacuum sphere was about to hit Minato, he suddenly disappeared in place. There was a bang. The high-speed spinning air ball tore the yard wall into pieces. A large cloud of smoke billowed up, but there was no sign of Minato in it. This is... The pupils of Ebizo who stood behind contracted slightly. Having experienced 2 ninja world wars, how could he not know who this trick came from? Second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Unexpectedly, after so many years, another ninja has learned this trick. Minato's figure appeared on the other side of the yard. The specially made kunai tore through the smoke and flew towards the daimyo. Tenmuhazo draws out the ninja sword and chops off Minato's kunai. Careful. Ebizo reminded suddenly. Sure enough, the next second, Minato instantly grabbed the cut kunai. A large amount of chakra condenses between the open palms, and finally converges into a spinning raise non-boom. Ebizo was in a bad mood. Hastily shot. If the son of the daimyo of the land of wind has trouble here, that's a big deal. Several strands of chakra shot from Ebizo's aged fingertips with unimaginable speed. It landed on Minato's raise non with unrivaled precision. Minato's eyes were about to finish off an enemy with lightning speed. Unexpectedly, an inexplicable force appeared in the hand that cast raise non, pulling him away. Boom. Raise non and Tianmuha Zhang walked side by side. It fell heavily on the floor. The terrifying energy contained in it spewed out in an instant, sweeping the entire mansion. This house was built by Huiwen Matsu's Hima with a huge investment, and every piece of wood is top-quality wood. But under the raging chakra, it shattered like white paper. In just an instant, the whole house collapsed in an instant. Minato's eyes quickly fell on the flustered daimyo. A kunai came out. Over the smog, the collapsed wooden beams, straight to Huiwen Matsushima's neck. Unfortunately, he still has an Ebizo by his side. The latter have long noticed this. Use the chakra line to connect Tian Muhazang and Habara Matsu's Hima, and pull the two of them out of the battlefield directly. The originally exquisite and magnificent mansion instantly became a ruin. This is the power of ninjas. As for the outside of the mansion, the three of Ling Yi are struggling to defend against Draba's attack. Since you want to stop me, then die here. As for the kid who just passed him, Draba didn't care at all. In addition to Tian Muhazang, there is also the old man Ebizo who protects the daimyo. He didn't think that blonde-haired brat had such great strength. Drabi is a generation of puppet masters in Sand Shinobi village. It seemed effortless for a single person to control 20 humanoid puppets. These 20 puppets are like a well-trained army, and they cooperate very tacitly. Harukami Aso and the others were beaten so hard that they couldn't resist. Ling Yi repelled the puppet's attack with a palm. She could see the lines of chakra in the air with her white eyes. Cover me, see a doctor. Although I don't know what Hyaga Ling Ai is going to do, but Harukami Aso still complied. He made madras with his hands, and spit out a jet of water from his mouth. Water-style water flow cut. The slender stream of water shot at Draba like a sharp long knife. Everyone knows that the greatest weakness of a puppet ninja is the puppeteer. But how to get close to the puppeteer is a huge problem. Like this time, Aso Harukami had just launched an attack on Drabe. A puppet immediately stood in front of him. The puppet's arm slowly opened, and a steel shield was pulled out from inside to stop the water flow. But looking at Aso is not easy to mess with. The strong water flow cut the steel shield apart like a cutting knife. Cut off the arms of the puppet together. But the blocking for a few seconds is enough. The four puppets around instantly surrounded Aso Harukami. The four puppets opened their mouths at the same time, and each of them was ready to go. All possible dodging routes of Aso Harukami were occupied by puppets in advance. There is no escape. Hyaga Ling Ai carefully observed the chakra lines in the air with her white eyes. In the nick of time straight, she swept her long legs. Ninja Tempest Kick. Ordinary Tempest Kick can only create vacuum slash, it cannot cut the chakra line made by Drobit. But Ling Yi's move is different. She added Chakra's form change to the original Tempest Kick. A half moon, implying that Chakra's slash arrived in time, only to miss the puppet. Nothing was hit. Drabi glanced at Hyaga Ling Ai, laughed and said, "Little girl, are you punching the air?" After finishing speaking, he waved his palm fiercely, ready to kill the besieged Aso Chunshang. But no matter how he urged Chakra, these puppets didn't respond at all. What happened? He looked at the battlefield in surprise. It turns out that the chakra line connecting the four puppets has been cut off by Ling Yi's seemingly lost Tempest Kick. Good job, Miss Ling Yi. Harukami Aso's face was filled with the joy of being resurrected from the dead. Immediately perform ninjutsu. Water-style water flow cut. Fierce water spit out from the mouth. Harukami Aso spun around, cutting off all four puppets around him at the waist. Killed four puppets in one go? Chunshang Aso couldn't help giving Ling Yi a thumbs up. Chunshang Kyuxiang also nodded gratefully to Ling Yi, which was rare. If it wasn't for her, her father might have died. Ling Yi smiled slightly. It's an honor to be able to help everyone. But this trick also made Drabi aware of this seemingly harmless to humans and animals, the threat of a cute and lovely girl. 247 Then let's start with you. The burly puppet who had been surrounding Draba suddenly attacked. This golem is almost twice as big as the other golems. His feet fell off quickly, and flames spewed from them. It hit Ling Yi like a rocket. Chunshang took the incense and stood in front of Ling Yi. Are you kidding me? I don't like to owe people favors. The 1,000 books in his hand were precisely inserted into the puppet's left shoulder joint. Cut off the transmission of chakra inside the golem? Causes the puppet to be half paralyzed. But it's only a half body. It has another half. With a big wave of the puppet's hand, it hit Kyuxiang's abdomen directly. Scarlet blood spat out from the incense mouth. Take the incense. Harukami Aso was extremely anxious. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A large amount of water spit out from Harukami Aso's mouth. Converged into a huge swimming dragon. The water dragon slammed into the giant puppet with its teeth and claws. Ling Yi shaved and took incense. Two puppets attacked next to him. 6 styles iron body. The two kunai pierced Ling Yi's ninjutsu in an instant. But it was blocked by her hardened skin, and even shot 2 flames. Ling Yi turned around in midair, and slapped the puppet on the head with his palm. Gentle fist Rochong palm. A large amount of chakra poured into the puppet body with this palm, destroying the chakra circuit inside from the inside. Slap the puppet's head flying away. Another puppet has opened its mouth. Raging flames spit out from it and burned to the ground. At this time, Ling Yi was in midair. As long as he landed, he would definitely be caught in a sea of flames. To Draba's surprise, Ling Yi stepped on the air directly. The whole person actually rose steadily and flew into the air. On the other side, Aso Harukami was once again surrounded by puppets. Ling Yi, who was in midair, wanted to repeat the old trick. A tempest kick lands. But he was blocked by Draba, who had prepared to sacrifice a puppet. The huge puppet hugged Aso Harukami tightly in the melee. There was a lot of gasoline pouring out of him. Oops. In the next second, the entire puppet burned violently. Water-style water waves. A large swath of water hit the puppet. A large amount of water vapor evaporated, and Aso Chunshang took the opportunity to get out of the way. But other puppets are already sitting on the sidelines. Numerous dunas enveloped us. Unable to dodge, Chungamai Aso suffered more than a dozen wounds on his body. It doesn't matter if you are wounded. The key is that the dizziness coming from the head let Harukami Aso know that he has been poisoned. An explosion in the center of the city was detected. Simu frowned. It's so scary. It seems that the Kingdom of Ashes has already prepared for tonight. Simu looked at the 7 jonin in front of him with a frivolous expression. All the jonin looked at Simu, who had been indifferent all the time, completely annoyed. Everyone go together, cried the roughest looking jonin. Quickly make a mudra and press your hands to the ground. Earth-style coyote roar. The ground in front of him cracked instantly, and 6 huge rocks flew out from the ground. Each piece is a huge and ferocious wolf head, which is as big as a house. It's enough to smash a person into a pulp with ease. These wolf heads opened their big mouths full of fangs in midair, biting their bedmates fiercely. The other jonin were not idle either. Earth-style Huangquan swamp. The ground under Simu's feet became sticky, gripping his feet firmly. The giant wolf head of 6 paths falls from the sky. It's terrible, as expected of jonin. Simu withdrew his palm and held out a finger. A dazzling golden flash shot out from the fingertips, like a sharp giant sword flashing past. The 6 huge wolf heads attacking in front of them were suddenly divided neatly into 2. It hit the muddy swamp on the ground heavily. Simu stood on the spot without moving, and even the muddy water splashed avoided his body by coincidence. How is this possible? This is my famous stunt. Gritting his teeth, the burly jonin rushed towards Simu with a huge machete in hand. Seeing this, the others hurriedly covered him. Wind-style great wind pressure. A huge airflow swept across the entire battlefield, rushing towards Tongle head-on. Firmly suppressed his movements. As for the burly jonin, his back is facing the direction of the airflow, which will increase his speed instead. It has to be said that this move was chosen very cleverly. Earth-style hand of the rock. 2 huge arms suddenly emerged from the mud where Simu was standing. One left and one right, suddenly closed. Want to trap it in it. Water-style water wave flow. A dozen streams of water fluttered in the air, sealing any possible escape route for Simu at an extremely fast speed. The strong air current made Simu's coat of justice vibrate violently. He retracted his fingers and pushed his glasses. Is there a possibility that I don't have to hide? The Earth-style ninja laughed when he heard this. No need to hide? Do you know how powerful this hand of the rock is? Even rocks can be crushed by it. The 2 giant hands on the left and right quickly closed together, trying to pinch Simu into a meatloaf. Simu rarely pulled out his hands and stretched them out straight. It happened to slap on the hands of the giant rock that was flanking. The ninja performing ninjutsu crossed his hands and made a seal. Simu, who was seen in both hands, remained motionless. The other jonin glanced at him. It seems to be saying, have you not eaten today? Earth-style jonin had no choice but to exert all his strength, almost crushing his fingers. The 10-meter-tall giant rock hand couldn't do anything to hold Simu. The burly jonin had rushed over at this time. Just restrain him like this, let me finish this arrogant guy. He clenched the handle of the saber with both hands, swung it with all his strength, and slashed at the fellow. It's terrible, such a big knife. Simu covered armament Haki with his fingers, and grabbed the giant rock hand. Dense cracks spread from Simu's fingertips. For a moment, the 2 10-meter-high giant rock hands were completely shattered into countless gravel and dust. Simu took advantage of the situation and turned sideways, and the huge chopping knife missed. Cut out a huge gully in the mud under his feet. It's so scary, I almost got caught. The burly jonin gritted his teeth, and the anger in his heart turned into strength and gathered on the blade. Die to me. Holding a machete, he cut out dense shadows of the sword. In a moment, dozens of knives were cut out. Simu dodges hilariously, and jonin on the opposite side is going crazy. Obviously every knife seems to be able to hit, but every time it is always a little bit worse. Just a short shot to kill the damn guy? Be careful, Mr. Jonin. Simu said suddenly. That mean look drove the jonin crazy. Another knife fell. Simu narrowly avoided accidents. It happened to be in front of this jonin by mistake. I should remind you, pay attention. Simu slowly raised his long legs. Endless flashes pierced the night sky in an instant. Like a tiger's head that beheads a prisoner, it falls at the speed of light. Boom. The ground beneath Simu's feet crumbled into countless pieces. The burly jonin bounced off the ground. In a terrible shock, scarlet blood spilled from his 7 holes. Immediately afterwards, the whole person was buried in the boundless depths of the ground. Just a kick. Just kicked out a huge pit covering nearly 100 meters around. It was like experiencing a small earthquake. The surrounding genin couldn't even stand still. Damn it, how could it be like this? The jonins looked serious. Up to now, we can only go together. Wind-style shuriken of the wind. A dozen shurikens flew towards Simu at high speed after being blessed by wind-style. Fire-style great fireball technique. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Earth-style earthquake technique. For a moment, countless ninjutsu attacks rushed towards Saihi as if they didn't want money. The crater that lifted Simu out with 1 foot was ground a few meters deeper. A large amount of smoke emerged. All the ninjas stared intently at the depths of the giant pit. But what they waited for was not Simu's corpse, but endless flashes of light. Careful. Earth-style jonin hastily used the earth flow wall. But this kind of wall can't stop Simu's attack at all. The line of defense lasted only for a moment before it was easily torn apart by the flash. Use that trick. Jonin using water style said seriously. Okay. Earth-style jonin nodded silently. Buy me time. No. The 5 remaining jonin rushed forward together. Simu also rushed up after the earth flow wall was broken. Close one hit 5. The slender and sharp ninja knife slashed. Simu's body froze slowly, and the blade just brushed against his nose. He didn't have time to fight back. Another long knife wrapped around chakra stabbed Simu in the back. He sideways. Then the whole person jumped up on the spot, turned sideways and landed on the ninja with one foot. Others immediately support. Water-style water flow cut. The cutting water cut through. Simu bowed his head. Then step on the air and fly into the sky. The code of justice behind him was blown up by the air current. Make a square with your hands in front of you. Raging flashes accumulated in it. Yada mirror slash. A lightsaber shot out from it. Get out of the way. Everyone can feel the tremendous pressure from Simu's move. They scattered quickly, allowing Simu to stab the ground with his sword. But what they didn't expect was that the same lightsaber turned 90 degrees the moment it touched the ground. Parallel to the ground, stabbed the nearest jonin in a posture that no one expected. The speed of Simu's move is in the unprepared state. How could this ordinary small country jonin using fire style react? The moment she realized the danger, the lightsaber had pierced her chest. That moment when the remaining 4 jonin breathed a sigh of relief. The lightsaber that pierced fire style jonin returns again? This time it was even more outrageous, even exceeding 90 degrees. It is equivalent to turning the head off and stabbing another jonin. It's the guy with the wind style shuriken. Seeing that the lightsaber had already killed one person, he relaxed his vigilance. Prepare to attack Simu. It was too late when others reminded him. He lowered his head, and could only watch helplessly as a dazzling lightsaber pierced through the back of his chest. Then it flew straight out, cutting the houses in front of it into 2 halves. It's a pity, I can only cut 2. Simu fell to the ground and said regretfully. 7 jonin. Only 4 left? Except for that earth-style ninja holding back his ult. The remaining 3 jonin looked at Simu already with fear in their eyes. That's definitely not good enough for women. The seeds of fear grow in their hearts and grow bigger until they take over their bodies. Just when they were about to escape, a piece of good news finally came from behind. It worked. The earth-style ninja bit his own palm and pressed heavily on the ground. The whole Wyron village was shaken for a while. The ground quickly cracked and shattered. Huge clods of rocky earth rose rapidly from earth-style jonin's feet. It was as if he had summoned a mountain. Simu watched the scene curiously with his hands in his pockets. It was a ninjutsu he had never seen before. A gleam of joy crept across the faces of the other 3 jonin. If it is this technique, it should be able to deal with this guy. It must be possible. A huge black shadow enveloped Simu under his feet. A mountain nearly 100 meters high appeared in front of him. No, not mountains. But a titan? A super titan made entirely of rocks and clods? That earth-style ninja was standing on top of the titan, looking down at Ida from a high position. The titan under its feet was covered in armor composed of rocks. The upper part is small and the lower part is large, which looks very stocky and heavy. Earth-style Earth Spirit Titan. After performing this trick, Earth-style jonin looked very sluggish. It seems to be squeezed dry. But it's all worth it. This is the secret technique of the country of Grey, and he is the only one who has successfully learned it for decades. With this move, even Hokage, he has the confidence to touch it. Of course, it's just that he has confidence. I don't know if I can touch it or not. With his hands in his pockets, Simu looked with interest at the titan, which resembled Hashirama's wooden golem jutsu. This size is really scary. It must be very painful when you punch it down. As soon as Simu finished speaking, the earth-style ninja laughed. It's still too late for you to surrender. But just in case Simu used his terrifying speed to close up and kill himself. He made the seal very sincerely. The whole person sank into the earth spirit titan like a swamp and hid. Simu pushed his eyes. If that's the case, I'm going to get serious. He clapped his hands in front of him. A large amount of natural energy poured into his body. Dark red patterns emerged from the face. Sage mode, Takumai. I'll take you to try it seriously. Seeing that Simu still looked disapproving, the Earth Spirit Titan with a height of nearly 100 meters moved slightly, and its huge fist fell instantly. The huge fist shadow encloses Simu's whole body. Simu rubbed his hands calmly, and a solid lightsaber condensed out of his hands. Fist down. The whole ground shattered. Like a severe earthquake, the entire Danin village shook violently. It's not over yet, be careful, Jonin below said loudly. After seeing Simu's terrifying strength, they are no longer naive enough to think that he can be easily killed. Sure enough, the wood turned into a flash and appeared behind the Titan. Let me guess, are you hiding here? The lightsaber in his hand extended to hundreds of meters in an instant. The power of the lightsaber fused with natural energy has increased by more than 1927 times. I saw flashes passing by. The dazzling lightsaber easily cut through the layer of armor on the Earth Spirit Titan's body. Cut off the whole thigh cleanly. The chopped-off foot smashed the ground like a terrifying giant pillar. The Earth-style Jonin hiding inside the Titan grows his mouth. Even the three Jonins who were hiding to watch the battle gasped. They stared at Simu intently. One bite at a time is terrible, and in the end, one leg of the Earth Spirit Titan was cut off with one knife. Simu said regretfully, it seems not here. In that case, Simu turned into a flash and soared into the sky. Before Earth-style Jonin could react, Simu had already appeared above his head. Try this trick again. Immortal Art 8-foot Kain Guyu. The 8-foot Kage that combines natural energy? Simu crossed his hands, and a cross flashed like the sun hanging in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a violent rain of light fell. It's as if the sun shattered into countless meteorites and fell down. Everyone looked at this scene, and their faces gradually became panicked. Impossible. This trick is impossible to block. At this moment, the 3 Jonin unanimously chose to flee. It's a pity that their speed can never be faster than light. The light and rain fell instantly. The tallest Earth Spirit Titan was the first to be baptized by the holy light. Spots of light fell on its body, easily tearing off the outer rock armor, then smash its whole body little by little. Under the 8-foot Kage, the Earth Spirit Titan is like a clay figurine standing in the rain, melting instantly. The shattered rocks were smashed to pieces, hitting the ground with the Earth-style Jonin wolf hidden inside. In this terrible catastrophe, no one can escape. Whether you are Genin, Chunin, or Jonin, the east wall of Wyron village, which originally dominated one side, has been completely reduced to ruins. Simu landed slowly, and there was a sound in his ear. The imitation value has reached 60%, and the ability is being extracted. The ability extraction is complete, and the ability Admiral's constitution is obtained. The voice fell. A huge energy gushed out from the depths of his body, nourishing his entire body along the meridians. Muscles, internal organs, bones. Everywhere is rapidly sublimated in this special energy. He felt that his whole body was immersed in an extremely warm ocean. It's like returning to the mother's womb again. A faint golden light was emitted from his whole body uncontrollably. This process lasted 3 seconds. The revived Simu feels refreshed. It's like the original old computer has been reconfigured, replaced with the most expensive graphics card, the highest resolution screen, and the same top-of-the-line CPU. The whole world is different. Is this the body of Admiral? Simu clenched his fist. The body that I have cultivated for a full year with my life can't be compared with this body at all. Simu felt that the physical strength of his current body was enough for him to fight for another 10 days and 10 nights, full of energy. At present, there are only a handful of people who can compare with him in the entire ninja world. Third Raikage counts as 1, Tsunade with Super Bijuu turned on counts as 1, and the rest should be only tailed beast. If Hashirama is resurrected, maybe he can compare himself physically. After all, he is the reincarnation of Ashira who inherited Sage Body. In the distance, Ebizo who noticed Wang Ling's Titan fell frowned. He has seen the secret technique of the second Palace Stone. Although it's still not up to the level of 5 Kages, but it's no problem against a battle-hardened elite Jonin. The results of it? It only lasted less than 10 minutes from Titan rising to disappearing. If it wasn't for the fact that they planted eyeliners in the country of rivers, he even wondered if that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen came over in person. Kie, a move just now. Tian Mubozang hesitated to speak. Simu's 8-foot Kainguyu just now is too big, and it is night now, so the dazzling flash is really conspicuous. If that trick falls on his head, can he resist it? Do not. Should I be able to run away? The more Tian Mubozang thought about it, the colder his body became. Ebizo noticed this. He said calmly, "Don't worry, everything in this world needs to be paid for. Since that brat used such a powerful move, his physical strength may not be much left. Come here is just courting death. You think everyone has that horrible chakra from first Hokage." Ebizo controls 5 well-crafted puppets. He is different from Drabe. The latter cares about quantity and hopes to win with quantity, and he only cares about quality. All 5 puppets were powerful Jonin in their lifetime. Coupled with their own precise control technology, they can combine to exert the power of at least 2 elite Jonin. This is the horror of the puppet master. They can use various techniques to make the dead man regain his terrible fighting power. Opposite them is Minato. To be precise, Minato, who was seriously injured. There was a huge gash in his abdomen. The blood still remains on the broken puppet to this day. Ebizo managed to capture Minato's figure with his sophistication. Although a fine puppet was lost, but in exchange for the life of Minato, the Konoha Nova, it is worth the money. "Boy, you are worthy of the value of a puppet," Ebizo said to Minato coldly. The latter smiled slightly. "Should I be honored?" Another battlefield is struggling as well. There is very little chakra left in Hyaga Lingai's body. Chunsheng Aso was seriously injured, and Chixiang was seriously injured. And there are still 4 puppets in Draba's hands, enough to push them from the cliff of crisis to the abyss of death. Harukami Aso's chest heaved violently. The rough sound was reminiscent of an old bellows. Chunsheng Aso said with difficulty, "I'll stop him, you guys run quickly." He looked at Chu Xiang and said solemnly, "Remember to tell the village that there are traitors in the village." If it weren't for the leak of information, how could Tsunagakuer deploy such a terrifying power in a small grey ninja village? Seeing Aso Harakami's appearance of wanting to sacrifice his life for righteousness, Drabe immediately sneered. "You don't think you can really stop me, do you?" He moved his fingers a few times. The remaining 4 puppets were cracked all over, and their ribs had been completely transformed into blades. At the moment of shattering, it turned into dozens of chakra-wrapped blades and slashed at the 3 of them. Harukami Aso used his last bit of strength to perform the last ninjutsu, water-style water barrier. Because of the lack of chakra, this water barrier only stood in front of Taixang and Lingai. "No matter what, my daughter and Miss Ling Yi who saved my life cannot die. It's a pity that this barely formed water barrier can't stop the blade that is entangled with chakra." They cut through the water and pierced the three of them. A laser beam suddenly shot from a distance, shooting down all possible threatening blades at a special angle. What a precise control ability. And terrible predictive ability. A stone flew from a distance. Simu stood on top of the stone, the code of justice fluttering in the wind. Moses, it's really dangerous. Fortunately, we arrived in time. He stepped lightly on the stone, put his hands in his pockets and landed beside Ling Yi, and patted her head. Didn't scare you? Fine. Ling Yi nodded obediently. In front of Simu, she is as cute as a kitten. That's good. In fact, with the presence of Katsuyu, Ling Yi's injuries can be healed quickly. Simu looked at the man who was manipulating the 4 puppets in front of him, and scratched his cheek. Is it 1-on-4 this time? It seems a little easier. Draba's face was ugly, as if he felt that Simu was humiliating him. What he didn't know was that Simu was telling the truth. No forum forbearance incident or just now. He faced more enemies than 4 much more. Arrogance. Drabi growled. 4 golems with missing ribs rushed forward. Opening the arms with the blade attached, he embraced Simu. Taste my death's embrace. Simu pushed his eyes. It's terrible, it's a pity, I don't like men. He glanced at the puppet and added another sentence. I don't like the 4 of them even more. Gently lift your finger, and the dazzling laser will shoot out from the fingertip. It precisely landed on the 4 incoming puppets. Boom. Several explosions sounded. The raging and violent flame instantly engulfed all the puppets completely. Just after Simu was about to turn into a flash and finish off Drabe, Simu suddenly saw the scene in the ruins of the mansion through observation haki. Nearly died, Minato. The next second, Minato suddenly appeared beside Saida. The palm just rests on top of his code of justice. I didn't expect you to use this backup technique so quickly. Simu looked at Minato and made a joke. Minato looked at Simu, who was unharmed, and gave a wry smile. It seems that you are still quite energetic, and the guy over there will be handed over to you. Minato clutched his bleeding belly and pointed to Ebizo, who came out of the ruins. And Tianmu Pozang. At this time, Simu didn't know the real identity of Tianmu Pozang at all. Of course, even if Shu knew about it, he probably wouldn't care. Hanyu Simu. Ebizo said coldly. Simu scratched his cheek with a finger, and said curiously. I didn't expect someone to recognize me at a glance. Could it be that the name of my Konoha Kizaru has spread to the entire ninja world? Instead of being angry, Ebizo said lightly. Kizaru Konoha, Golden Flash, the only blood follower eliminated in the whole ninja world, light escape user, and the champion of the ninja world's first joint jonin exam. With so many names, it's enough for this old man to remember you. Ebizo, who has mastered Tsunagakuer all year round, is very interested in young talents from all over the world. It can be said that there are countless treasures, and he can remember every ability and characteristic clearly. If I remember correctly, you were the one who defeated Yakang at that time. Simu scratched his head, and said with some uncertainty. At that time, it seemed that there was a woman named Yakang who was defeated. He smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, there are too many people defeated, and I really can't remember clearly. A black line ran across Minato's face. Seeing Simu being so frivolous, he couldn't help reminding. This person is one of Tsunagakuer's advisors. He is an old ninja who has been famous since the first ninja war. He is very powerful, so don't take it lightly. Simu was reminded by Minato that he suddenly merged the person in front of him with an old image in his mind. Ebizo. Simu really doesn't know this young Ebizo. I didn't expect you young people to know the name of the old man. I am really relieved. Ebizo slowly raised his palm. Are you ready, young people? Palms drop. The 4 puppets stood in front of Ebizo, exuding a terrifying aura. Their heads slowly lifted, instantly flying towards Simu from different directions. It's really scary. A terrifying powerhouse who has been active since the first Ninja World War. The number 1 puppet arm quickly opened. Opened like an umbrella, the iron frame like an umbrella skeleton quickly rotated. Slash at Simu like a chainsaw? A chainsaw? That's scary. Simu pointed his toes, glanced back and backed away. After the chainsaw fell through, the number 2 puppet immediately followed. Open your mouth at close range. Just when Simu thought it was going to spit out kunai, an orange fire dragon spurted out of it, roaring and biting at Simu. Have you transformed the puppet to such an extent? It's really interesting. Although it retains part of the abilities of the human puppet during its lifetime. But compared with the puppet made by that guy Xie, it's still far behind. Simu said with emotion in his heart. The human puppet created by the genius of Scorpion can completely reproduce all the abilities of the corpse before it was alive. Including blood succession boundary? Simu's face remained unchanged, the red firelight dyed his face yellow. He took one hand out of his trouser pocket, and pinched it in the air. A lightsaber instantly appeared in his hand. Cover the armament haki and slash the attacking fire dragon? The raging armament haki smashes down on the dragon's head, splitting the dragon in two. The roaring mighty fire dragon split into 2 halves and flew to both sides in front of Simu, then collapsed into flames and disappeared. Huh? Is there an ambush? Simu raised his sword and moved to the left. Puppet number 3 jumped out of the scattered flames. A scorpion's tail protruding from its belly hits the lightsaber in Simu's hand. The fire dragon just now was just a feint attack, the real killing move still comes here. If Simu's observation haki is not strong enough, it may be planted. All I can say is, play with the heart of a puppet. Simu parried the razor-sharp scorpion tail. Another puppet has arrived. Above the sky, the Japanese puppet opened its hands. A pair of wings popped out from the arm. Then its abdominal cavity opens. Large swathes of kunai are sprinkled from above. Each of the kunai carries a flaming detonating talisman on it. Tisk. Simu couldn't help admiring the brains of these puppet masters. What surprised him even more was that these kunai exploded as soon as they approached the ground, leaving no time for others to react. The huge power generated by the explosion blasted out large pits on the ground. Even so, Ebizo is not taking things lightly. Puppet number 3 in the sky flapped its wings violently. The resulting strong wind quickly disperses the smoke. To determine the current state of Simu, number 1 opened his mouth slightly, ready to make up an attack at any time. Sure enough, the moment Simu appeared, a fierce fire dragon spewed 10 impulse woods again from his mouth. Almost there, Simu slashes the dragon again with his lightsaber. A man appeared in front of number 1. Shining light burst out on the calf in an instant. Kicked the puppet's abdomen heavily at an extremely fast speed. Ebizo seemed to have expected it long ago. The first puppet opened its arms and wanted to hug Simu the moment it was attacked. A large number of fangs popped out from the arm, and green light shone on each sharp fang. If there is no accident, there should be terrible poison on these fangs. But Simu still didn't hesitate and kicked it up. The powerful impact instantly shattered the number 1 puppet into pieces. But it still completed its mission a second before it was broken. Falls to Simu's feet with the terrible teeth on the arms. The golem's bite force was beyond Simu's expectations. Even Simu's armament haki was not able to defend successfully. Although only a small wound was caused, the terrible venom attached to it had already been injected into Saida's body. Simu frowned. A dodge appeared in front of the number 2 puppet. Stepping down with 1 foot, the entire puppet instantly shattered into countless pieces. EAS. A look of understanding appeared on Simu's face. Start off with a ranged fire-style attack with the number 1 puppet. And let the number 2 puppet hide in the flames and get close. Let the enemy subconsciously think that the number 1 puppet is the long-range attacker, and number 2 is a melee puppet. Then wait for the enemy to attack number 1 in close quarters, and replace the enemy with the method of dying together. Even if the enemy has defensive ninjutsu, it is impossible to block the attack of the number 1 puppet with a strong bite. Seeing Simu's expression, Ebizo smiled slightly. It seems that you have thought it through, but it seems a little slow. Ebizo narrowed his eyes. This toxin was created by my sister herself, and no one in the entire ninja world can undo it. Unless your Konoha's Tsunade is here now and still has a chance. When Simu heard this, he covered his mouth in pain and coughed. Mr. Simu. Seeing Simu's painful look, Ling Yi's heart ached. She wanted to go up to help but heard Katsui's message. Mr. Kizaru is fine. Only then did she feel at ease. Harukami Aso and Harukami Toika, father and daughter, also wanted to help. But they were seriously injured, and they really had no intentions. Seeing this, Ebizo immediately manipulated the number 3 puppet to dive down. Ask for flowers. A drill appeared above its head. As the power of the dive increased, its drill head began to spin at high speed. The surrounding airflow was driven, forming a small tornado, which slammed into Simu hard. The latter's palm covering his mouth slowly released. He looked up. Puppet number 3 fell to the ground with a terrible impact. The whole field burst open under the terrible force of the drill. Under the cover of smoke, Simu appeared in front of Ebizo in an instant. The eyes of this 50-year-old middle-aged man shrank violently, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible, you are clearly poisoned. Simu smiled slightly. Did you mean this? He let go of his palm, and the emerald green venom was swung out by Simu. The flashing long sword cuts out instantly. Although Ebizo is a puppet ninja, his taijutsu is not weak at all. As soon as Simu appeared, he quickly retreated. The number 4 puppet who had been stationed by his side played an important role at this time. The number 4 humanoid puppet swelled up at this moment. It stood between Simu and Ebizo like a thick wooden barrel. Without any hesitation, Simu struck the barrel with his sword. The sharp lightsaber chopped the barrel into pieces with ease. His soles were a little bit in the air. Moonwalk? The body accelerates for the second time. In an instant, he came across the sawdust floating in the air and came to Ebizo. The shimmering golden light reflected on Ebizo's aging face. Under the golden light, Ebizo suddenly raised a weird smile. Simu felt bad for a while. Knowledge color. Haki swept the puppet fragments floating around, and his heart trembled suddenly. Got it? Ebizo one-handed seal. I saw dense spells inside all the puppet fragments. At the moment Ebizo seals, these mantras are extended rapidly. Connect with each other to form a huge seal formation. The seal of 3 talents. Simu is surrounded by the 3 distorted words of mantra, heaven, earth, and man. This time it's not just Ling Yi. Even Minato, who has always trusted Simu so much, even blinded, became nervous. But he quickly calmed down again. Because the flying thunder god spell he left behind is not pointing in this direction. That is to say, the puppet fragments quickly closed together, reforming the original appearance of the wooden barrel. The difference is that this time the outside of the barrel was sealed with dense chains of spells. There is only a cold seal on the top. This is where Ebizo keeps the 3rd hand. The number 4 puppet that looks like a guard puppet actually has a built-in 3-talent seal formation. As long as someone breaks it, it can be quickly triggered, and the object or creature in the middle of the fragment will be sealed. Impossible, Mr. Simu will never. Hyagaling Ai stared at the barrel. She stood up with difficulty. Chakra mobilized his whole body to condense on his fists, ready to fight to the death. Even death. She will also break the barrel. Next, it's time for me to perform. Tenmakuhizo came to the front with a ninja knife in his hand. Because the overall situation was settled, Ebizo did not stop him. In the end it is a child's heart, and he still needs to be shown. Tianmu Bozang formed a seal with both hands. Wind-style vacuum sphere. A huge cyclone spit out from the mouth, blasting towards Ling Yi like a cannonball. Hey, have you forgotten that I'm still here? Simu suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yi, holding out his palm to stop the cyclone. Then give it a hard squeeze. The cyclone turned into countless air currents and dissipated. Only the hem of Simu's clothes was blown. Simu glanced at Ling Yi and said, "Stupid, of course I can't just lose like this. How can that be?" Ebizo looked at the barrel in his hand. Feeling the heavy chakra inside, this is absolutely impossible to be a clone. Simu pushed his glasses. It doesn't matter about things like chakra. The shadow clone in the barrel exploded instantly, dissipating into countless chakra. It was Simu who infused all the chakra into this shadow clone, thus hiding it from Ebizo's perception. After all, who would have thought that he is a man who does not need blue crystals? It scared me to death, I was almost sealed. Fortunately, Simu was able to defend against it. Otherwise it was really sealed. As expected of an old guy who can live from World War I to the present, there is no fuel-efficient job. This wave of probing each other dazzled everyone. Even Minato has to admire that Simu has a delicate heart under his frivolous appearance. The so-called tiger in the heart is nothing more than sniffing the rose carefully. While Simu was talking, several thin chakra wires sneaked towards Simu along the ground. It's a pity that even this little movement was noticed by Simu using observation haki. Sneak attack is not good. Simu raised a finger and tapped twice in Draba's direction. 2 laser beams landed at Draba's feet with lightning speed. The laser light instantly turned into a huge explosion, and the resulting flame engulfed Draba in it, until the breath disappears. Go, Ebizo said loudly to Tianmu Hizo. Unfortunately it's over. After Simu shot 2 lasers, he appeared in front of Tianmu Bozang. The flashing long sword 053 stabs out instantly. After hearing Ebizo's reminder, Tianmu Nazo quickly adjusted his body position. Otherwise, it wouldn't be his shoulder that the sword pierced through, but the heart. After all these years of being a ninja, he is not the kind of dude who screams in pain whenever he is injured. He backhanded the ninja sword in his hand and slashed at Simu. Unfortunately, he is not a ninja who has refined physical skills. This kind of slash can only be harmless to Simu who has used the armament haki defense in advance. But in order not to cut through his code of justice, Simu still stretched out a hardened arm to block the knife. Then lift up one kick to Tianmu Bozang's abdomen. The latter turned pale immediately, and Ebizo also rushed forward. His 5 puppets have been completely damaged in the battle just now. He carried scrolls of other puppets on him. The key is that Tianmu Bozang may have been killed by the time he is released. Therefore, he could only come up to buy time for Tianmu Bozang by himself. His forearm is aimed at Simu. A dark gun barrel poked out from inside. Crimson flames burst out instantly, enveloping Simu. Are you actually turning your own body into a puppet? What a terrible will. Simu pulled away with a shave. Then put your hands on your chest. Dark lines appear on the face. Enter Sage mode. The experienced Ebizo recognized Simu's Sage mode immediately. This is first Hokage's. Even Ebizo, who has experienced many battles and has a deep palace, can't hide the shock on his face at this time, because he saw someone's shadow on this pattern. The man who founded Konoha with his own hands, cast the system of one country and one village, and is known as the god of ninjas. Senju Hashirama? That was a name called Senju Hashirama. Conquer the entire ninja world with one's own power. He even distributed all the tailed beasts he caught with his own hands, just to maintain the balance of the ninja world. It can only be said that the balance of the ninja world in the first few decades was entirely due to Hashirama's force and great charisma. Of course, that kind of personality charm is also based on strength. If you don't have the strength to beat everyone, no matter how charismatic you are, no one will care about you. People only care about profit. Only power can suppress people's desire. And in Simu, Ebizo seems to see the shadow of that man. A man who overwhelmed the other 4 great powers with his own power. Simu has no idea how much Ebizo has been thinking the moment he activates Sage mode. He likened his hands to a square in front of him. The shining light quickly condensed. Xianju Yata mirror slash. The golden long sword flew out and grabbed Ebizo's head. His hands are open like umbrellas. In front of the black steel frame, countless chakra are condensed to form a shield. It's a pity that the lightsaber turned 90 degrees upwards in front of the shield, and then another 90 degrees, another pressure, swipe past Ebizo unprepared, chopping off an arm. Losing the support of one arm, Chakra's shield, which was still extremely strong just now, collapsed instantly. The only remaining hand spewed out flames, trying to block the bedmate. With a lightsaber in hand, Simu slices through the flames with a single blow. It's over. Ebizo's hopes were shattered by a kick that shone brightly. Ebizo shot out like a ray of light, and slammed into the ruins. The middle-aged man who had dedicated his life to the land of winds since the First World War finally came to an end at this time. Senior Ebizo. Tenmakuhizo looked in disbelief at Ebizo who was kicked and flew away. He did not expect such a legend of Sand Shinobi Village to end in such a way. Be one of the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village. Tenmakohizo knows how terrifying Ebizo's strength is. The eyes and traps are one after another. And today Ebizo has demonstrated a formidable prowess to match his reputation. In other words, if anyone came, they would not dare to say that they won 100%. Except for Simu. He put his hands back into his pockets, yawned and said, "It's really troublesome to work overtime so late without knowing it." Muhizo looked at Simu with horror on his face. I am the son of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. You can't kill me. My father has a very good relationship with the Fire Country daimyo. If you kill me, my father will definitely not let you go. Generally speaking, wars in the ninja world will not affect the lives of daimyos. This is also the most unreasonable thing about one country, one village. The ninjas fought to the death on the battlefield, and the daimyos provided some funds and supplies to support them. All that remains is to go to the theater in the capital. Even if the ninjas of a country are defeated, these noble names can still receive good courtesy. This made Simu think of the ancient Colosseum. These ninjas are like beasts fighting each other to please their masters. As for daimyo, they are those high and mighty human beings. They provide food to the beasts in order to let these beasts save face for themselves. It doesn't matter if you lose, the most you can do is lose some money. The lives of the ninjas are not worth mentioning with the daimyo. Simu smiled. He looked at Muhizo coldly. So you are the son of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. That's right, let me go, I don't have to argue with you. Muhizo said hastily. It seemed that it was a great honor for him to forgive Simu. Simu lifted his foot slowly. My name, it's so scary. Unfortunately, I don't like people threatening me. Since you are on the battlefield, you must have the awareness to go to the battlefield, noble and great witch. His feet fell blatantly, and Mubozang disappeared instantly. The surrounding ground dropped by 1 meter in an instant. Minato looked at Tenmahazo's body and hesitated to speak. Since this matter involves daimyo, it is not a simple task dispute, and rose to the height of politics. Simu said slowly, I know the best way is to bring him back to Konoha. But the biggest possibility of bringing him back to Konoha is to be exchanged back to the Land of Wind, leaving a way out. Simu's tone turned cold. But when you go to the battlefield, you must have the awareness of death. There is no reason why you are only allowed to kill and not allowed to kill him. What other people choose to do is their business. For me, when I go to the battlefield and fail, there is only one way, die. After all, Simu raised a finger. A laser beam flew out, passing through the sand 0.8 stones among the ruins, straight through Haburamatsu's Hima who was trying to sneak away. Minato patted his forehead helplessly. Going back, Konoha has trouble again. As for Aso Harukami, he stared blankly at the Hui ninja village that was almost razed to the ground. Does he remember that the mission this time is not to assassinate the daimyo of the Ash Country? When did it change to Land of Ashes? As for Harukami, he stared at Simu with starry eyes. If it wasn't for Hyagaling she really wanted to rush up and eat Simu? After doing these shocking things, Simu looks like a normal person, stretched in boredom. The task is finally completed. Pack up and go home quickly. I kind of miss Uncle's handmade ramen. Looking at Ling Yi who was hugged by Simu around his waist, he felt very uncomfortable. A group of people left quickly. Only a pile of ruins remained. With the loss of most of the Jonin and its rulers, the fate of the Grey Kingdom can be imagined. But the impact of this incident goes far beyond that. Because of the death of Ebizo and Tenmakohizo, this mission is destined to sweep the entire ninja world like a tsunami. Tsunagakur. In Feng Ying's office. What did you say? Mission of Ash Country failed, Ebizo was killed. Cho with lavender hair is not particularly old at this time, but he is in his 50s, about the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sand Shinobi Ambu confirmed the news, it was as if her entire soul had been sucked out of her. Slumped heavily on the chair. How come? Obviously this was an ambush, a 100% successful ambush against Konoha. Why Ebizo is a surprise. At this time, it is the third Kage, Saraman who is called the strongest Kage, who is in office at this time. His expression was also very serious. Ebizo is an old hero who has followed the village since the First Ninja World War. It is an important part of the foundation of the village, and I didn't expect it to be damaged in such a mission. More importantly, Muhazang, the son of the daimyo of the Country of Wind, also died in this mission. This was no ordinary mission accident. The strongest Feng Ying in history smelled the smoke of war. He looked at the Umbu ninja who reported the situation. What's the specific situation? That Umbu didn't dare to hide anything, and replied. This time Konoha is carrying out the assassination mission is the Hanyu-Simu team. The members are Hanyu-Simu, Namikaze Minato, and Hyaga Rei. Among them, the daimyo of the Ash Country, Elder Ebizo, and Tenmuhizo all died at the hands of Hanyu-Simu. During the battle, he also performed a large-scale light 29-ton S-class ninjutsu, which almost destroyed half of the Grey Ninja village and killed the 7 Jonin present in the Grey Ninja village. At this time, Cho also controlled her sadness well. Instead, he put his mind on the information from Umbu. According to Umbu's situation, this little ghost named Hanusida first killed the 7 Jonin in Darren village alone. Then support to the main battlefield where Ebizo is, defeat Ebizo and kill everyone. Umbu lowered his head. If the information is correct, it is like this. Salaman glanced at him, back off. Yes. The Umbu ninja disappeared instantly. In the empty conference room, only Cho and Saraman were left. Ebizo's strength is beyond doubt. In Sand Shinobi Village, it can be said to be in the top 5. But it was such an experienced and strong man who died in the hands of a brat. It's getting tricky, Cho said hoarsely. The death of a loved one made her seem a few years older in an instant. Congratulations. Salomon gave a consolation. But in the ninja world, things like death are too common. Now the daimyo's attitude is very important. No matter what, we can't hold back this tone. Let's get ready to go to war. Sheluiman crossed his hands. His face seemed to be covered with frost. To be honest, he didn't want to go to war. It has been less than 10 years since the Second Ninja War ended. The number of villages is steadily increasing. If a war breaks out at this time, it will definitely break the good development momentum of the Kingdom of Wind. But this is also impossible. It is absolutely impossible for the Kingdom of Wind to swallow this breath. He directed to the air next to him. Call all the jonin in the village to a meeting. Yes. In the middle of the night, all jonin in Sunagakure received orders. Hastily went to the Fengying office to discuss matters. Among them are Yakang and Beiki, whom Simu met once. As for standing next to Fengying, besides Cho, there is Luo Sha, who has red hair. Many people looked at that position. It should have been the position of Elder Ebizo. What happened? There was a depressing atmosphere in the conference room. Third Kage Salomon said in a deep voice. Elder Ebizo died during the mission. As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. You must know that Ebizo has cultivated many excellent ninjas for Sunagakure in these years. At least half of the jonin present were in his favor. Did not expect. Who is it? Yakang said coldly. Salomon did not hide. Konoha, Hanyu Simu. It's him again. Yakang almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Before everyone could react from the shock, Sheluiman said another shocking words. Everyone must be prepared for a possible war. Everyone's faces changed from stunned to solemn, and then they responded in unison. Yes. At this time, the Wind Shadow secret technique knocked on the door and came in from the outside. Master Kage, the envoy of the daimyo of the Land of Wind has arrived. Salomon narrowed his eyes slightly. Let him in. The envoy of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind was shrouded in a white cloak. This is the dress commonly used by the nobles of the Kingdom of Wind to resist the wind and sand. He bowed slightly towards Saluoman. I have seen Kazekage-sama. This is a letter that Daimyo-sama asked me to bring to you. Asaruman raised his hand. A streak of black magnetic sand flew over and sealed it. His face was serious. The contents of the envelope did not exceed Saluoman's expectations. The daimyo of the Kingdom of the Wind was furious and sent a team of envoys to Konoha to ask Konoha to hand over the culprit, Hanyu Ichiki. In addition, Sunagakure is required to immediately send a large force to put an offensive posture on the border of Fengguo to exert pressure. At the same time, the daimyo of the Country of Wind has made representations to the daimyo of the Country of Fire. I hope that the Fire Country daimyo can put the overall situation first and let Konoha hand over the sinner Hanyu. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind will go to war in an all-out way. This matter is at stake. A bad quarrel is likely to turn into the beginning of the Third Ninja World War. Saraman looked at Konoha, which occupied the center of the map. Do you decide to hand over Simu and continue to cultivate, or risk being besieged and go to war with the Windy Kingdom? Salomon is very curious. Because although Konoha won the Second Ninja World War, his vitality was also seriously injured. With the recovery of other big countries, the status of the overlord of the Fire Nation is in jeopardy. At this critical node, what choice will Sarutobi Hiruzen make? When the situation in the Kingdom of Wind changed suddenly, so did the Kingdom of Fire. From the moment the Fire Country daimyo arrived at Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad feeling. Really? Simu kills the daimyo of Ashland, Sunagakure advisor Ebizo, and the daimyo of Windland's favorite young son, Tenmyu Hizo? Third generation's chest heaved violently. How could this kid be so troublesome? After making a big fuss with the Hyuga clan, I managed to settle down for a year. As a result, the first task I performed was to make this kind of thing for myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyes vigorously. Before he could come up with a solution, Konoha's two advisors and Danzo all came. Not only that, but also the patriarchs of several ninja clans. Third generation's face turned cold instantly. Hiruzen, we know about Simu, he went too far. Mitokado Homura made his attitude clear as soon as he came up. Yudiden Koharu followed closely. It's okay to make a fuss at ordinary times, but this time you dare to kill the son of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Doesn't he understand the unspoken rule that the struggle among the 5 major powers does not involve the great names of major powers? The envoys from the Kingdom of Wind are already on their way, so let's see what to do with this matter. When the two of them came up, it was a burst of output. Although third generation's face was gloomy, he had nothing good to do. Because this matter involves the son of the daimyo of the Country of Wind, it is indeed very difficult. At this time, the envoy from the Fire Nation finally arrived. He pushed open the office door. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded slightly, and asked straight to the point. What does daimyo mean? The messenger looked straight at the third generation. Hokage-sama, what the daimyo-sama means is that the matter of Hanyu Simu violated the bottom line of many daimyos. I hope that Konoha can negotiate peace with the Land of Wind as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary disputes. The meaning of the Fire Country daimyo is obvious. You ninjas are right to fight and kill yourself. But it cannot kill the nobles of the 5 major countries. In the same way, ninjas from the other 4 major countries will show mercy when they meet the nobles of the Fire Nation. That said, the Fire Nation daimyo supports the handing over of Simu? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. I'll think about it carefully. 690. The messenger bowed and left. I hope Master Hokage will consider it carefully. With the support of the daimyo, the two advisors continued to attack. Since the daimyo have said so, no matter how close Simu is to you, you have to make a choice, Hiruzen. You can't let the Land of Fire start a great power war because of this brat, right? Midokado Homura and Yudiden Kohara spoke together. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. Although it sounds ridiculous. Obviously on the battlefield, obviously in the execution of the mission. But because the other party is a nobleman, I can't kill him. He killed me, I can only hide, I can only run. But this truth is true in this world. It is not unheard of for Konoha to sell his own ninja backhand. Isn't that how Hyuga Hisashi is in the original book? Obviously it was the Land of Thunder who took the initiative. And Hyuga Hayashi fights back to get her daughter back. In the end, if he won, he had to ask his younger brother to go out and apologize on his behalf. It's ridiculous. But in the eyes of the Konoha executives, any ninja is nothing more than a pawn that can be sacrificed. The key is to see whether the chips are enough or not. At this time, Tong Dewan, Xin Nai, who didn't know that he had been put on the shelf, took a bath in the hot spring at home. Until Minato shows up. His expression was extremely serious, and he was carrying a large bag of things on his body. It looked like he was about to flee. Simu, the situation is urgent, you put on your clothes quickly, we leave Konoha. Simu froze. Not to mention Simu, Duiai, and Kushina were stunned. Leaving Konoha? Why leave Konoha in good condition? Minato said quickly. The Tenmaku Hazo you killed in the last mission is the son of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Simu scratched his head. I know. Now the daimyo of the Land of Winds has come to your door. Tsunagakuer and the Land of the Wind demand Konoha to hand you over, otherwise a war will be waged. I heard that the Fire Country daimyo has agreed to this plan, and Konoha's senior management should make a decision soon. Hurry up and leave Konoha now. Hear Minato's words. Both Kushina and Ling Yi looked at Simu worriedly. Simu, why don't we go now? I'll go with you. Kushina's eyes were full of determination. Ling Yi also nodded heavily. I'll go with you too. Walk. Simu puts on his coat of justice slowly. With a calm face, he asked. Why should I go? Have I violated Konoha's law? Is it wrong for me to kill ninjas from other countries for the mission? Could it be that this Konoha is really one of those immortals? Simu's tone gradually became indifferent. He sneered. I won't leave today, let's see what they can do to me. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Minato asked anxiously, what are you doing, Simu? Simu didn't look back. I'll go see how those old guys are going to deal with me. His tone was calm, and there was a terrible killing intent hidden under the calm. Although he knew that Konoha's senior management was absurd. But when such absurd things happen to him, it doesn't mean he will be like Heitake Mishuo, or the future Hyuga Hisashi who silently forbears. I'm going to Simu with you. Kushina followed without any hesitation. The same is true for Ling Yi. Two people stood beside him like guardians on the left and right. Simu smiled and comforted. Don't worry, you two, these so-called high-level officials who are so rotten can't help me. If the two of you are here, it will affect my performance. Go home and wait obediently. Kushina thought about it and felt it made sense. With the strength of the two of us, even if we pass now, it will only be a burden to Asida. Well, you must come back alive. Kushina cupped Simu's cheeks with both hands. Kissed it hard. As for Ling Yi, he didn't think about anything. She is very simple, as long as Simu says she will trust unconditionally. Even if she were to die now. Simu stroked Kushina's scarlet hair. Then he looked at Ling Yi and asked. And you, aren't you going to kiss me? Ling Yi's face instantly turned red. Kushina snorted coldly. But this time there was no objection. Ling Yi blushed and imprinted on Simu's cheek. This operation left the Umbu ninjas sent by the high level to monitor Simu speechless. It turns out that this guy is not only terrible in strength, but also so good at picking up girls. It's disgusting. After getting 2 kisses, Simu finally waved his hands contentedly. Don't worry, wait for the good news. With his hands in his pockets, under the watchful eyes of countless Umbu, he walked towards the Hokage building with ease. The coat fluttered in the wind behind him, and the word justice was faintly visible. Minato looked at the relaxed Simu and sighed. This guy is really... Soon he also disappeared in place. He needs to find Jiraiya quickly. He is one of Konoha's Sunin, maybe he can do something? Wait until Simu arrives. The entire Hokage building was already buzzing. And at the gate of the building, Umbu's ninja was staring at the road intently. Including Umbu who is watching around him, there are 10 in total. But to Simu's surprise, he saw a familiar figure. Uchiha Mikato? This guy was arguing with the guards at the Hokage building at the moment. Let me in. Uchiha Mikato yelled anxiously. But the 2 Umbu ninjas were unmoved. The eyes under their masks were cold. Sorry, Mr. Hokage has ordered that idlers are not allowed to enter. Seeing that he couldn't get in, Uchiha Mikato had no choice but to roll around. She stood in front of the Hokage building and shouted. Simu killed for Konoha's mission. If you just hand over Simu like this, Konoha will be ruthless and ruthless. No virtue and no benevolence. Which ninja will dare to do tasks for Konoha in the future? Will those clients believe in such a heartless village? Uchiha Mikato's words are heartbreaking. A large number of villagers looked over curiously upon hearing this. They know something big is going to happen, but they don't know what it is. After some exaggeration by Mikoto, they gradually understood the truth of the matter. Probably, Simu killed a noble heir of the enemy for Konoha's mission, so Konoha is going to hand over Simu to appease the opponent's anger. Rumors spread all over the sky for a while. Simu couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect Uchiha Mikoto, who has always been gentle and virtuous, to have such a side. Uchiha Sifang, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was in the Hokage building at this time. He glanced at his daughter who was crying below, and couldn't help but feel pain for the third time. As a member of the Uchiha tribe, I don't know whether it is good or not to be so emphatic. Among the crowd, a tall figure wearing a coat of justice walked out slowly. Borrow it, borrow it. Simu managed to squeeze his way out of the crowd. He gently pressed Mikoto's head. Sorry to bother you. Simu smiled at Mikoto, then walked towards the Hokage building. Mikoto froze for a moment, then reacted randomly. He blushed a bit and said, No, you're welcome. Two Umbu ninjas raised their hands to stop Simu. Master Hokage has an order, don't let idlers wait. Simu pushed his glasses. Do you know what they were fighting about? The two Umbu ninjas fell silent. Simu pointed to himself and said, They are arguing over whether to hand me over to the enemy for apology. You call me an idler at this time. Go away. Simu's tone suddenly became serious. But the two ninjas still didn't respond. Simu smiled. So it's those two old men who don't die. The two Umbu were about to move, but Simu had already appeared among them. Two fists, one for each person. Blast them away instantly. Smashed the walls of the Hokage building. There was a sudden silence in the meeting room because of this movement. What happens? Mitokado Homura looked outside suspiciously. Danzo raised his gloomy gaze as well. Third generation spits out a puff of smoke. He seemed to have guessed something. Sure enough, the boy Tong Mu suddenly appeared from the window. He knocked on the window. Moses, may I come in? Before anyone agreed, Simu opened the window and jumped in. Then he sat down on the windowsill. He nodded towards the Uchiha quartet who was closest to him. It's really scary, there are so many clan chiefs here, what a huge formation, he said casually. The whole conference room fell into silence. Everyone looked at Simu in surprise. It's as if a monkey suddenly broke into the board meeting of a listed company in suits and ties. Seeing that everyone is silent, Simu crossed his feet and said casually, Don't be nervous, everyone, didn't we have a good chat just now? Go on. Don't be put off by my presence. This posture completely treats Hokage's high-level meeting as his own living room. Faced with this almost defiant behavior of Simu, Mitokado Homura immediately scolded. Hanyu Simu, do you know what you did? How much trouble will you cause for Konoha? Simu held one side of his face and yawned boredly. Of course I know. Didn't I just kill a famous son during the mission? The scene fell into silence again. Even third generation was speechless. Mitokado Homura's chest heaved slightly. You also know that he is the son of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind. Did you kill him to start a war between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Destruction? Simu raised his head slightly. Watch Mitokado Homura. I pick NM.Y. Mitokado Homura froze. I don't know how many times the scene was completely silent. Even though there was a lot of quarrel just now, why did Simu become silent the moment he came? You, what did you say? Mitokado Homura's chest heaved violently. I said I pick NM. Simu picked his nose, flicked the booger off his hand casually and said, Have you heard clearly? If not, I'll say it again. I pick NM, I pick NM, I pick NM. Simu turned into a flash and teleported to Mitokado Homura. Squatting on the table, stared at the old man and said, Don't give me a hat, everyone is a ninja, why can't I kill him? He wants to go to the battlefield himself, he deserves to die. If you are not satisfied, I will lock you in a cage with daimyo of the Wind Country and let him kill you, so what if you don't agree? What Simu said while pointing his nose made Mitokado Homura so angry that he stuffed a balloon in his chest. One up and one down, it looks like it might explode at any time. You are presumptuous. Simu smiled coldly. I am presumptuous, I think you are presumptuous. A meritorious official who wants to harm Konoha by any means in order to fight for power and profit. The one who should be handed over to be executed should be a short-sighted, stubborn old guy like you who only knows how to fight. This sentence is not just scolding Mitokado Homura. Even Yudin Koharu next to him scolded him. What a bunch of taunts? Many of the jonins present began to look at the little guy Simu seriously. Regardless of the ending, it is a remarkable thing for him to dare to jump out and scold people like this. Presumptuous, take him down for me. Compared to Mitokado Homura, the skinny Koharu is calmer. The two ninjas behind her shot instantly, trying to hold Simu down. But Simu moves faster than them. When Yudin Koharu just spoke, Simu has captured their intent with observation haki. Step on the table with both feet, and hold the heads of the two ninjas with both hands. Press them hard into the wall, boom. Two personal ninjas who have been with Yudin Koharu for many years are killed by Simu in a split second. It's really dangerous. Simu turned to look at Yudin Koharu. If you are slower, you will be killed and silenced by the advisor. Then throw the corpse out to appease the public anger. Simu put his hands back in his trouser pockets. Turn to bed. Chun still wanted to speak, but was preempted by the third generation. Stop it all. This is the Hokage building, not the vegetable market. Simu raised his head and met third generation's eyes. He said calmly, Master Hokage, I am not Heitake Mozako who would hang himself because of suspicion or gossip. The pupils of third generation shrank when they heard this. The phrase Simu has several meanings. 1. I have the same strength as Hokage Mishuo, or even surpass him. 2nd, don't think that I will commit suicide to complete the village. 3. If the village insists on handing me over, there will be only one end. Konoha will have a powerful renegade in the future. What do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. They want to go to war, so let's go to war. The corner of Simu's mouth hooked. If Konoha, who is the overlord of the ninja world, only knows that he will avoid fighting when he is threatened, may good, he will compromise. The one who died yesterday could have been Hokage Mozaku. Hanyu Simu can be handed over today. What about tomorrow? Hyuga clan, Uchiha clan, Akamika clan. Is it possible that Konoha can hand over whatever they want? Where the leaves of the tree are dancing, to show the endless life. Simu looks at Yudiden Koharu and Mitokado Homura. Is this how you so-called big trees burn themselves to protect new shoots? Or is it a way to discard the sprouts and turn them into nutrients? Simu scoffed. VR. Mitokado Homura and Yudiden Koharu were momentarily speechless. The main reason is that they really didn't expect Simu to come out like this. Defenseless. The third generation was silent. The daimyo envoy of the country of fire who was sitting on the side reminded. Hokage-sama, this is what daimyo means. It means that this is the daimyo's request to hand over the Saida. If you don't pay. Simu looked at the messenger when he heard the words. A chill emerged from the messenger's heart. It seemed that the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a wild beast. At this time, there was a sudden noise outside. A team of men in white trench coats has just arrived at the Hokage building. He is the messenger of the Kingdom of Wind. Before entering the Hokage building, the leading emissary shouted loudly. If Konoha doesn't give an explanation to the Nation of Wind today, then the Nation of Wind will declare war on the Nation of Fire. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people changed. Even the third generation is the same. This is purely slapping Konoha in the face. Simu smiled slightly. Since you can't make a decision, let me help you decide. What do you want to do? Third generation hurriedly stood up. And Simu has turned into a flash of light and knocked open the windows of the Hokage building. The envoy of the Kingdom of Wind below is arrogant. Because the daimyo had told him before coming here. Even the Fire Nation daimyo supports the surrender of Simu in exchange for peace between the two nations. This matter is mostly a sure thing. If a war is launched, Konoha's logistics will still need the daimyo of the country of fire to provide guarantee. At this critical point, even Hokage can only obey the daimyo obediently. This is the fundamental reason why he dared to be so arrogant. He knew this time it would only end in Hokage's defeat. As for that damned brat, I must bring it in front of my daimyo and torture him. Then he saw a dazzling light. Simu flies into the sky. It turns out to be the emissary of the Kingdom of Wind. It's really scary. He doesn't know when Sage Mode has been turned on. A dark red strange pattern occupied his face. The energy of nature and devil fruit surges out. According to a certain proportion, it condensed into a small ball of light between his fingers. He clamped the ball of light between his thumb and middle finger. Aim at the envoy of the country of wind below and flick lightly. Immortal Art Core Jade. An indescribable sense of crisis instantly enveloped these messengers. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened to them, and they were about to be absorbed into it. The light spot, which was originally only the size of a marble, rapidly grew in size during the flight. By the moment it is about to land, it is already as tall as the Hokage building, in front of a huge ball of light that looks like the sun. The envoys of the Land of Winds couldn't even think of rebelling. They all grew their mouths and stood there waiting to die. Fortunately, third generation caught up in time. The old man appeared in front of them in an instant. Then he bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique triple Rashomon. The ground trembled for a while, and 3 huge and heavy gates rumbled up from the ground. Each door has a ghastly figurine above it. It looks hideous. Simu watched the scene quietly. Zionsha Nuclear Jade is a new move created by myself based on Tailed Beast Bomb. Combine the energy of nature with the energy of Devil Fruit for the perfect ratio, and this trick will continue to absorb the natural energy in the air during the speeding process. The longer it flies, the more natural energy it absorbs, and the bigger its body, the more terrifying its power. A golden light shone on third generation's face. He watched helplessly as the huge sun-like ball of light slammed into the triple Rashomon that came out of his summoning. Boom! The massive sphere hits the first door. The ghost statue above the door was vaporized and crushed in an instant. Immediately afterwards the first door was completely shattered. Then there's the second door, the third. Even the 3-way Rashomon summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself only caused a small hindrance to Simu's move. Third generation raises his Hokage hat. Look at Simu in the sky with the shining golden light. The latter's eyes are calm and firm. Look at the pattern on Simu's face that represents Sage Mode. A trace of struggle flashed across third generation's face, and he finally decided on something. Immediately afterwards, it disappeared in place. The envoys of the Kingdom of Wind behind him were stunned. Didn't Konoha agree to hand over Simu's? Even if you don't hand it in, there's no need to kill him as soon as you come up. And what's going on with this Hokage? It's already here, so you really don't want to try again. Master Hokage, don't go. With a mournful voice, a dozen or so people from the envoy of the Kingdom of Winds were completely engulfed by the ball of light. The ball of light gallops out along the avenue from the Konoha gate to the Hokage office building. In the end, it broke through Konoha's barrier and detonated in the forest outside Konoha. The scorching air swept over the leaves. The light from the explosion made the whole Konoha look like daytime. A huge mushroom cloud shot straight up into the sky. Simu fell slowly to the ground. The code of justice on his body slowly flew up. The third generation was standing right behind him, and the Hokage robe representing his identity was also slightly swaying. The audience fell silent. This guy actually defeated the defensive ninjutsu set up by Hokage Sama himself? And this power? It's too outrageous. Just when Umbu was hesitating whether to surround Simu or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen said a word. Notify the border force, prepare for the Sunagakure offensive. Yes. All the Jonin responded and prepared to return to their posts. Uchiha Mikoto, who was standing in the crowd just now and appealed to everyone to be united, was suddenly a little embarrassed to protect Simu. It seems as if Simu doesn't have to save himself. Hiruzen, if you do this, the daimyo will probably be dissatisfied. Yudiden Koharu said coldly. What Simu did tonight made them, the consultants, very disgraced. Hiruzen took a deep drag on his cigarette. I will negotiate with the daimyo. Simu looked at Sarutobi's back, a little surprised. It can only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time is not the old Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. He still has the confidence, strength, and ambition to face the challenge of the Kingdom of Wind. And Simu to do, it is to show his terrifying to unbelievable strength. Become the weight of the scale that weighs down Sarutobi Hiruzen? Let him have the confidence to go to war with the Kingdom of Wind and win. Just when Simu thought the matter was settled and he could go back to sleep with Kushina in his arms, one sentence from third generation shattered his illusion. Hanyu Simu, come here for me. What? Okay. Simu lazily followed third generation. Back in Hokage's office, third generation looked at Simu seriously. What are you going to do? What? Simu had question marks all over his face. Third generation knocked on the table and said in a cold voice. Now I have offended you, what are you going to do if the Kingdom of the Wind calls? Simu scratched his head. That's what you said. If you call, just call, at worst, I will take the lead. Simu did it, completely oblivious to the coming war. See third generation hesitate to speak. Simu said slowly. Master Hokage, you don't think that if you surrender me, the Third Ninja World War will be impossible. The third generation fell silent. Although Simu likes to mess around, but his vision and overall situation really crushed the average ninja. Over the years, the ninja world has been undercurrents. Like a volcano that has been suppressed for a long time. It's only one chance away from an unstoppable eruption. The small kingdoms are at constant friction, and the four heavenly kingdoms are staring at the fertile land of the National Day of Fire. The blood feud between the countries in the previous two ninja world wars has not yet been resolved. In every country, there are countless ambitious people who want to take revenge with swords. In this case, the outbreak of the Ninja World War is nothing more than the lack of a reason. The emergence of Simu just gave countries such a reason. Of course it would be great if one of Konoha's supernovas could be easily eliminated. Even if it doesn't work, they will find other reasons to attack Konoha. However, only the third generation has always used the will of fire to CPU others. How could it be so easy to be Simu? Do you think you can avoid the punishment you deserve by saying this? Third generation said blankly. Simu scratched his head. I don't think I did anything wrong. Then he rubbed his hands expectantly and asked. If you want to be an example to others, how about not allowing me to perform any missions for 2 years? Third generation's face darkened. Fingers tapped lightly on the table. I think it would be better if I handed you over just now. Hey, just kidding. Simu adjusted his glasses. Tell me, what dirty work do you want me to do? As long as the salary is enough, even if you let me go to Sunagakure to kill third Kage now, I won't be afraid. Generally speaking, when the third generation puts on such a posture of giving both grace and power, Simu knew that he was going to become a tool man. Third generation completely ignored what this guy said to kill third Kage. Open a map directly. Point to a mine in the Kingdom of Wind with your finger. This is the largest mine in the Kingdom of Wind. More than half of the weapons, armor, and puppets in the Kingdom of Wind are manufactured from here. I want you to destroy this place within 10 days. Simu nodded. 10 days is enough to get there by himself. Third generation crossed his hands, seeing Simu's embarrassed look. Sighing, he added. 1,000. Simu's eyes lit up, and he completely forgot about the displeasure of working overtime. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Not long after Simu left, Danzo came here. I didn't expect you to be so decisive this time. Danzo looked at this old friend in front of him. It seemed a little strange. After watching for a while he said. Sans Lex makes you feel very satisfied. Third generation took a long drag. He will be a sword, a very sharp sword. Danzo narrowed his eyes. I don't deny your words, but do you think you can control this sword? Third generation did not answer Danzo's question, but instead asked. Don't you think Homura and Koharu are overreaching? Some things, I can give, but they can't take away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were shining brightly, as if he was about to pierce Danzo's heart like a sharp sword. Danzo looked at him for a long time, and finally closed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say his name, but it was all of them who hit. Danzo got up to leave, leaving a meaningful sentence. I don't object to your approach, but a sword can break the enemy, so naturally it may hurt yourself. Wait until long after Danzo disappears. Third generation said softly. No matter how sharp a sword is, it is only a tool. As long as it is a tool, Sarutobi Hiruzen can hold firmly in his hands. The situation in the ninja world has changed dramatically. The Kingdom of Wind sent an army of 3,000 ninjas to horde at the border of the Kingdom of Fire. Make an appearance that you are ready to attack at any time. Here in the Kingdom of Fire, Akamike, who was in charge of the frontier force, led 2,000 Konoha shinobi to set up a defense line on the border. The two sides stared at each other, but it persisted for 7 days. Only some fights between scouting teams broke out. Although each has its own winners and losers, in general it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Instead, the fiercest war broke out in the small country between the Fire Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. Once again, a fierce war broke out between the Kingdom of Grey and the Kingdom of Rivers. But because the Kingdom of Grey was killed by Simu last time, 7 jonin in one breath. This is almost 2/3 of the high-end combat power of the Kingdom of Grey. Therefore, the country of the river is almost suppressing the country of ashes. But Tsunagakuer dispatched many puppet ninjas to join them, instantly turning the tide of battle. And Akamike Tekes also sent many teams to support after receiving the request from the country of the river. In short, the territories of the two warring powers have not yet been attacked. The small country caught between them is already riddled with holes. This is the cruelty of war for small countries. Not just the land of rivers and the land of ashes. Other countries in this gap, such as the country of flowers and the country of rain, are also beginning to show signs of turmoil. But these things have nothing to do with Simu for the time being. Taking advantage of these 7 days, he has sneaked into the Kingdom of Wind. He looked at the yellow sand all over the sky, and sighed faintly. Unexpectedly, a large amount of sand poured into the mouth with this opening. Bah, bah, bah. Simu hastily pulled on his trench coat and hat. What a ghost place. He muttered under his breath. No wonder the Kingdom of the Wind is always thinking about launching an attack. It would be unbearable to live in this ghost place. This time he was the only one performing the task. Originally, 3rd generation was going to equip Simu with a sentient ninja. But Simu still thinks it is more convenient for him to move alone. He walked through the yellow sand. I have to say that walking in this environment for a long time is really not easy, if it weren't for Marine Admiral's terrifying physique. At this speed and environment, Simu probably died of dehydration long ago. After almost 2 hours, Simu approached his destination. In front of you is a huge rock exposed out of the desert, big enough that people could build a town on top of the rock. Moreover, the inside of this boulder is actually full of iron ore. This discovery made the people of the Kingdom of Wind feel like a treasure. Therefore, heavy guards were deployed. During the First Ninja World War and the Second Ninja World War, the Land of Wind fought a few times because of the Land of Fire. In the end, they won the mine by virtue of their natural adaptability in the desert terrain, and named it Black Iron Town. Due to the tense situation on the front line, the atmosphere in Black Iron Town has been very tense recently. There are constantly ninja troops coming here to rest and reorganize, and then escort a new batch of weapons to the front line. Thousands of miners work day and night in the mine. The iron stones just dug out will be sent to the smelter by cart for smelting. Then transport them to the forge to temper them into corresponding weapons and deliver them to the ninjas. Escorted by ninjas to the front line. In charge of guarding Black Iron Town is a jonin named Rossi. He is the younger brother of 3rd Kage Salomon. Cho's apprentice is equally powerful. At this moment, he was sitting with his legs crossed in his office. He looked coldly at the 2 ninjas from Konoha in front of him. Are you serious? Rossi looked at the 2 in front of him. Mito has too many teeth. It's okay for you to smuggle weapons from me on weekdays. What time is it now? The Nation of Fire and the Nation of Wind are already at war. Do you think it's impossible for me to sell you weapons? His tone was very serious, with a trace of unquestionable majesty. Mito Duya from Konoha looked at the serious Rossi, a little at a loss. If Master Mitokado Homura hadn't given the death order, he wouldn't have gone to the Land of Winds at this point in time. This is really helpless. Under the cover of Mitokado Homura, the Mito family has been engaged in smuggling in the ninja world. In addition to buying weapons in the Black Iron Town of the Kingdom of Wind and smuggling them to many small countries through the channel of the Kingdom of Destruction, they also tampered with Konoha's armory. Anyway, it is a waste to hoard it and not use it. Therefore, a large amount of equipment began to flow to various countries with the tacit approval of Mitokado Homura. This time Konoha suddenly went to war, and the vacancy in the weapon reserves in the arsenal was instantly exposed. If there is no way to prepare the weapons in a short time, the Mito clan will inevitably suffer liquidation from the Hokage clan. At this time, the only one who can make up the gap in a short time is the Haitaizen family. But currently the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are at war. No matter how you say it, it is impossible for Rossi to sell them to the generals and his compatriots. Just when Mito Duya was extremely anxious, Rossi said slowly, if you want a weapon now, add money. A smile spread across Mito's toothy face. How much more? This is the money to buy my brother. Rosie opened her palms. At least 5 times. 5 times. Mito's teeth jumped. Their usual smuggling profits are only 3 times. As a result, Rossi's lion's mouth was 5 times larger. Rossi didn't care. He slowly leaned back on the chair. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. But if you don't buy the Mito family, you may be discovered by Hokage. Thinking of this, Mito gritted his teeth. I'll buy. After discussing the quantity and price, Mito walked out of the calendar office, leaving Rosie and another ninja behind. Master Rossi, are we really going to sell them weapons? Rossi said of course, sell. Why don't you sell if you have money to make? But the ninja hesitated to speak. Rossi smiled. Do you still remember the defective products left by the wrong refining process last time? The assistant's eyes lit up suddenly. Since they want to use it to make up money, then give it to them. Yes. The assistant immediately went down to make arrangements. He would really feel guilty if he sold real weapons to Konoha. After all, they also have many relatives and friends in Tsunagakur. It would be bad if they were indirectly injured by these weapons. But selling defective weapons is no problem. These weapons appear to be flawless on the surface. But in fact, it only takes a few fierce confrontations. For example, if you slash with an enemy, it will suddenly break apart after a few hits. When the time comes for those Konoha shinobi, the assistant sneered. Then Rossi called out. Mining has to be done a little faster, the assistant said with some embarrassment. But the rest time for those miners is only 6 hours now. If they speed up, they may not be able to bear it. Rossi glanced at him without any hesitation in his tone. Cut down the breaks to 4 hours, and if that doesn't work, add drugs to their food. It's a good deal to exchange their lives for the lives of the enduring troops. Yes. Since the supervisor has said so, he can't say anything. As for the drugs Rossi mentioned, it is a drug newly developed by Tsunagaku Research Institute. After eating, the whole person will become extremely excited. Don't eat or drink, just work crazily. Although sanity will also be reduced, it is just right for these miners. And the effect can last for 5 days. Therefore, it is also a good choice to let those miners who are about to die use their waste heat. Even though many of the miners are civilians from the land of winds. But for the final victory of the war, certain sacrifices are acceptable. Midoriya felt much better after getting a positive answer. He stands on the edge of Black Iron Town. That is, the city wall on the edge of this huge rock overlooks this endless desolate desert. It's really desolate. He rested his hands on the wall. Sand shinobi next to him looked at him, found that he had the token of the Black Iron City on his body, and ignored him. The wind blows. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the vast desert. Mido rubbed his eyes vigorously, and shouted to a sand shinobi next to him. Did you see it? There is a figure in the desert. Sand shinobi sneered. Shadow? Still one. How is it possible, in this kind of weather, dare to walk through the desert alone, is it not courting death? Although he didn't believe it, he still looked in the direction Midoriya pointed at. There is nothing in the desert. Are you kidding me? Sand shinobi looked at Mido's toothy displeasure. They didn't like to see Mido much because of the hostility between the two countries. This feeling is more obvious now when I get angry. Mido has too many teeth and can't tell. He clearly saw a figure appearing in the desert just now. High above the sky, Simu fully expands his observation haki, enclosing the entire Black Iron Town. I didn't expect that people from Mido's family would hook up with the Land of Winds. This Mitoya was one of the guards who stood next to Mito Kado Homura that night. Thinking about it this way, it is quite understandable that he tried his best to push himself out to prevent the outbreak of war that night. But in any case, it has nothing to do with Simu's purpose this time. He just simply wanted to destroy the mine. Suddenly, a flash of light lit up from the dust. 8-foot Kain Goyuyi. Numerous golden rays of light fell from the sky. Sand shinobi looked up. What kind of meteor is this? Mido looked at this scene with many teeth, and the fear in his heart instantly swallowed him whole. It's him. It's that guy. Hanyu Simu, here he comes. As a jonin, Mido's toothy didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Turn around and run towards the mine. A trace of doubt flashed across Sand Shinobi's face, and then the entire city wall was shrouded in a terrifying rain of light. This is not an offensive that humans can resist at all. Terrible roar resounded throughout Black Iron Town. The light spots like torrential rain completely shattered the entire city wall that was hundreds of meters long. The ninjas guarding the city walls died countless times. Mido shouted loudly. Simu's movement naturally attracted the attention of the guards in High Tai Town. Rossi rushed out of the mine office, followed by hundreds of Sand Shinobi. Help me, enemy attack! Enemy attack! Mido, who runs away regardless of what he sees, has many teeth. Simu stepped on the air one after another with his toes. Pale golden ripples emerged from Simu's feet. It only took a few seconds to catch up with him. Can you run faster than the speed of light? Simu suddenly appeared in front of Midoriya. The latter gritted his teeth, barely overcoming his fear. Spit a stream of water at Simu. Water-style water whale technique. The big lump of water turned into a huge whale and slammed into Simu. Oh, it's an A-level ninjutsu. It's really scary. Simu had a frightened look on his face. Step on the volley. Armament haki came out of his body, hitting the water whale under his feet heavily with 677. The sheer force brought the whale to a halt. Then the whole body quickly sags along Simu's feet. Finally unable to support it, it exploded completely. In the middle of the broken stream, Simu pointed a finger at Mido Toothy. The scorching laser came through the air, piercing through Midoya's shoulder in an instant. The heat scorched Mido's toothy shoulders to black. Simu appeared in front of him instantly. He said softly, "Traitors are the most disgusting." His fists are shrouded in blinding light, bringing speed to ultimate. A punch landed on Midoriya. There was a bang. Mido's teeth turned into a flash and flew straight into the mine. Just in front of Sand Shinobi, Rossi smashed a huge deep hole. The turbulent air blows Rosie's hair. His eyes were full of solemnity. As expected of the guy who can defeat Elder Ebizo, Rossi doesn't think he can surpass Ebizo in strength. so he has no idea of going one-on-one with Simu. He shouted coldly, "Everyone go together. There are 500 troops stationed here," and Simu came across most of the desert. Hit more with less, and wait for work with ease. No matter how genius this Simu is, chakra always has a limit, right? When he runs out of chakra, it's time for Rossi to make a shot. Hundreds of ninjas behind him stepped forward at the same time. Although there are not many jonin, but their cooperation is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. A dense group of people formed seals at the same time, their stomachs bulging high. Wind-style gale break. Hundreds of terrible airflows gathered together to form a terrible tornado. Slams into Simu while spinning at high speed. Hundreds of people beat me up one by one. It's really scary. Simu got serious. With his hands in his pockets, a dark red pattern appeared on his face. Focus his natural energy on the feet. Kick it out with a flash, just in time to hit the terrifying oncoming tornado. Yo, that's terrible. Simu took one bite at a time. It was terrible, but the strength on his feet did not decrease at all. As his strength grew, the light on his feet became more and more dazzling. The tornado completely collapsed, collapsing into countless air currents and collapsing. Seeing that such a powerful blow is useless to Simu, Rossi's face froze. Gimme it. Hundreds of ninjas shouted angrily, holding Wu Hahao in their hands and facing Sixio. Simu narrowed his eyes. A long sword of light was condensed in his hand, and he rushed up to meet hundreds of ninjas. Countless kunai stabbed Simu, but under the cover of Simu observation haki, Simu can see every bit of their movements vividly. No small movement could escape his discernment. The figure of Simu wanders among the numerous kunai, but none of the kunai could touch Simu's clothes. Instead, every swing of the lightsaber will take the lives of 3 or 4 ninjas. 342. 298 upward arrow. Y. 206. Simu counts accurately with observation haki. The number of enemies is rapidly decreasing. Just when Simu is about to open AoE to sweep the enemy in front of him suddenly stopped attacking. It's a monster. First the first ninja routes. Then more and more ninjas put down their weapons and began to flee. It's like dominoes. After the first card fell, the following cards fell one after another. No matter how Rossi yelled, these ninjas had no intention of turning back and continuing to fight Ida. Fighting Simu is death. If he escapes, at least there is still a glimmer of life. Simu pushed his glasses. It's not like I can come here whenever I want, and I can leave whenever I want. A large amount of natural energy was poured into the long sword in his hand. Immortal technique light water pattern. Simu slashed horizontally at the air in front of him with his hand. The faint golden light spread out with him as the center like ripples. In this way, the almost invisible ripples of light slowly caught up with the fleeing ninja. They feel almost nothing. Suddenly there was a slash on the back, and then the whole world turned upside down. Quietly cut off by the middle. The battlefield, which was still extremely noisy just now, suddenly fell into silence. Rossi looked at the hundreds of ninjas who fell unconsciously in front of him. His face was extremely ugly. How exactly Simu does this is beyond his comprehension. More than 200 ninjas all fell down in an instant. His legs seemed to be filled with lead water. He wanted to run away but couldn't even lift it up. But, damn it, he roared with all his strength. The 10 fingers shoot out a lot of chakra lines. Suddenly a huge centipede-like puppet emerged from the ground under Simu's feet. Hundreds of claws slashed at Simu like steel knives. A centipede. Simu put one hand in his pocket, and his figure flickered for a while. Hundreds of steel knives fell in an instant, but none of them could kill Simu. He held the sword with one hand, and with a seemingly random swing, he just landed on the center of this puppet. Just one sword. This puppet that once shocked everyone on the battlefield couldn't move and was cut in half. Okay, don't struggle. Struggling will only bring pain. Simu put his hands in front of him. The whole person turned into a flash of light and appeared behind Rossi after a few refractions in the air. Rossi's face suddenly became hideous. I won't give up casually. Countless kunai were suddenly ejected from his back, piercing Simu's body in an instant. Rossi looked happy. Didn't think so, I'm on my back. The joy that had just appeared on his face suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was completely cold from the top of the head to the soles of the feet. He didn't know how many people he had overshadowed on the battlefield with this move. Unfortunately, this does nothing for Simu. These sharp kunai pierced through Simu's body, and then flew into the sky, and Simu still kept his hands in his pockets. He patted his chest. It's really dangerous. Fortunately, I'm the one who ate the sparkling fruit. There is no way for ordinary attacks to touch me. Regardless of Rossi's desperate face, Simu finally landed with one foot and directly put Cai into the ground. Simu clapped his hands casually. You're done. He got a big bunch of keys from Rosie. Then go to the top of the mine. Thousands of miners below are looking up at themselves. Simu's observation haki looms over the room. Wei ticked off. You guys are free. The hundreds of keys in his hand turned into streamers and fell into the mine. After these miners reacted, they became crazy instantly. They fumbled anxiously for the keys, and untied the shackles on their hands and feet. Then he rushed outside desperately. Simu ignored the heated and chaotic scene behind him. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets and walked to the iron works as if wandering. This is where all the newly crafted weapons are stored. As for the craftsman who made the weapon, he had already fled the moment Simu got rid of Rossi. I'm afraid Simu will kill them too. Go into the iron works. Next to it is the still burning furnace. But in front of him was a mountain of weapons. They are packed in wooden boxes one after another. Kunai, shuriken, ninja sword, all kinds of large knives. Everything? Simu touched his chin. It's a pity, all the calendars are taken away. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone bug on his wrist said, if Mr. Kizaru wants to take all these weapons away, he can summon a bigger me. In this way, I can swallow these weapons in my stomach and bring them back to Wetbone Forest, and then summon them when you need them, Mr. Kizaru. Simu's glasses lit up. Why didn't he think of this way? Then I will trouble you, Katsuyu. This is what I should do. Due to gaining Kizaru's admiral constitution. At this time, it is not an exaggeration to say that the chakra that Simu can condense is massive. Although there is no way to summon the body of Katsuyu immortal, but a large part of summoning is still no problem. He bit his finger and pressed it on the ground. A huge summoning circle almost enveloped the entire metallurgy, with a huge smoke rising. A huge summoning beast like a mountain appeared in the metallurgy. The huge size directly overwhelmed the Metallurgical Institute. Simu stands above Katsuyu's head. This is the first time he has summoned such a huge Katsuyu. It's an honor for Katsuyu to be able to help Mr. Kizaru. Simu scratched his head and said with a smile. No, I'm the one who's sorry, summoning, who came all the way, come to work overtime. Just kidding, Mr. Kizaru. Katsuyu Rishi doesn't talk too much nonsense either. The huge body like a hill instantly split into small Katsuyu one by one. The height dropped immediately. Then these little Katsuyu opened their mouths again. The body wrapped these boxes containing weapons like white mud and swallowed them into the stomach. The whole process only took about 5 minutes or so. Lucky for you. Simu clapped his hands. This is much better, at least there is no waste. Unlock summoning technique after Simu and Katsuyu Rishi bid farewell. The tens of thousands of Katsuyu in front of them instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. Half of High-Tai Town was shrouded in smoke. People are almost gone. Okay. Under Simu's perception, the entire High-Tai Town was almost gone. But there are still more than 300 miners left on the edge of Black Iron Town, seemingly waiting for something. Simu frowned, turning into a flash of light and falling in front of them. If you don't leave, you will die. It's not Simu's job to take out the defenders here. Instead, it completely destroyed the entire mine. When these people saw Simu appearing, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Simu. We will never forget the hero's great kindness. If possible, we all hope to follow the hero. Some of them even said, I was a ninja before, please ask the hero to bring me, it will definitely be useful. Me too. Simu observed the 300 people in front of him. Almost a third of them are ninjas. 1.0. Well, this is a troublesome thing. Simu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Finally he thought of a place that was very suitable for them. You go to the country of ghosts. The kingdom of ghosts. These people were obviously surprised. Could it be that such a powerful hero was born in the kingdom of ghosts? You go there and find a man named Takumitsu Hyaga, and he will arrange for you to go. A year ago, after he unlocked Hyaga Takumitsu's curse mark, Caged Bird, he sent Hyaga Takumitsu to the neutral country of ghosts to do business. Now he has set up a chamber of commerce over there. It is called the Aster Flower Chamber of Commerce. The development is not bad. Obviously let these people go, just to replenish the manpower. Yes. Seeing that Simu had made up his mind, these people headed towards the ghost country after they searched some supplies in High-Tai Town. After they all leave, Simu flashed high above the sky, his open hands. The energies of immortal chakra and devil fruit mix in the air. Finally, a fine and dazzling ball of light is formed. Immortal Art Core Jade. The group of miners had just left when they saw a huge mushroom cloud rising from the desert. The light and heat completely destroyed this rich mine and turned everything here into nothing. This scene strengthened the determination of these miners to follow Simu. The once prosperous High-Tai Town was left in ruins. The iron ore hidden in the rocks is melted into molten iron. To Simu's surprise, this mine not only has ore, but also, under the broken rock layer, viscous black oil emerged like a spring. Looking at the vast desert in front of me, Simu clicked his tongue in amazement. It seems that this is also a treasure. A fierce battle is taking place on the border of the Land of Fire. The 10-day war between the small countries finally spread to the territory of the Fire Country. Both sides sent additional troops. The ninja troops in the Kingdom of the Wind reached 5,000 people. Konoha also increased to 4,000 people. In the Konoha camp, Akamaika Tekes was carefully looking at the map in front of him. Beside him stood the 20 or so jonin who had joined the battle this time. One of the white-haired jonin looks very prominent. It is Tsunade's boyfriend. Are you Kuo-doin? Is this Tsunagaku crazy? They sent 5,000 ninjas in one go. Don't they want any other borders? It was jonin of the Inuzuka clan who spoke. The name is Inuzuka Broken Wood. At his feet stood a black and white wolfhound. The eyes are blue, which looks a bit like Urha. Kato Dan thought for a while and said, the Kingdom of Wind's forces are still being invested, and they are constantly infiltrating from the Kingdom of Ashes, the Kingdom of Flowers, and the Kingdom of Rain. With our current defense line, it may be difficult to completely prevent them. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, and their weapons are excellent, and their iron ore reserves are far greater than ours. If this continues, I am afraid that other big countries, if it is one-on-one, the Kingdom of Fire is not afraid of anyone. But precisely because the Nation of Fire is the overlord of the ninja world, the territory is also the most fertile. Other countries will not just watch the Nation of Fire easily defeat the Nation of Wind. This is also the reason why the Kingdom of Wind is so confident. They are located in the desert, and no country wants to attack them. A large number of troops can be mobilized for combat. But Konoha is different. If the garrison troops on other borders are reduced once, the other three big countries will not be polite to the nation of fire. Akamike tapped the map with the wind. So, we must use the power of thunder to annihilate the main force of the Kingdom of the Wind here, and give the Kingdom of the Wind a disarm. 29 Akamike took the wind and looked at the many jonin in the tent. Konoha's materials have been delivered, everyone prepares for the battle tonight. All jonin should hasten to be. As they went down to get ready, Chifeng stopped Minato. Minato, you stay. After the other jonin left, Akamike took Yaman and said, Minato, your speed is relatively fast. I need you to sneak into the enemy's rear and cut off their logistics lines. This is the information Umbu desperately obtained. Akamike Takes handed over a letter. Minato took it over, and it recorded the logistics route of the Land of Winds in detail. I see. Minato didn't make any excuses, his face was calm. Please. Akamike said solemnly. Although the individual level of ninja of the fire ninja is overwhelmed by sand shinobi, but this individual advantage is not enough to offset the number advantage of the 1,000 ninjas. If Minato can cut off the logistics of the Land of Winds, then the troops of the Land of Winds will surely be destabilized. In the absence of logistics, it may even be within the territory of the Nation of Fire. Just wanted to cut off logistics with ninja protection alone. It's not just about having guts. If it weren't for Minato's outstanding performance in this war, Akamike would not have dared to entrust him with this task. Early the next morning, the army of the Fire Nation and the army of the Wind Nation ushered in their first fierce collision. Konoha Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are fighting together. But in the fierce confrontation, a problem was discovered. That is, the kunai in the hands of the Konoha Shinobi almost broke after a few hits. The same goes for ninja swords. The situation changed in an instant. Sand Shinobi fought more and more bravely, and Konoha's side was because of weapons. Those who fought with fear were actually retreating steadily. In the end, we can only retreat strategically. The teams of nearly 10,000 people from both sides fought in this forest for a day and a night. Countless casualties? Groups of crows hovered in the surrounding sky for a long time, refusing to leave. At night, Akamike took the wind and sat in the tent, looking at the broken numbers in front of him. He looked ugly. The war that broke out today totaled 653 deaths and 102 seriously injured ninjas. 9 of Jonin were killed. That is to say, Konoha lost nearly half of its combat power today. And why this happens? It's not that Konoha's ninjas are not strong enough, nor are they working hard enough. It's a problem with the weapons delivered from Konoha. Akamike took the wind and smashed the table in front of him to pieces. Send me the battle situation to Konoha immediately. I want to know what is going on right away. Akamike was really angry. He snapped his fingers, and a figure appeared in his head. Mitokedo Homura? As a teammate of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokedo Homura holds Konoha's weapon. Akamike took the wind from Admiral who became a border guard. Danzo has established darker roots than Umbu. Therefore, the first thing Akamike thought of was Mitokedo Homura, an old friend. But now is not the time to think about such things. The most important thing at present is to keep these ninjas under him. They must not be wiped out here. Akamike Take's eyes hardened. Send an order to let Kato Dan lead the 5th, 7th, and 8th squadrons to evacuate in the direction of Mount Kikyo. As for the 2nd and 3rd teams, stay with me, block the enemy together, and protect them from evacuating safely. The secretary froze for a moment. Take Feng's 2nd team and 3rd team are all composed of ninjas from various clans. You do this. Since there are various clans, of course the ninjas of the Akamike clan are also in it. Not only that, but even the new generations such as Narashika-isa and Yamanaka are among them. Akamike looked at the secretary and said coldly, Konoha is in trouble. Is there any problem in letting these big clan children stand up? Or if I die, these ninja children can't die. Seeing Akamike take the wind and get angry, the secretary didn't even dare to say anything, and hurried down to arrange the next task. Akamike took the wind and picked up his fork, looking at the flames of war burning from a distance, his face was cold. That's when the entire camp started to function under the orders of Akamike. There was a huge commotion on the left side of the camp. What happened? Akamike asked coldly. The ninja of the Hokage clan who was following him hastily opened his eyes to check. His face suddenly paled after watching it. Master Qfeng, the enemy is attacking. Akamike took the wind and took up his weapon. Just when I was about to go up to fight, I heard this Hokage ninja say, My lord, it's from Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi. Akamike took the wind and picked up the map, and the direction where the commotion appeared was Kikyo Mountain? That is to say, Cloud Shinobi crossed the border, came from Mount Kikyo and together with Sand Shinobi, besieged Dawang? Akamike took the wind and grabbed the heavy iron fork in his hand and creaked. Hokage ninja looked to the other side and said seriously, Sand Shinobi who fought with us today is also here. After all, an explosion sounded in the distance. Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, attack at the same time? Akamike took the wind and ordered instantly. Everyone, fight, kill as many as you can. Yes. The entire Konoha camp was shrouded in an atmosphere of grief and indignation. Under the attack of both sides, they have nowhere to escape. Running away will only kill you faster. All you have to do now is work hard. Change your life. The most nervous people in the camp are the rookies who set foot on the battlefield for the first time, such as Uchiha Mikato, Hyaga Lingii. The two of them happen to be in a small team. But this is not the team when performing the task. This kind of combat team consists of 6 people, and there are only 3 left in the team where Lingyi and Mikato are. The cruelty of war can be seen. Konoha is already half dead, but in this situation, they have to face twice as many enemies as themselves. Not even a weapon is guaranteed. Hyaga Lingii looked at the direction in which Sand Shinobi was attacking. Mr. Simu, are you coming? Uchiha Mikato picks up kunai. In this war, under the witness of the blood of her teammates, she finally opened the Sharingan. 3 hook jade? Lingyi, you cover me. Okay. Hyaga Lingii nodded heavily. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud siren sounded in the distance. Enemy attack, let's fight. Boom, boom, boom. Large flames surged in the woods. Amidst the flying artillery fire, a figure quickly grew larger, standing like a titan on the battlefield. Attracts all eyes. The gigantic Akamika took the wind and raised the iron fork covered with sharp protrusions in his hand, pointing in the direction from which Cloud Shinobi came and shouted. Cloud Shinobi, since you dare to attack Konoha, be prepared to be left behind. Ha ha ha, Akamika take Fang, you can still say such things now, I also admire your courage. This time leading Cloud Shinobi's attack is the legendary Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village. Terrain. Taking the wind with Akamika can be regarded as an old rival. Ha, you old guy still dare to go to the battlefield, then I will send you back to the west. Akamika and the wind were determined to die, and the whole moment turned into a meat and egg chariot and crushed towards Cloud Shinobi's troops. Huge meatball like an unstoppable tank. The forest in front of them was easily crushed under the rolling chariot. You all get out of the way. Tutai didn't want to see the youth of Cloud Shinobi being slaughtered by the wind. However, some ninjas who couldn't dodge were directly crushed into meat. The earth platform hastily stepped forward, making seals with both hands. Lava-style membrane wall. A large piece of viscous liquid like magma spewed out from the mouth of the platform. Form a huge wall to stop this huge chariot. The chariot hit hard on the lava wall. Qfeng hurriedly transformed into a human form, raised the iron fork in his hand and smashed it down towards the lava wall, cut in half from the Vice Admiral lava wall. Tutai stared at Akamika with his remaining eye. At the same time, he shouted in a cold voice, everyone in Sand Shinobi, it will be inappropriate if you don't make a move. Akamika suddenly looked down. The ground under his feet was already covered with pitch-black iron sand. Magnet-style iron sand burial. An incomparably cold voice sounded. Akamika Teke's expression changed drastically. Magnet style, Sand Shinobi is coming. The huge black iron sand rose rapidly, like a big hand firmly grasping Akamika's calf. The strong force from his body almost crushed his calf. Over at Sand Shinobi, a cloud of black iron sand rose into the sky. A man in a white robe appeared above the iron sand cloud. 570 He was wearing a big bamboo hat with the Chinese character Fang written on it. No, 3rd Kage, Saraman. You didn't expect that even 3rd Kage would personally take action. It seems that your country of wind is really planning to fight Konoha forever. Akamika made a decision the moment he saw Saraman appear. The whole body shrinks rapidly, and then with a vigorous swing of the iron fork in his hand, he cuts off his calf neatly. Crimson blood spurted out. He reached up and grabbed his thigh, using the Akamikas to seal off the veins there. The bleeding stopped temporarily. You are still so decisive, take the wind. Saraman watched Akamika take the wind condescendingly. In other words, overlooking the entire Konoha army. Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are already on the attack in full force. Konoha's ninjas are constantly being eaten away. Lingyi and Mikato's teams are also in desperation. 3 Sand Shinobi, a total of 6 puppets have surrounded them. As for their only remaining teammate, they had already died in battle. With Lingyi and Mikato's strong synergy, they've already killed 3 Sand Shinobi. But the quantity gap between the two sides is really too big. There was already a big gap, but now with the addition of Cloud Shinobi, it is completely desperate. Run, Lingyi. Uchiha Mikato clutched his shoulder. Strive to pull out the bitterness on the shoulder, bringing out a large amount of blood. Lingyi's face was pale, she shook her head and said, there is no escape. Wherever her white eyes reach, they are all enemies. There is no escape. Mikato gave a wry smile. Since this is the case, it seems that the two of us will die here together today. Hyaga Lingii smiled slightly. A figure appeared in his mind. Mr. Simu, go to hell, Konoha's ninja, shouted Sand Shinobi hidden in the woods. The 6 puppets rushed out in an instant, brandishing their weapons and killing the 2 of them. In their hearts, the victory of the Sand Shinobi force is already in the bag. Suddenly, the surrounding area was shaken. Akamika's huge body fell right in front of Lingyi and Mikato. At this moment, Qfeng was drenched in blood, extremely terrifying. And the soil platform and 3rd Kage are approaching step by step. Be obedient and die, Feng. Asaraman raised his hand. Countless iron sand surged up, like dark clouds all over the sky, and fell towards Akamika with the wind. And Lingyi and Mikato who happened to be blocked behind him. It's really scary that it's 3rd Kage. A frivolous and reassuring voice appeared in Lingyi's ears. Her glasses lit up. 8 feet Kainguyu. The sky is lit up. The sky of the entire battlefield was instantly lit up. A dazzling golden light illuminated the faces of all the ninjas. Countless light spots descended from the sky, stopping the iron sand tide of third Kage before Akamika took the wind. Glitter and magnets are like two waves of different colors smashing together. Evenly matched, evenly matched. In the end, the iron sand collapsed and the golden light disappeared. Simu's figure landed right in front of Akamika's Kaze. Oh, I almost missed it. Simu's knowledgeable color instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Sand Shinobi has 3,465 people, and Cloud Shinobi has 1,401 people. And there are only 951 ninjas who survived Konoha. The original 4,000 troops survived the 2 rounds of war, and only less than 1,000 remained. If I slow down a bit, I'm afraid even AI will have an accident. Simu stood in front of Akamika with his hands in his pockets, instead of him facing the wrath from the thunder and wind powers. See Simu coming. Akamika Take's face was not happy, but worried. The chakra in his body has not allowed him to continue using expansion jutsu. Therefore, it can only be restored to normal human size. He said anxiously. Simu, you shouldn't be here. With your speed, you can completely leave the battlefield. I will help you stop them. You run. He knew Simu's terrifying talent. Over time, he will definitely grow into a strong player like Hokage. But it's too early. Even if he recognizes Simu's strength, he doesn't think that Tonga can deal with Saluoman, who is known as the strongest wind in history. Akamika still wants to get up. In addition to losing a calf, he was covered with burn marks all over his body. This must be the masterpiece of the Cloud Shinobi platform. At this point, I couldn't even stand up. Simu lightly pressed the tall Chifeng. Katsuyu in his hand quickly squirmed onto Akamika Takekaze and helped him heal his injuries. Don't worry, don't run, leave this place to me, and I will take you home. Simu patted his shoulder lightly, then turned to look at third Kage in front of him, and the earth platform of Cloud Shinobi. It's really tricky. Simu grunted. A Saruman stood on top of the black iron sand cloud, overlooking the entire battlefield. Seeing Simu who blocked his attack, he frowned slightly. There was a hint of surprise on his stern face. As the fuse that caused this war, the appearance of Simu is almost engraved in the mind of every sand shinobi. Salomon said coldly. Are you Hanyu Simu who killed Elder Ebizo? Simu put his hands in his pockets and said carelessly. If you're talking about the old man with the puppet, then yes. Salomon frowned. While admiring Simu's strength, Ebizo is also his predecessor. He couldn't tolerate anyone insulting him like that. The soil platform also focused entirely on Simu. This guy has long been on Cloud Shinobi's hit list, and it's in the top 3. Belongs to the existence that would rather sacrifice 10 jonin to kill it if there is a chance. Simu looked at Salomon. It's too tiring to talk to you with your head up, you'd better go down 10. Suddenly, Simu turned into a golden light and appeared in front of Saluoman. But Saluoman is known as the strongest Kage, and his strength is not weak at all. The moment Simu disappeared, he manipulated the surrounding iron sand to form a solid wall in spells. As expected of the strongest Kage, this reaction speed is really terrifying. Simu charged up and kicked at the speed of light and landed heavily on the black iron sand wall. Boom! The powerful force almost shattered the iron sand. The Asaramon wrapped in the iron sand even flew towards the ground. He spread his hands just as he was about to touch the ground. The iron sand next to him came flat and caught him firmly. No harm was done. Faced with this result, Simu is not surprised. If a Kage was kicked to death by himself, that would be a big joke in the world. But the purpose of Simu's kick has been achieved. He taps moonwalk in the air. Then a huge summoning circle spread out in the air. Boom! Huge plumes of smoke exploded in the air. Immediately afterwards, a summoning beast like a giant mountain appeared in the center of the battlefield. A Katsuyu as huge as a mountain? Even the earth platform and the Shaluoman shrank their eyes when they saw this. This is Tsunade's summoning beast. And, so huge. Tutai said incredulously. Such a huge summoning beast, how many chakra does this kid have? You should know that the size of the summoning beast is directly proportional to the chakra it consumes. The bigger the summoning beast, the more chakra it consumes. And a huge summoning beast like this, even if all the chakra on the earth platform are exhausted, summoning may not come out. Even with Simu's massive amount of chakra, almost half of it was consumed by summoning this time. Simu had to do this in order to save the Konoha shinobi fighters on the battlefield. Simu stands on top of Katsuyu's head. Now I can finally look down on them. Simu nodded in satisfaction. Katsuyu, please help treat Konoha's ninja. Of course, no problem. Katsuyu's mountain-like body slowly squirmed. Little Katsuyu quickly possessed the Konoha shinobi followers, offering them healing. As for Lingyi and Mikato, they were directly taken into the body by Katsuyu to protect them. Although Katsuyu's body size has been reduced by half, it is still very scary. Akamika Take's looks at Simu worriedly while being treated by Katsuyu. The better Simu performed, the more worried he was about bedmates. Arrogant boy, let me see what kind of arrogant capital you have. Tutai quickly issued an order. Cloud shinobi troops obey, tell me the district. After the voice fell, thousands of Cloud shinobi threw the kunai in their hands at the same time. Kunai was entwined with crackling lightning, drawing a terrifying arc in the dark night. Like the scythe of death, Wolf Xian Beizi. I'll leave that to you, Katsuyu. It is an honor to be able to fight alongside Mr. Kizaru. This is the first time Katsuyu Rishi and Simu have fought side by side. Katsuyu looked very much looking forward to it. Facing the thousands of kunai entwined with lightning that came from the lasing, Simu has no fear on his face. Huge Katsuyu gape. Music acid technique. A large amount of yellow acid liquid fell like a torrential rain. These flickering lightning kunai were corroded the moment they came into contact with the acid-conducting fluid. Easily diffused this wave of attacks. Not only that, the acid doesn't fall into the woods below. Thousands of cloud shinobi were in a hurry. Many people were hit by acid. As soon as he uttered a scream, he was instantly corroded to the point where only bones remained. This is one of the 3 immortals. The terrifying strength of Katsuyu Rishi. The earth platform said to the Saluoman, "Saraman, if you don't get serious, you might be killed by this kid." Saluoman folded his arms around his chest. Standing on top of the black sand cloud, he flew up into the midair again, and said with a cold snort, "You don't need to say that. That's good." Tutai said sullenly. Thousands of cloud shinobi below attacked Simu again. This time Simu didn't hold back. 2 dazzling flashes of light emerged from both hands, and finally converged into a giant streak that pierced the sky. 8-foot Kainguyu. The terrifying light rain struck again. The faces of cloud shinobi below all had horrified expressions. "Don't worry, I will block his attack." Lava-style big defense top. A large amount of lava spewed from his mouth, forming a huge lava dome over the heads of the cloud shinobi. Just to block the rain of light falling from the sky, Simu pushed his glasses. Things seemed to be getting a little troublesome. He clapped his hands on his chest. The surrounding natural energy was instantly plundered. The huge natural energy condensed into dark red lines on Simu's face. Sage mode, open. Is this Sage mode? Tutai froze for a moment. This Sage mode plus the Katsuyu under Simu's feet. Tutai seemed to think of something, and his face became extremely ugly. Simu jumped off Katsuyu. There was a golden light shining on the fist, and the fist hit the top of the rock made of lava. Crack. The seemingly solid top of the rock was instantly covered with cracks, and then crashed into pieces. Gravel fell on the heads of these cloud shinobi. Once again, they faced Simu's fears head-on. Immortal technique light water pattern. A point of light fell into the air like a drop of water. Faint golden ripples stirred up, spreading out with Simu as the center. Seeing this, too, Li Wangzhao immediately shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." But his reminder was still too slow. Or maybe these cloud shinobi are too close to Simu. There was no time to escape. Subtle ripples spread out, lightly penetrating the bodies of these cloud shinobi, and surrounding trees and rocks. They didn't know what they had suffered, and they still kept rushing towards Simu. But the next second, their upper body and lower body suddenly separate. The dropped upper body only had time to see the lower body that was still running. Just when a trace of panic appeared on their faces, their consciousness had disappeared. This golden ripple is like a Shinigami sickle, harvesting the souls of the enemy in large swaths. Not only cloud shinobi, but all the surrounding things on the same level as the ripples were all shaken in half. The soil platform rushed to the middle of the battlefield. Earth-style Earthflow Mountain. A suddenly raised huge mountain cut off the entire battlefield. Isolate the remaining cloud shinobi firmly behind the mountains. The golden ripple hit the mountain, and a thin line appeared on it. Then get cut? It's a pity that after being blocked by the mountains, this golden ripple has no power to continue, and can only gradually dissipate in the air. So far, there is almost no standing object within a radius of 200 meters centered on Simu. It was empty. There are 989 people left. This is the number of people in Cloud Shinobi as perceived by Simu. In other words, the move I made just now almost resulted in losing 500 Cloud Shinobi. Of course, most of them are cannon fodder, but this kind of record is still very impressive. It greatly boosted Konoha Shinobi's confidence in this battle. The glasses on the Earth platform will spew out fire. 500 people? A total of 500 ninjas? This is not a small number, and ninja villages in some small countries may not be able to cultivate so many ninjas. And Simu only used one trick. Shouldn't it be said that he is a kid who inherited the Hashirama Sage mode? Tutai's face was extremely gloomy. Although it is known that Simu's strength should not be underestimated, this level is not too surprising. Third Kage standing on the iron sand cloud also stopped the idea of letting Sand Shinobi go up to besiege Simu at this time. He's not going to let Sand Shinobi troops end up like Cloud Shinobi did. He raised his hands, aiming at Simu in balls formed by large pieces of heavy iron sand. Magnet-style iron sand shotgun. Countless spheres of iron sand came towards Simu through the air. It's really scary. Is Master Kage planning to besiege me? Simu crossed his hands, and the magic chakra poured into his hands. Immortal Art 8-foot Kainguyu. Cross flashes pierced the sky. Countless flashes of light and iron sand that pierced through the air bombarded together in midair, almost lit up the entire sky. And of course the soil platform will not be idle. In the battlefield, he will not abide by the morals of the rivers and lakes. Dead enemies are the best enemies. After he made a mudra, he clapped his hands on the ground. The ground trembled for a moment. A gigantic rock rises from the ground. Like a trebuchet, the huge boulder was sent into the sky, and it went straight towards the fellow. Then he opened his mouth and spat. A large piece of lava covered the huge rock, burning it red. It slammed into Simu like a volcanic rock erupting from a volcano. Lava-style volcanic rock. At this time Simu is confronting Third Kage. Katsuyu turned his head away, spitting a mouthful of acid onto the burning lava. A large amount of smoke erupted instantly between the two. The momentum of the volcanic rock lost in the air, and it fell heavily on the ground. And Simu also noticed the Tutai guy. 150. A long cross sword emerged in his hand. After ending the stalemate with third Kage, he immediately rushed to the dirt platform. There is no doubt about Simu's speed. It just turned into a flash of light in a split second, piercing through Qingye and falling in front of Shitai. The long sword slashed high, and a dazzling flash burst out. Lava-style lava fist. The arm of the platform was covered with magma, and he punched Simu, who suddenly appeared. The cross sword and the giant lava fist collided brazenly. The golden light splashed everywhere. Under the reflection of the burning giant fist, Tong Sun's expression was a little weird. It seems to have a familiar feeling. Amid doubts on the platform, Simu had already drawn his knife and landed on the ground. Lift 1 foot. But you are far behind Sakazuki. Although Tutai didn't know who Sakazuki was, he instinctively blocked the giant lava fist in front of him. Golden glitter burst out. A light speed kick landed heavily on the lava. As Simu said, the strength of the soil platform is far inferior to that of Akainu. Huge power surged out from his feet. The earthen platform is like a small fish struggling in the current, being beaten by the waves and flying away. A flash of fire drew a long red trail in the night. The sprinkled flames successfully ignited a mountain fire. Simu just wants to take advantage of the victory to pursue. But third Kage obviously won't give him this chance. A large piece of iron sand had accumulated from Simu's feet at some point. The ground suddenly shattered, and turbulent iron sand gushed out, emerging like an ocean, ready to envelop Simu. Simu's feet were already sunk in the iron sand. The bondage of iron sand is so heavy that even Akamike, known for his strength, cannot break free. Even if an elephant comes, it will only be ground into a meat paste in an instant. Pity. Simu is light. Therefore, the moment the iron sand closed, he turned into a flash and flew into the sky. Bring your hands together in front of you and aim at third Kage. Zion Yada mirror slash. The sharp golden long sword shot out, and the sharp aura almost shattered the space. Third Kage did not dare to be slighted. The iron sand under his feet surged instantly. A huge wall was formed like a tsunami. The golden long sword shot straight at Taiping-chan. Bang! The iron sand was cut open a lot, and a terrible sound was made. But after the golden longsword struck, it turned back as if it had hit a mirror. Then under the incredulous gaze of third Kage, continuous changes of direction occur in the air. Looks like a nimble swimming snake. Sometimes attack from the left. It also seemed to attack from the right. Third Kage had no choice but to form a ball of iron sand to envelop himself. The golden longsword finally fell, but the target is not third Kage, but Cloud Shinobi from afar. The flash slashed towards the earth platform at an unexpected speed. The latter hurriedly used lava style to build a wall of lava in front of him. The golden longsword brought a terrible impact under the blessing of this speed. A direct face-to-face smashed the lava wall. Simu, who was still fighting in the third Kage just now, appeared in front of the earth platform in an instant. The figure instantly passed through the broken lava wall. The strength of the earth platform is indeed not weak, but he has a fatal flaw. That is, physical skills are not strong enough. Of course, it is not powerful enough compared to Simu. It's really scary for young people. Lava-style hot embrace. Tutai sighed with emotion, and then opened his hands. The whole body instantly turned into countless lava and spread out, embracing Simu in an embracing gesture. The scorching heat created a strong burnt smell in the air. Simu looked at the mound. What a terrible senior, but unfortunately I don't like men. Armament haki covered Simu's calf like steel. Then face the earth platform that turned into lava in front of you. Stomp off? A powerful foot stepped on the belly of the platform. The earth platform is full of disbelief, because his ninjutsu can use the high temperature of lava to scald the enemy to death. In the process of performing ninjutsu, his whole body is also lava, and he can be immune to all physical attacks. Why can't it work in front of this kid? Simu noticed the change in the face of the earth platform. He smiled slightly. Senior, times have changed. Now is the time of haki. Increase strength. There was a flash of light, and the platform was stepped heavily into the ground by Simu. Under the powerful impact, the whole ground began to shatter. Huge plumes of smoke shot straight into the sky. Even if Tutai follows third Raikage all the year round, follow him to strengthen his body. But it was still impossible to withstand Simu's full blow. Huge power was transmitted to the inside of his body through the muscles, destroying all internal organs. Bright red blood overflowed from the mouth of the earth platform, dying. There was disbelief in his eyes. With the last bit of strength in his body, he grabbed Simu firmly with both hands. Under the shattered ground, countless iron sands gushed out instantly. It turned into dozens of black, Jafi, death scythes surrounding Simu, instantly cutting them down. In order to kill the earth platform, Simu has no time to dodge at this time. The scythe fell. Chop Simu into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye. The third Kage in the distance showed a hint of joy, but it soon became gloomy, because the chopped Simu suddenly changed into countless golden lights and dissipated. Is it shadow clone? It doesn't look like. Suddenly a terrible sense of crisis fell on him. Simu turned into countless light spots gathered above the sky. Under the unbelievable eyes of Cloud Shinobi, a spot of light escaped from his hand. Immortal Art Core Jade. As time goes on, the light spot absorbs more and more natural energy. The body becomes bigger, and finally illuminates the entire battlefield like a sun. What is this? Third Kazaki's complexion changed drastically. Lift your hands up sharply. Huge cracks began to rumble across the ground. All the iron sand hidden in the ground gushes out along the cracks in an instant. The iron sand went over every sand shinobi who stood there in amazement. Like a tsunami, it formed a huge barrier in midair, firmly blocking the heads of the sand shinobi. Simu pushed his glasses. The speed is still a bit slow. He kicked hard on the ball of light. The sun suspended in the sky instantly fell. The moment it came into contact with the iron sand, the entire ball of light erupted into a terrifying white gas. The terrible weight smashed the sea of iron sand into a depression. Then, the light filled all vision. This round of sun exploded in an instant. Light and heat enveloped the entire battlefield. The iron sand, which used to be extremely strong, began to melt little by little under such a high temperature and high pressure environment. Under the golden light, the sea of iron sand turned into a sea of molten iron. Third Kage finally couldn't hold on anymore. Concentrate all your strength on the defensive circle around you. And a large piece of iron sand was melted, turning into crimson molten iron and falling, dripping on the local sand shinobi. The sea of iron sand that was originally an umbrella has now become a scarlet hell. There is simply no escape for these sand shinobi from such a massive pool of molten iron. Whether you're a genin, shinin, or even a jonin, they will all be buried in this scorching ocean. The huge and majestic mushroom cloud rose slowly, piercing the sky and covering the moon. The people of Konoha hid in the woods behind Katsuyu Immortal, staring at the scene in front of them with dumbstruck eyes. Just now I was still feeling extremely indignant over the death of Tutai. Everyone in Cloud Shinobi, who wanted to rush forward to revenge Simu desperately, was silent at this moment. Even feel a little sad for Sand Shinobi on the opposite side. More than 1,000 troops. Just like that, a face-to-face, a ray of light, all disappeared. Simu fell from the sky and stood right on top of the Katsuyu sage. Put your hands in your pockets, staring in all directions. Looks like a handsome group. In fact, the move just now almost wiped out his magic chakra. Ashamed to be Mr. Kizaru, really amazing. Even immortal Katsuyu can't help feeling this way after living for so many years. Simu represents a brand new combat system. Simu pushed his glasses and whispered, Katsuyu, quickly help me absorb the natural energy. Katsuyu Rishi chuckled softly. The huge body split into two clones and climbed onto Simu's shoulders. A large amount of natural energy is quickly absorbed into Simu's body. The huge column of smoke slowly dissipated. All that was left on the battlefield was a giant crater tens of meters deep. At the bottom of the pit, there is still a large piece of crimson molten iron that has gradually cooled down. As for the silhouette, I can't see a single one. Simu's chakra has not fully recovered. Immediately raised his head again, frowning. The third Kage, who is said to be the most powerful in history, actually ran away. Simu looked into the distance. It's really scary, the strongest Kage. He raised his finger, and a laser beam instantly pierced through the air and flew south towards the border. At this time, Salomon is relying on the special ninjutsu of magnet style. Speed through the ground. Rush towards the border at the fastest speed. The laser is like a meteor, and finally pierces obliquely into the ground. The flames lit up, and a huge explosion cracked the ground. Saluiman's heart trembled. Damn, can this catch up? He blocked it with one hand, and the iron sand immediately appeared in front of him, and swung the laser light away. Simu disappeared over Katsuyu's head in an instant. Although Chakra is in a hurry, but Simu still wants to give it a try, leaving behind the so-called strongest wind shadow. In just a few seconds, S.I. Shu had already appeared above Third Kazaki's head. Come down with a shiny kick, boom. The ground sank instantly. Even the iron sand shield in front of the sand Luiman was instantly shattered. Simu grabbed it out of thin air, and the cross lightsaber slashed down fiercely. Third Kage hastily turned sideways, narrowly dodging the sword. The huge golden sword energy cut a long sword mark on the ground. Simu stands in front of Third Kage, blocking his way to the border. Konoha doesn't come whenever you want, and you can leave before you leave. Hanyu Sima, do you really want the land of the winds to live forever? Salomon asked coldly. Both he and Simu are fast. After chasing and catching up, they have pulled out several kilometers. Hearing Salomon's question, Simu laughed. It's really scary Kazakage-sama. The war was started by your country of the wind. Simu looked around. This is the territory of the Fire Nation. You led the army here and killed so many of Konoha's compatriots. Now ask me if I will not die. It seems a little ridiculous. Salomon sneered. Then see if you can stop me. As the voice fell, countless iron sands emerged from the ground. The entire forest is plunged into a sea of black iron sand. Simu had to jump into the air and use his steps to open up the diffuse iron sand. Is Kazakage-sama finally going to show his true strength? It's really scary. It seems that those sand shinobi are not worthy of wasting your chakra, Kazakage-sama. Salomon stood in the midst of the turbulent sea of iron sand. His face was cold. Of course he wanted to save those sand shinobi. The key is to be under Simu's offensive. If you consume a lot of chakra to save them, what should I do? If Kazakage himself dies in the Fire Kingdom, then the Wind Kingdom may encounter a huge crisis. You must get out of here safely. Not only for myself, but also for the land of the winds and Sunagakur. He didn't want to talk too much nonsense with Simu, so he raised his hands suddenly. Magnet-style iron sand is all over the sky. The turbulent iron sand flew into the sky as if losing weight in an instant. Because the scale is too large, it is impossible to escape no matter where the same trap goes. Simu pushed his sunglasses. Since you can't hide, then don't hide. He does not retreat but advances. With a light step in the air, the whole person turned into a stream of light and shot towards Third Kage. The latter also has an understanding of Simu's fighting style. Already prepared. The surrounding sea of iron sand surged violently in an instant. A black wave engulfs Simu. Simu cut out a sword without hesitation. The cross lightsaber rubbed against the thick and hard iron sand to create a large flame. Although Simu has insufficient chakra, Haki has no loss. The powerful armament Haki spewed out in an instant, cutting the wave wolf in front of him. Black iron sand flew. A golden ripple appeared under Simu's feet again, and the whole person jumped over the iron sand. But Third Kage's offensive is obviously not so simple. Large pieces of iron sand wave after wave, trying to surround Simu heavily. I want him to be buried in this black ocean. What a hassle. A large amount of golden glitter condensed on Simu's feet. Wrapping a huge armament Haki, it burst out in an instant. Boom. Like a missile bombarding the sea. The terrible impact smashed the dozens of black waves. A huge passage was shattered, extending straight to the Shaluomen. Simu and Saluomen looked at each other through the iron sand flying all over the sky. Simu raised his hands and aimed at Saluomen. Xianju Yata mirror slash. The golden lightsaber arrived in an instant. A golden flash flashed across the sky, and the Asaramon wrapped in iron sand fell heavily to the ground. Simu kicked down. Step heavily on the round iron sand shield. Instantly crush it. The crossed long sword sliced through Saluomen's throat. A clone. The Asaramon in front of Simu's eyes instantly shattered into countless pieces of iron sand. The iron sand all over the sky has appeared above Simu's head at some point. Condensed into a heavy, upside-down black pyramid, falling towards Simu's head. Iron sand of this density already looks almost the same as solid steel. Magnet-style Kongshi pyramid. The tip of the pyramid slammed down hard towards the ground. The terrible weight smashed the ground easily. Numerous cracks spread from the pyramid's spire. Terrible shock waves erupted from the impact, and the entire ground was instantly sunken, like a strong earthquake. The huge steel pyramid was firmly embedded in the ground. The battlefield was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. Salomon gasped and stared in the direction of the pyramid. This move cost him many chakra. It should be able to suppress and kill that nasty little devil. It's really scary. Almost killed by a pyramid. This voice resounded in Salomon's ears like Shinigami's crooning. It was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. Damn it, it still doesn't work. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Salomon stared at the man leisurely standing on top of the pyramid. His face was extremely ugly. Simu's hands are still in his pockets. As expected of a strong cage-level player, it's really tricky. Simu gave a rare sigh of emotion. Salomon was the first one he dealt with, the real shadow. This strength is indeed extremely strong. Whether it is the ability to respond, or the observation and control of the situation. None of those elite Jonins can compare. The guy in front of him, known as the strongest Kage, was able to control such a large sea of iron sand like his arm. Indeed, it exceeded Simu's expectations. He sighed slowly. If that's the case, then I have to change my style of play. Salomon's expression turned serious. Unexpectedly, Simu jumped into the sky in a flash. Then, 8-foot Kainguyu. Light spots poured down all over the sky. Salomon froze for a moment. Because he didn't feel the breath of fairy art in this attack. That is to say, this guy has been fighting for so long, is he finally exhausted? Salomon's expression cheered up. After all, Simu has shown his terrifying reserves of chakra since his debut. First summoning comes out with a scary summoning beast to heal all Konoha shinobi. Then he fought so many cloud shinobi's ninjas alone. It even used a large-scale immortal technique to kill hundreds of cloud shinobi in one go. Later, he fought a battle with the earthen platform, and after beheading him, he released an even more terrifying. A bit similar to Tailed Beast Bomb's fairy art. Thinking of this, Saluiman's expression was a little weird. Because Simu's magic nuclear jade is really too similar to Tailed Beast Bomb. This made him, who has been studying tailed beasts for many years, feel a little frustrated. After unleashing such a horrific surgery, Simu ran several kilometers to catch up with him. After fighting with himself for a long time, he ate a heavy pyramid. Does this guy really mean he is Senju Hashirama reincarnated? No matter how rich the chakra reserves are, the battle should be almost over by this time. The sky cleared and the rain stopped. Lord Third Kage thinks he's doing it again? He made seals with his hands and said coldly, "In that case, I will eradicate you today." The strength shown by Simu is shocking. If you continue to let him grow up, it is definitely a huge threat to the Kingdom of the Wind. Since you have chosen to go to war with the Nation of Fire, you must seize every opportunity to weaken the Nation of Fire's history. Seeing Third Kage's firm eyes, Simu nodded secretly. Now it's right. Thousands of iron sand rushed up to the sky like tentacles extending from hell, grabbing Esaida. Simu moves around in midair with observation haki and moonwalk. In order to put a long line to catch big fish, Simu even pretended to be stumbling and was surrounded by iron sand several times. Twice it was even more dangerous. As a last resort, he had to use the lightsaber to cut open the iron sand, and then barely escaped. And third Kage Salaman also has its own plans. He knew that Simu's light escape had a terrifying advantage in speed. If you burst out with too much power all of a sudden, Simu is likely to turn into a flash and flee the battlefield. So he can only test while looking for an opportunity to kill with one blow. At the same time, it is necessary to reveal some flaws from time to time to make Simu feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. Anyway, the two have been acting like this. This cunning battle lasted for 4 full hours. The two played heartily. Simu is even more disheveled, even his beloved code of justice is covered with dust. But the more I beat the Salaman, the more I felt something was wrong. Every time I was almost able to besiege or kill Simu, but he was like a loach that couldn't be caught. No matter how hard Salaman tried, there was no way to capture it. Look at that kid again. He looked like he was going to die from 4 hours ago. 4 hours later it's still the same? So a bold idea emerged in Shay Luiman's heart. It seems that I'm catching him, so it could be that this kid is catching me. Ask for flowers. Salaman's complexion changed. Things are not going well. He yelled, "Die, boy." Magnet-style world tree. All the iron sands were twisted together, forming a pitch-black towering giant tree and crashing towards the Simu wolf above the sky. The scale makes it impossible for Simu to dodge. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. As expected of Kazekage-sama, did you realize this so quickly? Simu didn't know whether to praise or ridicule this sentence. Simu has not used chakra during this long battle. Just using Devil Fruit's abilities and Haki was shaking with third Kage. And on his back are 2 Katsuyo clones that have been helping him absorb natural energy. Coupled with the physical energy brought by Kizaru's powerful physique, coupled with the mental energy that crazily refines chakra. Now chakra is half recovered. Enough for him to use that trick. He stretched out 2 palms and placed them lightly in front of him. A point of light slowly emerged. The natural energy absorbed by Katsuyo, the demon power of Devil Fruit, and armament Haki, which represents the will. 3 forces are poured into it. This little glimmer encapsulates most of Simu's power and skill. Immortal Art Super Big Core Jade. Simu let go of his hands. A gleam of light less than the size of a fingernail in his hand fell gently. Facing the third Kage, use the huge black iron sand god tree to fall. This move embodies all the power of third Kage. 0-0. Like a devil's hand protruding from hell. In comparison, the glimmer of light that Simu condenses is nothing to behold. A trace of suspicion appeared on the face of third Kage who saw this scene. Is this kid really without chakra? Failed to use a move similar to Tailed Beast Bomb? The fluttering firefly threw itself into the darkness. As it slowly fell, the 3 forces contained inside began to split. They interacted, and I saw that firefly quickly began to divide. Every time it splits, it absorbs a lot of natural energy. And the absorbed natural energy will cause them to start breaking apart violently again. Then absorb a lot of natural energy. It's a cycle. A huge cycle that repeats itself, carefully constructed by Simu. Just 2 seconds. The light spot that was originally as small as a firefly expanded into a huge light ball with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters. The light released illuminates the entire sky, and what's even more frightening is, even though it is already this big, this ball of light is still continuing the process of splitting, merging, splitting and then merging like a cancer cell. Third Kage looked at this terrible scene. His face was full of astonishment. But soon his expression changed. Because that terrifying ball of light finally hit the rumbling world tree. Countless iron sands completely enveloped the light sphere. As the amount of iron ore increases, the volume of iron also increases. Just when third Kage breathed a sigh of relief, the entire iron ball first became red, and then expanded violently. He made seals with his hands, wanting to use more iron sand to wrap this light ball. But it doesn't help. Even if he crushed his fingers, it didn't change the result. The red iron ball began to melt, and then shattered. This process takes less than 0.1 seconds. The light illuminates the whole world at this moment. It's as if the sun suddenly came up. No, it should be said that the sun fell from the sky. The blinding light occupied Saluiman's field of vision. Next came the horrific heat. Finally, a huge shock wave enveloped the forest. The ground was torn apart. The entire earth's crust was trembling violently, and even Konoha Shinobi and Katsuyu Zion Renjing, who were thousands of meters away, looked here. A huge dazzling ball of light expanded instantly. Then came the unspeakable shock. The huge pressure exploded, and was finally pushed into the sky under the action of the atmosphere. Countless smoke and dust fragments turned into a huge mushroom cloud and soared into the sky. Akamike was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Find a place to hide." The voice just fell. A huge dust storm swept over. Even if the ninjas were prepared, they were still thrown away by the terrifying Liwang. Not to mention those trees. Nearly all of the places thousands of meters around turned into sand.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.